Chapter 214. To deal with these thugs, Viko didn't resort to using his fists to make them feel the iron fist of justice. To say that these people were extremely wicked would be an exaggeration. Although they engaged in robbing tourists, their threatening lines indicated that they were only after money, not lives. So when Viko said he would give them a profound lesson, it certainly didn't mean he would physically harm them. If he only let them experience physical pain, it wouldn't have much educational impact, let alone a profound lesson. However, Viko had his methods. If he couldn't deliver what he said, wouldn't he be making a fool of himself? Suddenly, in Viko's originally empty hand, a bottle of spray appeared with a flip, seemingly containing some unknown substance. But this wasn't a magic performance, it was a new function Viko added to the nanobots. After shrinking with PIM particles, although Viko didn't appear to be carrying any luggage, everything he needed was already stored on him. And the bottle of spray in Viko's hand was inspired by the fear gas developed by Scarecrow, one of Batman's archenemies in DC Comics. It was a hallucinogenic gas created to induce illusions. Compared to fear gas, which made people see their greatest fears, the hallucinogenic gas had a more diverse effect. However, since it was an invention named after a fear gas, it indicated that it indeed had fear properties. The purpose of the hallucinogenic gas was to make the person who inhaled it see different illusions guided by the external environment. This meant that depending on the guidance imposed by Viko, the affected individuals might see the most wonderful fairyland or the most terrifying hell. As for these thugs, Viko wanted to show them what their hometown would look like once it lost all its tourists. This sight would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on them. SSSH. Without any hesitation, faced with the thugs who were momentarily stunned by his sudden display of hallucinogenic gas, Viko pressed the nozzle directly, allowing the gas to enter their bodies as they breathed, and waited for it to take effect. They didn't have to wait long. The thugs were initially infuriated by Viko's actions and cursed at him then, as they inhaled the gas and were irritated by its pungent smell, they coughed intensely for a few moments. And then, there was no. And then. Any more. Several people stood in front of Viko like soulless beings, their eyes vacant. The effect is decent, but it took a bit longer than I expected to take effect. However, in order to ensure safety, the concentration of this batch was diluted, so it's understandable that it takes longer to work. Viko looked at the individuals who were now under the control of the hallucinogenic gas and walked beside them, injecting their hallucinations with meaning. He was simply objectively describing the economic impact that the loss of tourism could have on Kathmandu. Under the influence of the hallucinogenic gas, the thugs' consciousness kept conjuring up various horrifying scenes, even including scenes of cannibalism. Although their consciousness was under the control of the gas, their bodies still reacted to the changes in their emotions. The most apparent response was that tears started streaming down their faces, clearly shaken by everything they saw in their hallucinations. At this point, Viko knew he had achieved his goal. He had given them a profound lesson, and he believed that they would be able to reform and start anew. Stop continuing the guidance of the hallucinations. Viko had done a good deed today by saving these lost young individuals. He checked the time and realized that the effects of the gas would last for a dozen seconds or so. Rather than waiting for them to regain consciousness, Viko turned and left, heading towards the entrance of Kamartaj not far away. The entrance appeared plain and unrecoverable. Even without the concealment of magic, an ordinary person wouldn't associate it with the magical sanctuary of Kamartaj. Especially with a magnificent temple opposite it, making it seem even more ordinary. However, Viko knew that his sensitivity to magic wouldn't deceive him. The magical fluctuations indicated that this was the place he was looking for. Knock, knock, knock. Viko politely knocked on the door, and a warm greeting immediately came from inside. "The door isn't locked, please come in." As he entered, the sight before him was completely different from the dilapidated entrance. Though not extravagant, the decor had a classical charm, and the clean and tidy space gave the place a solemn atmosphere. "I didn't expect you to find your way here so quickly, I thought you would need some time to consider." The Ancient One rose from the main seat and welcomed him. "Welcome to Kamartaj, Viko. I never hesitate when making decisions. As long as I carefully judge that something is beneficial to me, I will complete it without hesitation, just like now." The Ancient One still wore a faint smile and said, "It seems you are ready to accept your first lesson here in Kamartaj, but before that, I must remind you, here, you must abandon everything you previously knew, only then can you truly learn the essence." Viko shook his head. "I don't believe there's anything in my previous knowledge that needs to be abandoned. Moreover, I believe that no matter how mysterious something is, there must be scientific theories that can explain it. Instead of abandoning my past, I think I should embrace the new because that's what drives my progress." Hearing Viko's response, the Ancient One didn't show any signs of annoyance. On the contrary, the smile on their face grew stronger. Then, you better keep your eyes wide open. After speaking, the Ancient One extended their right hand and touched Vico's forehead, and Vico controlled himself, neither evading nor resisting. Under this touch, Vico felt like he had been affected by his own hallucinogenic gas. The surroundings rapidly changed, and he felt as if he had been freed from the constraints of gravity, flying away from the Earth's surface at high speed. So, I'm experiencing a treatment similar to Doctor Strange in the original storyline, right? Vico smiled bitterly but didn't complain. He knew that the Ancient One's actions were not only meant to provide necessary information and deepen his understanding of magic and camartage, but also to help establish a connection between his soul and the Vishanti dimension. If the magic network of the entire universe was like a public network accessible to anyone, then the Vishanti network was a privately built local network. However, this local network was constructed based on an entire dimension and was smaller and more limited in scale than the public network. Through this authenticated local network, Vico could freely use it for information transmission without worrying about dangerous elements tracing it back to Earth. At that moment, after going through several scene changes, the voice of the Ancient One resounded in Vico's ear: the laws governing the world that you once understood, the material universe you were familiar with, are merely protective shells hiding deeper secrets. At the source of reality, where matter meets spirit, thoughts shape reality. I saw that you had previously used a scientific method to enhance your body's self-healing abilities. In fact, this is a manifestation of mental influence over matter. It affects your mind and strengthens your physicality. I have previously warned you that there are many ambitious individuals within the magic network who are ready to strike at any discovered world. Because the universe we are in is just one of infinite universes. Some worlds are beautiful, full of vitality, while others are evil and filled with slaughter. In those dark corners, primordial forces loom and plot. In this multiverse, who are you, Vico? Buzz. After the Ancient One finished the final question, Vico's consciousness seemed to be dragged by a tremendous force, returning to reality once again. Our first lesson ends here. I hope you have gained something satisfactory from it. My disciple, Master Caecilius, will take you to your room shortly. Your lessons will officially begin tomorrow. I hope you have arranged your schedule because you will be staying in Camartage for a while. Rest well tonight as the courses you will face won't be too easy. If you encounter any problems, you can consult Master Caecilius. He is the most gifted among all my disciples. After finishing, the Ancient One directly turned and left, leaving only Vico and a white man with a gentle smile and a small braid on his head. He was the talented disciple mentioned by the Ancient One, Master Caecilius. Chapter 2:15. The language of mysticism has existed since the birth of human civilization. Long ago, ancient wizards referred to this language as spells. But if you find this title contradictory to your understanding of modern scientific knowledge, you can also think of it as a program, a source code that constructs the world of reality. In a classroom at Camartage, the Ancient One was teaching Vico the basics of the Vishanti magical tradition. No, I think calling them spells is just fine. Their forms are similar to runic alphabets, both based on simplified runes derived from the trajectories of certain cosmic phenomena. Coincidentally, I have some knowledge of runic magic. The Ancient One nodded approvingly. It seems you have a very good starting point. Runic magic can help you break through cognitive barriers, but to truly master the abilities of mysticism, you still need to learn more. Our Earth sorcerers are different from those naturally powerful extraterrestrial beings who can inherently sense the magic in the material universe and utilize this latent energy. Instead, we need to communicate with other dimensions of the multiverse through spiritual connections and draw upon the immense energy we require from these dimensional spaces. By spells, constructing magical circles, and forging weapons, we can cast spells. Of course, with your impressive modern scientific methods, you've already won a head start, and that's very commendable. However, you still need to learn the traditional techniques of sorcerers to perfect your entire system of mysticism. After speaking, the Ancient One pushed forward the magical circle she had constructed using magic, displaying it in front of Vico. With his exceptional memory, Vico had started memorizing the moment the Ancient One began constructing the magical circle. As the magical circle became more complete, Vico had already memorized every step from beginning to end. However, having this knowledge alone wasn't enough. He needed to attempt to harness the latent magic within himself and try to replicate this process steadily. Thinking and doing, Vico directly began his first attempt at using mystic arts before the Ancient One. Under the influence of his thoughts, the magic factors within his body released the stored magic. Vico's task was to concentrate his focus on controlling the released magic, shaping it into a complete magical circuit and forming a stable magical circle. Vico perfectly replicated the demonstration the Ancient One had just shown, meticulously following the sequence he had memorized, stroke by stroke. But just as the magical circle was about to take shape, the magic suddenly seemed to revolt, completely beyond Vico's control. Ultimately, the entire magical circle collapsed, and all the magic dissipated into space. You were too hasty, Vico. You haven't yet learned the basics of mysticism or all the spells, nor have you practiced controlling your own magical power. Fortunately, the magical circle I demonstrated earlier was just a practice circle and had no actual effect. Otherwise, you could have suffered a backlash, potentially harming yourself. Upon hearing the Ancient One's admonition, Vico nodded and readily admitted his mistake. I understand, Supreme Sorcerer. From now on, I won't use the magic within my body without your permission. Despite having undergone the Extremis upgrade and having nanobots as assistants within his body, enabling him to heal almost any injury in an instant. Mysticism involves the realm of the mind and soul. If a magical circle's collapse caused a backlash targeting the spirit and soul rather than the physical body, even Vico would be left helpless. Therefore, Vico believed it was necessary to heed the advice of the Ancient One, the oldest and most powerful sorcerer on Earth. Seeing Vico's good attitude and his pledge, the Ancient One was very satisfied with his performance. Very well, let's conclude today's lesson. You need to assimilate some basic knowledge first so that we can proceed with the next lessons. This morning, Caecilius has already taken you on a tour of Camartage. Later, you will go to the library to borrow basic books for study. This is a task you need to complete on your own. If you have any questions, you can ask Caecilius. Class dismissed. Vico nodded and stood up, bowing to the Ancient One before turning and leaving the classroom. I never thought that I, Vico, would have the feeling of going back to school one day. This is actually the first time in my life since being reborn in the Marvel Universe. After his rebirth, Vico not only retained the knowledge and memories from his previous life but also inherited the legacy of Hiro from Big Hero 6. Coupled with the excellent genes of the Stark family, he never encountered difficulties in learning and always solved problems through self-study. Besides, Tony, his guardian, was very unreliable, often indulging in a carefree lifestyle. He didn't care much about Vico not going to school. He believed that Vico was so intelligent that self-study was more than enough. If he let those professors who were not as smart as Vico teach him, they might even make him stupid. Overall, although there was a slight incident during today's school process, which made this experience less than perfect, Vico still felt good and regained the carefree feeling of the past, where he only needed to focus on studying. After leaving the classroom, Vico followed the Ancient One's instructions and arrived at the library of Camartage. At this time, Caecilius hadn't killed the librarian of the library yet. Nor had he stolen the page of Book of Cagliostro and defected from Camartage. This meant that the current librarian was not Wong, whom Dr. Strange would encounter later, but a sorcerer who would be beheaded by Caecilius in the future. Knowing the tragic fate of this person, Vico couldn't help but show a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at him. This made the librarian feel very uncomfortable when facing Vico. Nevertheless, he patiently found the books Vico needed for study, including the Book of the Fallen Sun, the Cosmic Compendium, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon, and most importantly, Foundations and Fundamentals. He then handed them to Vico. How is your knowledge of Sanskrit? These books are written in Vedic Sanskrit, the oldest form of Sanskrit. If you can't understand it, I can find you a dictionary. Thank you, but there's no need. I learn things quickly, and I've just learned Vedic Sanskrit by connecting to Camartage's internal Wi-Fi network through nanobots. Vico directly transferred all the tables of Vedic Sanskrit and relevant dictionaries into his own mind. It can be said that Vico is now more proficient in the usage of this language than scholars who specialize in Vedic Sanskrit. However, considering the librarian's enthusiastic help, despite not even having a name mentioned in the original plot, Vico decided to find a way to save his life in the future, preventing him from meeting a fate of being beheaded and dismembered. Chapter 2:16. It is crucial to proficiently use the sling ring in spellcasting. It allows us to freely traverse the multiverse. However, you need to concentrate your energy and visualize your intended destination. Don't limit yourself to the world before your eyes. Imagine every detail. The clearer the images in your mind, the faster the portals will appear. On the training ground, Caecilius was teaching everyone how to use the sling ring and open the portals, and Vico was among them, practicing with other apprentice sorcerers. This course had been approved by the Ancient One, so Vico was allowed to use his magic. The reason he obtained permission so quickly was because Vico was truly gifted. In the past few days, Vico had been growing at an astonishing rate, mastering each subject in a much shorter time than others. While other apprentice sorcerers took years or even decades to accumulate basic knowledge, Vico absorbed it all in less than 2 days. This earned him plenty of time and the appreciation of the Ancient One. After a simple test of Vico's proficiency in basic knowledge, Ancient One agreed that he could join the other apprentices and begin training in magical control. In fact, during these few days, Vico didn't spend all his time studying. Occasionally, he would set aside some time to try and communicate with the Vishanti dimension. After all, on his first day at Kamartaj, Ancient One had helped establish a connection between his soul and the Vishanti dimension. So Vico wanted to see the effects of drawing power from the Vishanti dimension, compared to directly drawing power from the surrounding space. Eventually, with his body's magical factor concentration off the charts, Vico effortlessly established a link with the Vishanti dimension and successfully drew power from it. Furthermore, compared to the power directly drawn from the outside world, the power obtained from the Vishanti dimension was easier to control, more lively, and gentler in nature. Vico informed the Ancient One about this phenomenon and inquired about the reason behind it. The Ancient One explained that the energy from the Vishanti dimension had been refined by the deities Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hoggoth before being lent to the sorcerers. The unruly power had been tamed by the deities and imbued with new characteristics during this process, resulting in the distinction between the two types of magic. Knowing the reason, during today's practice of magical control, Vico decided not to use the better controlled Vishanti magic but instead practiced with the untamed dark energy from the universe. It's like when taking a driver's license test, the more challenging license can be used in a backward compatible way. As long as Vico can successfully tame this energy and master its control, then the more gentle power of the Vishanti magic can naturally be controlled smoothly. However, if he were to use Vishanti magic for practice in reverse, even if he succeeded, it would mean giving up the advantage of directly replenishing his own magic from the surrounding environment. It would be a case of losing more than gaining. So, even if it means enduring some hardship and fatigue for now, Vico is willing to train in a more difficult manner. After an hour, all the other apprentice sorcerers on the training ground had finished their training for the day and left. Only Vico remained, persistently practicing over and over again. This won't work for you. You need to learn to go with the flow. You see, this power originates from within yourself. Everything in the world has its own logic. You have achieved irrevocable accomplishments through your intelligence and wisdom, but what you need now is to let go of your ego, so that your power can become even stronger. Come with me. While speaking, the Ancient One opened a portal using the sling ring and took Vico through it. This is Mount Everest. The view is magnificent, isn't it? After arriving, the Ancient One asked Vico behind her. Yes, the scenery is truly spectacular. Vico looked at the sea of clouds and the vast mountain range, nodding involuntarily. Due to the enhancements he underwent, as well as his body's ability to maintain a temperature of up to 500 degrees Celsius, Vico didn't feel any discomfort even in the face of the low temperatures and cold winds at an altitude of over 8,400 meters. But next, you need to undergo your test here. In this environment, ordinary people can't endure for more than 30 minutes wearing only thin clothes. And now, you need to push yourself to the limit here and once again tap into your own potential. As she spoke, the Ancient One, just like when Vico first arrived at Kamartaj, reached out and pressed his forehead. In an instant, Vico felt as if his brain had been flipped like a switch. He began to feel weak, and his body gradually sensed the cold and harshness of Mount Everest's peak. By influencing your soul just now, I temporarily reverted your body to that of an ordinary person. With your current appearance, if you can't grasp the knack of magical control within 2 minutes, then you will turn into an ice sculpture on the highest peak in this world. And you'll have to wait until the next climbing season for brave mountaineers to discover your body. So, good luck, Vico. If you can grasp the secrets of magical control under these extreme conditions, or even break the seal I placed upon you and rekindle your own potential, then you will gain even greater and controllable power. After finishing speaking, the Ancient One, just like when they first met, left only a carefree silhouette for Vico. She opened a portal and directly left. Only Vico was left standing in the same spot, still somewhat dazed, reflecting on the words the Ancient One had just said to him. Controllable power. Could it be that he hadn't fully mastered the power he had before? Chapter 217. Upon careful consideration, Vico realized that his previous situation was indeed as described by the Ancient One. Apart from the mechanical technology on his body, which he could control at will, most of the abilities gained through body modifications relied on automatic bodily responses to activate them. For example, his informationized vision could only be passively controlled by severing neural connections to prevent overwhelming information from entering his brain, but he couldn't independently control the activation and deactivation of this ability. The same applied to the superhealing ability brought about by the extremist transformation. It was the body's autonomous response to injuries for repair. Vico had no control over its activation or the rate of injury recovery. If these abilities are indeed products of the mind influencing matter, as the Ancient One said, then they should be controllable by my own will, just like magic. The Ancient One must have sealed away the abilities I acquired through modification because of this realization. Abilities that seemed unrelated were fundamentally the same. If I can master the technique of mentally interfering with matter, I can manipulate my own magic and all these abilities at will and unleash even greater power. With this realization, Vico immediately became excited. Although he was left alone on Mount Everest, facing a time constraint and a crisis, it was indeed a great way to fully unleash the human body's inner potential. Vico focused his mind, following the guidance of Caecilius and the hints from the Ancient One, and tried to construct the image of Karmatage in his mind. Although the altitude of over 8,400 meters tested Vico's body severely, the cold air also brought his state of mind into an unprecedented calmness. Imagine every detail, make the image in your mind clear, and then, seize the opportunity. Vico maintained the image he constructed in his mind while directing his own magic to the ring. With his right hand, he drew circles using the ring's power continuously. Swish! As magic accumulated, the magic halo formed by the teleportation gate kept rotating and expanding until it appeared in front of Vico. On the other side of the teleportation gate. It was the training ground where he had just trained, with the Ancient One and Caecilius eagerly awaiting his arrival. It seems you have completed this challenge and successfully mastered your own power. Vico looked at the Ancient One, a confident smile appearing on his face. He stepped through the teleportation gate and returned to Karmatage. The snow and wind on his body had completely melted and evaporated under the intentionally elevated body temperature he controlled, leaving no trace. Yes, your excellence has exceeded my expectations. Your talent even surpasses that of Caecilius back then. Not only have you successfully mastered control over your own magic, but you have also broken through the seal I placed in your mind. This means that you have successfully mastered your own power and have learned to perceive and comprehend this world, which you once thought you knew so well, through your mind. The Ancient One looked at Vico with a satisfied expression that she couldn't conceal, praising him. However, what the Ancient One didn't notice was that Caecilius, who stood beside her, had an unpleasant and envious look on his face upon hearing those words. His eyes towards Vico were filled with dangerous jealousy and wariness. Although the Ancient One didn't notice, Vico clearly saw it. No matter how Caecilius tried to hide it, he couldn't deceive Vico's digitized vision. But Vico didn't pay it any mind. Now that he had mastered the usage of the ring, he didn't need to fear Caecilius using secret techniques against him. Apart from those techniques, it wasn't arrogance on Vico's part, it was a fact that Caecilius was simply not his match. As Vico made greater progress and gained deeper understanding in the realm of magic, the gap between them would widen further. Caecilius posed no threat to Vico. Tomorrow, I will begin teaching you a new lesson. Your progress in learning has been rapid, and this will be the final lesson I impart to you. After tomorrow, you will surpass the realm of an apprentice sorcerer and become a true sorcerer. However, the path to follow from here is something I cannot teach you. It will require your own exploration, accumulation, and reflection to continue making progress. You can rest assured, Ancient One, I believe my thirst for knowledge is the best guide and motivation on the path of a sorcerer. I will study diligently in tomorrow's final lesson. Your complexion looks healthy, it seems you had a good rest last night, now I can begin today's lesson. The Ancient One looked at Vico's energetic state with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, and then cast a spell to transport him into a wondrous mirrored world. Your progress in the study of magic has been revicoable, so now you need to practice your abilities in a safer place. The place I'm taking you to now is called the Mirror Dimension. It exists but is extremely difficult to perceive. It is a parallel dimension that is intricately connected to the real world, two sides of the same universe. If the real world represents reality, then everything in the mirror dimension is illusory. Whatever happens here will have no impact on the real world. Sorcerers often train and supervise themselves in this dimension and sometimes use it as a means of isolating danger. Without the ring, one would be trapped here. Wait. Vico suddenly interrupted the Ancient One. You said that without the ring, one would be trapped in the mirror dimension, but I clearly see that you're not wearing the ring, yet you can still open and control the mirror dimension. The Ancient One smiled curiously at Vico's question. When a power becomes strong enough, it can break free from certain rules and transcend common knowledge. Vico was speechless in response to the Ancient One's answer. In simple terms, if you're strong enough, you can do it too. It was truly an invisible way of showing off, and most deadly. Vico decided that from now on, he would keep his mouth shut in front of the Ancient One, to avoid being shown up by this individual who had lived for who knows how long. Seeing that Vico no longer had any questions, the Ancient One continued, if one day I discover that you have strayed from the path of a sorcerer and taken actions that may harm the earth, I will revoke everything I have taught you and forever imprison you in the mirror dimension. This is my warning to you, as well as advice. However, judging from your performance in the Battle of New York, I believe you won't tread the wrong path. Chapter 218. This room is the arsenal, where weapons for sorcerers are stored. We call them artifacts. Some magic is too difficult for novice sorcerers to control. Therefore, through the continuous exploration of exceptionally wise sorcerers throughout history, they discovered a method that allows even novice sorcerers to possess a certain level of self-defense. By infusing hard-to-control magic into objects, novice sorcerers can wield spells with ease. Artifacts come in many different types, depending on the infused magic. For example, there are the Staff of Living Tribunal, that can transform into weapons, Wand of Watum that enhance magical power, and Vaulting Boots of Vaulter, that boost a sorcerer's mobility. The magic infused in the artifacts carries the will of the sorcerer who created them. Therefore, the choice of artifacts is not solely up to the sorcerer. The artifact also judges whether the sorcerer is qualified to possess it. However, given the level you have currently reached, even without using artifacts, you can achieve similar effects through spells. So, whether it's artifacts or other weapons, the enhancement they provide is actually limited. Only when you yourself become strong enough will you possess true power that is truly your own. Vico nodded, fully agreeing with the Ancient One's viewpoint. However, after witnessing the artifacts, Vico became very interested in them. So he spoke up to the Ancient One, saying, I once visited Nidavellir, one of the 9 realms, where I witnessed the craftsmanship of the dwarves in creating divine artifacts. Outside of Earth, almost all objects that can hold magic are made of a special metal called URU. But I can see that there is no URU metal used in the artifacts of Karmataj, yet they can store magic within them. I'm very curious about this. Therefore, I have an impudent request. I wonder if you can lend me an artifact for research. I am willing to share the results of my research. In response to Vico's request, the Ancient One was very generous and said, of course, there's no problem. The secrets of Karmataj's magic have developed and evolved under the exploration of generations of sorcerers, resulting in the comprehensive system it is today. So, why should I refuse an ambitious young person like you, who is engaged in beneficial exploration of magic? I'll give you this Wand of Watum. Its creator is known as a philanthropist, and the wands he produces rarely reject sorcerers. It's perfect for your research. Vico accepted the Wand of Watum from the Ancient One and thanked her, saying, Thank you for your generosity, Supreme Sorceress. No need to be polite. Now, I'm going to take you to the final item of our course. You need to familiarize yourself with the temples of Karmataj scattered around the world. Follow me. Under the guidance of the Ancient One, Vico followed her into an empty room. Do you know why I stopped you from using the network of magical power and then guided you to Karmataj? Before I found you in your laboratory, I used time magic to explore your past and future. I could clearly see your past but couldn't foresee your future. All I could see was a fog, which actually proves that you have tremendous potential. The fact that your future is so unclear, without certainty, means that there are infinite possibilities. However, based on your past behavior, I can see that you possess a kind-hearted nature and a determined character. So, my guidance to bring you to Karmataj had a purpose. In the world you originally knew, whether it was the government organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. or the group of superheroes called the Avengers, the crises they dealt with were all aimed at protecting the world from tangible threats. However, Karmataj is different. Its mission is to gather the power of sorcerers and shield our world from magical invasion. The Sorcerer Supreme is the leader of Karmataj, a title that has been passed down through generations since ancient times, and I am the current Sorceress Supreme. I have prevented countless dreadful futures, but disasters always follow one another. In this era, our world is facing an unprecedented crisis, which makes me feel inadequate. That's why I need to find an assistant to help me maintain peace and stability on Earth. And you, with your extraordinary and mystical talents as a sorcerer, are the one I have chosen. Why me? Isn't Caecilius your most accomplished disciple? With his talent, he should be capable enough to share the burden with you, and there's also Mordo, who may not possess exceptional talent but is steady and reliable. At this moment, Caecilius had not betrayed them yet, and Mordo was unaware of the truth that the Ancient One had been concealing. Vico couldn't understand why the Ancient One would seek his help at this time. Caecilius is indeed talented, but his character is arrogant and stubborn, which prevents me from trusting him. As for Mordo, he adheres strictly to rules and lacks adaptability. When faced with a real crisis, he doesn't have the ability to turn the tide and change the situation. Before you, there are 3 gateways. They are the portals leading to the 3 great sanctum of Karmataj. These sanctums are located in major international cities of 3 different continents. Through the network formed by these sanctums, our world is protected from magical invasions. The sanctums shelter the world, and the sorcerers protect the sanctums. As long as one of the 3 sanctums exists, the forces from other dimensions cannot invade Earth. I hope that you can reside in the New York Temple and become its guardian, assisting me in safeguarding the security of this world. As a reward and a sign of my trust in you, all the books in the library, including my personal collection, will be open for you to read and borrow as you please. You have offered me a condition I cannot refuse, Sorcerer Supreme. Knowledge is invaluable, and for that, I am willing to accept the task of guarding the New York Temple. Vico almost had no hesitation in accepting the Ancient One's invitation. He was well aware of the immense value of the Ancient One's personal collection, which contained the magical notes left behind by countless powerful sorcerers who could be considered deities. Works like Book of Cagliostro contained supreme secrets of mysticism that could grant eternal life. Even if he didn't practice the magical spells recorded in those books, the vast amount of data and information they contained would greatly facilitate his own research. As for the task of guarding the New York Temple, even if the Ancient One didn't mention it, he was already committed to protecting Earth's safety. After all, Vico's family and friends mostly lived on Earth, so he had no reason to refuse this deal. Well then, it's a pleasure to cooperate, Vico. The responsibility of looking after the New York Temple will now fall on you. However, before you officially assume the role, you will need to deepen your knowledge and strengthen your skills in mysticism, so, I recommend you start reading. Chapter 219. In the following days, Vico led a disciplined life between the library of Karmatage and his own room. During the day, Vico would return the books he borrowed from the library the previous day and then bring back new books to read in his room. At night, Vico would start researching the sling ring in his possession and wand of Watum borrowed from the Ancient One, hoping to unravel their mysteries. In this diligent and hardworking period, Vico's progress was very noticeable. It should be noted that Karmatage, as a sorcerer organization that has existed for an unknown period of time, has an enormous number of magical books in its library. Generally speaking, even for exceptionally talented sorcerers, it would be impossible to read and comprehend all the magical books within their lifetime. Beings like the Ancient One have accumulated knowledge throughout their long lives, fully absorbing the contents of these books and becoming incredibly powerful entities. However, with his already advanced brain and several enhancements targeting brain utilization, Vico managed to read all the books in the library and fully digest and absorb their contents in just 1 month, making them his own. Among these books were also several from the Ancient One's private collection that were considered forbidden to ordinary sorcerers. Now, Vico could freely use any spell recorded in them at his fingertips. Combined with his accumulated combat experience and the assistance of the nanobots within his body, the gap between him and the Ancient One had become almost negligible, as long as she didn't use the Eye of Agamotto. Moreover, during this month, Vico didn't spend every single minute on reading. Aside from resting, he allocated fixed time each night to research the artifacts in his possession. Upon finishing all the magical books, Vico also completed his exploration of the mysteries behind the artifacts. Deciphering the secrets of artifact creation was not a simple task. For some reason, this knowledge had been lost in the long history of sorcerers, leaving no existing references for Vico to consult. Because of this, the artifacts possessed by Karmatage were all ancient relics, and their quantity was limited and highly valuable. This meant that there were even fewer artifacts available for Vico to study. Currently, Vico only had 2 artifacts available for his research, the sling ring, which he used for interdimensional communication and spatial teleportation, and the wand of Watum borrowed from the Ancient One. Although both were artifacts, they had a significant difference apart from their different functions. The wand of Watum had consciousness. It would decide on its own whether the wielder had the qualifications to possess it. On the other hand, the sling ring had no consciousness and wouldn't choose its owner. As long as a sorcerer could control magic, they could use it. Vico deciphered the reason behind it in just a few hours. Previously, the Ancient One explained to Vico that the magical energy obtained from the Vishanti dimension was gentler because it had undergone refinement, activating its latent properties. However, Vico discovered that refining magical energy was only the first step in using magic. To control magic skillfully and perform corresponding spells, one needed to infuse their own mental will into the magic. The reason the wand of Watum possessed consciousness was that the sorcerer who created it infused it with their own magic. The mental will of the sorcerer became the consciousness possessed by the artifact. On the other hand, the creation method of the sling ring was different. It wasn't infused with magic to open dimensional portals, it was simply inscribed with incantations for communication with the multiverse. Therefore, the usage of the ring resembled the artifacts crafted by the dwarves. The spellcaster would infuse their own magic into it, and through the runes inscribed on the artifact, the spellcasting process would be completed. If artifacts like the wand of Watum were created to lower the difficulty of using magic, then the ring lowered the threshold for spellcasting. After solving this question, Vico felt confident and wanted to unravel the mystery of why artifacts could store magic without using URU metal. However, things didn't go as smoothly as Vico imagined. He spent a whole month on this issue before finally finding the answer. To his surprise, this answer indirectly confirmed the guess he had made before. Once all magical runes were scaled down to the level of quarks, all physical properties would assimilate. Even if they didn't originally possess the characteristics of a magical medium, they could still transmit magic and complete the entire spellcasting process. The reason why Karma-Taja's artifacts could achieve the effects that would normally require URU metal on Earth was precisely because they utilized this characteristic of quark particles. This demonstrated the wisdom of the ancient sorcerers, and only sorcerers were capable of such incredible feats. Because the technology required to work on the level of quarks didn't exist on Earth, not even in theory. Expanding this to the 9 realms, apart from the sorcerers on Earth, only the dwarves of Nidavellir might possess the precision required for quark-level processing. However, Vico still hadn't figured out the methods used by King Eitri. But he had managed to decipher the methods of artifact crafting by Earth sorcerers. What was the most important ability of a sorcerer? Of course, it was the ability to influence the matter with their mind. When a sorcerer reached a high level of mastery, they not only possessed great power and could cast spells without relying on any artifacts, but more importantly, the precision of their magic control couldn't be measured by the standards of the physical world because the mind had no limits. That's why, when sorcerers crafted artifacts, they could use precise magic control to inscribe runes on the quark level, and then infuse the required magic into them to complete the crafting of an artifact. With the revelation of this secret, Vico felt that there were no longer any obstacles impeding his exploration in the world of magic. After combining the advantages of rune magic, dark runes, and the Vishanti mystic arts, Vico had already begun to explore a brand new magic system that was uniquely his own. Chapter 220. Of course, building a complete magic system of one's own requires continuous experimentation and improvement. It cannot be achieved in a short period of time. Vico didn't consider this as a goal to accomplish in the short term. Instead, he decided to turn it into a long-term project and slowly build the system. At present, Vico, who already had the strength to be the guardian of the sanctum, needed to complete the succession of the guardian and share the burden with the Ancient One. It seems like you are ready. I thought I had gotten used to your learning and progress speed, but I never expected that you would finish reading all the magical books in the library within a month. It's truly incredible. The Ancient One commented on Vico's revocable performance in the hall leading to the various sanctums. Vico nodded, indicating that he was prepared. He then took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and threw it to the Ancient One. Snap! The Ancient One reacted quickly and caught it, looking at Vico with curiosity. What is this? It's a parting gift. When you lent me the Wand of Wadham, I mentioned that once I had research results, I would share them with you. The USB drive contains the methods I've discovered for crafting artifacts, and they have been tested with excellent results, and this, I'm returning it to you. Vico said, as he suddenly produced another object in his hand and tossed it to the Ancient One. However, this time, the Ancient One stood there dumbfounded and failed to catch it. Clang! The dropped object was the Wand of Wadham that the Ancient One had lent to Vico. Since the artifact was crafted for use in sorcerer battles, its quality was ensured, and even if it fell to the ground, it wouldn't be damaged. The sound of the Wand of Wadham hitting the ground brought the momentarily stunned Ancient One back to her senses. Vico's earlier revelation had surprised her so much that she couldn't react to what followed. His words. The USB drive contains the methods I've discovered for crafting artifacts. Kept echoing in her mind. You see, for hundreds of years since she became the Sorcerer Supreme, she had been trying to figure out how the ancient sorcerers of old managed to create such versatile and powerful artifacts with materials that couldn't hold magic at all. But all these years had passed, and she hadn't been able to grasp any clue about it. That was why the Ancient One resorted to accepting the power of the Dark Dimension, to sustain her own life. Because she couldn't provide the sorcerers with enough artifacts to give them sufficient power to face formidable enemies. Once she, the Sorcerer Supreme, passed away, the powerful beings from other dimensions would immediately launch an invasion on Earth, causing the efforts of several generations of Sorcerer Supremes to be in vain. Among the community of sorcerers, those with exceptional talent were ultimately few. And even to develop these talented individuals into sorcerers required a considerable amount of time. Therefore, the stalwart force that could protect Earth from magical invasion still relied on the numerous ordinary sorcerers with average talent. At this point, the role of artifacts became particularly important. Is what you said true? In just a short month, not only did you read all the magical books in Karma-Taj, but you also deciphered the mysteries of artifact crafting. Sorry, I'm not questioning your abilities. It's just that the news you told me is too shocking. Vico was also surprised by the uncharacteristic reaction of the Ancient One. He thought she would simply praise him as usual and let it go, but he didn't expect the situation to unfold this way. It's alright, if you find it hard to believe and need me to prove that I'm telling the truth, then take a look at this, Vico said, and suddenly cast a spell, transforming the surrounding environment into a mirrored space. The Ancient One was initially puzzled by Vico's action. However, when she looked at Vico's hands, she was astonished to find that he wasn't wearing the sling ring. You've learned to cast spells without the ring. The Ancient One exclaimed in shock. Vico shook his head. My psychic power hasn't reached that level yet. It seemed like I cast the spell without the ring, but it was just an illusion. The truth is, I used my mental control over magic to replicate the incantations on the ring onto the nanobots inside my body. This way, I can establish a connection with the multiverse without wearing the ring. That's my proof. But to truly understand, you should personally open the files inside and confirm with your own eyes. Now, let's first complete the succession ceremony in the sanctum. The Ancient One remained silent for a moment, adjusting her emotions. With her years of practicing tranquility, it was rare for her to be so excited, but today she broke her composure in front of Vico. However, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she was very happy. She was glad that she made the right decision to guide Vico to Karmatage. You're right, let's complete the succession ceremony first, otherwise, Daniel will be getting impatient in the sanctum. The succession ceremony was straightforward. The Ancient One announced the decision in front of Vico and the previous guardian, Daniel, and then gave a detailed introduction to the items and facilities within the New York sanctum. With that, the matter concluded. As for Sorcerer Daniel, he was reassigned to the London sanctum, where 2 guardian-level sorcerers were stationed, ensuring a reasonable level of safety. After the ceremony, Daniel used the teleportation portal between the sanctums to go to London. After exchanging a few polite words, the Ancient One eagerly returned to Karmatage, wanting to see the information Vico had left in the USB drive. Vico, on the other hand, remained in the New York sanctum. He would be responsible for guarding it from now on. However, it was impossible for Vico to stay there indefinitely. Besides the task of safeguarding the sanctum, he had many other matters to address. At this point, he needed to rely on the power of technology to free himself from manual labor. Vico had Baymax contact his own company and prepare a variety of equipment. After opening the portal, he used miniature magnetic axis robots to transport the equipment into the sanctum. Then, following the laboratory standards of his own company, Vico established a security system, having Baymax monitor the entire sanctum to ensure its safety. However, this alone wasn't enough. Vico used his artifact crafting techniques, along with the rune magic symbols he possessed, to construct a perpetual energy shielding field to protect the magical array core used to build the protective network within the sanctum. Recalling the scene when the Ancient One suddenly appeared in his own laboratory, Vico used the same method to set up an artifact device in the sanctum that stabilized the spatial structure and prevented teleportation, allowing him to entrust the task of maintaining the sanctum's security to Baymax with peace of mind. Now, I finally have time to begin my research on the teleportation portals. The gains I've made at Karmatage are enough for me to complete this project, and I can also restart the Magic Network project. After making all the arrangements, Vico was about to open the portal and return to his own laboratory when he was abruptly stopped by an urgent alarm from Baymax. Master, based on the information obtained from the World Security Council and SHIELD's internal network, they have just passed a resolution called Project Insight. And according to the intercepted algorithm analysis, it seems that you have become the target they want to eliminate. Director Nick Fury has expressed doubts about this plan, but his authority has been modified and restricted. Chapter 221. The Insight program should not have been launched at this time. It's almost 2 months ahead of the original plot. What Vico didn't know was that it was precisely because of the terrifying destructive power demonstrated by the orbital weapons against the Dark Elves that the acceleration of this program became possible. However, as the plan progressed faster, the change in pace also revealed some flaws in Hydra's execution, raising suspicions for Fury. He secretly collected relevant information in an attempt to uncover the truth behind it. I hope Fury's car is sturdy enough. However, SHIELD has purchased many good things from me, and now they will probably be used against him by Hydra. I wonder if his car can withstand it. Looks like I have to help him out. Activate the encrypted communication protocol and connect to the secure line 0405. Command confirmed. On the streets of downtown Washington, Nick Fury had just left the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters and was driving on the road. At that moment, the call he dialed connected, and a voice on the other end said, "This is Hill. I need you to come to Washington immediately in a highly secretive manner. Give me 4 hours. You only have 3 hours, over." After speaking, Fury ended the communication. "Sir, a new communication line is contacting you." Just as he hung up, Fury's car AI alerted him. "I remember activating the encrypted communication protocol just now. How could someone contact me at this time?" Fury questioned the car AI. However, it wasn't the car AI that answered him but a voice he was very familiar with. Of course, there is, I've said it before, your shield, AI technology is too outdated and can't stop me at all. Vico. Fury immediately recognized the voice's owner. Why did you suddenly hack into my communication line? I remember telling you that unless it's an emergency, everything should go through Coulson to reach me. You're about to be attacked by a group of armed militants in the streets, it concerns your life, don't you think that qualifies as an emergency? Vico directly informed Fury. What? Oh, damn it. Emergency detected, left hand fracture detected, suggest administering local anesthetic. Damn it, Vico, your designed personal health assistant is useless at critical moments. Do you know which organization planned this attack? While maintaining the conversation with Vico, Fury took out the highly concentrated nutrient solution he privately traded with Vico and injected it into his body. It was arranged by your former superior at S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce, or to be more precise, the head of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Also, I'll remind you that after injecting the concentrated nutrient solution, you need to provide electric stimulation to activate its effectiveness. Vico reminded Fury over the phone. Just a moment ago, he had hacked into the car's onboard intelligence system and used the built-in camera to see Fury's situation inside the vehicle. You don't have to worry about that, I know how to use it, get me out of here. The first sentence was directed at Vico, while the second one was a command given to the car AI. Fury then directly inserted his fingers into the car's power outlet, causing his whole body to convulse. During Fury's time of healing, more and more police cars arrived, surrounding Fury's vehicle. Every person who came out of the car was dressed in police uniforms, aiming heavy firearms at the driver's seat. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Before Fury's car could restart, a hail of bullets rained down on him. In such a dire situation, the car AI responded to the command with, "Sir, power propulsion system malfunction." Then restart, damn it. I promise, no matter how high the price, if I can survive this, I'll definitely make a deal with you for the artificial intelligence system. While enduring the electric shocks, Fury managed to speak this lengthy sentence without biting his tongue. Truly living up to his super spy fame. Although the car couldn't start temporarily and he had to endure intense bullet attacks in place, the vehicle's sturdy construction design helped Fury perfectly deflect all the bullets aimed at him. Seeing this situation, the armed militants outside decided to change their strategy and first break through Fury's absolute defense. The obvious choice was the car windows. Suddenly, all the concentrated firepower directed at Fury stopped. Several armed individuals approached the driver's window, carrying a battering ram with a clear intention. Car AI said, "Sir, the car window's integrity has been severely compromised and cannot withstand further enemy attacks." No need for you to state the obvious. Fury complained in dissatisfaction. At this moment, his private health assistant's projection showed that the fracture in his left arm had completely healed, and he disconnected his fingers from the power source. At this moment, Vico provided him with a solution to resolve the current crisis. The enemy's vehicles and equipment are all made of metal, while your car uses carbon materials. Do you remember how we dealt with the Leviathan during the Battle of New York? Why didn't you suggest such a good idea earlier? Fury grumbled with irritation. He then directly commanded the car AI. Scan all surrounding metal components and release the metal catalyst specifically. Command confirmed, counterattack system activated, initiating the release of the metal catalyst. Instantly, a pink mist sprayed out from Fury's car and quickly spread within a radius of 10 meters. As the mist dissipated, the armed militants, who were initially terrified, expecting some kind of toxic gas, realized that their bodies had not shown any abnormal reactions. The only change was that all their metallic objects had turned the same shade of pink as the mist. Humph, trying to scare us? Quick, activate the heavy-duty battering ram. However, when those team members followed the leader's instructions and reached out to press the battering ram's activation button, the entire machine, with a light touch, turned into a pile of pink metallic powder, scattering on the ground. Sir, the power propulsion system successfully restarted. Vico's suggested solution worked, and the car AI delivered good news to Fury. Full speed ahead, now. Boom. Powered by the arc reactor, the power propulsion system provided immense power, allowing the car to accelerate and rush out. What are you all standing around for? Get in the car and chase after them. The leader, witnessing the unexpected turn of events that disrupted their certain victory, felt both anger and frustration. He shouted orders loudly to the team members around him. However, what happened next stunned everyone present. As soon as they reached out to open the car doors, all the vehicles exploded into pink metallic powder, just like the battering ram moments ago, instantly turning everyone into shades of pink. I'm finished. The leader in charge of the mission collapsed to the ground in despair at the sight. He could already imagine the severe punishment that Hydra would impose upon his return. Chapter 222. Activate the vertical takeoff device. Although Fury successfully escaped the enemy's encirclement, he knew that since they had dared to launch an attack in broad daylight, they wouldn't let him off easily. They would undoubtedly employ other means to corner him and put him in a life-threatening situation. Without any support, a swift escape was undoubtedly the best choice. However, once again, the car AI gave him a disappointing response: flight system damaged. Fury, accustomed to such occurrences, rolled his eyes and didn't bother getting angry. He then ordered, switch to manual driving mode, turn on the superconductive magnetic levitation device and minimize the resistance of the transmission system. Vico, do you have any good ideas? Speak up now, or else you'll have to write it in my eulogy. As the vehicle continued to move, Fury noticed that it seemed like all the police cars in Washington had been deployed. New police vehicles kept joining the pursuit from all sides. Given the current situation, if he kept running like this and the roads were eventually blocked, he would meet his end sooner or later. Pay attention to controlling the steering wheel. Soon, I will have Baymax take over the smart system in your car. Although the firewall you guys designed is quite lousy, this process may still take a few seconds. A few seconds? Are you kidding me? Are the programs and software developed by our shield really that lousy? Look at it from a different perspective. Perhaps these programmers are all affiliated with Hydra. Would you feel a little better that way? Humph. Speaking of Hydra, can you truly confirm this matter? You know, if it's true, it would have a significant impact on the existing political structure. Even if I confirm it to you, you wouldn't completely believe it. The truth is, you have to see it with your own eyes and confirm it yourself. But after World War II, what kind of judgment did Hydra's massive scientific group face? Where did they ultimately end up? I think as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You should know better than me, right? Alright, Baymax has taken control of the entire car. It will plan a safe route for you and activate autopilot. Now, prepare any weapons you have in the car for self-defense, and you should have that thing you bought for me on you, right? I've been carrying it with me, don't worry, Fury confirmed. Good, once you encounter a critical situation, activate it and find an opportunity to escape. Vico had already planned Fury's escape route in advance. It seemed that Fury was well equipped with the gear he carried, so Vico didn't need to provide much additional help from his end. Of course, if Fury ultimately found himself in dire straits and in a state of utter defeat, even if it meant exposing the fact that he had magical abilities, Vico would still save him. After all, facing Thanos in the future, Captain Marvel would be a great asset, and there was only one person on Earth who could establish contact with her: Nick Fury. While Vico was considering the future crises that might arise, a real crisis was unfolding for Fury. Baymax's alarm indicated that a high-energy target had been detected and was rapidly approaching Fury's location. Fury, quickly activate that thing and get ready to abandon the car and escape. In the instant he saw the alarm, Vico knew exactly what high-energy target had been identified: the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Trained extensively in the military and enhanced and mechanically altered by Hydra, the Winter Soldier was an absolute killing machine. If Fury fell into his hands, his life would truly be in danger. Vico had mixed feelings about the Winter Soldier. On one hand, he was a World War II hero and a close friend of Captain Steve Rogers. On the other hand, he was also the assassin who killed Vico's grandfather, Howard Stark. Even though Vico knew that the Winter Soldier's crimes were committed under the brainwashing control of Hydra, he still couldn't easily forgive him for what he had done. On the other side, upon hearing Vico's reminder, Fury didn't hesitate and pulled out a metallic cylinder from his coat pocket. It was the energy shield field generator used by individual soldiers. At that moment, Fury also noticed a figure leaping down from a building by the roadside and blocking his path. If such actions weren't tantamount to seeking death, they definitely had some reliance behind them. Without hesitation, Fury activated the energy shield field, protecting the entire cockpit. In the instant Fury pressed the switch, the Winter Soldier launched an attack. A sticky bomb was launched onto the undercarriage of the car and firmly attached itself. Boom! The bomb exploded, flipping Fury and the car over on the road due to the powerful impact. The communication system was damaged, cutting off contact with Vico, and the entire vehicle was now upside down, making any further travel impossible. Fortunately, Fury was prepared, thanks to Vico's reminder. Despite his current disheveled state, his body was unharmed under the protection of the energy shield field. Cough, now I can only rely on myself. The car was destroyed by the explosion, cutting off communication and damaging the core processor. Without the hardware carrier, Baymax couldn't continue providing assistance. It's a good thing I bought a lot of good stuff from Vico, although it was expensive, it's really worth it now. Fury adjusted his posture and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a finely crafted mechanical watch. The mechanical watch was just a superficial disguise. In fact, it was a special equipment customized by Vico for Fury. In addition to its built-in tranquilizer needle function, it could unleash a plasma cutting beam, capable of breaking through any obstacles. Step by step, the Winter Soldier confidently approached the overturned car. In his mind, this mission was no different from the ones in the past. As long as he finished the target off with another shot and confirmed their death, it would be a great success. But when he reached the side of the car and opened the door, he found the interior empty, with only a hole leading to an underground tunnel. The target had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 223. Is this communication line secure? In a narrow and dim alley, Fury was communicating with Vico through his watch. Don't worry, not only can't Hydra do it, but no one on Earth can bypass the protective network established by Baymax and eavesdrop on our conversation. Hearing Vico's response, Fury nodded with relief and sat down against the wall, as if he had let out a sigh of relief. Now I somewhat believe what you said. The fact that they can mobilize the entire Washington police force to hunt me down, with such power and knowledge of my whereabouts, the only person capable of that is Pierce. But if Pierce is truly Hydra, then his agenda must have a hidden purpose. I just found out and wanted to postpone the plan. But shortly after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., I was hunted down. It's too coincidental. But I already had doubts about this plan before. I collected some information, but with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encryption level, I couldn't decipher its content. So our immediate priority is to find out the truth so that we can develop a countermeasure and prevent the enemy from succeeding. I already know their purpose. When they uploaded the algorithm onto the satellite, Baymax captured fragments of the data. Based on the analysis of these data fragments, Hydra has designed a big data algorithm that can predict whether a person's past behavior, including their spoken words, books they've read, music they've listened to, movies they've watched, clubs they've joined, and opinions they've expressed, will pose a threat to their stability in the future. And once this predictive result indicates a threat, they will use their helicarriers to eliminate the target before the threat occurs. That's the truth. Unfortunately, all the members of the Avengers, including you, Director, are on this hit list. In other words, their objective is not to maintain social order but to use force to preserve Hydra's domination over the world. Resolving this problem is simple. I have some aces up my sleeve that can shoot down the entire helicarriers the moment it takes off. But I won't use this emergency measure unless it's a last resort. So now, to solve this problem, we need to find a trustworthy ally. Upon hearing Vico's words, Fury felt a slightly reduced sense of urgency. After all, Vico still had a contingency plan, which meant an extra layer of insurance. However, he couldn't rely solely on this final measure. Therefore, concerning Vico's statement about needing other allies to help solve the problem. But now I don't know who in S.H.I.E.L.D. is still worthy of my trust. Coulson is one, and Hill is another. But Coulson is on an overseas mission, and Hill won't arrive here for another couple of hours. Who should I turn to for help? I don't know about the others, but if you're looking for a trustworthy ally who is currently in Washington, then Captain Steve Rogers is undoubtedly the most reliable choice. He's the one who buried Hydra. You're right, Steve is the least likely to be Hydra, but I can't go see him right away. Once I make contact with him, it will expose both of us, and the enemy will relentlessly pursue us. At that point, it will be much harder to achieve our goals. Vico agreed with Fury, the king of agents, and said, exactly. One of you must operate covertly, and that person can only be you. Captain Rogers doesn't have experience as a spy and isn't skilled at undercover operations. Your combat abilities are not on par with the captain's for frontal assaults, so you can't fully utilize your potential. Therefore, with the captain in the public eye, he can divert enemy firepower, while you operate in the shadows, infiltrating and setting up, and ultimately taking down the opponent in one fell swoop. That's the best approach. You're right, I need to go undercover and operate in secret. I'll have to wait for Hill to arrive before taking action. I'll coordinate with her to stage a scene where the enemy successfully eliminates me in front of everyone. I hope your acting skills are convincing enough. Not only do you have to deceive the enemy, but also your own people. Also, I'll have Baymax send a supply of highly concentrated nutrient fluid to you through a drone. It's free of charge, consider it as support from me. If you need anything, you can contact Baymax. He'll provide assistance to the best of his abilities. Additionally, you can give Captain Rogers some hints so he can come to New York to seek my help. His equipment, other than the shield, should be stored at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. I can help him with any issues regarding his suit. Currently, I'm facing some trouble and won't be able to leave. Understood. Once I'm undercover, I'll get in touch with you, and we can discuss the next steps of the plan. After ending the call, Vico looked at the trembling magic circle core in the New York sanctum and felt a headache. He knew that beings from other dimensional spaces were launching a magical attack on Earth, causing such intense reactions in the core. I don't know who the heck it is, but the attack has been going on for so long without stopping, it seems like an enemy even the Ancient One finds troublesome. I need to go and see what's going on. This was the first magical attack event Vico encountered after assuming the role of the guardian of the New York sanctum. It wouldn't be good if he simply stood by without taking any action. Although he believed that the Ancient One could handle the situation. Using his magical power and tapping into the Sling Ring's rune in his nanobots, Vico opened a portal leaving the New York sanctum. "You're late, Vico." As soon as he appeared next to the Ancient One, she complained to him. They were currently in a convergence point between Earth's dimension and other dimensional spaces. However, due to the powerful protective network formed by the three major sanctums, the enemy couldn't enter Earth's dimension at the moment. Moreover, the Ancient One was engaged in an intense battle with the intruder, leaving no time for the enemy to decipher the secrets of the protective network's formation. The tremors Vico observed in the core of the magic circle were actually caused by the aftermath of the Ancient One's fight with the invader. Vico was quite familiar with this intruder, as he was recorded in the Book of Cagliostro, and had a minor role in the original movie plot The Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu. Chapter 224. I encountered some trouble in the real world, so I was delayed, Vico explained briefly, then looked at the looming Dormammu in front of him. Seemingly sensing the abundant magic power within Vico, Dormammu ceased his collision with the Ancient One and stood in a standoff with the two. "It seems like you have more trouble on your end. Why would Dormammu choose to attack Earth at this time? He should know that it's futile." Dormammu had coveted Earth for a long time, even before the Ancient One became the Sorcerer Supreme. Her vigilance against Dormammu had been ongoing for even longer. However, due to the Ancient One's immense power and the protection provided by the three major sanctums left by Agamotto, Earth had maintained an undefeated record against Dormammu's invasions. Perhaps due to the repeated failures, Dormammu realized that as long as the Ancient One was alive, his ambition to invade Earth had no chance of success. Gradually, he abandoned his policy of direct attack and resorted to manipulating young sorcerers through the use of the Caecilius to achieve his invasion goals. We'll discuss that matter later. For now, help me repel Dormammu's current invasion. The Ancient One deflected Vico's inquiry, shifting the focus. However, from the Ancient One's voice, Vico could distinctly hear a hint of weakness, as if she had been injured. Is it because she got injured in a confrontation with Dormammu, or did Dormammu target her because she was already injured? Vico wondered in his mind, but his body had already sprung into action. Facing an entity like Dormammu, ordinary spells would undoubtedly be ineffective. Vico could only resort to the spells recorded in the Book of Vishanti, as described in the book's pages. It contained the most powerful known white magic and defensive spells in the world, making it the perfect counter to beings from the dark dimension. Unfortunately, the spells recorded in the book were never meant for offensive use, only for defense. However, in the current situation, using them to prevent Dormammu from continuing his attacks on Earth would be sufficient. After all, the Ancient One was injured, and even if they combined their powers, they couldn't defeat Dormammu at this moment. It was better to concentrate their efforts on full defense. Indeed, with Vico's assistance, their coordinated defense left Dormammu unable to pose any threat. All of his attacks were nullified by the powerful defensive magic. I took a short nap and didn't pay attention to Earth's situation. And now, Kamartaj has produced yet another supposedly powerful sorcerer. Lucky for you, Ancient One. But boy, even if you don't sacrifice yourself in protecting Earth and manage to live a long life of 100 years, what does it matter? 100 years is merely a flick of my finger to me. As for the Sorcerer Supreme by your side, don't be deceived by her youthful appearance. She's also a centuries-old monster. Do you want to know how she achieved that? Shut up, Dormammu. You won't fool him with your tricks and manipulation. However, Vico gave the Ancient One a reassuring look and gestured for Dormammu to continue speaking. Weren't you curious why I chose to launch a direct attack on Earth? It's because the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, who has always presented herself as righteous and pure, sustained an injury while harnessing the power of the Dark Dimension. It was this opportune moment that I seized upon to take action. However, I never expected that Kamartaj would produce such a powerful sorcerer like you, foiling my plans. The Ancient One secretly draws power from the Dark Dimension to prolong her life and maintain her agelessness. Boy, as you can see, the power of the Dark Dimension is immensely strong. It can bestow eternal life upon every living being. And I will generously grant this opportunity to every person on Earth, including you. All you have to do is let go of the restrictions and allow me to descend upon Earth. What do you say, boy? I can see in your eyes the yearning for immortality. Dormammu's voice was filled with temptation and seduction, making it difficult to discern whether it was his natural eloquence or if he had deployed magic to confuse and bewitch. However, it's not to say that Vico, as a time traveler who knew the original storyline, would be swayed by Dormammu's words. Dormammu was underestimating him. Dormammu, it's true that I long for eternal life. Upon hearing Vico directly admit his desire for immortality, the Ancient One's heart tightened, and she began casting a spell, preparing to subdue him and single-handedly battle Dormammu. However, Vico's next words interrupted the Ancient One's actions, and she relaxed. But I will achieve that dream through my own efforts, using scientific means. I don't need your charity. Besides, power itself isn't inherently good or evil. In the hands of a righteous individual. Even the power of the dark dimension remains just, and as for ambitious evildoers like you, even if they wield white magic, it doesn't change the darkness within their hearts. Moreover, I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange and don't expect a free lunch from heaven. You underestimated me if you thought you could deceive me with such childish words. Boy, it seems I underestimated you indeed. Indeed, achieving such irrevocable feats in magic at such a young age, how could you possibly be an average individual? But as long as you yearn for immortality, I believe there will come a day when you bow down to me. The fear of death is not easily overcome. Remember, I welcome you to join the dark dimension at any time. Ahaha. After speaking, Dormammu retreated into the depths of the dark dimension, and the boundary between the two dimensions gradually separated. It was clear that Dormammu realized the situation was unfavorable and chose to withdraw. Thanks for coming to help, Vico. What Dormammu said just now, it's all true. I didn't intend to keep it from you. I planned to tell you the truth after our battle ended. The Ancient One explained apologetically to Vico, but he extended his hand and interrupted her. You don't need to explain, Sorcerer Supreme. You have protected Earth for hundreds of years, shielding it from magical invasions. That's the best explanation and proof. And what I said to Dormammu just now is truly what I believe. Power itself has no inherent morality. It is the users who determine whether it is good or evil. Thank you for your trust. The Ancient One didn't say much. She knew that from this moment on, she had gained a companion who could share the burden with her, someone to fight side by side. Don't mention it. I also live on Earth, and I have taken on the responsibility of being a guardian. Protecting the safety of Earth is my duty. Enough talk. Let me heal your injuries. Don't resist. Vico controlled his nanobots to enter the Ancient One's body, activating the runes and helping her heal her injuries. If it were the nanobots before the upgrade, Vico wouldn't have been able to heal the Ancient One, especially if she had sustained magical injuries. However, with the assistance of the runes, whether it was physical or magical damage, it was easily overcome. As his father said, use magic to defeat magic. After healing the Ancient One's injuries, Vico bid her farewell, saying, Earth's technological side is currently facing a major crisis that requires my assistance. I have to go. Understood. Although Kamartaj shouldn't intervene too much in matters of technology, if there's a place where you need my help, feel free to ask. After all, I owe you a debt of life. Don't worry, it's a small matter. After speaking, Vico stepped into the portal and returned to the New York Sanctum. Chapter 225. Baymax, how's the situation? In order to deal with the threat brought by Dormammu, Vico has spent a lot of time at the dimensional border. He now wants to know how far Fury's plan has progressed. Master, the plan is going smoothly. Director Fury has successfully completed his undercover mission by faking his death. He has now been transferred to a safe house by Agent Hill and has received an injection of highly concentrated nutrient solution for physical recovery. He is expected to regain consciousness in about 5 hours. As for Captain, he has been falsely accused and persecuted by Hydra and is now on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wanted list, currently on the run. It seems that things are progressing relatively smoothly, and everything is going according to plan. However, I still need to provide some assistance to Captain. I don't want our hidden orbital weapon to be exposed prematurely because of HYDRA. Where is Captain now? According to the tracking of the city's surveillance cameras, Captain is currently operating together with Agent Romanov, located in the central shopping mall. They plan to use the computers on the mall's counters to decrypt the information left by Director Fury. Great. Establish a connection to the computer they are using through the network. Baymax, your task is to help block any tracking programs on the drive and monitor the situation around the mall. If anyone resembling an agent appears, immediately send me an alert. Understood, Master. Establishing a secure line for you. Communication connection has been established successfully. This drive has a level 6 positioning system. Once activated, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be able to locate our position. Inside an Apple store in the mall, Natasha explained to Captain in front of a display table. How much time do we have? Captain asked. About 9 minutes, Natasha replied, connecting the drive to the computer. Now you can check the files in the drive with confidence. I have helped you isolate the positioning system in the drive. The sudden appearance of the text on the computer screen startled both the already tense Captain and Natasha. Fortunately, their strong mental resilience prevented them from attracting the attention of the surrounding store employees. Sorry to scare you, Captain and Agent Romanov, I'm Baymax. The Master sent me to assist you in tracing the truth. The positioning system and encryption system in the drive have been cracked by me. You can check it with confidence. After reading the new text and seeing Baymax's virtual image on the computer, Natasha patted her chest and said. That scared me. I told myself that although my computer skills are not exceptional, I shouldn't have been traced so quickly, but if Vico is here to assist us, things will be much simpler. You're right. When Fury came to see me, he mentioned that he had been in contact with Vico before. He told me that if I needed help, I could go to New York to seek assistance, but I didn't expect to be pursued by S.H.I.E.L.D. now. It won't be easy for me to get to New York. Yeah, life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that a spy like me would be working under the banner of the World Security Council, while the World War II hero and the symbol of national spirit, Captain America, has become a fugitive? Who could have imagined that? Baymax, what does the content of these files represent? They seem to be program codes. After opening the folder that Baymax had decrypted, Natasha was completely puzzled by the chaotic letters and symbols. She immediately sought Baymax's help. To be precise, this is a set of algorithms for predicting personal future behavior based on big data. Based on this set of algorithms, person with potential threats can be identified and eliminated by the helicarrier. This is the Truth of Insight project. Upon seeing Baymax's explanation, Captain, who had previously discussed Insight project with Nick Fury, immediately understood. But even so, it doesn't explain why S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would betray Fury. After learning the truth, Captain became even more puzzled about Fury's attack. This is because the S.H.I.E.L.D. senior management has actually been completely infiltrated by the people of HYDRA. The assassination of Director Fury was orchestrated by all Hydra people lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. What? This can't be, I already destroyed Hydra before I fell into the ice, why are they still present within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Beside him, Natasha also felt somewhat incredulous. Or rather, she was unwilling to believe it. She had some understanding of the Operation Paperclip that occurred after World War II, where S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited many strategically valuable Hydra scientists to expand its scientific team. But in Natasha's understanding, she had always believed that she was working for the side of justice. Every completed mission was a kind of redemption for her past. And it was with this belief that she faced danger, survived again and again, and accomplished challenging tasks. However, if everything she had done in the past was not for justice but merely serving HYDRA, it would negate all her values. At the same time, everything she thought was redemption would turn into new guilt, becoming an unshakable nightmare. In the silence between the two, another text appeared on the computer screen. If you don't believe it, then Captain, you can go to Camp Lehigh, New Jersey to verify it. This is where the program originated, as well as the place where S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally established. Baymax, how is the situation with Captain and the others? Inside the laboratory, Vico was fine-tuning the circuitry of a device, and to his left, a portal remained open, connecting to the Sanctum in New York. Inspired by the original storyline, where Doctor Strange had once opened a portal and maintained it in his basement. Vico also opened such a portal, connecting his laboratory in Los Angeles to the Sanctum in New York. This way, he could focus on both research and missions. They have already gone to New Jersey to verify the Hydra situation, but it seems that there is an artificial intelligence program within the military base's servers. I couldn't infiltrate it, so I had to block all its external network channels. Well done. It seems I need to accelerate the production progress. I don't want them to arrive while the new equipment I prepared for them is still unfinished. By the way, how is the progress in the production room in the basement? Only when that thing is completed can I confidently entrust you with overseeing everything at the Sanctum in New York without being distracted. The basic framework has been assembled, but it will still take another 3 hours to complete. Chapter 226. Captain, we need to leave this place quickly. Inside the Camp Lehigh military base, Natasha's communication device suddenly received a warning message from Baymax. Agent Romanov, I cut off the network channel here for a long time. The HYDRA personnel inside S.H.I.E.L.D. seem to have doubts about this and sent a helicopter team to check it out. Please leave this place as soon as possible. But what should we do about this place? If we leave Zola unattended, who knows what kind of assistance he might provide to HYDRA. Captain was not comfortable leaving Zola, who had contributed greatly to Hydra's development and, even in death, existed in the form of artificial intelligence, along with the algorithm used for Project Insight. However, with the weapons and equipment they currently had, they did not have the capability to destroy the hardware devices that sustained Zola's existence. Natasha didn't respond, she just placed her communication device in front of Captain. The screen of the device displayed a line of text. Baymax will handle Dr. Zola. I have completely blocked the network channel so that it cannot be separated from the hardware devices here. After you leave, I will obtain S.H.I.E.L.D.'s missile launch authority and strike against it. Upon seeing the solution provided by Baymax, Captain didn't waste any time and immediately turned around, taking Natasha with him to leave the place. If Captain had watched Adventures of Jackie Chan, he would surely exclaim at this moment, if you defeat magic with magic, one must also use technology to defeat technology. Now where do we go? Should we seek Vico's help? With Baymax's help, Captain and Natasha successfully escaped from the vicinity of the Camp Lehigh base before Hydra's forces arrived. Unfortunately, their car from Washington ran out of fuel, and there were no gas stations nearby. To make matters worse, they were on the run and penniless. However, Captain didn't give an answer. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the night sky, followed by a loud explosion. A massive fire appeared several kilometers away, right where the Camp Lehigh military base was located. Upon seeing this scene, Captain breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could confirm that the artificial intelligence Zola had been eliminated. Then he turned to Natasha and responded, "It's too far from New York here. Even if we manage to rush there, it will be too late to stop Hydra's operation. I think we can seek help from someone I know, a new friend." "So, Captain, both of you have become wanted criminals in this country." The astonished voice questioning Captain belonged to his newfound friend, Sam Wilson. Currently, Captain and Natasha were seeking shelter at Sam's home. After explaining their current situation, Captain hoped that Sam could lend them a car so they could go to New York and seek Vico's help. Well, when even the World War II hero and symbol of national spirit become wanted criminals, it's clear which side represents justice. "Not just lending a car to you, Captain. I think I can also help you." Sam offered himself. "I can't ask you to do this, Sam, you retire for a reason," Captain rejected. "Hey, now it's Captain Steve Rogers who needs my help. Isn't that reason enough? Besides, I think you need to take a look at my resume, I can really be of assistance to you both." Sam pulled out a document from the room and placed it in front of Captain and Natasha. "This is impressive. You participated in the College Candle mission. That mission was highly difficult, with no possibility of parachute deployment. How did you manage to accomplish it?" Knowing the hidden details, Natasha immediately posed the crucial question. "It relies on this." Sam placed the second set of documents on the table. "I thought you were a pilot." Captain looked at Sam in astonishment after examining the documents. "I never said that," Sam shrugged. "Where can we get our hands on this?" Seeing that Sam had made up his mind, Captain asked directly without beating around the bush. "The last set is in Midburg, behind 3 security doors and a 12-inch thick steel wall. That happens to be on our way to New York, right?" Natasha smiled at Captain and spoke. "Then let's go, soldiers." Finally, mission accomplished, with a complete redesign and magical modifications, a brand new suit. "By the way, Baymax, when will Captain and the others arrive at 177A, Bleecker Street?" "They have 30 seconds left to reach the destination," Baymax responded. "What? Why didn't you remind me? I still need to bring the equipment with me." As he spoke, Vico began controlling the micro-magnetic axis robots to transport the completed equipment. Baymax explained in a somewhat aggrieved tone, "Master, I did remind you, but at that time, you were in a critical stage of development and told me not to disturb you." "Well, I was using my craftsmanship in magical artifact creation to inscribe strengthening magical rune on the suit, it required full concentration, it's my fault, not yours." "Master, there's one more thing, outside the sanctum, there are 3 individuals who have arrived." 3 individuals? Besides Captain and Natasha, who else is there?" "It's a former Air Force Pararescue Special Operations team member named Sam Wilson, who has retired and is a new friend of Captain." "Oh, it's him Falcon, Captain America's future successor, let them all come in." "However, I didn't expect Captain to bring Falcon along, I prepared only 2 sets of equipment, what should we prepare for Falcon?" "Ah, I've got it. That's the one." Walking to the side of the laboratory entrance, Vico picked up the final piece of equipment and passed through the portal, returning to the sanctum in New York. Chapter 227. "Thank you so much, Vico. Without your help along the way, we wouldn't have been able to uncover the truth and the secrets of Hydra so smoothly." Inside the sanctum in New York, as soon as Captain saw Vico, he rushed up and gave him a big hug. Vico patted Captain's back. It's what I should do. We're all members of the Avengers, aren't we? Alright, come in with me first. I've prepared brand new equipment for all of you. But this time, I have something even more important to attend to and can't join you on the mission. However, I've prepared a backup plan, so even if you're unable to stop Hydra's plan in the end, there's no need to despair. Of course, it would be best if you can succeed with one fell swoop. The backup plan is only meant to be a last resort. It's alright. What you've done already provides us with the greatest support. With the backup plan you've prepared, we can move with more confidence and determination. I'm confident that we can overthrow Hydra once again. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is... Captain was about to introduce Sam, but before he could finish his sentence, Vico had already approached Sam and shook his hand. I know him, Sam Wilson, a retired Air Force Pararescue Special Operations team member, served in the 58th Pararescue Squadron, executed the EXO-7 Falcon classified program, and now works at the VA. Baymax has already shared all of Sam's information with me. Hello, Sam, nice to meet you. Being recognized by Captain and being willing to step up in times of crisis, you are a true hero. I'm also glad to meet you, Vico. Your inventions have saved the lives of many of my comrades, helping them transition smoothly back into society and their families. I have great respect for you. Sam was also very excited to hear Vico's praise. And from the twinkle in his eyes, it was clear that he truly admired Vico. Alright, let's put the casual talk aside for now. We've left Natasha on the side for long enough. It's not very gentlemanly. Everyone, come with me and have a look at the equipment I've prepared for you. Leading the group into the room where the equipment was placed, Vico first picked up a suit and handed it to Natasha. I neglected you earlier, so let's follow the lady's first principle now. This suit is specially designed equipment for you, different from the kind my old man used. To complement your combat skills that rely on agility, I used graphene fibers in the design. It ensures stretchability and comfort while also enhancing your defense. The suit is also made invulnerable through special means of strengthening. Even if the enemy uses anti-material sniper rifles, they won't be able to penetrate the suit's protective layer. Considering your role as a spy, the suit also incorporates a mimetic system that can transform into any attire, complementing your disguises. The internal micro-motors and carbide skeleton can enhance your physical strength, allowing you to effortlessly lift objects weighing over 3 tons. And behind the suit, I've designed a foldable glider wing. Although it doesn't have flying capabilities, it provides extended gliding abilities over long distances. The accompanying boots have super rubber shock absorbers, ensuring that jumping from a 20-meter height won't cause any leg injuries. Inside the gloves are a pair of plasma cutting blades. Nothing can resist them except for Captain's shield. So, are you satisfied? You've thought of everything, so what could I possibly be unsatisfied with? Natasha flirtatiously threw a wink at Vico and walked out of the room with the suit. I'm going to change outside, you boys can stay in here for now. Natasha's words didn't have much impact on the upright Captain, considering he had been celibate for over 70 years. But for Vico, a bit of a nerd, and Sam, a young man full of vitality, it was a bit stimulating. Cough, let's continue then. Don't disturb Natasha while she changes. Well, next up is your new suit, Captain. It's my pride and joy, which I've poured the most effort into. As he spoke, Vico handed Captain a suit adorned with a red color and several yellow lightning symbols. If there were another time traveler here who saw the suit's design, they would surely recognize that Vico had copied the design from the Flash's suit in DC Comics. Compared to the one I made for you before, the first difference with this suit is that, like Natasha's, it utilizes a completely new special technique strengthening, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Additionally, I've greatly enhanced the suit's speed attributes. Its burst acceleration and rapid deceleration capabilities have been greatly improved, with a maximum instantaneous speed reaching Mach 20. To match the increased speed, I've added an artificial intelligence alongside the existing Excel World device, making it easier for you to control the suit's movements when sprinting at the highest velocity. I call this suit the Flash suit, and the suit's artificial intelligence is also named Flash, because once you put it on, Captain, you'll possess speed comparable to lightning. After introducing the Flash suit that he designed for Captain based on his own whimsical taste, Vico brought out the final set of equipment and introduced it to Falcon Sam. I didn't know you would come along, so when Baymax informed me, I didn't have enough time to prepare new equipment for you. I apologize. No, before coming here, Captain and Natasha had already brought me my equipment. Vico, don't say that. Sam was somewhat pleasantly surprised. I know that you previously executed the EXO-7 Falcon classified program. So even though I didn't have time to design specialized equipment for you, I still prepared this. This suit is also made of graphene fibers, although there wasn't enough time to use special strengthening techniques. It can still provide you with some protection. On the back of the suit, there's a superconductive magnetic levitation anti-gravity device that I took off a hoverboard I used for transportation before. By installing it on the back of this suit, it's because I consider that your Falcon backpack doesn't have any safety devices. If any issues occur, you could potentially fall directly to the ground. With this device, at least there's an added safety measure to ensure you won't end up as a pile of meat sauce. If you activate this device during flight, due to gravity cancellation, it can also increase your flying speed. So, even though this equipment isn't custom-made, it can still give you an extra edge when it's in your hands. With that, Vico had distributed all the weapons and equipment he prepared for the three individuals. The time had come for Captain and Hydra's ultimate showdown. Chapter 228. All the equipment has been handed over to you, but this building is quite old, and there's no place for you to tinker around. Otherwise, you could take the time to adapt to your new gear. However, all of you are battle-hardened warriors, and I'm sure your adaptability and ability to improvise are excellent. Moreover, I've designed the usage of all the equipment to be straightforward. I don't think it will cause any trouble. But before you depart, there's one final thing you need to bring along. As he spoke, Vico activated his anima and conjured a black metal box in front of the three individuals. "What's this?" Captain asked, looking at the metal box handed to him by Vico. "Wow! How did you do that? Is it the latest technology you've invented? Is the secret in the box, or is there another mechanism?" Compared to what might be inside the box, Sam Wilson seemed more interested in Vico's ability to conjure a box out of thin air, bombarding Vico with 4 questions in a row, inadvertently revealing his fanboy nature. "That's right, I just used the recently acquired breakthrough in spatial technology. The secret isn't in this box, it's something else entirely. As for what's inside the box..." Vico teased everyone by opening the box and showcasing its contents. These are 3 special locator chips. When the helicarrier reaches an altitude of 300 feet, it uses triangulation from InSight satellites to transform the carrier into a precision weapon. You need to infiltrate the carriers and replace the locator chips with the ones I've provided. And you must replace the chips on all 3 helicarriers. Even if only one carrier remains operational. It will result in the instantaneous death of hundreds of thousands of people. Once you insert the chips into the helicarrier's servers, the interlocking targeting program within the chips will activate. At that moment, the 3 helicarriers will aim at each other and self-destruct. Remember, our goal this time isn't just to destroy the carriers, we want to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. After years of development, S.H.I.E.L.D. and HIATUS have become intertwined. Only by completely destroying S.H.I.E.L.D. can we uproot Hydra entirely. You're right, Vico. Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. went unnoticed even by Director Fury himself. It shows how deeply Hydra has embedded itself. Rather than cutting off one head only to have 2 more grow in its place, it's better to eliminate Hydra from the very beginning and eradicate it completely. "I agree with your idea," Captain affirmed. "I have no objection either. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can no longer fulfill its mission, it should be put to an end." Natasha also nodded in agreement. "Everyone is in agreement, and I'm standing with you as well. I'll listen to Vico and Captain." Sam also expressed his support. "Very well, I've already arranged a helicopter flight in advance. Shortly, you can fly directly to Washington. Director Fury will meet you there to discuss the detailed operational plan." "Wait." Natasha and Captain simultaneously interjected, interrupting Vico's speech. "What do you mean when you say Director Fury will meet us? I saw with my own eyes that Director Fury died in front of me during an unsuccessful rescue." Seeing Natasha suddenly getting excited, Vico slapped his forehead. "It's my fault. I've been busy with the new equipment and forgot to tell you. Director Fury is alive. He never died. Earlier, he was declared dead in a hospital because he had taken a toxin derived from pufferfish, which lowered his heart rate to 1 beat per minute. The purpose was to elude Hydra's pursuit and secretly gather strength to launch a counterattack against them. And now, he has prepared everything, and all that's left is for you to join him and start the operation together." "That's fantastic news. Fury is alive. This is really great. With his assistance, we will surely succeed and take down Hydra once and for all." This confidence stemmed not only from having reliable comrades by his side but also from wearing the new lightning suit. Captain, eager to test the performance of his new suit in combat, was already itching for action. Vico could only spare a moment of silence for the Hydra members. As he knew, being the developer, just how astonishing the destructive power would be when the suit and Captain were paired. Clad in their new suits and carrying the locator chips that would turn the tide of battle, Captain and the others boarded the helicopter that Vico had prepared for them, heading to rendezvous with Fury. After their departure, Vico's previously calm expression instantly changed, revealing a conflicted look on his face. Vico's dilemma was how to handle the Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes, a World War II hero who contributed to human peace, was also a ruthless cold-blooded killer. He was the murderer of Vico's grandfather, Howard Stark, yet the closest friend of Captain Steve Rogers. Should I let Captain know that Bucky Barnes is still alive? If he informed Captain, it would undoubtedly plunge him into a self-contradiction. However, if he didn't reveal the truth, Vico was unsure of the butterfly effect it would cause and how much it would impact the course of events. Moreover, what troubled Vico even more was how to handle the Winter Soldier's existence itself. With his current abilities, discreetly eliminating the Winter Soldier would be a simple task. However, everything the Winter Soldier had done was a result of Hydra's brainwashing, actions carried out unconsciously, which didn't represent his true will. Vico's true enemy should be Hydra. Yet, even if reason told him this, his emotions still couldn't forgive the Winter Soldier for his past actions. Sigh, this decision shouldn't be made by me alone, yet here I am tormenting myself. My father is Howard's son, and he definitely has the right to know about this matter. And Captain is Bucky's comrade and brother, who has been blaming himself for not being able to save Bucky at that time. Now that Bucky is alive, Captain also has the right to know. Forget it. Whatever. Let's capture the Winter Soldier first and figure out what to do step by step. Vico, who was usually full of intelligence, now felt that his brain wasn't enough. These contemplations about ethical conflicts of love and hatred were not suitable for a teenager like him to ponder, especially when it concerned the grievances between the previous generation. Since he couldn't make sense of it for now, he decided not to dwell on it. He would first capture the Winter Soldier and think about what to do when there's time. With that decision, Vico directly tapped into his magical powers and began casting a spell. ZZ. A portal gradually formed above Vico's slanted position, then bang. An adult male dropped down from it. Although the sudden turn of events was unexpected, the man's excellent body coordination allowed him to adjust his posture during the fall, landing in a half-kneeling position without splitting his buttocks in half. And the adult male who was inadvertently tricked by Vico using the portal was none other than his target, the Winter Soldier. After landing, the Winter Soldier instinctively launched an attack on the unfamiliar figure before him, Vico. Humph, for the time being, you should reflect on yourself, face the wall and ponder your actions. Despite the attack that had approached him, Vico remained unfazed. Activating his magical powers, he brought his hands together in front of his chest and then separated them, instantly opening the mirror dimension, separating the aggressive Winter Soldier from himself. You can reflect on yourself there, I'll check on how things are going with Captain. With that, the entire mirror dimension dissipated, along with the Winter Soldier, whom Vico had summoned. Chapter 229. Indeed, it turned out that Vico's worries were unnecessary. Without the formidable obstacle of the Winter Soldier and with Vico equipping and upgrading Captain's three-man team, along with the secret assistance of Fury and Hill, the three helicarriers had just taken off when Captain and his team successfully occupied them and replaced the positioning chips in the carrier servers. All the positioning chips used for targeting were replaced, and the weapons on the helicarriers lost their accuracy and began aligning according to the programs in the newly replaced chips, targeting the other two helicarriers besides themselves. In this way, under the bombardment of each other's firepower, the three helicarriers became blazing islands in the sky, ultimately turning into debris and falling into the river. However, although they successfully prevented it, dealing with the Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. was still very challenging. Over the years, the Hydra members who had been lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. had benefited a lot, wearing and using high-end weapons and equipment that were delivered to S.H.I.E.L.D. through trades with Vico. Although Hydra's scientists failed to successfully decipher the technological keys, it didn't stop Hydra members from using these weapons to enhance their combat abilities. Therefore, despite Fury gathering a loyal following, they still faced a difficult situation against Hydra, who had the advantage in both equipment and numbers. Romanov, how is the progress on your side of the mission? If it's already resolved, hurry over to help, I can't hold on much longer here. Fury contacted Natasha through the communication device, hoping that they would come to support after completing their mission. After all, they had more advanced combat equipment, and with their involvement, they could instantly change the entire passive situation. Director, we have successfully caused 3 helicarriers to crash into the Potomac River. Hydra has been completely bankrupt. Hold on a little longer, Captain, Falcon and I are on our way. While replying to Nick Fury, Natasha signaled to Falcon, who was flying with her in the air, to head towards the Triskelion headquarters building. Falcon, with his flying ability, was much more reliable than the gliding function on her suit. Hitching a ride with him would allow her to reach Fury's location much faster. As for Captain, wearing the Flash suit, he truly seemed to embody lightning. He was already inside the headquarters building, commencing a new round of battle. With the Flash suit capable of reaching speeds of up to 10 Mach, Captain's speed had surpassed the limits of human eyes and brain reaction. Even though Hydra wielded expensive and highly advanced black tech weapons and had undergone extensive training, their mortal bodies couldn't react to Captain's attacks. Before they could even launch an attack, they were already taken down by Captain. Even if a few managed to pull the trigger, they were overwhelmed by Captain's power and ended up firing aimlessly, ultimately unable to escape being knocked out by him. In this one-sided and overwhelming confrontation, the only ones who managed to escape unharmed were the Hydra members equipped with energy shielding fields. Protected by this equipment, Captain couldn't do anything to them, no matter how fast he was. Unless he was willing to engage in a battle of attrition and deplete the energy in the shielding field, it would be a costly endeavor and give other Hydra members an opportunity to attack Fury's team. So Captain decided to quickly eliminate the enemies who could be swiftly defeated. Even if there were a few remaining minority factions protected by energy shielding fields, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Quickly, Captain and Fury's team entered through the main entrance on the ground floor, sweeping upward. Falcon and Natasha landed on the rooftop, eliminating enemies from top to bottom. With little effort, when the two sides finally met in the middle. Only 6 minutes had passed since Fury sent out the distress call. Among the people still standing in the entire headquarters building, only their team members remained. It was safe to say that Hydra wouldn't be growing any stronger, and they probably couldn't even crawl away. Together, they arrived at the control room on the top floor, which served as both the command center and data center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Storing all the secrets that S.H.I.E.L.D. had kept hidden for so many years. Baymax, deactivate the security protocols here, since we're going to completely destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., along with Hydra, and we need to expose everything to the public. Natasha spoke to Baymax through her communication device. Is it really a good idea, Natasha? Among these confidential files, there are not only Hydras but also S.H.I.E.L.D. Once you do this, everything about your past will be revealed to the world. Fury expressed some concern. As the director, no one understood Natasha's past better than him. One of the main reasons Natasha was willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was to escape her own past. And once everything was exposed, Natasha would not only have to confront her own haunting past but also face legal consequences for the numerous crimes committed. I think I'm ready for the whole world to see my true face, and I'm prepared to face the real me. Natasha remained silent for a moment, but in the end, she confidently raised her head and looked at Fury as she responded. Then I respect your decision, Natasha, perhaps because of the burden of S.H.I.E.L.D. was no longer on his shoulders. Fury, who had always been serious and cold, couldn't help but show a relieved smile after witnessing Natasha's growth. Then, he lifted Pierce, who had been knocked out on the ground earlier. Because deactivating the security protocols of S.H.I.E.L.D. required biometric authentication from 2 A-level personnel, and among everyone present, only he and Pierce belonged to this level. With the crucial authentication process completed, nothing could stop Baymax's decryption program anymore. In the next moment, an email containing all the confidential information of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. was transmitted through 3 satellites originally intended for the Insight plan, sent to the inboxes of every citizen using electronic networks worldwide. And a wave of shock and astonishment swept across the world. Chapter 230. The enemies have all been defeated, and the next step is political maneuvering. This is not Vico's area of expertise, so he doesn't pay much attention to it. However, he knows that with Fury's cunning methods and his own father's assistance, this matter will definitely come to a successful conclusion. Even if Hydra is not completely eradicated this time, they will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Turning off the surveillance footage from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Vico reopened the mirror dimension and examined the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, within it. Seemingly calm after the recent period of composure, the Winter Soldier knew he couldn't escape at the moment. He no longer appeared as deranged and instead stood silently. Although the Winter Soldier seemed calm at the moment, Vico didn't doubt his intentions for a second. If he were to enter the mirror dimension, the Winter Soldier would undoubtedly strike at him with lightning speed. His current calmness was only to preserve energy and gather strength. However, regardless of the Winter Soldier's calculations, power was the ultimate factor. For Vico, even if the Winter Soldier exerted all his strength, he couldn't match Vico. The problem Vico currently faced was how to deal with him. Well, regardless, I need to help him regain his memories, eliminate the brainwashing effects inflicted by Hydra, otherwise, with his current state, I can't let my father and Captain see him. Thinking this way, Vico completely disregarded the Winter Soldier's calculations. He opened the portal, retrieved an old-style virtual reality helmet from the storage room in the lab, and directly entered the mirror dimension. Bang! As expected, the moment Vico arrived in front of the Winter Soldier, he launched a swift side kick directly at Vico's head. Without any preparation, Vico, who had undergone numerous physical enhancements, surpassed the Winter Soldier in reaction speed and physical strength. With a casual lift of his left hand, Vico easily blocked the Winter Soldier's powerful and heavy leg. Then, Vico took advantage of the situation, grabbing the Winter Soldier's ankle, disrupting his balance. After he fell to the ground, Vico swiftly moved closer, restraining the Winter Soldier's arm and pressing his knee firmly against his back. Vico's strength surpassed the Winter Soldier by an immeasurable amount. Once he had completed the restraint, no matter how the Winter Soldier struggled, he couldn't escape Vico's control. Vico then placed the virtual reality helmet on the Winter Soldier's head and maximized its power output. Under the influence of the neural interface device on the helmet, the Winter Soldier had no resistance power. His consciousness was directly taken over by the virtual reality server, losing control of his body. Seeing the Winter Soldier's lack of response, Vico stood up from him and released him from the captivity of the mirror dimension. Baymax used the quantum field generator to scan his brain and develop a plan to restore his memories by eliminating the brainwashing influence through the neural interface device. The prototype body I requested in the production room should be nearly completed. I'll leave him in the lab for you to complete the treatment. I'm going to open the portal to the production room underground. No problem, Master, I guarantee the completion of the task. Vico nodded in satisfaction and then connected the space between the temple and the lab's production room. The product he was preparing to create was not for anything else but to protect the New York sanctum in his absence, ensuring it wouldn't be destroyed by invaders. To achieve this, besides basic physical attack and defense capabilities, it also needed powerful magical attack and defense abilities. To accomplish this, he relied on the manufacturing technology of artifacts. By using this technology, not only could precious URU metal be conserved, but Vico could also infuse the spiritual will of his own into this protective object through magic, granting it higher intelligence. After consolidating all of this, the final product obtained was the counterfeit destroyer that Vico replicated based on Asgard's destroyer. The counterfeit destroyer created by Vico combined the cutting-edge technologies in earthly scientific fields such as mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, artificial intelligence, as well as the achievements in magical fields like Kamartaj mystic arts, runic magic, dark runes, and all other magical endeavors. It was the ultimate creation. By combining two different technological means, the counterfeit destroyer created by Vico was not an inferior imitation, but rather surpassed the original Asgardian destroyer in almost every aspect. In terms of maneuverability, Vico installed a superconductive magnetic levitation anti-gravity engine in its body and added a set of thrusters on the back, enabling the counterfeit destroyer to possess all-around combat capabilities on land, sea, and air. In terms of attack methods, in addition to retaining the facial feature that emitted high-temperature beams like the original version, Vico designed multiple sets of floating cannon modules as auxiliary means for multi-point attacks. Unlike before, these floating cannons no longer utilized the capabilities of the arc reactor but instead drew their power from absorbing magic to function. The emitted attacks transformed from plasma beams to magical energy cannons, and the energy shields transformed into magical shields, adapting to the special task of guarding the sanctum. The most significant change was in the use of materials. Because URU metal had much lower tolerance for magical attacks compared to physical ones. Although Vico had a sufficient amount of URU metal at his disposal, he didn't use it as the primary material. This time, Vico used the matrix metal and carbon composite material he had developed. The carbon composite material, enhanced by strengthening runic magic, provided perfect resistance against various physical damage. As for the matrix metal, it was a brand new material created by Vico through magical manipulation to defend against magical attacks. Vico first selected the best performing materials in various metal formulations as the foundation, then through quark-level precision manipulation, he formed a magical defense matrix with the metal atoms, and through countless atomic matrix connections, constructed an entirely new metal with unparalleled magical defense capabilities. Now, in the production room, the entire original body of the counterfeit destroyer has been manufactured and all assembly work has been completed. Only one final step remained for this entity that could be called the strongest protector of the sanctum to have Vico infuse his refined magic into it, allowing this giant artifact to awaken its own consciousness. Chapter 231. Master Vico, thank you for bestowing me with magical energy, activating the magic array and runes within me. I can feel the constant flow of magic entering my power source, providing me with immense power. Engaging in conversation with Vico was the counterfeit destroyer he had created. To allow it to freely move within the sanctum, Vico also added a pin particle control device, enabling it to control its own size. After infusing it with magic and awakening its consciousness, it gained the ability to autonomously control the various functional modules within its body, making dialogue possible. However, it wasn't completely free to control everything on its own. Vico implemented several restrictions in the runes. Firstly, it couldn't defy Vico's commands, which was the highest priority setting, ensuring Vico's absolute control, preventing a situation like Tony's creation, Ultron, turning against its creator. Secondly, Vico designated the primary task of the counterfeit destroyer, under the condition of not violating his orders, to guard the New York sanctum and protect its magical core from enemy destruction. As for the last point, to avoid alarming ordinary people in the physical world, Vico limited its activities to within the confines of the sanctum unless specific circumstances required it to venture out. In such cases, it needed to enter the mirror dimension and remain hidden from regular individuals, unless commanded by Vico. Alright, it's a great success. Come, follow me, this is where you will carry out your future missions, come and take a look. Seeing that the counterfeit destroyer could now move freely and had successfully activated all the functional modules within its body, Vico waved at it, indicating that it should follow him from the production room to the other end of the teleportation gate, the New York sanctum. Now that you have successfully gained your own consciousness, I should give you a name. I can't simply call you the counterfeit destroyer. You deserve a name that matches the cool design I made for you. And it should be no less impressive than the destroyer. What should I call you? Oh well, I guess I can't come up with a good name, given my poor talent for naming. I'm too lazy to think, so let's just copy. Yes, that will do. Your name shall be Terminator. It sounds great and exudes a commanding presence. As for the New York sanctum, I entrust its guardianship to you from now on, just like the name I gave you. Put an end to any wicked individual who intends to destroy the magical core. Don't worry, Master Vico. I will faithfully execute this mission and live up to your expectations. The self-consciousness of the Terminator was born from Vico's magical will. As a result, a part of its personality closely resembled Vico, in that once it set a goal, it would steadfastly pursue its completion. For now, I won't close off the teleportation gates between the lab and the New York sanctum. In the coming months, I will closely observe your performance. If I deem that you are capable of fulfilling the responsibility I've entrusted you with, then you and Baymax will be solely responsible for safeguarding the New York sanctum, except in the case of a major crisis that threatens its safety. However, if I believe you haven't met my expectations, then I will rebuild you, and your consciousness will be wiped and rain-fused. So, I hope you can perform well and earn my absolute trust. At the same time, while the Terminator began its long probation period, unknown stories were unfolding in the universe. Since the Battle of New York, where Baymax carried a nuclear bomb through the space portal and destroyed the Chitauri fleet, more than 2 years had passed. Due to the exceptional protective capabilities of the armor designed by Vico and the fact that Baymax was at a relatively safe distance from the explosion center, it didn't suffer any damage. The high-strength graphene fibers contained the gas inside, preventing it from bursting in the vacuum environment, and all other functions continued to operate smoothly. During these 2 years of drifting in space, Baymax aimlessly relied on inertia, collecting detailed data about the surrounding cosmic space whenever possible. It had developed this habit while being by Vico's side. It hoped that if there was a chance to return to Vico someday, it could provide him with this data, which might contain something he needed. However, perhaps due to unfortunate luck, Baymax hadn't encountered any particularly unique cosmic phenomena, rare materials, or other extraterrestrial civilizations and lifeforms. To make matters worse, despite conserving its energy as much as possible, Baymax's energy was running out. It had to avoid constant debris attacks in space and maintain data collection on the environment. Since it wasn't equipped with solar cells during its design, the only way to replenish its energy was to find a nearby planet and create a battery using available materials and chemical agents stored within Baymax itself. This plan seemed feasible, but executing it was far from simple. Generating sufficient current and voltage was a major problem, not to mention the uncertainty of finding suitable materials on the planet it was about to land on. However, at that moment, the data collection system within Baymax sensed the presence of an energy entity on the closest planet, which contained immense energy. Moreover, the energy fluctuations were irrevocably similar to a piece of data recorded in its database. That is, Chapter 232. The planet where Baymax landed was an abandoned planet called Morag, but as a cosmic wanderer who had accidentally ended up there, Baymax certainly didn't know the name of this abandoned planet. Unless there was still a civilization on Morag, Baymax wouldn't know the name of the planet from them. After all, in the Marvel universe, all civilizations except for the Dark Elves spoke English. Come to think of it, no wonder the Dark Elves were attacked by the united forces of the Nine Realms. It was because of the language barrier, preventing them from rallying allies. There used to be a prosperous technological civilization here. Controlling the only relatively intact right thruster on its armor, Baymax descended slowly onto the planet Morag. As soon as it landed, it was attracted to the architectural relics and remnants of civilization left on the planet. The level of civilization that once existed on this planet is at least not lower than the current level on Earth when I left, or even higher. Through observation and analysis, Baymax made this inference about the lost civilization. In fact, the civilization that once existed on Morag was far more advanced than the current civilization on Earth. They not only possessed powerful technological capabilities but also found a way to use one of the Infinity Stones, creating a superweapon capable of destroying a planet with a single blow of the orb. Furthermore, upon careful observation, one would notice that the buildings and their locations did not experience high-temperature eruptions like other parts of Morag due to the excessively high core temperature of the planet. The reason for this phenomenon was not mere luck or favorable positioning. It was because the lost civilization utilized their advanced technological means to modify the surface structure, completely taming the dreadful natural disasters. This effect continued even after their civilization's demise and has been maintained until today. The main reason Baymax made the judgment that the civilization on Morag was similar to Earth was primarily because it had always followed Vico and Tony, a pair of father and son with exceptional intelligence. Thus, its knowledge and perception of Earth's technology were actually derived from the cutting-edge technology developed by these two individuals, which couldn't represent the overall level of Earth. Moreover, Baymax didn't have a quantum computing module capable of in-depth analysis and reconstruction. It could only rely on the limited data in its database for comparison, leading to an incorrect judgment. However, Baymax didn't waste much time there. Although the remnants of a lost civilization surely contained a lot of valuable data and information worth collecting, its remaining energy was running low. It needed to quickly replenish it, otherwise, it would shut down completely, losing its ability to move. As for the data collection work, it can be done when it has abundant energy. After all, these relics won't go anywhere. Guided by the energy fluctuations radiated by the powerful energy source on Morag, Baymax quickly arrived in front of a dilapidated and massive temple. This alien temple was quite similar to the Parthenon temple on Earth. They both relied on several large stone pillars to support the overall structure. However, perhaps due to the passage of time, the architectural structure of the temple was covered with withered branches of parasitic plants. The damage to the building structure was severe, and there were no exquisite carvings or craftsmanship left behind. Continuing to walk towards the interior of the temple, according to the energy fluctuations received by Baymax, the location of the energy source was in the center of the temple. However, because the temple covered a vast area, it still needed to travel a distance to reach its destination. Inside the temple, there were many places with accumulated water on the ground. This was due to the disruption and cracking of the building structure caused by the root systems of plants, which resulted in a less secure sealing of the underground hot springs, allowing water to slowly seep onto the ground. However, this environment created a unique ecological environment within the temple. Many peculiar plants and strange animals found their habitat there, forming a small ecosystem that maintained a fragile ecological balance. Finally, after going deeper, Baymax saw a structurally intact cubic building at the center of the temple, with a closed door in front of it. Unlike all the other buildings seen before, which were either in ruins or in a dilapidated state, this cubic structure, although very old in appearance, had walls that were structurally sound, and its overall strength had not deteriorated significantly. The door looked even sturdier, and the faint metallic luster that could be seen indicated that time and the environment had failed to corrode it. It was evident that an extraordinary manufacturing process was used. The energy source I'm looking for must be inside, that's why this civilization went to such lengths to construct this protection measure capable of withstanding the test of time. Approaching closer, Baymax began to carefully observe the locking mechanism on the door. The device was intricately designed. But due to its age and the fact that Baymax was equipped with a lot of cutting-edge technology by Vico, the lock was quickly deciphered, and the door opened. At this moment, as Baymax entered the interior of this cubic building, it finally saw the true face of the mysterious energy source, a metallic sphere engraved with strange patterns, carefully preserved within an energy field. This energy field could maintain operation even after the demise of Morag's civilization and the passage of time. Not through the use of any super-powerful energy-based technology, but by continuously extracting energy from the metal sphere to replenish itself. The orb. Looking at the metal sphere suspended within the energy field, Baymax uttered its name. However, this was not because Baymax was familiar with this precious artifact, but because the patterns engraved on the surface of the orb corresponded to the runic characters in its database, allowing Baymax to pronounce its name. Extending its hand, Baymax disregarded the external energy field that served as protection and directly grabbed the orb and took it out. Over time, although the energy field managed to barely sustain itself through the energy provided by the orb, its energy circuits and control core were unable to escape the erosion of time. Eventually, it became so fragile that it could no longer fulfill its role of protecting the orb. After carefully analyzing the orb once it was in its possession, Baymax became even more certain of its previous judgment. The energy fluctuations within this thing are indeed similar to the Tesseract and Loki's scepter that Master had studied. What kind of connection exists among them? Chapter 233. No matter what connection exists among them, it is certain that the Master would be very interested in studying this energy body. I must collect and record the information about this cosmic orb properly. Moreover, some of the runic magic symbols on it are not present in my database, and including them could provide a lot of help to the Master's research in runic technology. I just don't know if I will have a chance to return to the Master's side in the future. Anyway, let's not think about that now. The Master said that any goal requires one's own efforts to strive for it, to have a chance to achieve it. So, I'll do my best, even if the outcome is not favorable. There's no point in complaining. Let's analyze the runes on the cosmic orb first. According to the decoding method analyzed by the Master, the front represents destroy, then there's a transmission rune on the side, and finally, there's an amplification rune at the back. Interpreting them in their structural sequence results in a runic magic that is an incredibly powerful attack type. Once activated, it can completely destroy a giant planet. Such immense destructive power suggests that the creator intended it to be used as the ultimate weapon. After completing the analysis, Baymax shook its head and stored the data. It already guessed how this civilization met its demise. Militarism and aggression led to self-destruction. In Baymax's database, there were many examples of this throughout Earth's history for thousands of years. The pursuit of power often ended in destruction. Even if strength could dominate for a time, it couldn't suppress the forces of change and resistance in the long run, ultimately leading to downfall. But that's how civilizations are. Beneath their glorious facade lies unknown bloodshed and ambition. Might makes right, that's the way it is. Such events happen every moment in the vast universe, and there's no need to mourn or lament them. For Baymax, the more important matter was how it could use the cosmic orb to replenish its own energy. However, the problem before it was how to utilize the energy within the cosmic orb. Even shield took decades to achieve minimal results in efficiently using the energy of the Tesseract. And those results remained experimental and could not be mass-produced. In Baymax's database, there was even less relevant information, apart from the data collected by Vico about the Tesseract and Loki's scepter, which had no specific application methods. So, even though the cosmic orb shared the same origin with them, Baymax was clueless about how to use it. But that was okay. Baymax wasn't going to give up. Before Baymax stood the platform that was just used to place the cosmic orb. Wasn't it a device that could access the energy within the cosmic orb? Since there was already something ready to use, Baymax didn't hesitate and began dismantling the entire platform. After exposing the internal structure of the platform, its working principle immediately appeared before Baymax's eyes. This utilization method is similar to the Master's concept. There are no mechanical or circuit structures involved. It solely relies on magic medium and runic symbols to accomplish the preset functions. Even the selection and arrangement of the runic symbols are similar as the Master intended. All I need to do is place the relevant parts of device into my body. In Baymax's database, there were stored records from Vico's research on runic technology, so it quickly saw through the mystery inside the platform. Next, the task was simple. Baymax directly removed the part that depicted the runic symbols and was used to extract the cosmic orb's energy, the special device for that purpose. Then, carefully, Baymax opened the hidden interface on its back. Its entire skin was made of high-strength graphene fiber material, allowing for easy adjustment, upgrading, and replacement of internal mechanical structures. Vico had abandoned the original integral design and added a hidden sealed interface on Baymax's back, making it convenient for future maintenance. Now, Baymax was opening this interface to place the energy conversion device into its body and secure it. However, Baymax needed to ensure that the interface wasn't open too wide, as doing so could cause rapid gas loss inside the body, leading to reduced mobility. Also, to maintain pressure, the power of the air pump would increase, resulting in higher energy consumption. If not careful, Baymax might end up depleting the final energy before completing the energy replenishment. So, the whole process not only required quality and precision assurance but also needed to improve efficiency and speed. After placing the device in the core framework's position, Baymax activated the fingertip laser generator and welded it in place. Next, Baymax connected the two ends of the device to the cosmic orb and the graphene batteries inside its body. The cosmic orb, as the energy supplier, continuously delivered energy through the extraction device. The voltage and current stabilization devices on the graphene batteries protected the electronic components inside Baymax from damage, allowing them to function normally. With this work completed, the last step was to securely fix the cosmic orb inside its body, ensuring that Baymax wouldn't have to worry about an energy crisis in the future. Baymax dismantled the arc reactor, which was nearly depleted of energy, and fixed the cosmic orb onto its base. This vetoed the successful completion of the task. Looking at the now useless arc reactor in its hands, Baymax pondered for a moment and used the remaining materials from the platform to craft a small box to store it. That should do it. Baymax looked content at the small box and placed it inside the back compartment of its armor. Though the arc reactor was now scrapped, it held the memories of Baymax's time with Vico on Earth, and Baymax didn't want to simply discard it. If one day I can return to the Master's side, I'll do like Miss Potts and put it in a beautiful box to commemorate my time wandering in space. Now I should go out and carefully observe the environment of this planet. Who knows if I'll encounter any pleasant surprises. Chapter 234. It has been almost 3 months since Baymax arrived on the planet Morag, and its exploration range has been continuously expanding over time. At first, it only explored within the square building where the cosmic orb was kept, but then the scope expanded to the entire temple, radiating outwards from there. To explore further, Baymax performed some simple repairs on a few damaged thrusters on its armor. And surprisingly, it managed to fix them. This provided more convenience for Baymax's exploration, significantly increasing its exploration speed and range. However, during these 3 months of exploration, Baymax didn't come across many valuable items or information. While it made some discoveries at the relatively intact temple in the beginning, the farther it explored outward, the fewer things it found. Sometimes, it spent a whole day without any significant findings, making the effort seem somewhat futile. Fortunately, Baymax no longer had to worry about energy, which would have been a disastrous situation otherwise. Although there were not many valuable items and data, there were plenty of resources on the planet Morag that were useful or had utilitarian value for Baymax. For instance, some metal ores, which Baymax extracted through primitive smelting methods to obtain the metals it needed for crafting tools. Using these more convenient tools, Baymax acquired higher purity metal materials and more advanced machinery and tools. Through this gradual upgrading process, Baymax accumulated sufficient resources to start repairing some mechanical parts and circuit components within its armor, restoring some of the functionality. In this manner of exploration, Baymax's days were quite fulfilling. According to its plan, in a few more days, it would be able to restore about 70 of the armor's functions and continue its journey to find its home. However, on the day when Baymax was preparing to leave Morag, an unexpected guest arrived on the planet. A peculiar guest. This person wore brown boots and black trousers, with a long deep red trench coat. Their head was covered with a metal mask, giving them a very bizarre appearance. If someone accustomed to traversing the interstellar space saw this attire, they would quickly recognize the person as a member of the space pirate gang, Ravagers. After all, these individuals had a very distinctive look. Despite the desolate and uninhabited nature of the planet, the stranger didn't seem tense at all. Before reaching the entrance of the temple, after confirming that the atmosphere on Morag was suitable for their survival, the stranger opened their strange metal mask, took out an 80s Sony Walkman from their body, put on the headphones, and pressed the play button. Soon, a nostalgic music started playing from the headphones. It was a classic hit from the old rock band Redbone, active on Earth during the 1970s, Come and Get Your Love. The song had a lively rhythm, easygoing lyrics, and an upbeat melody that would make anyone listening to it feel like dancing. The stranger did exactly that. He walked with Broadway-style dance steps while constantly opening his mouth to lip-sync the lyrics from the headphones, like a drunken reveler. After this series of goofy actions, the song finally reached its end, and he arrived at his destination on Morag, the entrance of a square building within the temple. He removed the headphones from his head and looked at the door with excitement. Just as he was about to reach into his pocket to take out his tool for opening the door opened from inside on its own. This unexpected change startled the mysterious visitor, as in his eyes, after the door opened, he was face to face with a towering figure wearing crimson armor, standing over 2 meters tall. "Hello, I am Baymax. I didn't expect to encounter a life form on this abandoned planet right before I leave. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Can you understand what I'm saying? I'm speaking the language of Earth. It's alright, I have a language analysis module inside me. After conversing with you a few times, I'll be able to learn the language of your planet." Saying this, Baymax performed a holographic scan of the stranger in front of him, intending to save the data. However, the scan left Baymax puzzled. "You seem to be a human from Earth. No, your genes only possess half of the characteristics of Earth's humans." "Wait, that's not right. The Sony Walkman, headphones, and cassette you have are all Earth's products. Are you really an Earthling?" Baymax asked with excitement and uncertainty. I am indeed from Earth. My name is Peter Quill, or you can call me by my alias the infamous Star-Lord. But, big guy, I think we can chat later because I need to go to the room behind you to find something important. Star-Lord pointed behind Baymax. Of course, no problem. This building doesn't belong to me, I'm just staying here temporarily, you're welcome to enter, in fact, I'm also from Earth. However, it seems you arrived in interstellar space earlier than I did. Have you found a way back to Earth? Baymax made way for Star-Lord to enter and ask the question that concerned it the most. Star-Lord was somewhat surprised to discover that this giant being was also from Earth. However, as he was currently focused on treasure hunting, he didn't dwell on it too much and casually answered Baymax's question. Returning to Earth isn't difficult. Earth's coordinates in interstellar space are not exactly a secret. As long as you have the money, there are plenty of merchants willing to take you there. But it won't be cheap, you see, Earth is under the protection of Asgard and mysterious Earth sorcerers. To find someone willing to take on this business, you need to offer them enough chips to risk their lives. Is that so? It seems that in order to return to my master, Baymax, need to earn money first, but I've never earned money before, and my master didn't prepare me with such programs or modules. On the other hand, my master is quite skilled at making money. He is one of the wealthiest people on Earth. Perhaps I should learn his money-making tricks from his usual behavior. Chapter 235. As Baymax pondered how to earn money, Star-Lord paid no attention to Baymax's reaction. He had already searched the entire room but still found no trace of the cosmic orb, which made him impatient. He knew that if he didn't act quickly, his adoptive father Yondu would soon arrive on Morag, and he wouldn't have a chance to get the treasure. This is strange, why can't I find it? According to the clues I received, it should be here. Just then, he remembered there was another Earthling who arrived here before him. Maybe I should ask him. 3 more life forms have entered the temple, are they your companions? Are they also Earthlings? What? Star-Lord froze upon hearing this news, thinking Yondu had caught up with him so quickly, causing him to break into a cold sweat. However, upon further thought, he realized they were still quite a distance away. Considering Yondu's ship's speed, they couldn't have arrived here so soon. So, the incoming group could only be representatives from other factions sent to obtain the cosmic orb. Big guy, let's leave this place and hide for now, those people behind us are not my companions, but we can't let our guard down until we confirm they pose no threat, Star-Lord advised. Perhaps because they were fellow Earthlings, or maybe it was Baymax's reminder that made him feel grateful, Star-Lord didn't leave Baymax behind but brought him along. Star-Lord was aware that those people behind them were probably also here for the cosmic orb. If they hadn't found what they were looking for, they might have targeted Baymax for information. That would put Baymax in danger. After leaving the square building, Star-Lord closed the door back to its original state and found a concealed spot behind a broken structure. The piece of debris was large enough to cover Baymax's massive form. From there, they could observe the situation around the square building and gather timely information. Big guy, when someone comes, remember not to make any noise, okay? Otherwise, we'll both be in danger. No problem, Baymax promises not to make any noise, Baymax cutely nodded in response. Click. During Baymax's nod, his right leg accidentally stepped back on a dry twig, making a clear sound in the quiet temple. Star-Lord looked speechlessly at Baymax in front of him, feeling that bringing him along might have been a mistake. He shook his head helplessly, but since he had already made the decision, he had to bear the consequences. He silently cleared all potential noise sources around Baymax's feet and body, then reiterated his instructions. After that, Star-Lord stuck his head out and began observing the situation around the square building. They are Kree. Upon seeing the 3 figures appearing in his view, Star-Lord, who was familiar with various factions and races in the galaxy, quickly recognized their identities. I just don't know which one of the Kree Corps they belong to. If it's Accuser Ronan's men, it could be troublesome. That guy is infamous for being insane. They seem to be here for the same purpose as you, looking for something, Baymax whispered softly behind Star-Lord. That's right, Star-Lord admitted, we both came here to find an artifact called the Cosmic Orb. I was about to ask if you've seen it or have any information related to it, but their arrival interrupted me. If you know where the Cosmic Orb is, tell me quickly. It's worth a fortune. Once we sell it, I'll give you a share of the money, and then you can find someone to take you back to Earth. The Cosmic Orb. I'm sorry, I don't know what it is, nor do I have any information about it. I accidentally ended up in the cosmos 2 years ago, and I'm not familiar with interstellar matters. Hearing Star-Lord's words, Baymax felt somewhat tempted. However, the terrifying power of the Cosmic Orb, capable of destroying an entire planet, made Baymax eventually lie to Star-Lord and hide the truth about the Cosmic Orb within itself. in its database. Similar artifacts like the Cosmic Cube and Loki's Scepter have already brought terrible disasters to Earth. If the Cosmic Orb fell into the hands of evil individuals, who knows what kind of calamity it could bring to innocent lives in the universe. Well, that's a shame. I hope the Cosmic Orb is well hidden or not even here at all, just don't let the Kree find it, Star-Lord prayed. Lord Ronan, we have arrived at the location V-code on Morag, but we haven't found the Cosmic Orb you requested. Inside the square building, the leader of the Kree team communicated through their devices, reporting the situation to their leader, Ronan. After a few roars came through the communicator, the 3 Kree members bowed their heads in panic, apologizing and assuring that they would complete the mission. Star-Lord was far away and didn't know what command was given on the other end of the communication. However, the clear mention of Lord Ronan from the leader of the Kree team reached Star-Lord's ears. His habit of wearing headphones and using a Walkman didn't seem to have affected his hearing. Accuser Ronan. I didn't expect these people to be under the command of that madman. Fortunately, they haven't found the Cosmic Orb yet. It seems I still have a chance. But now I should leave if they haven't found it in that building. They will soon expand their search area, and it won't be safe here anymore. Yondu should be arriving soon too. I can't let him catch me, or else. Star-Lord shuddered involuntarily at the thought. Big guy, I'm about to leave here, but since you and I are both from Earth and you are new to the interstellar scene, my ship could use an extra hand. Do you want to come with me to my ship and leave together? Chapter 236. Baymax is willing to leave with Peter. After wandering alone in the cosmos for 2 years, Baymax longed for the companionship he once had. Although Peter Quill in front of him seemed a bit dim-witted, Baymax didn't mind making some sacrifices to take care of this simple-minded guy. So, when Star-Lord extended his invitation, Baymax agreed without any hesitation. You agreed so quickly, aren't you going to reconsider? Following Star-Lord will involve many difficulties and dangers, are you sure you won't regret it? Star-Lord didn't expect Baymax to accept the offer so readily. He had made the invitation half-jokingly, expecting to have Baymax as his henchman in the future. But things went much smoother than he imagined. No need to think about it, Baymax has no regrets. Besides, Baymax is strong. My master designed many functional modules in my armor, and I believe I can help you solve any problem, Baymax replied confidently. Alright then, from today on, I am your captain, and as the captain, my first order is to remember not to call me by my real name, call me by my nickname or address me as captain. I think that would make me look cooler, Star-Lord instructed. Baymax understands, Captain. Good, now, follow me closely, let's sneak back to the ship without being noticed by those Kree people over there. Understood, Baymax responded and even saluted like a sailor to show that he received the captain's command. Seeing how obediently Baymax followed his orders, Star-Lord nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he had acquired a reliable henchman. As he bent down to lead Baymax away, they accidentally stepped on the debris that Star-Lord had cleared from Baymax's surroundings earlier. This time, the sound was even louder than the previous one made by Baymax. To make matters worse, the Kree team they needed to be cautious of was nearby, and the noise immediately drew their attention. Who's there? Come out. Star-Lord's sneaking plan was now completely ruined. Hearing the shout, he wasted no time and activated the jet propulsion on his boots, sprinting away. At the same time, he warned Baymax. Follow me closely and don't fall behind, or I won't be able to save you. Star-Lord ran without looking back, afraid of being caught by the Kree. After spending so many years in space, he knew well about Accuser Ronan's reputation. If he fell into his hands, he would be done for. Big guy, are you still behind me? If you are, respond. Baymax is here, Captain. Scared. Star-Lord was startled by the sudden voice beside him. He turned his head and saw Baymax effortlessly flying in mid-air, keeping close to him. Your armor can fly too. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have to run so hard. Captain, you didn't ask, and you told me to follow you. I thought you could fly too, but I didn't expect you to be so slow, Baymax replied. The honest answer from Baymax hit Star-Lord's fragile ego like an arrow. He couldn't find any words to refute Baymax's evaluation. Since you see your captain running slowly, you should hurry up and give me a lift. Don't you know we are escaping for our lives? This is so annoying. To make matters worse, Baymax said something that stabbed Star-Lord's heart even more, but those 3 guys chasing us are weak, Baymax can easily take care of them, why should we run? Star-Lord found himself in a conflict. On one hand, Baymax's Revico hurt his pride, but on the other hand, he felt excited to have such a reliable companion. Okay, I, as the captain, didn't fully understand my subordinate's abilities. Alright, big guy, now I'm giving you my second order as the captain, take down those 3 guys behind us. Let's see how they can act arrogantly then, Star-Lord commanded. Understood, Captain. Upon receiving Star-Lord's order, Baymax changed his flight path and swiftly headed towards the pursuing Kree trio. Meanwhile, Star-Lord watched from afar as Baymax displayed incredible agility. Despite their concentrated firepower, Baymax skillfully evaded all their attacks. Then, when Baymax closed in on the 3 Kree, he activated his martial arts master mode and swiftly knocked them unconscious before they could react. Observing Baymax's stunning performance, Star-Lord had a foolish, infatuated smile on his face. He secretly vowed that even though Baymax's straightforwardness might sting, he could endure it for someone with such gear and fighting skills. After all, he was the great Star-Lord, a renowned intergalactic troublemaker. However, just when Star-Lord was lost in his admiration, Baymax flew back after dealing with the Kree trio and grabbed Star-Lord, carrying him like a temple statue. Why are you doing this? I am your captain, you shouldn't be so rough. I'm following Captain's orders, Baymax replied nonchalantly. Orders? I ordered you to take care of the 3 guys behind us, not to carry me around randomly. But, Captain, didn't you say when we were escaping that you wanted to take the slow-running captain with me? Baymax innocently explained. This straightforward reply once again stung Star-Lord's heart, making him regret his earlier vow. Star-Lord clarified, after dealing with the 3 guys, there's no need to escape anymore. We should confidently walk back to the ship. Why run away? By the way, they are not just those 3. While I was handling them, they contacted the main force outside the temple. They want to take you to someone named Ronan. They have too many people, and I can't ensure your safety while dealing with them, so I need to take you to safety. Then can you go faster? If possible, fly even faster, we mustn't let them take me to Ronan. But flying too fast might be uncomfortable for you, Captain, Baymax reminded him. What could be more uncomfortable than ending up in Ronan's hands? Hurry up, go full speed ahead. We need to get out of here quickly, let the one who wants to find the cosmic orb go searching for it, our lives are at stake. Then, Baymax complied and went into full speed mode, engaging in supersonic flight. Chapter 237. Who? Big guy, if next time I give you some orders that might cause trouble for me, please proactively refuse that command. You know, nobody's perfect, even though I'm your captain, I sometimes act foolishly. Inside the cabin of the Milano, Star-Lord's hair was disheveled, his eyes and mouth were crooked, and there were traces of tears and drool on his face. He was panting heavily, looking disheveled. Got it, Captain. By the way, Captain, why don't you introduce the companions on the ship and let us get to know each other? Baymax tilted his head and asked Star-Lord. What companions? Star-Lord looked puzzled. He had secretly sneaked out without the Ravagers knowing, so where would he get any companions? However, upon careful consideration, he realized that Baymax seems to possess special sensing abilities. He had already sensed the arrival of the Kree trio from afar at the temple, which explained enough. Therefore, Baymax's question at this moment must not be unfounded. Thinking of this, Star-Lord suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and he began to break out in cold sweat. Peter, oh, you brought a new friend back. Aren't you going to introduce this tall and mighty hunk to me? The one speaking was a red-skinned alien woman who emerged from the lower part of the cabin. It seemed like the conversation between Baymax and Star-Lord had awakened her. With sleepy eyes, she tousled her fluffy long hair, and her tone towards Star-Lord was flirtatious. Hearing this voice, Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief. At least the person on the ship was neither a soldier of the Kree Empire nor a member of the Ravagers. He turned around to look at the woman who has suddenly appeared, and it seemed like he had a moment of intimacy with her in the past, but he couldn't remember her name. You are Burly. The woman glared at Star-Lord with some annoyance, whether it was from waking her up or feeling indifference from Star-Lord. That's right. You're Burly. Sorry, to be honest, I completely forgot you were still on my ship. But don't be angry, look, you've met a new friend. It's fate. Let me introduce you, this big guy is a fellow Earthling like me, Baymax. Baymax, this is, a friend I just met recently, Burly. Hello, Burly, I'm Baymax, I would like to perform a physical examination for you and collect your body data, if you don't mind. Baymax stepped forward a couple of steps, extending his hand towards Burly as he spoke. Burly looked at Baymax in a daze and instinctively held the hand it extended. Are all Earthlings this straightforward? To examine the body right away and collect someone's body data? But, considering how tall and robust you are, I guess it's not a bad idea. Burly said shyly and somewhat coyly. Exactly, bro, I mean, I can understand your excitement when you meet an alien woman for the first time, but making such a request up front, with such vague language, isn't it a bit too fast? Even me, Star-Lord, took time to get to know each other after flirting before making any progress, you're just too casual. Star-Lord expressed disdain towards Baymax while secretly giving him a thumbs up and raising his eyebrows. Baymax feels like you guys are talking about something indecent, you misunderstood Baymax, its request is meant literally and has no hidden meaning, like this. Baymax turned to look at Star-Lord, took off its helmet and scanned Star-Lord's body using the holographic lens on its head. Captain, your body is healthy, and all indicators are within normal levels, however, Baymax is curious if you underwent physical enhancements like Captain Steve Rogers, reaching superhuman levels, despite growing up as a regular adult on Earth. You're not human. You're a robot. From the beginning, when Star-Lord first encountered Baymax, he felt that something was off. Add to that Baymax's unique way of expressing itself, which deepened Star-Lord's suspicions. However, as Star-Lord spent time with Baymax, he sensed Baymax's longing for Earth and its master, and he also noticed that Baymax was very sensitive to emotions. Gradually, he let go of his doubts and considered Baymax just a quirky Earthling. Furthermore, the advanced functions displayed by Baymax's battle armor shifted Star-Lord's attention, so he never thought that the subordinate he recruited would turn out to be a robot, and an inflatable one at that. Didn't you realize that Baymax is a robot? Baymax agreed to become your subordinate for this reason, Captain, you're just too slow, and it worries Baymax. Then let me formally introduce myself. My name is Baymax, from Earth, created by my master as a personal health assistant robot. Later, additional modules like combat and life assistance were added on top of the original functions. The intelligent core was upgraded to an artificial intelligence program, making me my master's full-time assistant. 2 years ago, during an invasion by an alien fleet on Earth, I was sent to space to carry out my master's mission and ended up stranded in Sector 793 until I met you, Captain, making you my first encounter with intelligent life. As Baymax narrated its experiences, it did so casually. However, Star-Lord and Burly on the side found it dramatic and exciting, feeling deeply moved. I didn't expect that in just over 20 years after I left Earth, its technology has advanced to this level. To be able to resist and defeat an alien fleet. That's truly impressive. Your master is incredible. I now believe he must be the wealthiest person on Earth, creating a being like you goes beyond being a genius. I think even on Xander, your master would be considered extraordinary, Star-Lord praised. Besides Star-Lord, Burly agreed enthusiastically with the assessment. My master is indeed amazing, it's a pity I can't be with him to witness his growth. Thinking of Vico back on Earth, Baymax's head drooped with a sense of loss. Star-Lord walked to its side and patted its back. Don't worry, now that you've joined my Milano, as Star-Lord's subordinate. I'll find a way to send you back to Earth. We'll go on adventures together and make big money. Once we have enough savings, we'll return to Earth together. Chapter 238. Thank you, Captain. Baymax felt deeply moved at this moment, and it now understood why Vico attached so much importance to its emotional perception engine within the core intelligence. Vico had fervently stated that it would be the key for Baymax to evolve from a powerful artificial intelligence to an intelligent life form. At the moment when Star-Lord made his comforting promise, Baymax felt as if a heart inside it was beating vigorously. This was a magical sensation it had never experienced since its creation and 2 years of wandering in space. Although this feeling was merely an illusion, the fact that it occurred was already a miracle. Machines do not possess false emotions, all their actions are executed according to programmed instructions. The emergence of this illusion indicated that Baymax had undergone some unexplainable evolution, transcending its mechanized programming. As for whether it had evolved into an intelligent life form, Baymax was uncertain. Without a reference, it couldn't accurately assess and define its own existence. However, what was certain was that Vico's initial judgment was correct. Now, Baymax was gradually developing its emotions, making it evolve into a true living being. In the end, Burly was disappointed and reluctantly agreed to Baymax's request for a body examination. This wasn't what she had hoped for. I wonder what it feels like to be with an inflatable robot. With such thoughts, Burly looked at Baymax's 4 sturdy inflatable fingers, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Nevertheless, she cooperated with Baymax during the physical examination. Regardless, Baymax successfully obtained Burly's body data. It was just following the habit it developed while with Vico, always attempting to collect relevant data about mysterious and unknown objects. As for Burly's fantasies, it was beyond Baymax's current level of evolution to comprehend such complex emotions. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the ship's communication device emitted a sound, indicating an incoming call to the Milano. Peter, there's a call for you, Burly informed Star-Lord and, without a second thought, connected the communication. Wait, don't answer. Upon Burley's reminder, Star-Lord quickly spoke up, fear and trepidation visible in his eyes. But his action was too slow, and it was too late to stop it. Burley had already answered the call for him. Seeing Star-Lord's panicked expression, Burley knew she might have caused trouble. Quill. As the communication connected, a majestic voice loudly called out Star-Lord's surname, causing him to shiver. He stiffly turned around, facing the holographic screen on the Milano. The person displayed on the screen was the one who initiated the call, the space rogue who adopted and trained Star-Lord to become an intergalactic ravager, Yondu. Hey, Yondu. Star-Lord tried to act calm while greeting Yondu, but his facial expression and body posture revealed his inner unease. Yondu had blue skin and a rugged appearance, exuding a wild cowboy charm, with a shiny red, peculiar head fin complementing his bald head, giving him a cyberpunk-style look. No wonder Star-Lord appeared cautious around him. Even if they were strangers who had never met before, encountering Yondu's appearance would likely make anyone feel uneasy. Met a new friend, Quill. Not bad at all. While I was freezing my butt off on Morag, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you or the cosmic orb, and here you are, enjoying good times. I just happened to be in the vicinity and wanted to help you out a bit, Star-Lord quickly responded, providing his explanation to Yondu's questioning. Then tell me, where are you now? Hand over the cosmic orb to me, and I'll give you a little extra reward as a favor. Star-Lord shook his head, indicating he wouldn't disclose his location. The cosmic orb is not in my possession right now, so I have no intention of telling you where I am. When I arrived on Morag, there was nothing left. Moreover, I ran into the Kree soldiers, and you should know they're the underlings of the accuser Ronan. I have no idea what kind of pursuit I'll face after that. The more Star-Lord tried to convince Yondu, the more Yondu believed that he had the cosmic orb but was unwilling to hand it over. Quill, you can't do this. I set up this deal through a lot of effort. A lot of effort? Come on, Yondu, you made a few phone calls, that's all. But you can't mess with the rules of our business. The Ravagers have their rules. That's right, and you've taught me that, but the truth is, there's really nothing on Morag, and I don't have the cosmic orb. Quill, I know you too well. I watched you grow up. When I came to Earth to pick you up, my crew wanted to eat you, as they hadn't tasted a human before. It was me who stopped them, so you could keep your life. And now, are you lying to your savior? You just wait, Quill, I'll find you for sure. Do you want to keep all the money for yourself? After saying this, Yondu angrily terminated the communication, while Star-Lord rubbed his forehead in frustration. He had indeed stirred up a big mess this time. Not only did he fail to get the cosmic orb and keep the money for himself, but he also got himself caught between Yondu and Ronan's forces, both chasing after him, believing he possessed the cosmic orb. Star-Lord could already imagine the miserable life he would lead after today, being pursued by both sides. Looking at their captain's distressed expression, Baymax felt a bit sorry. After all, it was Baymax's lie that got him into trouble. The cosmic orb was now in Baymax's possession. As long as Baymax willingly handed it over, the other parties wouldn't trouble them anymore, and the danger would be resolved. But Baymax knew the dangers of the cosmic orb. Once it fell into the hands of ambitious or evil individuals, it would surely cause catastrophic consequences. Even if handing over the cosmic orb could temporarily save them, it would undoubtedly lead to even greater consequences in the future. As Baymax hesitated about whether to tell the truth to Star-Lord, the captain made a decision. Let's head to Xander. The Nova Corps guards it, and the space rogues won't dare to act recklessly there. Plus, the Kree Empire just signed a peace treaty with the Nova Prime. I believe Ronan won't openly break the agreement. We'll lay low on Xander for a while until things cool down or they become complacent, and then we'll continue our adventure. Chapter 239. Don't stare at the fountain water, Groot, that's gross. Xander, capital of the Nova Empire. A raccoon-like creature was speaking human language, criticizing the behavior of a nearby tree-like being, Groot, for drinking water from the fountain. As it was about to continue scolding Groot, the raccoon's tablet computer sounded an alert. Listen to this wonderful sound, it looks like we have another bounty on our hands. Let's see who the unlucky guy is this time. The raccoon, named Rocket, pointed the tablet at the crowd nearby and quickly located the target through the search system. Let me see, oh, an Earthling. Who's so eager to find you? A bounty of 40,000 credits. Groot, we're going to strike it rich. Rocket turned his head and found his partner, Groot, still drinking water by the fountain. He sighed, shaking his head and holding his forehead with his hand. Rocket and Groot were partners, posing as bounty hunters chasing after money on the surface, while secretly engaging in some cosmic thievery. Today, they hit the jackpot as a major client posted a reward on the network, requesting the capture of a male Earthling, who happened to be nearby. It was like luck was on their side. The Earthling they were after was none other than Star-Lord, who had recently earned a bad reputation. The one who issued the task was his adoptive father, Yondu, the leader of the one of the Ravagers mercenary group. After learning that Star-Lord had taken refuge on Xander, Yondu spent a fortune, offering a 40,000 credit bounty for the capture of Star-Lord and publicly declared that he would personally execute him in front of the rest of the Ravagers. Looking at Groot and then at the updated mission and bounty on the tablet, Rocket felt tired of his partner's behavior. However, for the bounty within their reach, Rocket reinvigorated himself and forcefully dragged Groot away from the fountain. "Listen, Groot, stop staring at that damn fountain, now we need to focus on the guy in the red coat over there, the Earthling with the armored henchman. If we manage to take him down successfully, I promise to buy you premium organic fertilizer, okay? So, don't let me down and let the cooked duck fly away." "I am Groot," Groot responded confidently, hearing Rocket's promise and stern reminder. Meanwhile, Star-Lord was still unaware that he had been targeted and continued to stroll around the capital of the Nova Empire with Baymax. He wanted to properly introduce Baymax, a newcomer, to the splendor of alien civilizations and equip it with some basic knowledge so that it could better assist him in future missions. "Look at these buildings, impressive, right? Let me tell you, big guy, don't be fooled by their not-so-tall height above the ground. The real mystery lies beneath the surface. To preserve the surface landscape and lighting, these buildings have a maximum of only a few dozen floors above ground. But below ground, they extend to hundreds of meters deep without such restrictions. And those flying cars, you probably haven't seen them on Earth, have you? The anti-gravity engine design allows them to start and stop without frictional limitations, while also expanding the usability of roads in the vertical dimension, completely solving traffic congestion." Star-Lord continued his enthusiastic introduction of the capital of the Nova Empire to Baymax, but the latter seemed disinterested and even a bit disappointed. Because it had seen all kinds of cutting-edge technology collected in Vico's warehouse. Seeing these products on Xander now was like asking a college graduate to do elementary school homework. There was no novelty in it, and it could easily see the correct answers. "Captain, I've already seen all these things back on Earth, you don't need to waste time introducing them to me. Look at you, why should you be polite to me as your captain? Wait. Did you just say you've seen them on Earth?" "Baymax, as a robot, lying isn't a good habit. Although I left Earth more than 20 years ago and haven't seen its development during these years, I'm certain that even after 20 more years of progress, Earth couldn't possibly reach the level of advancement on Xander now." Upon realizing what Baymax said, Star-Lord's first reaction was disbelief. While his judgment might not be entirely wrong, without the existence of geniuses like Vico and Tony with superhuman intelligence, Earth wouldn't reach the level of development seen on Xander even in a few more decades. Although widespread adoption of advanced technology required significant capital and ample time support, it didn't hinder brilliant scientists from developing it first. Even if it couldn't be widely used, they could at least use it themselves. And Baymax's owner, Vico, happened to be one of those genius scientists who was wealthy and gifted. "Baymax isn't lying, I saw all these things in my owner's laboratory warehouse. For example, the anti-gravity engine, although it hadn't been put into practical use outside the laboratory back then, the superconducting magnetic levitation technology my owner used was much more powerful than the anti-gravity technology on Xander. The use of room temperature superconducting technology not only reduces energy demands and losses but also greatly extends the flight time. Additionally, the entire device structure is simpler and more compact, saving a lot of space for aircraft and enhancing user comfort." Listening to Baymax narrating the accomplishments of its mysterious owner while watching holographic experiment recordings and various technical data, Star-Lord truly believed in the brilliance of Baymax's owner. This guy was simply a legendary child from a rich family. Not only handsome and extraordinarily talented but also a super-rich second generation inheriting billions without working hard. It made Star-Lord even think about going back to Earth to hug the thighs of Baymax's owner. However, Star-Lord's fantasy didn't last because the detection system of Baymax showed that there were two suspicious individuals following them all the way from behind. And there was another powerful energy reaction ahead, seemingly waiting for them. At this moment, they had truly fallen into a situation where they were surrounded on all sides. Chapter 240. Baymax, what should we do now? Star-Lord glanced casually at Baymax beside him and asked quietly. "Captain, if we want to operate long-term on Xander, it's best not to engage in direct confrontations with the pursuers. The right approach would be to head towards densely populated areas and try to shake off the enemies pursuing us. If that doesn't work, Baymax can fly with you and evade the trackers," suggested Baymax. Hearing Baymax's advice, Star-Lord nodded in agreement. He had experienced being captured by the Nova Corps on Xander before, and he didn't want to go through that inexplicable ordeal again due to this unexpected situation. However, despite Star-Lord's intention to evade, both groups of pursuers seemed determined not to let him go easily. Rocket Raccoon and Groot easily located their targets in the crowded crowd using the lock-on system on their tablet computer and continued to follow them closely, waiting for the right moment to strike. The other person chasing after Star-Lord was Gamora, the daughter of Thanos. Thanos had reached a cooperation agreement with Ronan, promising to help him destroy Xander if Ronan brought the orb the Power Stone to him. To fulfill this agreement, Thanos sent his two adopted daughters, Gamora and Nebula, to assist and oversee Ronan in accomplishing their deal. Gamora was currently on Xander pursuing Star-Lord on Ronan's orders. Ronan had destroyed several Nova Corps bases between star systems. And if his Kree soldiers were to appear on Xander, they would undoubtedly face retaliatory attacks from the Nova Corps. So, Ronan relied on Gamora, the deadliest assassin in the galaxy, to help him retrieve the orb from Star-Lord. Gamora, known as the most dangerous woman in the universe, showcased her keen senses and tracking skills, enabling her to ignore the obstacles of the crowd and continuously approach Star-Lord. "Captain, it looks like we should execute the second plan. I suspect the enemy has means to lock onto us as well. We've been circling around for so long, not only failed to shake them off, but also got closer to them. This won't work if we keep going like this," Baymax suggested as it led Star-Lord to change their direction once again, evading the pursuit while offering its advice. However, if Baymax could see Star-Lord's foolish expression right now, it probably wouldn't even bother asking for his opinion and just take him on a flight to escape directly. "Hey, Baymax, do you think we're overreacting? Maybe the ones chasing us are not Ronan and Yondu's people at all. Look at that hot-looking girl, oozing with sex appeal. I'm sure she's a lost girl attracted by the charm of Star-Lord." The hot-looking girl Star-Lord saw was none other than Gamora. Thanks to her top-notch tracking skills, the distance between the two sides had narrowed enough for Star-Lord to spot her. As soon as he saw her, Star-Lord was drawn to the unique aura emanating from Gamora. Her combination of rejecting people from miles away and her inner determination made Star-Lord, who was usually quite confident in his charm, feel like his IQ suddenly dropped into negative territory. Seeing this situation, Baymax knew that Star-Lord could no longer be relied upon. It had to rely on its own judgment to deal with the current situation. At this moment, Baymax suddenly felt that it shouldn't have felt sorry for Star-Lord before, making itself feel very tired now. "I miss the days when I was with my master. He always considered everything thoroughly, and Baymax just needed to follow orders to complete the tasks, but now, sigh." Although Star-Lord's performance always disappointed it, since Baymax had acknowledged him as their captain, Baymax couldn't just abandon him. It wasn't its style. Under the current circumstances, following Star-Lord's orders was impossible. Baymax knew this, so it didn't bother discussing with him. It simply grabbed him from behind and took off into the sky without warning. "Humph, we still have help. Don't think flying up will get you away. Watch as I, Rocket Raccoon, shoot you down." However, before he could aim, Gamora had already stopped Baymax and Star-Lord's escape. Closer to Baymax and Star-Lord than Rocket Raccoon and Groot, Gamora had reacted the moment Baymax showed signs of movement. She closed the distance in a few big strides, then leaped at the moment Baymax took off, grabbing Star-Lord's right leg and pulling him back to the ground. With a loud thud, Star-Lord, who had fallen to the ground, finally snapped back to his senses. Although he was now clear-headed, his body seemed to be weak. After pulling Star-Lord down, Gamora began to search him thoroughly, trying to find the orb. Unfortunately, the orb was not on Star-Lord's person, so despite her thorough search, Gamora couldn't find what she wanted. However, this didn't stop her from wanting to punch Star-Lord in the gut. When he had looked at her earlier, he had the audacity to wear a face of enjoyment, which disgusted her. But before she could act, the sky suddenly darkened, and Rocket Raccoon and Groot took action. "We're rich, Groot. We're rich. I am Groot." Groot also tightened the bag opening with one hand and expressed his happiness by shaking his other hand. However, their happiness was short-lived. Baymax saw the two groups of pursuers who had initially been chasing after their captain, for some unknown reason, starting a fight with each other. Seizing the opportunity, Baymax grabbed Star-Lord's collar and continued flying into the sky to escape from the scene. "Humph. Damn it, Groot, we got the wrong people." Groot was also taken aback and involuntarily loosened his grip on the bag's opening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gamora quickly broke free from the bag's restraint. Drawing her dagger from her waist, she cut off Groot's arms and then kicked Rocket Raccoon away with a powerful kick. After dealing with Rocket Raccoon and Groot, Gamora looked around to find Star-Lord's trace, but he had already disappeared with Baymax. "Darn it, they got away. But as long as you're still on Xander, you won't escape from my grasp." Chapter 241. If Baymax were to know that Star-Lord is scheming and contemplating some strange ideas, it would undoubtedly decisively prevent the continuation of these actions and sternly admonish Star-Lord, saying, Captain, using your brain is not suitable for you. For your own safety, don't indulge in fantasies anymore. Unfortunately, even for an intelligent robot like Baymax, currently, there is no way to read people's inner thoughts, so it doesn't know what Star-Lord is thinking right now. Moreover, Baymax is not as silent as it appears on the surface. While seemingly following the others quietly, it is secretly using all its computational power to scan and analyze the entire KYLN prison, devising the safest and most effective prison break plan. The KYLN prison is extremely vast, and after walking through long corridors, the group finally arrives at the last checkpoint before entering the prison, the decontamination chamber. Here, they will undergo a final body check to ensure that they are not carrying any personal belongings. After the inspection, newly incarcerated inmates need to be stripped bare by the prison guards. Undergo a full-body rinse with a special disinfectant, and put on the prison-provided inmate uniform to ensure they don't carry deadly bacteria that could threaten the safety of others inside the prison. This is precisely the reason why Star-Lord fears being captured by the Nova Corps. Reflecting on the last time he was arrested and imprisoned for theft, Star-Lord can't help but feel that his life is about to become even more dreary. I have to endure such humiliation again. Star-Lord wipes away tears in the dressing room after the decontamination process, and Baymax comforts him by patting his back. Rocket, who has just been through the same process, rolls his eyes at Star-Lord's emotional display. For someone like Rocket, who has been imprisoned 22 times and successfully escaped 22 times, all of this is just routine. As Rocket had predicted, as soon as Gamora sets foot in the prison area, she faces threats and hatred from all the inmates. They look at her as if they want to tear her apart, very menacingly. Gamora, you scum, just wait and see. You're as good as dead. Do you hear me? You're as good as dead. I told you, almost everyone in here wants her dead. She won't last a day. Rocket shrugs, somewhat smug about his correct prediction. Will the guards protect her? Star-Lord asks with concern, unsure if he's feeling sympathy or some other emotion. Rocket raises an eyebrow in response. Their role is only to prevent us from escaping. They don't care if we kill each other inside the prison. And do you think only these inmates want this woman dead in the prison? Some of the Nova Corps have a deep blood feud with her and Ronan. They didn't personally come because they didn't want to dirty their hands. No matter how bleak the future may be, compared to my past, it's nothing. Regardless of Star-Lord's compassion or Rocket's schadenfreude, it doesn't matter to Gamora. She can face the challenges ahead with composure. For her, if there is no hope of escaping from this current life, even death is not such an unacceptable outcome. Star-Lord doesn't know what happened to Gamora that made her so accustomed to pushing people away. But her display of strength and stubbornness inadvertently struck a chord in him. Before he could fully savor this feeling, he was suddenly embraced by a tall, muscular alien. This alien had blue skin and looked like a hairless hamster. His expression was quite theatrical as he lightly caressed Star-Lord's cheek with his fingers, saying, "Look at you, so charming, I want to cover you in jam and savor you, oh." Before this extraterrestrial could continue being arrogant, Groot stepped forward, inserting two of his fingers into the alien's nostrils and using his control over plant growth to extend them further into the alien's body. Listen carefully, you scum in this prison. This earthling who may seem foolish is the money tree of both of us brothers. If any of you want to harm him, you'll have to go through us first or, to put it bluntly, we'll take care of you. Rocket stood in front of Star-Lord, just as he had said in the corridor. He appeared fierce and dominant in front of the group of inmates, asserting their power and warding off potential trouble with his threatening words. Seeing Rocket and Groot's display, Star-Lord, who had been initially scared, felt assured and told the surrounding inmates, "I'm under their protection." Then he followed closely behind Rocket and Groot, afraid of being left alone. At the same time, he glanced at Baymax behind him, seemingly blaming it for not rushing out to protect its captain at the first moment. Baymax, on the other hand, looked innocent. Explaining that it was fully calculating a safe escape plan and couldn't anticipate this situation. Even if it knew in advance, without its battle armor assistance, it would have no way to pose a threat to that alien brute. Its lightweight inflatable body significantly weakened its punch. Star-Lord and Baymax followed behind Rocket and Groot, heading towards the male prisoner's cells. Meanwhile, Gamora entered the separate cell block reserved for female inmates, under the watchful and menacing eyes of the other prisoners. Unnoticed by anyone in the prison's common hall. There was a person who remained silent, but his gaze had been fixed on Gamora from the moment she appeared. This person not only had a notorious reputation in the KYLN prison but also throughout the entire galaxy. He was the most dangerous individual in the galaxy, known as the Destroyer, Drax. Chapter 242. Universal Time, Midnight. Star-Lord, unable to fall asleep in his cell, rested his head on Baymax's soft belly. He seemed lost in thought or just daydreaming. Ah! However, a cry from outside the cell brought him back to reality. He recognized the voice. It was Gamora, who had been imprisoned with him. Recalling Rocket's words earlier today, it wasn't hard for Star-Lord to deduce the situation Gamora must be facing right now. She was probably being held captive and retaliated against by other inmates. The cell's door could only be opened from the inside, so if Gamora stayed in her cell, those inmates couldn't do anything to harm her, no matter how much they wanted her dead. The current situation suggested one thing: prison guards had intervened to help. Just as Rocket had said, those who wanted Gamora dead in prison were not just the inmates. Star-Lord's eyes darted, and he whispered to Baymax, "Baymax, let's go up and take a look." Without waiting for approval or objection from Baymax, he got up and headed out, leaving Baymax behind. "Quill, where are you going?" Rocket, who had been dozing off, woke up groggily upon hearing Star-Lord's movements. But by the time he was awake, Star-Lord had already gone too far, and Rocket's question went unheard. This made Rocket immediately alert, realizing that Star-Lord was heading into trouble. The bounty clearly stated that they had to bring Star-Lord to the bounty issuer alive. If Star-Lord died inside the prison, not only would he have gone to prison for nothing, but he would also lose the easily reachable bounty, something Rocket couldn't accept. With this in mind, Rocket quickly woke up his bodyguard Groot and, along with Baymax, followed Star-Lord. Inside the shower room, it was already past the bathing time, so there should have been no one inside. However, Gamora and several inmates holding her hostage broke the silence. "Gamora, consider this your death sentence. You committed serious crimes in the galaxy." Facing the captors and being controlled, even as a top assassin, Gamora was helpless and unable to resist. But just as she had resigned herself, a roar stopped the inmates from taking further action. "You dare!" The one who stopped them was none other than Drax, who had silently observed Gamora when she entered the prison. Seeing the newcomer's face, the inmates showed fear. They involuntarily released their grip on Gamora and refrained from making any moves. "Do you know who I am?" Drax asked the inmates as he approached Gamora step by step. "You are Drax, the Destroyer." The leader of the inmates, who had just been fierce in front of Gamora, now answered Drax's question with trembling fear. Drax's name was notorious, and for these inmates who had a bitter feud with Ronan, Drax's reputation was well known. "You know my reputation is not unfounded, right?" Drax continued to question them as he stood in front of Gamora. "That's right, you killed dozens of Ronan's men." Drax's name was well deserved for these inmates who had no love for Ronan. Drax's reputation preceded him. "Very well. That scoundrel Ronan killed my wife Ovette and my daughter Camely, cruel and heartless." And he laughed maniacally at the time. "Her fate is not in your hands. Ronan killed my family, and I will have my revenge." "Of course, Drax, here you go." The leader of the inmates, who had shown extreme ferocity in front of Gamora just now, meekly handed over his knife to Drax without any objection. Although they wanted to get their revenge on Gamora, they didn't want to risk their lives for it. In front of the powerful Drax, surrendering was the wisest choice. However, as they were discussing Gamora's fate, they forgot one thing. Gamora was not an ordinary alien woman, nor was she a helpless prey. She was a highly trained top assassin. In the moment the leader of the inmates handed over the knife, Gamora seized the opportunity to attack the other two inmates beside her, knocking them unconscious and taking their knives. She then held the knives to the leaders and Drax's necks. "Quill, don't get involved, leave quickly." Outside the shower room, seeing the situation taking an unexpected turn, Rocket quickly tugged at Star-Lord's clothes, trying to persuade him to leave. But Star-Lord didn't heed its advice. Instead, he slowly approached the shower room, getting closer to the commotion. "I'm not related to Ronan or Thanos, and only I can stop them," Gamora looked at Drax and explained, removing the knives from their necks and throwing them on the ground to show her sincerity. However, the next moment, Drax charged straight at Gamora and grabbed her by the neck, pinning her against the wall. "Your words mean nothing to me, woman," Drax said, holding the knife to Gamora's neck. Driven by hatred and blinded by the desire for revenge for his family, Drax couldn't be swayed by Gamora's brief explanation. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have earned the name, the Destroyer, and ended up in the KYLN prison. "Hey, big guy. Hold on, don't act yet." Star-Lord had made up his mind to rescue Gamora, because during the process of saving herself earlier, Gamora had a chance to kill those inmates, but she ultimately chose not to. From this, he could tell that Gamora was not the cold-blooded executioner or murderer as rumored. Instead, she was a kind-hearted girl, a fact that Star-Lord, as a ladies' man, understood well. His decision to step in and rescue Gamora wasn't a hasty impulse. He had already formulated a plan to escape from this place, and Gamora would be a crucial key to its success. By observing Gamora's actions just now, Star-Lord concluded that she was someone he could trust, so, for his plan to succeed, he had to save her. Chapter 243. Although Star-Lord's overall abilities were quite average, besides having extraordinary talent in charming girls, he possessed another skill he was good at but hadn't realized himself, the famous Talk no Jutsu in the ninja world. With this technique, he could incapacitate enemies without using force and even persuade them to join his side. Such a powerful jutsu not only required the user to have certain talent but also required the protagonist's halo to be present to fully utilize the effects of Talk no Jutsu. Luckily, both of these conditions were present in Star-Lord, so when he stepped forward, the destinies of both Drax and Gamora were already decided. Listen, big guy, if your ultimate goal is to take down Ronan, killing her now isn't a wise decision. Isn't this the guy that Wench wants to kill? Drax looked at Star-Lord and asked. Star-Lord raised an eyebrow at the question and answered with pride, there are quite a few women who want to kill me. As he spoke, Star-Lord lifted his shirt, revealing a wound. This is from a sister of the Ravagers. She stabbed me with a fork because she was upset that I left without saying goodbye. And here, a Kree girl tried to stab my heart. She worked in the Nova Corps archive, and I approached her to gather information. Have you seen Kree people? They have tentacles, and their teeth are like needles. If you think I'm interested in someone like that. Seeing Drax becoming increasingly impatient, Star-Lord voluntarily stopped boasting. Alright, you don't care about that, let's get back to the point. The key is that Gamora betrayed Ronan, so Ronan will come looking for her. Once he comes, you can. Star-Lord dragged out the ending, making a throat-slashing gesture with his hand. Why should I put my fingers on his neck? Okay, that's just a figure of speech, meaning you can cut his throat, Star-Lord patiently explained, ignoring Drax's exasperation. I won't cut his throat, I will chop off his head. No problem, you can do whatever you want, what I mean is, you have to let her live, don't be Ronan's executioner, she can be used as bait to lure Ronan to you. You better be telling the truth, or else I'll. Saying that, Drax released his grip on Gamora's neck and imitated Star-Lord's previous gesture, running his finger across his throat. You scared me. I thought you were done for, then I wouldn't get that bounty. Rocket patted his chest, knowing that he and Groot wouldn't have had any chance against Drax. Rest assured, everything is in my plan. Star-Lord said confidently, forgetting his cautious demeanor when facing Drax just a moment ago. At this moment, Gamora, who had recovered, also came up to Star-Lord and asked, why did you save me? Hey, listen, girl, I don't care if you live or die, Star-Lord replied stubbornly. Of course, he couldn't directly tell Gamora about his plan. Then why did you stop the big guy just now? Gamora continued to inquire. Star-Lord responded, it's simple, because you know where to find buyers for the cosmic orb. We're already locked up in prison, how can we sell it? On this matter, Star-Lord looked confidently at Rocket beside him. Don't underestimate this furry little guy who can talk, he has had 22 successful jailbreaks. Exactly. Rocket proudly puffed out his chest. We will escape from here and then take you to Yondu to collect the bounty. Star-Lord didn't refute Rocket's plan but directly asked Gamora, how much is the buyer you know willing to pay for the cosmic orb? Gamora, 4 billion. Rocket, what? Star-Lord, oh my god. Groot, I am Groot. The enormous number stunned everyone except for Baymax. The comic orb is my only chance to get rid of Ronan and Thanos. If you guys can take me with you when you escape, I will take you directly to the buyer, and we can split the profits among us. Gamora proposed a trade to Star-Lord and Rocket, without doubting that Star-Lord didn't actually possess the cosmic orb. Deal. Star-Lord and Rocket said in unison without hesitation, reaching an agreement in this three-party transaction. I am Groot. Groot didn't want to be left out either and responded. In fact, the success of this trade was entirely part of Star-Lord's plan. He was well aware that he didn't actually have the cosmic orb. And even if he successfully escaped from the KYLN with Rocket's guidance, he couldn't avoid the fate of being handed over to Yondu. In the end, he would still lose his freedom. To break this deadlock, he needed to introduce a third party to disrupt the current balance, thus changing the outcome. And this third party was Gamora, who firmly believed that the cosmic orb was with Star-Lord. Gamora needed the cosmic orb to change her own fate and escape from prison to gain her freedom, while Rocket and Groot wanted to obtain a large sum of money. In this way, a new balance could be formed among the three of them, with each party getting what they wanted and mutually benefiting each other. At the same time, having Gamora as an ally would significantly increase their chances of a successful jailbreak. That's why Star-Lord was so concerned about Gamora's situation from the beginning, and after confirming that she was trustworthy, he stepped forward to save her. All of this was part of his jailbreak plan since he arrived there. Of course, all of this relied on the premise that he actually possessed the cosmic orb. Therefore, even though he didn't have the cosmic orb, He still took the blame for it to regain his freedom. As long as he could successfully escape from here and find the right moment when they let guard down after the jailbreak, he could ditch Rocket and Gamora and continue his interstellar adventures. Among all the people there, the only one who knew the truth that Star-Lord didn't actually have the cosmic orb was Baymax. Knowing this fact, Baymax easily deduced the purpose behind his captain's actions. While astonished that Star-Lord could come up with such a brilliant idea, Baymax silently gave him a thumbs up for his rare display of intelligence. It seems that the jailbreak plan I calculated earlier needs to increase by 25 percentage points to be viable, but now, this plan can be considered flawless. Chapter 244. To escape, we need to enter that watchtower, and for that, we need to prepare a few things in advance. In the prison cafeteria, Rocket sat among the group, explaining his escape plan to them. First, we need to get hold of the security armband worn by the guards. It's the key to controlling access and security robots. I'll handle that, Gamora took on the task. Alright, and that guy over there who's getting food, I need his prosthetic leg, Rocket continued. His prosthetic leg? Star-Lord asked in confusion. Yes, just his leg, we don't need the rest. Look at him, all pathetic, Rocket said. Alright, though Star-Lord didn't understand why Rocket needed the prosthetic leg, he agreed to help for the sake of their successful prison break. Finally, there's a black board on the wall behind us, with yellow lights flashing, see it? Star-Lord turned to look and immediately spotted the spot Rocket mentioned. I see it. Inside there's a corny battery, a purple box, and green wires. We need it to enter the watchtower, Rocket continued explaining. But how do we get our hands on it? Gamora turned back to look at Rocket. The location of the corny battery was at a height of 20 feet and was the most heavily guarded area in the entire prison. If they approached, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of the guards. There seemed to be no good way to get it without being noticed. Rocket looked at Gamora mysteriously. This will rely on you to work your charm. I can tell the guards are interested in you. You should be able to figure something out. Are you kidding me? Gamora was very angry at the idea of selling herself to complete the mission. Hey, don't be mad. I've overheard them discussing you, and they all think you're hot. Besides, I need the corny battery for my plan, and you guys need to figure out how to get it. If you want to get out of here, you'll have to get the things I need. Rocket said unscrupulously. And once the battery is removed, the prison will go into emergency mode, so we need to act quickly and leave the battery for last. Can I interrupt for a moment? At this point, Baymax, who had been silent on the sidelines, spoke up. What's up, big guy? Can't you see we're discussing something important? Originally, Baymax didn't intend to speak up because Rocket's jailbreak plan was not much different from the plan it had carefully calculated. With Rocket's extensive experience of breaking out 22 times, the chances of success were quite high. However, it chose to interrupt this discussion because, I just wanted to say that Groot, after hearing that you need the corny battery, walked over and opened the black board behind us on his own. He has already pulled out the battery along with the wires. If we don't stop him now, we might. Before Baymax could finish speaking, the lights in the entire cafeteria dimmed, and at the same time, the emergency alarm in the prison started blaring. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rocket said, looking at the battery handed over by Groot in dismay. Well, maybe we can get the battery first and figure out another plan later. There was no time for them to plan in detail now. The guards would soon take action, and they had to complete their tasks before the guards noticed their plan and rendezvous at the watchtower. I'll get the security armband from the guard, Gamora said. I'll get the guy's prosthetic leg, Star-Lord chimed in. Star-Lord and Gamora immediately sprang into action, heading towards their respective targets. Seeing this, Rocket felt not excitement but a sense of despair. This team was really hard to manage. He had only meant to play a prank on Star-Lord, but he hadn't expected Star-Lord to take it seriously. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, Rocket might have mocked him a bit, but he couldn't find it in himself to do so now. Not to mention the trouble-causing Tree Man Groot and the seemingly burdensome inflatable robot, Baymax, in the team. If it weren't for the 4 billion reward, Rocket would have given up on the prison break plan long ago. However, there was no choice now. They had to face the difficulties ahead, and if there were no difficulties, they would create some. In any case, they had to grit their teeth and go on. Attention, inmates below. Put down your weapons and return to your cells, or we will open fire. I am Groot. Of course, Groot wouldn't just give up. Faced with the guard robots, who were now loaded and ready to fire, he roared and launched an attack. Open fire. Seeing this, the guards immediately gave the order to fire, and the ammunition poured onto Groot. However, Groot was a tree man with incredibly strong vitality, and he didn't care about the attacks from these robots at all, continuing to swing his long arms to fight back. Baymax, on the other hand, used his own body to protect Rocket from stray bullets. Seeing more and more guard robots gathering around, the first guards who arrived had already taken out more powerful weapons with firepower rated at 800 to concentrate on attacking Groot. It was clear that Groot alone couldn't hold on for much longer. And before Gamora and Star-Lord could return, he would likely be defeated on the spot. But just as Rocket was about to lend a hand to attract the guards' fire, Drax directly subdued the guards and took their weapons, handing them to Rocket beside Baymax. Drax, who had been observing their actions, stepped forward to help. Only by escaping from here could he continue his revenge against Ronan. Drax truly lived up to his name as the Destroyer. Bare-handed, he quickly dealt with the guards who had arrived first. With the weapons in hand, Rocket was like a fish in water, using Baymax's graphene skin to protect himself and using his precise shooting skills to eliminate all the guard robots surrounding Groot. While Rocket was dealing with the trouble in front of him, Gamora and Star-Lord also completed their own tasks and returned with what Rocket had asked for. "Hurry, move towards the watchtower, steady, and we can succeed." Seeing the two of them come back, Rocket directed everyone to gather at the watchtower. The key to success or failure lay in this move. Chapter 245. Don't stare at me, woman. Inside the lookout tower, Drax, who had entered together with them to their surprise, loudly exclaimed while looking at Gamora. "Why is he here too?" Gamora turned her head away from him and asked Star-Lord. "We promised him that he could follow you until he kills your boss, Ronan, and I, Star-Lord, always keep my word, especially when the other party is a crazy big guy who could kill me," Star-Lord shrugged and explained helplessly to Gamora. Hearing this response, Gamora rolled her eyes, turned away angrily, and ignored him. Star-Lord didn't mind and handed the prosthetic limb he held to Rocket in front of the control panel, saying, "This is for you." "Oh, the prosthetic limb was just a joke between you and me. In fact, I only need 2 things, I just didn't expect you to take it so seriously and actually bring it here, ahaha." Rocket mocked as he performed complex and delicate operations on the control panel. "What? Rocket, I'm telling you, if we didn't need your help to escape from this prison right now, I would definitely show you what a sandbag-sized fist feels like. So, what's the plan to get out of here?" Drax asked as more and more guard robots were converging toward them. "Don't worry, it already has a plan," Star-Lord said, feeling relaxed and trusting Rocket, who was an expert at jailbreaks. However, seemingly remembering their previous experience, Star-Lord followed up with, "You're not playing me again, are you?" "No worries this time, I've planned it for real," Rocket said confidently. "Do you need my help? Maybe I can speed up your work." "Oh, it's you, the big guy with the afterthoughts. If you can help, can you please speak up earlier next time?" Baymax's actions did improve Rocket's impression of him somewhat, but the sassy Rocket didn't go easy on his words. Although Rocket didn't explicitly say it, Baymax, with his intelligence, understood that Rocket needed his assistance. And this was something Baymax excelled at. Knowing exactly what Rocket's plan was, without needing Rocket's command, Baymax integrated his program into the control panel and modified the control program. "Well done, big guy, you're actually useful." Seeing Baymax directly assisting him to complete the task, Rocket couldn't help but praise him. It deactivated the artificial gravity that keeps people from floating outside of this tower. Gamora said excitedly as she saw the prison guards, who were now preparing to fire at them, floating in midair. She knew that this jailbreak plan had succeeded. With the seamless cooperation of Baymax and Rocket, the entire lookout tower's controls fell into their hands quickly. Rocket detached the watchtower from its base connected to the prison. While Groot commanded the guard robots to arrange themselves under the watchtower, acting as thrusters to propel the entire tower. "I told you I had a plan." Soon, with the artificial gravity deactivated, they easily propelled themselves outside of the prison with the power of the guard robots. "This plan is really awesome." Star-Lord couldn't help but admire it. Soon, everyone retrieved their confiscated equipment from the storage room, and Baymax donned the battle armor Vico had designed for him, significantly enhancing his speed and combat abilities. "Is the cosmic orb secure?" After getting her equipment, Gamora came to Star-Lord and asked to confirm. Yeah, it's safely in my bag," Star-Lord replied nervously. "But that's not important now, we need to get on my ship, Milano, and leave this place quickly." Given the urgency of the situation, Gamora didn't doubt Star-Lord's words and quickly gathered with the others, boarding Star-Lord's ship, Milano. After smoothly boarding the ship and leaving the heavily guarded KYLN prison, Rocket couldn't wait to tell Gamora, "All right, girl, I've fulfilled my promise and got you out of that hellhole, now, it's your turn to lead us to the mysterious buyer." However, Gamora shook her head and looked at Star-Lord. Not yet, he needs to show the item to me first. I won't reveal the coordinates of the buyer and the confirmed meeting point unless I see the cosmic orb with my own eyes. Hearing Gamera's words, Rocket found the request reasonable, so he also looked in Star-Lord's direction, clearly conveying the message that they wanted him to show them the item and give them peace of mind. If I say, if I don't have the cosmic orb with me, you guys won't tear me apart on the ship, will you? Star-Lord had never expected things to be exposed so quickly. He had thought that after going through so many hardships and escaping from the prison, they should take a moment to relax their tense nerves. Then, he could find a planet to dock, get rid of them, and escape with Baymax, continuing their carefree adventures. Unfortunately, reality told him that he had underestimated Rocket's obsession with wealth, leaving him no choice but to confess directly. "You little punk, what did you say?" Hearing Star-Lord say that the cosmic orb wasn't on him, Rocket immediately aimed his weapon at Star-Lord, and the atmosphere on the ship became tense. "This can't be true. The cosmic orb must be on you." Korath, whom Ronan sent to find the cosmic orb on Morag, found no trace of it on the planet. The only possibility is that you, who arrived there before him, had taken it. Star-Lord had a bitter expression as he shook his head. "I did arrive on Morag before him, and I did enter the temple, but I found nothing there. I even got into trouble because of that and ended up being pursued by both Yondu and Ronan. I really got the short end of the stick." "So, you deceived us in the prison, and you really didn't have the cosmic orb." Seeing Star-Lord's reaction, Gamora began to believe that the cosmic orb was indeed not on him. However, this only made her angrier. She had placed all her hopes on the cosmic orb, the only chance she had to change her fate. And now, Star-Lord who had given her hope, only to crush it with his own hands. How could she not be angry? Gamora directly pulled out her dagger and held it to Star-Lord's neck. Seeing Star-Lord in a precarious situation, Baymax also stepped forward, aiming his palm cannons at Rocket and Gamora. With Drax being the only one staying out of the conflict, it seemed like the tension on the ship could escalate into a full-blown battle at any moment. Chapter 246. Hey. Everyone, let's calm down a bit. Be careful with your weapons, we don't want any accidents. How about we put down our weapons and have a proper conversation? Star-Lord stepped forward and proposed to Gamora and Rocket. Gamora and Rocket exchanged glances, nodded at each other, and then put down their weapons, sitting down at the table in the cabin. Continuing the standoff could lead to a situation where everyone would suffer, and no one wanted to take that risk. Negotiation seemed to be the best way to resolve the current dilemma for all parties involved. Seeing that both of them were willing to talk, Baymax also closed the palm cannons on his armor and lowered his arms. With the situation defused, Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed the nervousness in his heart. Just now, he had genuinely feared that Rocket and Gamora would attack him. Even with Baymax's help, they still faced a 2-against-3 situation. If it really came to that, and Drax joined the others against him, he might be done for. Thankfully, the two of them kept their cool and didn't let things escalate irreversibly. Star-Lord was the last one to sit down at the table, and the three-way negotiation officially began. Star-Lord was the first to speak, saying, "We should first figure out where our conflicts lie so that we can better resolve them. Our conflict is that you are a lying jerk." Rocket, still angry, retorted to Star-Lord's suggestion. "You tricked me during the prison break." Star-Lord also didn't hold back, firing back at Rocket. "That's because you're an idiot. Those two things can't be equated." "Alright, you two, that's enough. We didn't come here to argue after putting down our weapons, we're here to negotiate and find a way to solve our individual troubles." Gamora stopped their childish quarrel and brought the focus back to the main issue. "You're right," Star-Lord calmed down his anger and continued. "Let's continue what I was saying, our conflict now lies in the fact that we all want to solve our own problems, but the key item that can solve all our issues, the cosmic orb, is not in our possession, and that's the crux of the matter. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why did we start fighting just now?" "I am Groot," who had been serving as an indoor plant, agreed with Rocket. "Wait, don't be hasty. Let me finish. Even though we don't have the cosmic orb, it doesn't mean we can't resolve our individual troubles. Gamora, you want to break free from Ronan's control and take control of your own fate. Rocket and Groot, you want a big bounty and to live carefree lives. Drax, you want to chop off Ronan's head and avenge your family. And me, the great Star-Lord, I want to escape from Ronan and the Ravagers, continuing my free and adventurous journey. So, if we carefully link all these key points, a new solution appears. We can all help Drax with his revenge plan. Once Ronan is dead, Gamora can naturally break free from his control. Then, we disguise ourselves and take Ronan's head back to the Nova Corps headquarters on Xandar to claim the bounty. That will give you, Rocket and Groot, the money you want. With the money, you can live the life you want without having to exchange me for the bounty. And I can also escape from Ronan and Yondu's pursuit, continuing my adventures. So, what do you think? Isn't this plan logically clear, meticulously thought out, and perfectly solving all our troubles? Star-Lord looked at Rocket and Gamora, hoping for their praise. However, what Star-Lord received wasn't praise but the dark barrel of Rocket's gun pointed at him. Are you kidding us? Ah. If we have the ability to take down Ronan, why would we need to worry about money? Your plan is much harder than simply selling the cosmic orb for 4 billion. But since you don't have the cosmic orb, delivering you to Yondu for a bounty of 40,000 is still some gain. Seeing its captain in a perilous situation, Baymax quickly stood in front of Star-Lord, revealing his palm cannons once again. And surprisingly, Drax also stood behind Star-Lord. The message was clear, was joining Star-Lord's side. Seeing this scene, Rocket and Gamora widened their eyes, looking at Drax behind Star-Lord in disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? I think what this kid who has had a relationship with Tentacles girl said makes sense. We should join forces to take down that scum Ronan, but I must be the one to personally chop off Ronan's head. I've only been involved with her once. Though Drax was now standing on their side, when it came to his honor, he still felt the need to clarify. But he couldn't avoid the disdainful and contemptuous gazes from Rocket and Gamora. Even Groot's look at him became strange. Drax, it's your revenge, not mine. Groot and I are just bounty hunters chasing after profits. We don't care about good or evil, and we certainly won't do things that only heroes would do. Rocket didn't beat around the bush, expressing his thoughts directly. This meant that Rocket completely rejected Star-Lord's proposal of taking down Ronan together. I agree as well. I understand Ronan better than any of you and how powerful he is. The few of us stand no chance against him. It would be suicide. And if Ronan finds out that the cosmic orb is not on you, you'll suffer a more painful death than us. Gamora also opposed Star-Lord's proposal. As the situation reached another impasse, Baymax closed his palm cannons and said to the silent group, actually, the cosmic orb is with me. Chapter 247. Baymax, what did you say? The first one to express doubt due to astonishment was none other than Star-Lord, the captain of the Baymax. He had always believed that he had a loyal and devoted subordinate in Baymax, but now he realized that the latter had been deceiving him from the beginning. Big guy, hand it over now. Rocket, being more pragmatic, pointed his gun at Baymax's head instead of Star-Lord and threatened it. Though Gamora didn't say anything, after the shock subsided, her reaction was similar to Rocket's, shifting her attention to Baymax. If the cosmic orb has been with you all along, why did you deceive me from the start? And even after I became your captain, why didn't you reveal the truth to me? Star-Lord didn't care about the 4 billion profit the cosmic orb could bring. He just wanted to know why his most trusted subordinate had kept the truth hidden from him. Facing Star-Lord's questioning, Baymax lowered its head in shame and said, to explain this, we have to start with the cosmic orb itself. I hope you can hear me out. Firstly, let me ask you all a question. Do you know what the cosmic orb actually is? Everyone was bewildered by Baymax's question and shook their heads, unable to provide an answer. Though I can't be 100% certain if the cosmic orb is exactly as I've surmised, there is a high probability that it is a powerful weapon, so powerful that it could turn a massive planet into nothing more than dust in the universe. After revealing the answer, Rocket questioned Baymax's speculation. If I'm not mistaken, Quill once mentioned that you've only been in the universe for a little over 2 years since you arrived from Earth. How can you determine that it is a weapon when we, who have been living in space for much longer, still don't know the truth about the cosmic orb? While my experience in space is not as extensive as yours, I have great confidence in my deduction regarding the cosmic orb. I have seen terrifying weapons that emit energy waves similar to it. Those 2 weapons almost caused Earth's destruction, and I fell into the universe because of this. My master left abundant data and information about them in my database during his research. Along with other studies on rune magic, I deduced the true purpose of the cosmic orb. It's a massively destructive weapon. Baymax projected the data from its database to confirm the authenticity of its words. Due to the extreme danger of the cosmic orb, the entire universe would be at great risk if it fell into the wrong hands, so when I heard that you, Captain, were looking for it to sell, I decided to conceal the fact that I had it. Upon hearing Baymax's explanation, Star-Lord let out a sigh of relief. All right, since the cosmic orb is so dangerous, I won't blame you for hiding this from me. After receiving Star-Lord's forgiveness, Baymax looked at him with gratitude, feeling touched. Now that the cosmic orb is so powerful, we can use it to destroy Ronan and his fleet together. The destroyer, Drax, who had always wanted to avenge his wife and daughter by killing Ronan, was the first to think about using the orb's terrifying power to achieve his revenge. Baymax shook its head. Using the power of the cosmic orb is not that simple, otherwise, the Morag civilization, who created it, wouldn't have perished in the flow of time. To activate the power of the cosmic orb, the user not only needs magical abilities to activate the rune magic inscribed on its surface but also needs to withstand the immense recoil that comes with harnessing this vast power. The tremendous recoil will inflict a painful cost on the user, possibly leading to death. The temples on Morag, in my analysis, were constructed to mitigate the recoil from using the cosmic orb, but even with that, there are undoubtedly limitations to its use. That's why this once brilliant and powerful civilization eventually met its downfall. So your plan to seek revenge with the help of the cosmic orb might not be feasible. I haven't detected any magical energy emanating from you, and even if you could activate the cosmic orb, you wouldn't be able to bear the recoil it brings. Then are we just going to give up the easy 4 billion that's within our grasp? Rocket couldn't help but express reluctance. As a bounty hunter roaming the galaxy, Rocket knew all too well that once such immense power fell into the hands of the ambitious, the entire universe would become extremely dangerous. But faced with the temptation of a huge sum of money, his heart wavered. I'm not interested in money anyway, so if it can't help me, then forget it. Even if I have to do it on my own, I can still twist Ronan's head off with my bare hands. The fierce Drax spoke harshly, mimicking Star-Lord's neck-cutting gesture with his hand again. There's still a chance, actually. Gamera's words broke the deadlock. The buyer I arranged is not an ambitious person. He is wealthy, influential, and powerful, but his interest lies solely in collecting rare items from various parts of the universe. If we trade the cosmic orb with him, not only can we get a hefty sum of money, but we can also ensure the orb's safer custody. I think we can continue with this transaction. That's right. Gamora is right. We can meet this buyer first, and if we confirm that handing the item over to him is safe and reliable, then we can complete the transaction. If we eventually find that giving it to him is not a good idea, we can still back out. Baymax has reservations about this. I still don't agree with trading the cosmic orb. It is an extremely dangerous weapon. Baymax definitely disagreed with Rocket's proposal. However, seeing that everyone except for him and Drax had been moved by the idea, it knew that opposing it would be futile. So, it secretly resolved to protect the cosmic orb. Alright then, let's head to where the buyer is located. Gamora, quickly provide the coordinates. Faced with the temptation of the 4 billion bounty, Star-Lord couldn't wait any longer. He immediately sat in the pilot's seat, preparing to personally fly to the trade location. The coordinates are XX, 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 and the place is called Nowhere. Chapter 248. Mr. Rocket, are you using the ship's parts and items to make bombs? Inside the cabin, the ship had been set on autopilot, speeding towards its destination, Nowhere. The members on the ship were busy with their respective tasks. With nothing else to do, Baymax approached curiously after seeing Rocket's actions. It seems there's a clever one on this ship. At least I don't have to worry about being influenced by Quill and Drax and becoming dumber if I stay near them for too long. Rocket raised his head and glanced at Baymax, then continued working. In fact, you don't need to worry. Stupidity is not an illness, it's a flaw and not contagious. Besides, you are already smarter than most humans I've encountered, and you have dexterous hands they don't possess. Upon hearing this, Rocket paused for the first time and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Big guy, even though you don't know what that means to me, I still want to say thank you. Your praise means a lot to me. If you want the bomb to be more powerful, it's best to add a few drops of hydrogen peroxide to the formula. It can increase the explosive effect by more than 2 times. Baymax observed Rocket's actions and also offered some suggestions. Rocket didn't respond but continued tinkering with the bomb. However, when it came to the final step of mixing the explosives, Rocket took out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide from the medical box. Is there a specific dosage? Baymax turned to look at Rocket and saw that Rocket was also looking back at him. It quickly replied, 2.5 milliliters, a little more won't have a significant impact. Rocket nodded and then took out a measuring cylinder to accurately pour 5 milliliters of hydrogen peroxide into the mixture, sealing the bomb afterward. I thought you wouldn't take my advice, Baymax curiously said to Rocket. I'll adopt any correct and useful advice. It's with this little bit of intelligence that I managed to survive in this universe dominated by humans. I'm an experiment. They spliced human genes into my DNA, giving me human intelligence and language abilities. They also implanted me with mechanical neural devices to enhance the flexibility of my body and limbs. They treated me like a toy, constantly disassembling and reassembling me, always seeking new breakthroughs in their experiments. Perhaps it's because of this experience that I've developed the ability to escape. I can confidently say that there's no prison in this universe that can hold me, Rocket. Hearing this, Rocket's expression showed some pride. After all, his 23 successful escapes, not 22, were the most revocable experiences and the skill he was most proud of. Is that so? Now I understand why my master always considered himself the first and only test subject. I get it, Baymax mumbled thoughtfully. What are you saying? Rocket asked curiously. I'm reminded of my master back on Earth. He always used himself as the test subject for body modifications. He said since I have the confidence that I can succeed, I will only experiment on myself. It's safe. Originally, I didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Shouldn't violating the experimental safety code increase one's own risk? So why would he claim it's safer this way? After listening to your story, I think I understand my master now. His experiments had gone beyond the scope of conventional experimental safety code. In this forbidden territory, once the test subject escapes from the lab, it can lead to dreadful consequences. Of course, I'm not saying you are a disaster, Mr. Rocket. I just learned through your example that using any other life as an experimental subject is not only inhumane, but it also means there's no guarantee that the test subject won't end up outside the lab. Your master must be an outstanding individual. Not only can you learn a lot from his views, but creating an intelligent robot like you, with such high intelligence, is a feat that very few in the entire universe, except for a few powerful civilizations, could achieve. If I have the opportunity, I'd love to meet your master and see his other inventions. I also want to meet my master, but I don't know when that will happen, but if you want to see his other inventions, it's not impossible on this ship. Saying that, Baymax's belly emitted a bright light, and one invention after another was displayed before Rocket in holographic form. This is the plasma cutting ray. This one dominates, but compared to Drax, I think it should be called the Destroyer. In this way, Baymax introduced one invention after another that Vico had created before it left Earth. Rocket, who didn't have much regard for Baymax before, was also intrigued and began discussing with Baymax. The atmosphere between them grew warmer, and their relationship became more harmonious. It was only when Drax exclaimed from the cockpit that their exchange was interrupted. What is that thing? Even a robust man like Drax couldn't help but be astonished by the awe-inspiring sight before him. Attracted by his voice, Rocket, Baymax, and Star-Lord, who had been staying in the lower deck, all came to the cockpit and looked out through the window. What they saw was a colossal skull, resembling a comet, floating in space. Everyone was stunned by the sight. At this point, Gamora stepped forward to explain, "That's the nowhere up ahead. It's the severed head of a celestial. For hundreds of years, the Empiricorp has stationed here and sent miners to extract valuable resources from the skeleton, bones, brain tissues, spinal fluids, all highly valued commodities on the Black Vicoid across the galaxy. It's dangerous and illegal, so only desperate people come here seeking a way out. Be careful, everyone, this is a lawless place." Chapter 249. Welcome, everyone, to Nowhere. Hello, Madam Gamora, I am Karina, the servant of my master. I will take you to meet my master. After waiting for a while, Star-Lord and his group finally got the chance to meet this mysterious buyer. By the way, where's Drax? Has anyone seen him? Who knows, maybe he's gone off somewhere and lost track of time. Let's not worry about him. He's only interested in how to kill Ronan and doesn't care about the 4 billion credits. Let's just go in, complete the transaction, and get out. Rocket shrugged, clearly unaware of Drax's whereabouts. He just wanted to get the money and be done with it. I am Groot. Groot, the tree-like being, also shook his head, indicating that he hadn't seen Drax either. Let me remind you all, when we meet the buyer, we need to ensure that he won't misuse the cosmic orb and has the ability to keep it safe. Only then can the deal be finalized. Rocket received a reality check from Baymax. Gamora nodded and suggested, Baymax is right. If the cosmic orb is really an extremely dangerous weapon, we need to consider this carefully, but for now, let's follow this maid inside. It wouldn't be polite to keep the buyer waiting. Once everything is settled, we can come back and find Drax. Star-Lord agreed, exactly, Drax is not a child, he doesn't need constant supervision, let him relax and blow off some steam. We'll go in and meet the buyer first. Following the maid through a dim and narrow passage, the group arrived in a room filled with glass display cases. It was evident that these were the buyer's collections. As Gamora had previously described, this person had a liking for collecting all kinds of rare and peculiar treasures. From technological gadgets to ancient artworks, from artistic sculptures to various living beings, the collection in this room was diverse but extremely rare. It could be said that if anyone else were to attempt to collect these items, they would need to traverse the entire galaxy and possess a considerable amount of luck to successfully gather them all. Dear guests, we own the largest collection museum in the entire galaxy, with animals, relics, and various specimens, and now, I proudly present to you my master, the collector, Taneleer Tyvan. As the maid introduced, everyone's attention turned to the man standing behind her, dressed in a rather alternative and extravagant manner. He wore splendid clothes, draped with a white fur coat made from some unknown creature. His hair was an unnaturally pure white, and even his eyebrows and beard shared the same color. While his eyes were lightly adorned with eye makeup, giving him an air of elegance, grandeur, and a hint of melancholy. "Oh, my dear Gamora, I finally get to see you." The collector, Tannelier Tyvan, greeted Gamora with a somewhat exaggerated hand-kiss gesture as she was led into the room by the maid. However, Gamora didn't appreciate the gesture and withdrew her hand, saying, "We traveled a long way, crossing half the galaxy to get here. Let's get straight to the point. We brought what you wanted, but before we proceed, we need to. What are you looking at? Can you please listen to me seriously?" Seeing the collector's distracted gaze wandering elsewhere, Gamora, eager to obtain more information, became quite annoyed. "Oh, my apologies, dear Gamora, I was just fascinated by those two behind you. Can you introduce them to me? The tree-like being and the armored inflatable robot. I'm willing to offer a price in advance to buy their corpses after their demise." Hearing the collector's insane idea, both Star-Lord and Rocket became displeased. After all, Baymax and Groot were their most important companions, not commodities to be traded. "Although I don't know what you want their corpses for, I'm afraid this deal won't happen," Star-Lord directly refused the collector's offer. Rocket nodded beside him, agreeing with his statement. While he loved money, he had his limits, and he would never betray his companions, especially considering how Groot had saved him multiple times. "Well, that's a pity." The collector shook his head helplessly. "They are both unique beings, one from the Flora Colossus species, and the other is a revocable example of emerging artificial intelligence. They are truly precious existences, and it's hard to resist the temptation." "Alright, Tyvan, we traversed half the galaxy to obtain this cosmic orb, and now we need you to tell us why you want it and what exactly it is. Based on your answer, we will decide whether the transaction can proceed," Star-Lord demanded. With a mysterious smile, the collector said, "Since you want to know, follow me, I'll show you what the most dazzling stone in the entire universe looks like." Led by the collector, the group arrived at a workbench. "Place the cosmic orb on it," the collector said, looking at them. Star-Lord and Gamora exchanged glances, then placed the cosmic orb that Baymax had given them on the workbench. Soon, as if sensing the presence of the cosmic orb, the mechanical device on the workbench started functioning, and the collector began his explanation. "My new friends, listen carefully. Before the birth of the universe, there were 6 singularities within the chaos. After the Big Bang, while the universe was formed, these 6 singularities survived and condensed into 6 stones possessing incredible powers, the Infinity Stones." As the collector explained, he also projected images of the 6 Infinity Stones in front of everyone. Upon seeing the stones featured on the Tesseract and Loki's scepter, Baymax knew his earlier speculation was undoubtedly correct. These stones had the same origin, and the cosmic orb was indeed a formidable weapon. Soon, as the collector's explanation progressed, Baymax's speculations were thoroughly confirmed. These stones possess immensely powerful forces, and only immensely powerful beings can control this power. Watch closely. By harnessing the power of these stones, these mighty beings can wipe out an entire civilization in an instant, merely by placing the stone on the ground. Once again, the collector showed a shocking scene where a being with an Infinity Stone effortlessly annihilated a civilization. "I feel like I'm about to wet myself." Star-Lord couldn't believe that Baymax's guess was true, and the truth was even more brutal than they imagined. There was once an organization that successfully shared the power of the stones, but they eventually suffered the backlash of that power and were utterly destroyed. "Oh, look, the cosmic orb has been opened, and inside is that beautiful, unparalleled Infinity Stone." The purple stone shone brilliantly, its dazzling radiance momentarily making everyone forget its terrifying power to obliterate planets. But at this moment, a pair of eyes full of greed were fixated on the Infinity Stone atop the workbench. Chapter 250. Everyone, you've seen it clearly. If I truly intended to make any crazy moves using the power of the Infinity Stones, I could have used my men to take you all down and claim the stones for myself. But I didn't do that. Instead, I carefully explained the origin and properties of the Infinity Stones, which should prove my sincerity. I genuinely want to add it to my precious collection, not to achieve some non-existent ambitions. Moreover, as the head of the Tyvan group, I can ensure the safety of the Infinity Stone. So now, please consider carefully and give me a definite answer. Will you accept my offer of 4 billion credits or leave with the cosmic orb? Credits. Rocket. Before the others could express their opinions, Rocket impatiently made his choice, much to Gamora's annoyance as she scolded him. "I apologize, Tyvan, his decision doesn't represent our collective opinion. Please allow us some time to discuss." Gamora turned to the collector, expressing her apologies and asking for a moment to decide internally. "That's perfectly fine. You, Karina, step back." The collector had encountered such hesitation from sellers during his dealings many times before and didn't mind giving them some time for deliberation. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed his maid, Karina, sneakily approaching the now exposed Infinity Stone, and he quickly shouted at her to step back. "I will no longer be your slave. With this immense power, I can regain my freedom. Stop, the collector wanted to continue persuading Karina, but she didn't give him the chance. As soon as Karina spoke, she reached out and grabbed one of the 6 infinity stones on the workbench. In her eyes, the stone before her was her only hope. With it, her future would be entirely different. The desire to change her fate had been rooted in her mind for a long time, but she had never found a suitable opportunity. Born to fugitive outlaws seeking refuge in the realm of nothingness, she had been sold as a commodity to the Tyvan group so they could have a better life. As a girl with no money, influence, or background, she had reached her current position as the personal maid of the collector, Tyvan, through enduring what others could not and disguising her true feelings from everyone. She had assumed she would spend her entire life in such endurance and pretense, but unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself today. The cosmic orb. A trade item brought by the umpteenth group of visitors she received today. What no one expected was that within this unassuming metal sphere lay a hidden secret, the most precious and powerful treasure in the entire universe, the Infinity Stone. Listening to the collector's introduction and seeing the projected effects of the stones, Karina knew her chance had come. This was the turning point to change her fate. In the moment she decisively reached for the stone, images of a future free from her master's threats and insults and a life of happiness without the hard labor of cleaning glass display cases appeared in her mind. However, poor Karina's desire clouded her judgment. She overlooked a crucial point mentioned in the collector's explanation about the power of the Infinity Stone. Harnessing the stone's power required the user to possess extremely formidable strength. Clearly, the maid Karina lacked such power. Otherwise, she could have easily freed herself from the collector's control with her abilities, without risking the tremendous danger of stealing the Infinity Stone. So, in the moment her hand grasped the Infinity Stone, an enormous surge of energy was released through her body as a conduit. Chaotic energy rampaged through the collector's chamber, destroying all carefully arranged decorations in a tidal wave of power. Likewise, Karina, who triggered the energy of the Infinity Stone, suffered the same fate. Her body couldn't withstand such a colossal influx of energy and was completely consumed and dissolved in a brief moment. The immense energy that entered her body had no restraint or vessel to contain it, and in an instant, it all erupted, causing a violent explosion. As soon as Karina showed signs of trouble, Baymax rushed to stand in front of everyone, but even with his graphene skin and battle armor, he couldn't protect everyone from such a terrifying energy impact. Without hesitation, Baymax reached into his battle armor's backpack and retrieved a brand new device, pressing the activation button. Buzz. After the device was activated, a purple energy shield immediately appeared within a 2-meter radius of Baymax. The item he had just taken out was Vico's masterpiece, the energy shielding field device. Baymax had provided the product's schematics to Rocket on the ship, and Rocket helped him complete its construction. Moreover, the device had been charged with energy from the cosmic orb's power source, resulting in a purple halo around the energy shield, unlike the blue halo seen on Earth. Boom! Under the impact of the explosion, the purple energy shield resembled a soft jelly, exhibiting intense oscillations. As it absorbed and neutralized the explosion's energy, the shield's own radiance rapidly diminished. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time. Karina's physical constitution was too frail to accommodate the Infinity Stone's energy for long, so the explosion's energy dissipated before the energy shielding field ran out. Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket, and Groot witnessed the scene firsthand, feeling a lingering fear as they finally had a tangible understanding of the power of the Infinity Stone. However, the collector, Tyvan, didn't fare so well. Not only did he lose a maid, but his carefully curated collection and the chamber itself were all destroyed in the explosion. It could be said that he suffered a considerable loss. Furthermore, he was severely injured and unconscious, lying amid the wreckage of his chamber. His fate remained uncertain. Chapter 251. After witnessing the aftermath of the explosion, Gamora was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly approached the workstation to close the cosmic orb, preventing another energy outburst from the Infinity Stone. Quickly, the deal is done. Let's leave this place. Only by witnessing it with our own eyes do we understand how terrifying this power truly is. I'm afraid even the collector's collection cannot safely contain its existence. I promise to ensure the absolute safety of the cosmic orb. Having retrieved the cosmic orb, Gamora prepared to leave with everyone, but Rocket stood in her way. Put it back. That was just an accident. The maid is already dead, and the collector has learned his lesson. He will undoubtedly tighten security and protect the cosmic orb better in the future. We should just take the money and go, let others deal with the trouble. For Rocket, protecting the cosmic orb was a thankless task, not as rewarding as the 4 billion credits. Plus, it didn't want to get involved in any trouble related to the orb. Taking the money and leaving was obviously the best and easiest choice. But for Gamora, her past experiences compelled her to ensure the cosmic orb's safety. Her loved ones, her homeland, her civilization, all were destroyed by powerful forces, leaving indelible wounds in her soul. She couldn't bear to see the same fate befall other planets and civilizations. It was precisely because of this that she had fought desperately to escape the control of Thanos and Ronan. According to their agreement, Ronan would hand over the cosmic orb in exchange for Thanos helping him destroy Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire. "We can't leave such a dangerous thing with the Collector, we should take it to Xandar. Maybe the Nova Corps can handle its safekeeping." Gamora vetoed Rocket's proposal and expressed her own idea. "Are you kidding me? We just broke out of the KYLN prison and are wanted by them, now you want us to walk right into their trap? Why don't we just hand it over to Ronan directly?" Rocket was furious at the suggestion of going back to Xandar. It wasn't Gamora's naivety that frustrated him, but her innocence. Hand it over to Ronan? Do you want that lunatic to destroy the entire galaxy? Why are you suddenly acting like a saint? What does it matter to us if Ronan destroys the galaxy? Has this galaxy ever done anything good for us? Why should we save it? Rocket was getting more and more worked up, and his past experiences as an experiment had made him resentful toward the galaxy, showing no concern for its potential destruction. Star-Lord, on the other hand, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Of course, because we live in this galaxy, you idiot. Listen carefully, Quill, and you too, Rocket, we absolutely cannot let this thing fall into Ronan's hands. We need to get back to Milano and hand it over to the Nova Corps." "Okay, no problem, I agree with you. However, perhaps we can hand it over to someone who is not wanted, is very kind, and is willing to buy it from us. I think this is a very good compromise, satisfying both your and Rocket's demands." As Star-Lord spoke, he tried to take the cosmic orb from Gamora's hand, but she evaded him with caution. "The only person in Baymax's database who fits your captain's conditions is my master," said the previously silent Baymax, seizing the opportunity to speak. "Baymax, don't let your captain's influence turn you into someone as despicable and shameless as him." After saying this, Gamora ignored Star-Lord and Rocket's opinions, turned around, and planned to deliver the cosmic orb safely to the Nova Corps, even if she had to do it alone. But just as Gamora turned, she saw a shocking scene. Oh no. Suddenly, a large number of spaceships from the Kree Empire, recognizable by Gamora's eyes, surged into the forbidden zone of nowhere. As chaos ensued with everyone scrambling to escape the unexpected turn of events, one person faced the massive fleet and laughed madly, appearing completely insane. "Finally, they have come. The enemies have finally come. I will destroy all of you. Did you contact Ronan to come here?" Star-Lord asked Drax in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Drax would resort to such a crazy and foolish act for revenge. Before he could even curse Drax, another group of pursuers arrived. "Quill, my child, stay right there." Yondu and his Ravagers mercenary group had also arrived in nowhere. Yondu had obtained information about the mysterious buyer from the middleman who had been in contact with him to find the cosmic orb. Unaware that Star-Lord did not have the cosmic orb and had been arrested by the Nova Corps, Yondu believed that if Star-Lord wanted to sell the item, he would go to the buyer. So he came here with the intention of trying his luck. To Yondu's surprise, he had indeed struck gold. As soon as he entered the area, he found his target. However, asking someone to stay put was impossible. Sometimes, the more you tell a rebellious child not to do something, the more they are determined to do it. And Star-Lord was that rebellious child. Seeing Yondu in his sight, he wasted no time and ran, heading towards the nearby spaceship docking area. Rocket and Gamora followed closely, heading towards the docking area as well. Otherwise, facing Ronan's massive fleet, they would be at a huge disadvantage. Baymax glanced at them but didn't follow. It couldn't leave Drax, who was facing Ronan alone. Through Baymax's senses, Ronan's energy reactions were extremely high, several times more than what Drax had within him. If Drax were left unattended to challenge Ronan, he would undoubtedly be defeated and likely killed by him. Although Baymax and Drax hadn't known each other for long, Drax had voluntarily helped them during their escape. The camaraderie from their escape, coupled with their shared experiences along the way, had already made Baymax consider Drax as its companion. Now, its priority was to protect its companion's life. Chapter 252. Parked in the docking area were mining operation capsules from nowhere. These capsules were not equipped with weapons and could not provide long-lasting protection for the pilots in space. Star-Lord and his companions piloted a ship with a significant firepower gap. And they were about to face the massive fleet of Ronan. While Star-Lord's exceptional piloting skills allowed them to maneuver within the intense barrage, such an extreme state couldn't be sustained for long. Anyone with keen eyes could see that they were already at a disadvantage, and defeat was just a matter of time. On the other side, Drax also confronted his long-desired enemy, Ronan. You killed my wife, you killed my daughter, and today, I will chop off your head to honor their spirits. After saying this, Drax charged directly at Ronan like a raging bull. However, as Baymax expected, in front of Ronan, Drax seemed to be a powerless child, and his strong muscles were completely useless. Facing the mad onslaught from Drax, Ronan didn't even need to raise a hand to defend himself. He effortlessly dodged Drax's attacks by shifting his footwork. I don't remember killing your family, and I won't remember killing you either. Ronan's words were casual, as if killing Drax was as insignificant as squashing an ant. Next, Ronan finally made a move to block Drax's attacks. Not because he felt pressured by Drax, but because he was ready to put an end to this troublesome nuisance. As Drax swung his dagger towards Ronan, the latter quickly caught his wrist and delivered a kick to Drax's stomach. Bang! With just one kick, Drax lost all his fighting ability and fell to the ground in pain. As Ronan prepared to strike again, fully intending to kill Drax, Baymax, who had been observing on the sidelines, stepped forward. Baymax understood Drax's determination to avenge his family. That's why, during Drax's earlier fight with Ronan, it didn't intervene and allowed Drax to have his wish for a one-on-one battle. But now, Drax had completely lost his fighting ability, and continuing like this would likely result in his death at Ronan's hands. Baymax couldn't just stand by and watch. Concentrating all its energy into the thrusters of its battle armor, Baymax swiftly arrived between the two. With a high-speed descent, Baymax embraced the fallen Drax and quickly moved him away from Ronan before the latter could react. Baymax was well aware that it had no chance of directly rescuing Drax from Ronan, given Ronan's energy level. It had to seize the opportunity before Ronan could react. With the assistance of precise calculations from its computing power, Baymax accurately seized the perfect moment and successfully saved Drax. Seeing that his prey had flown away, Ronan was unfazed. To him, whether it was Drax or Baymax, they were all ants that he could crush with one hand. Even if they escaped, it wouldn't cause any trouble for him, let alone waste his time chasing them. Ronan merely glanced in the direction where Baymax had fled and then turned back to focus on obtaining the cosmic orb. Everything else was insignificant. Drax. Drax. Once Drax was rescued, Baymax noticed that he had already passed out. Perhaps the intense pain triggered his brain's self-preservation mechanism, as he showed no response to Baymax's calls. Fortunately, after conducting a holographic scan, Baymax confirmed that Drax had no major injuries or serious internal damage. This eased its worries. Groot, watch over Drax and keep him safe. I must help the captain and the others protect the cosmic orb. We can't let such a dangerous weapon fall into Ronan's hands. I am Groot. Though not entirely understanding Groot's meaning like Rocket did every time he spoke, Baymax knew that Groot understood its request and accepted the task. Pushing the thrusters to their limits, Baymax was about to rush to Star-Lord's side when it received a voice message from him. Baymax, please respond to my message quickly. My coordinates are 227K 324, the situation is urgent, and I really need your help. In addition to Star-Lord's voice, Baymax also heard Rocket's voice in the message. Quill, don't be foolish. Gamora has a strong body and can survive in space for at least a few minutes. The mining capsule can't accommodate both of you, and if you go out now, you'll die. Though unaware of the exact situation on Star-Lord's end, Baymax was sure that it was a matter of life and death. Quickly increasing the power of its thrusters, Baymax headed to the coordinates provided by Star-Lord while sending a reply. Captain, hold on. Baymax is coming. As Baymax had guessed, Star-Lord was indeed in serious trouble. While protecting the cosmic orb, Gamora's mining capsule had been destroyed by her sister, Nebula, on the outer edge of nowhere. Gamora was now exposed to the vacuum of space without any protective gear, and her situation was critical. At this moment, a layer of frost had formed on Gamora's body due to the vacuum of space, but her strong body allowed her to withstand the pressure. However, without oxygen support, Gamora was at risk of suffocating in space. Just then, a figure approached her using rocket boots on his feet. Come back, Quill. You'll die. Risking his life, Star-Lord rushed to rescue Gamora. Rocket could only watch anxiously from inside the mining capsule, unable to provide any assistance. Finally, Star-Lord reached Gamora's side and took off his own helmet, placing it on her head. Seeing Gamora's chest rising and falling again, Star-Lord knew his plan had worked. But at this moment, due to the vacuum and low-temperature environment of space, frost had also formed on his skin, and his eyes turned bloodshot from the pressure. Despite this, Star-Lord didn't feel the pain. As he watched Gamora's life signs strengthen, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he faintly saw a red figure appear before him. Chapter 253. Inhale, exhale, inhale. On the spaceship, Star-Lord and Gamora, who had regained oxygen, greedily breathed the air inside the cabin. What happened, Quill? Awakened Gamora looked puzzled at Star-Lord face to face, who was embracing her. I saw you out there, and I don't know what came over me, but I couldn't just stand by and watch you die. I sensed something deep inside, something you might call heroism, not to boast. Seeing Gamora's disapproving look, Star-Lord quickly stopped explaining. The two of them maintained this ambiguous posture, unknowingly feeding off each other's emotions. Completely unaware, underneath them, Baymax had been pressed as a makeshift mattress for quite some time. Relieved to see that both of them were unharmed, Gamora took a deep breath and then asked, "What about the cosmic orb?" They managed to steal it," Star-Lord awkwardly replied. "What did you say?" Gamora exclaimed in disbelief. However, just as she was about to continue questioning, a noisy sound of footsteps suddenly approached from the side. "Peter, welcome back." It was Yondu, the leader of the Ravagers, and his crew who came to greet them. Looking at the black muzzles of the guns pointed at them, Gamora and Star-Lord immediately stopped their affectionate gestures and stood up from Baymax's body. As it turned out, right after they were rescued by Baymax, the Ravagers' ship had also arrived, and they used a tractor beam to pull them aboard. Carrying Star-Lord and Gamora, Baymax had no way to resist the powerful force of the tractor beam and was pulled in as well. Seeing the strange smile on Yondu's face, Star-Lord realized that his good days were probably over. Cough cough. On the other side, Drax, who had been left on nowhere, finally regained consciousness. "I am Groot." Seeing the other wake up, Groot hurriedly went forward to help him sit up. Boom boom. At the same time, Rocket, who had seen Star-Lord, Gamora, and Baymax being taken away by Yondu, also returned to nowhere. "You idiots, all of you!" Rocket cursed in anger and helplessness. He had to vent his frustration this way after seeing that Star-Lord had risked his life to rescue Gamora only to be captured by Yondu in the end. "It's all because of you trying to show off, wanting to take on an entire army by yourself, otherwise, how could we end up in this mess?" As he got off the ship and saw the weakened Drax lying on the ground, Rocket became even angrier and directed all his fury at him. Drax, who had narrowly escaped death, also regained his senses at this moment. Faced with Rocket's reprimands, he appeared deeply remorseful. "You're right, I was too impulsive, my inner hatred blinded me, my fierceness and anger were just a way to hide the pain of losing my family. Oh, I'm so pitiful, my wife and daughter were killed." Rocket imitated Drax's very resentful tone of voice and said sarcastically. "What does this have to do with me? We've all experienced the pain of losing loved ones, but you shouldn't drag others along to their deaths. Now, Ronan has the cosmic orb, and our only chance is to escape to the edge of the universe as fast as possible. Maybe, just maybe, after we manage to live through our lives, that lunatic Ronan will come to his senses over there. Let's go, Groot." "I am Groot," said the tree-like Groot, standing up straight to address Rocket. "What? You say you want to save them? With just the three of us, how can we rescue them?" "I am Groot. I know they are our only friends, but they are trapped in prison, guarded by heavily armed mercenaries. It's impossible to save them." "I'll go with you." Drax stood up from the ground and put his hand on Groot's shoulder. "All right, today I will go crazy with you lunatics. You betrayed me. Bang. And you stole my money. Bang." On the Ravager's ship, Star-Lord, who was confined, was enduring Yondu's questioning and beating. "Stop it, let him go." Gamora, also bound nearby, looked at Star-Lord being tortured, shouting desperately in pain. Only Baymax, equipped with holographic lenses, clearly understood that Yondu's seemingly ferocious punches did not actually inflict substantial harm on Star-Lord. In other words, while Star-Lord was in pain, Yondu's vicious performance was merely a show for everyone. Baymax couldn't comprehend why Yondu was doing this, but since their captain was unharmed, it didn't consider exposing the truth. "All right, boy. It's time for you to face the ultimate punishment of a traitor. In front of my crew, I must make an example of you for betraying me." Yondu turned away, preparing to whistle and seemingly control his arrow to end Star-Lord's life. "Wait, if you kill me now, you'll say goodbye to the biggest deal you've ever had." Hearing Star-Lord's words, others might not have noticed, but Baymax clearly saw Yondu secretly exhale a breath of relief. He needed a way out that would allow Star-Lord to live and also provide him with a convincing reason to convince his crew. Yondu turned back again, facing Star-Lord once more. "The Infinity Stone. I hope your bargaining chip is more than just that. Because no one dares to steal from Ronan. You better come up with a compelling reason." Star-Lord looked at the arrow pressed against his throat and cautiously swallowed his saliva. "Because we have a winning card." "Oh, how so?" Gamerash knows everything about Ronan, his fleet, his armies, and his weaknesses. So, I have a proposal, let's team up again, just like old times, and face the past together. Yondu didn't respond immediately. He discreetly observed his crew's reactions. Seeing their strong interest in the proposal, he whistled and called back his arrow. "Ha, you've got guts, kid, it's precisely because of this that I took you in." Yondu used laughter to mask his emotions and hugged Star-Lord tightly. Watching this scene, Baymax had a feeling that Yondu's image vaguely resembled that of its master's dad, Tony Stark, whom he used to see frequently. Is this father's awkwardness what the master often says? Baymax thought uncertainty. Boom! Just as everyone relaxed, the ship was attacked, causing the atmosphere to tense up again. Chapter 254. The opponent's attack hasn't damaged the ship. Inside the control room, the driver of the Ravagers reported to Yondu, who had hurriedly arrived. Accompanying him, Star-Lord looked out through the control room's glass and immediately recognized the attacking ship was his own ship, Milano. "You idiots, pay attention. You've been targeted by my designed, immensely powerful hadron cannon. It's Rocket." Baymax quickly recognized the voice of the speaker. "If you don't hand over our comrades, we'll use the hadron cannon to blow a hole in your ship." "I don't believe you." Yondu, who had seen various dramatic situations, was not intimidated by Rocket's threat and prepared to ignore his actions. I'll count down from 5, 5, 4, 3. Stop quickly." Upon hearing Rocket counting down, both Baymax and Gamora became anxious, while Star-Lord rushed to the control panel. Yondu didn't understand Rocket's abilities, but they knew what Rocket was capable of. If that hadron cannon fired, it could really punch through the Ravager's ship. Then Star-Lord and Gamora would once again experience the feeling of suffocating in the vacuum of space. "Rocket, it's me, Star-Lord, we've worked it out, everything's fine now, please don't fire." Star-Lord pressed the communication button to speak to Milano. With Yondu's permission, Star-Lord returned to Milano and devised a detailed plan with everyone. "What did you say?" "We're going to steal from the guy who just beat us to a pulp." "And what about you? Weren't you trying to save us? You almost blew us up." "If they release you, we won't fire," Rocket defended himself. "Only 5 seconds, they won't have time to release us." Star-Lord pointed out. "For the sake of saving you, I didn't have time to think about those details." "And now you turn around and blame us?" Rocket argued. "I am Groot." "Exactly, heartless scoundrel. Alright, our top priority now is to get the Ravagers to help us retrieve the cosmic orb and save Xander." Seeing these three grown men throwing tantrums at each other, Gamora quickly stepped in to bring the focus back to the main point. "Then, as an exchange, we'll give the Infinity Stone to Yondu afterward, so he can sell it to even worse people." Rocket directly pointed out the problem with this plan. Even if their current mission succeeded, as long as the Infinity Stone wasn't properly secured, the crisis would persist. Could they, a group of interstellar rogues, keep chasing after the Infinity Stone and dealing with the aftermath forever? That's something for later. We need to deal with the trouble at hand first. If we can't stop Ronan now, there's no point in discussing the future, Star-Lord persuaded Rocket. "But how do we stop him?" The question returned to the initial problem. "I have a plan." This time, it was Baymax who spoke up. After successfully rescuing Star-Lord and Gamora and ensuring they were safe, Baymax began calculating non-stop to come up with a plan to retrieve the cosmic orb. If they can't resolve this trouble now, there will come a day when Ronan will descend upon Earth with the Infinity Stone, undoubtedly threatening its owner, Vico. The battle may be even more devastating than the one in New York. To prevent this scenario from happening, Baymax even activated the logic program preset by Vico in its computational chip. This logic program could simulate Vico's own thought process, combining absolute rationality with genius logic, making it Baymax's most efficient computing solution. Of course, enabling this function would result in a huge energy consumption for Baymax. After losing the support of the cosmic orb, an infinite power source, it could only maintain this calculation mode for 2 hours with its graphene batteries before completely running out of energy. However, now Baymax had arrived at a calculated result, the so-called plan. This ultimate plan, formulated through simulating Vico's meticulous logic thinking, would be executed in steps. Firstly, we've witnessed that the Infinity Stone reacts to any organic matter. The larger the target, the stronger its power. Ronan only needs to let the stone make contact with the planet's surface, and everything, plants, animals, the Nova Core, will be destroyed by him. So, the first step of our plan is to prevent Ronan from landing on Xander. We need to confine him to his ship. Rocket, you lead a team to blast an opening on the starboard side of Ronan's Dark Aster. This way, we and Yondu's ship can infiltrate. Second step, once Ronan realizes that we've breached his ship, he will surely seal off the cabin with safety doors, locking himself inside. We need to unlock these doors by disabling the ship's power system, so we can enter the control room. Third step, Rocket, do you remember the Dominator and the antimatter annihilation bombs I showed you? I need your help to manufacture them. Once we're inside the control room, we'll use them to blast Ronan into the sky. What? Are you out of your mind, Baymax? Even though I am a genius, I'm not as genius as your master. And I've never created such dangerous weapons. We don't have time to research it from scratch. Rocket was greatly shocked by Baymax's plan and lacked confidence in completing this mission. What are you talking about? Star-Lord asked curiously. These are two types of weapons left in Baymax's database by the Earth genius who invented them. The Dominator is relatively normal, capable of turning any hit target, even a grazing one, into a pool of blood mist. As for the antimatter annihilation bomb, if my hands tremble a bit during the manufacturing process, then we won't need to consider saving Xander, and everyone can go on vacation in heaven. Gulp. Star-Lord nervously swallowed, a cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Clearly, Rocket's description had frightened him as well. Turning a target into a pool of blood mist might be considered a normal weapon, but did they have a misunderstanding about the word normal? On the Milano, not only Star-Lord but also Drax, besides the knave Groot, felt uneasy. Even though they hadn't met Vico, their impression of him had changed from an Earth genius to a more terrifying demon-like figure than Ronan. Vico, I'm innocent. Chapter 255. Baymax, can't we use the Hadron Cannon designed by Rocket? It seems quite powerful, and it should be enough to deal with Ronan, right? No, Baymax shook its head, denying Star-Lord's proposal. When we encountered Ronan on Nowhere, I secretly scanned his body data. Even if we were able to harm him with the Hadron Cannon, the effect would be very limited, especially now that Ronan has the power of the Infinity Stone. The Hadron Cannon won't have any impact on him. Choosing the Dominator and antimatter annihilation bombs was the result of countless calculations. Even with this plan, the success rate displayed in the calculations is still less than 20. In other words, we must be prepared for the possibility that even with our currently most powerful weapons, we may not be able to defeat Ronan. Baymax solemnly addressed the group. Alright, Rocket, will risk it all today. I'll complete these two weapons, but if I accidentally send you all to the heavens prematurely, don't blame me, Rocket said with a determined expression. I believe in you, Rocket. Among all the creatures I've seen, you are the most agile and stable in your actions. This level of precision won't be a challenge for you, Baymax encouraged. Don't think that just because you said that, I'll suddenly perform miracles. I'm not that sentimental, Rocket replied with a bit of pride, though a smile on his face betrayed his thoughts. Now, moving on to the fourth and final step. If we manage to defeat Ronan successfully, we must retrieve the Infinity Stone immediately. Remember to use this containment device and avoid direct contact. Otherwise, it's as good as throwing your life away, like that collector's maid. Baymax, I think we can contact the Nova Corps in advance and inform them about Ronan's plot and our plan. I have the phone number of the officer who previously arrested us. Star-Lord proposed after Baymax finished explaining its carefully calculated plan. This could work. If they are willing to believe us and prepare for battle in advance, the success rate of this plan will increase to 40, which is already a high chance of success for us, Baymax said excitedly. I hope they will believe us. Although Star-Lord suggested the idea, he wasn't very confident about the final outcome. After all, he had a criminal record and had just escaped from the Nova Corps prison. On the other hand, the Nova Corps commander was known for his honesty and selflessness. Would he trust Star-Lord's warning? Star-Lord didn't know, but for the additional 20 chance of success, he had to give it a try. Now, we are all on the same front. Let's follow Baymax's plan and prevent Ronan from committing a massacre on countless innocent lives. I know this is practically a suicide mission for everyone, so if anyone wants to back out, now is the time before we start our action. Star-Lord, as the captain of the Milano and the core of unity among the group, reached out his hand to the others. Clap. Baymax was the first to place its hand on Star-Lord's. I am just a wandering robot in the universe. You, Captain, were the first companion I met outside of Earth, and you invited me to join your crew. For such a dangerous task, the crew must stand together with the captain, especially since this plan was formulated by me. Clap. Another hand joined, and this time it was Gamora, the only female among them. Quill, I've spent my entire life surviving in the midst of enemies, and now I'm willing to face life and death with my friends. You are a worthy comrade, Quill. I am willing to fight side by side with you. After it's all over, I'll be reunited with my wife and daughter in death. Clap. This time it was Groot, and his words were as short and distinctive as always, I am Groot. Now, only Rocket Raccoon remained silent among the group, and everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Fine, I don't care anymore, after all, I wasn't going to live long anyway, happy now? A bunch of idiots standing together, holding hands in a circle. For Rocket's sarcastic comment, everyone was used to it. After he finally placed his hand on top, they all smiled at each other. The 6 lonely wanderers in the universe had finally come together for a common goal, and they were determined to work together. While Star-Lord's team was making progress on the Dark Aster, Ronan had also discovered the secret of the Infinity Stone. As the Collector had already opened it before, Ronan easily sensed the Infinity Stone hidden within the sphere. Master, a communication from Lord Thanos is coming in, one of Ronan's subordinates, Korath, reported. Let him in. Ronan toyed with the Infinity Stone in his hand, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Ronan, I hope this time you will bring me good news, instead of disappointing me again. The communication was just connected, and Thanos' voice carried an imposing tone as he spoke to Ronan. I have obtained the Infinity Stone, just as I told you before, Ronan replied, showing the Infinity Stone in his hand to Thanos. Then bring it to me. Seeing Ronan with the Infinity Stone, Thanos' words also showed a sense of urgency. Yes, that was the agreement we made, I'll give you the Infinity Stone, and you will help me destroy Xander, but now that I know the Infinity Stone contains the infinite power, I'm curious, what do I still need you for? Ronan said disdainfully. You better think twice, boy. Thanos shouted angrily, clearly displeased with Ronan unilaterally tearing up their agreement. Master, you can't do this. Lord Thanos is the most powerful being in the universe. No longer. With the Infinity Stone in my hand, I will become an even more powerful being than Thanos. I will represent the Kree and pass judgment on all the crimes of Xander, eradicating it entirely. And you, Thanos. How dare you call me, boy? I'll come for you, Ronan said, and then directly cut off the communication. After destroying Xander, will you kill my father? Nebula, who had been watching the whole thing, asked eagerly. What, do you want to defy me? Ronan said, acknowledging that he would indeed go after Thanos. Hearing Ronan's response, Nebula showed no signs of panic. Instead, she became more excited and delighted. If you can really do it, I'll destroy 1,000 planets for you as a reward. I will do it. With the Infinity Stone in my possession, no one can be my opponent. Ronan said confidently, then he opened the Infinity Stone and took it out. Ah! The moment he touched the Infinity Stone, it activated instantly, and a powerful tidal wave of energy erupted, pushing Korath and Nebula several meters back. Master, take this. Seeing the situation, Korath knew that although his master Ronan was very powerful, he still couldn't control the Infinity Stone with his own power. So he quickly threw Ronan's weapon, the War Hammer, to him, allowing Ronan to use the weapon to suppress and control the power of the Infinity Stone. Buzz! As he received the War Hammer, Ronan immediately embedded the Infinity Stone into the side of the hammerhead, and the surging tidal wave of energy subsided. Taking a deep breath and calming the panic brought on by the Infinity Stone, Ronan gave the order to Korath, spread the word, head full speed towards the target, Xander, today is the day they face judgment. Yes, my master. Chapter 256. Xander, headquarters of the Nova Corps. At this moment, on the holographic map in the command center, numerous ships were shown attacking the skies over the capital of the Nova Empire. Among these ships were Star-Lord and his assembled band of Ravagers mercenaries. Supreme Nova, I received a message from the wanted criminal, Star-Lord. He said that Ronan now possesses a terrifying weapon called the Infinity Stone, and his fleet is heading towards Xander, reported Roman Day, the administrative chief of the Nova Corps, as he rushed into the command room to inform the Supreme Nova, the highest leader of the Nova Empire. Oh my heavens! As the highest-ranking person in the Empire, the Supreme Nova naturally knew many secrets unknown to ordinary people. And coincidentally, the mystery of the Infinity Stone was one of them. Supreme, don't believe him, he's playing tricks. He's a fugitive. Another officer of the Nova Corps, Sath, reminded her. Did he say why we should believe him? The Supreme Nova disregarded Sath's words and asked Roman to continue. He said he and his companions just escaped from prison and wouldn't have returned to Xander if it wasn't a matter of life and death, Roman truthfully replied. Seemingly worried that the Supreme Nova wouldn't believe him, Roman added, he said he might be a jerk, but he is not a 100 scumbag, using Star-Lord's own words. Do you believe him? The Supreme Nova asked. I believe no one can be 100% bad, Roman hesitated for a moment, then firmly said. I believe him. Very well, Roman. Just as you believe in them, I also believe in your judgment. Now, all members of the Nova Corps, we need to take immediate action. Since the mercenaries are already hovering over the capital, and Ronan's arrival is imminent, we need to prepare on the front lines and evacuate the people as quickly as possible. Yes, sir, although not everyone in the command room believed in Star-Lord and the Ravager's mercenaries, they would follow the Supreme Nova's orders to the letter. While the Nova Corps on the ground were actively preparing for battle, within the monitoring system of Baymax, Ronan and his fleet had appeared within his sensing range. Captain, they're here. Good. Everyone, act according to the plan, prepare fire. Boom. As Star-Lord gave the order, 2 immensely massive incendiary shells were fired, aimed directly at Ronan's Dark Aster. However, just as all the personnel inside the Dark Aster had prepared to withstand the impact, the 2 incendiary shells completed their explosions before hitting them. The flames resulting from the explosion formed a massive barrier, separating the Ravager's mercenaries and Ronan's fleet. Cover is in place, descend. Seeing the flame barrier formed, Yondu directed all the ships to descend and avoid the enemy's frontal firepower, quickly closing the distance between the 2 fleets. In this close-range battle, although the mercenaries' ships were less powerful, they were more agile and could easily launch attacks on the massive Dark Aster. Soon, Rocket, who was leading the charge, completed his task as Planet blasted a large hole on the Dark Aster. Quill, Yondu. Now's the time to board the ship. Nicely done, Rocket, but be careful, Ronan's fleet is already on the move. Not far away, Baymax, who was acting alone due to his maneuverability, reminded Rocket. Don't worry, with their skills, it'll take them 100 years to hit Rocket the Great. Rocket replied confidently. Then, he controlled the ship to roll sideways, avoiding an enemy attack, and immediately returned fire, taking down the enemy ship before it could stabilize. Meanwhile, as more and more ships flew out of the Dark Aster, Baymax was no longer just observing the situation and providing feedback, he also joined the battle. On the back of Baymax's combat armor, the propulsion thrusters and flight wings, originally designed for assisted flight, were scattered and transformed into floating cannon attack units. Without the main thrusters, Baymax could only maintain his altitude in the air by stabilizing with his palms and the soles of his feet, preventing him from falling to the ground. The modification of his combat armor was carried out by Rocket. Baymax had requested to enhance his attack capabilities, and after some discussion, it was decided to sacrifice the armor's maneuverability and replace it with versatile floating cannon units. Bang! 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 Under Baymax's precise and rapid continuous attacks, within a few seconds, Ronan's fleet had already lost more than a dozen ships. However, despite this, the gap in numbers and equipment between the 2 sides was simply too vast. Even with Baymax displaying his power, they were gradually falling behind, and their situation was becoming more challenging. This won't work, they have too many people, and I can't get close to the opening Rocket created. Star-Lord dodged the enemy's intense firepower while seeking help through the communication channel. Captain, I'll clear the way for you. Seeing their plan being obstructed, Baymax left 2 floating cannon units as protection in front of him, then commanded the rest to clear the area around Star-Lord. However, Yondu's situation wasn't as fortunate. Although he also received the mission to board the enemy ship, he was unable to avoid a collision with an enemy fighter, causing him to lose power. Darn it! I got hit, Quill, I'll leave the rest to you, see you later. Boom! With a final loud noise, Yondu's communication was cut off. Losing Yondu's distraction against the enemy, more enemy ships gathered around Star-Lord. Even with Baymax's assistance, it was still challenging for him. This won't work, sooner or later, we'll be shot down, and we won't get a chance to approach the Dark Aster. Inside the Milano, Gamora was feeling anxious. Don't worry, kid. I'm Sath of the Nova Corps. Let me say this first, I strongly oppose the Supreme Nova trusting you. Now, prove me wrong. Just as Star-Lord was on the verge of despair, the Nova Corps' fleet sprung into action. Under their escort, a passage appeared directly in front of the Milano. That's great. They really received the message I sent. Star-Lord was ecstatic. The appearance of the Nova Corps not only brought hope to their plan but also boosted Star-Lord's confidence. With this double support, the Milano went straight through the opening created by Rocket and charged into the Dark Aster. Next, they would face an even more powerful Ronan, empowered by the Infinity Stone. Chapter 257. All pilots of the Nova Corps, listen up. Connect your ships together and form an aerial blockade. We must not let the Dark Aster land on Xander. On Star-Lord's side, the plan is proceeding smoothly, and Nova Prime has issued new combat orders, instructing all pilots to stop the Dark Aster from advancing further. Each individual ship of the Nova Corps appears insignificant before the massive Dark Aster. However, when they combine through an energy force field, they form a vast net that envelopes the Dark Aster, preventing it from moving forward. To offer an analogy, it's like an enlarged version of a floating cannon unit forming a protective force field to safeguard the capital of the Nova Empire on the ground. Ronan, our ship has been breached, and the Nova Corps has joined the battle. we need to abandon the ship. As Star-Lord and the Nova Corps approach, Nebula comes anxiously to Ronan. Continue with our plan, as long as we can land on the planet's surface, nothing else matters. Ronan, the commander who led his fleet to victory by destroying the undefeated 807th Legion of the Nova Corps, remains calm and composed even in this unfavorable situation. He quickly makes decisions and responses. Lower the safety doors, seal the control room, and ensure a smooth landing of the warship. As for Gamora and her new friends, leave them to me. Halt, Gamora. You shall not pass here, this will be your grave today. In the engine room. Nebula and Gamora finally confront each other in a narrow passage. The engine room holds the circuitry that links the entire warship's control systems. If Nebula wants to maintain the current advantage, she must protect the engine room to allow the Darkaster to land successfully. On the other hand, Gamora needs to turn the tide in their favor and gain control. To achieve that, they must first deal with the obstacle in front of them, Nebula. Just as Gamora was fully focused on watching Nebula's movements, preparing to draw her own dagger and engage in a deadly battle with her bang. A gunshot suddenly rang out, and Drax directly pulled the trigger of the Hadron Cannon, which was exclusively customized by Rocket and had not yet had a chance to demonstrate its power. Indeed, its power was revocable, just as Rocket described it could blast a hole in the ship's hull. After it struck Nebula, the remaining force even broke open the door of the engine room, showcasing its destructive capability. Gamora looked at Drax, seemingly surprised by the unexpected turn of events, and was somewhat stunned. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just speeding things up and saving time. Don't tell me you all think that because I'm strong, I must be simple-minded. When she was getting ready for close combat, I will give up our advantage and attack her. I'm not that foolish. And your sister can be really annoying with all her nonsensical chatter. She hadn't won yet, but she kept blabbering away. I just couldn't stand it, so I gave her a shot. After hearing Drax's explanation, Gamora couldn't really blame him. She didn't even want to admit to herself that she intended to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Nebula because that would make her appear even more foolish than Drax. Alright, you did well, you guys take our secret weapon and continue forward to the warship's control room. I'll go to the engine room to deactivate the power to the safety doors. Gamora entered the control room, found the power control for the safety doors, and prepared to shut them down. But suddenly, she felt a gust of wind behind her. Instinctively, Gamora bent down and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the sudden attack. Don't think you'll succeed easily, Gamora. Although Nebula suffered a powerful blast from the Hadron Cannon, thanks to her body enhancements, she managed to recover after spending a bit more time and thwarted Gamora's plan before it could succeed. Don't be like this, Nebula. You know what kind of madman Ronan is, helping us to fight against him is the right choice. Despite being faced with her sister, whom she had grown up with, Gamora still felt somewhat reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle with her. So, she tried to persuade her. I know perfectly well what I'm doing, don't think you can give me orders anymore. Thanos is not here now, so I don't need to listen to you. Nebula activated her weapon at maximum power, unleashing an electric light that would strike Gamora's vital points. Bang! Gamora crossed her daggers and blocked the attack. Knowing that persuasion was futile, she went all out to counterattack. As an older sister, Gamora's fighting skills were much more sophisticated than Nebula's straightforward approach, and she gradually gained the upper hand, disarming Nebula. Surrender, Nebula, I don't want us to kill each other. You won't be able to do it, Gamora, I won't give you that chance. Realizing her defeat, Nebula didn't hesitate, and without any delay, she jumped out from the hole blasted on the Darkaster and landed on a Ravager mercenary ship. She took control of it and made her escape. Gamora breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to destroy the power source of the safety door, completing her mission. Having successfully disabled the safety door, Gamora rushed to Star-Lord's side. At this point, most of the Kree soldiers on the Darkaster had already piloted their ships and gone out for battle, but there were still some soldiers left behind to protect the warship. However, she didn't expect that things were much smoother on Star-Lord's side. Groot, who usually appeared as a simple-minded character, displayed formidable combat abilities. He grouped all the charging Kree soldiers together, much like a string of human candied haws. Furthermore, in addition to Star-Lord, there was also the powerful floating cannon unit sent by Baymax, closely following them. In a matter of moments, they managed to deal with Korath, the lead of the attacking team, who served under Ronan. The remaining scattered soldiers without leadership were no threat at all. Having reached the front of the control room, the group exchanged glances, preparing to face Ronan directly. Boom! With the safety door lacking power support, it couldn't withstand Drax's Hadron Cannon and shattered. Star-Lord wasted no time and rushed into the control room. He stuck to his strategy of not wasting words and immediately went into action. He didn't even bother to test with the Dominator first. Instead, he used the weapon of mass destruction, the antimatter annihilation bomb, and activated its firing mechanism. The outcome was beyond anyone's control. The projectile flew toward Ronan's chest like lightning and was about to hit its target in the next moment. Chapter 258. Boom! The antimatter annihilation bomb directly hit Ronan, the accuser, in the control room. The tremendous power generated by the explosion not only instantly turned other Kree in the control room into gas, but also caused the Dark Aster to be unable to withstand such a strong shockwave, and the ship's hull began to collapse. However, aided by the propulsion from the explosive shockwave, the Dark Aster successfully broke through the New Nova Corps' aerial interception network and started plummeting towards the capital of the New Nova Empire on the ground. Star-Lord, who fired the projectile, and the few people behind him were also astonished by the apocalyptic scene caused by the antimatter annihilation bomb. Metal melted into liquid and dripped from the air. Organic matter was instantly incinerated into charred remains and scattered, and all inorganic matter vaporized directly, seemingly disappearing into thin air. Luckily, just before the plan began, Rocket strongly insisted that they create over a dozen energy shielding devices to provide them with the necessary protection, allowing them to witness this hellish scene unharmed. However, even with the protection of the energy fields, they still felt trembling fear. At first, Star-Lord thought Rocket was being overly cautious. Over the years, he had fired countless shots and taken down many enemies in space, and he had never needed such meticulous protection for an offensive attack. But now, if he were given the chance to choose again, not only would he agree with Rocket's opinion, but he would also proactively request to add more protective measures to enhance their safety. Because just now, after activating all the dozen energy shielding devices, only the last 2 layers of protection were barely holding up under the baptism of the explosion, and the situation didn't look very optimistic. Apart from withstanding the deadly high temperatures produced by the explosion, they would also have to face the intense impact from the ship's crash. The Dark Aster's control room, along with the ship's pilots, had already been destroyed by the powerful force of the antimatter annihilation bomb. Unlike small spacecraft that could slow down their descent and impact with their own propulsion systems, a behemoth like the Dark Aster had to withstand the energy produced during the fall. If it weren't for the protection of the energy shielding devices, the outcome for them was imaginable. They would undoubtedly be crushed into a bloody mess. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. When the energy shielding devices were down to their last layer of protection, the aftermath of the explosion finally dissipated. The powerful airflow generated by the massive cavity caused the swirling smoke and particles to be quickly cleared. And at the center of the explosion, there was a familiar figure suspended there. "You damn ants, I will use the cruelest punishment to judge you and let your sinful blood achieve my glory." Despite enduring the baptism of such a powerful explosion with high temperatures and shockwaves at the center, Ronan appeared before everyone unharmed. He stood suspended with a faint purple energy shield surrounding his body. Seemingly activated by the power of the Infinity Stone at the critical moment, protecting himself. In this way, the worst-case scenario predicted by Baymax had come true. Even with the most powerful weapons they could muster, they couldn't eliminate Ronan, and they were likely to bid farewell to this world very soon. Bang! Star-Lord seemed unwilling to accept this fate and stepped out of the range of the energy shielding devices, taking a shot at Ronan with his Dominator gun. Buzz! The attack from the Dominator gun only caused ripples on the protective shield in front of Ronan before being quickly swallowed by an even stronger energy, inflicting no harm on Ronan. Star-Lord's action completely ignited Ronan's fury. He raised the war hammer embedded with the Infinity Stone high and struck hard in the direction of Star-Lord and the others. Boom! The energy from the Infinity Stone was unleashed through the war hammer, tearing apart the energy shielding devices protecting them and sweeping them all to the ground, crashing heavily into the wall behind. Just as Ronan was about to deliver his judgment upon them, a set of red armor penetrated through his energy shield, directly clamping down on him, rendering him immobile. Then, a spacecraft sped directly towards his position. Bang! The ship carried powerful momentum and inertia, sending Ronan flying. This was the contingency plan that Baymax had left in the entire scheme. Considering Vico's past records using the antimatter annihilation bomb against the destroyer and knowing that Ronan, now equipped with the Infinity Stone, had a high chance of surviving the explosion, Star-Lord and the others would be in great danger. In order to deal with such a situation, Baymax had also developed a detailed contingency plan. First, by using his own battle armor, Baymax temporarily restrained Ronan's movements, protecting Star-Lord and the others from harm while also facilitating time for Rocket's next plan. As for why Baymax's battle armor could ignore the energy shield triggered by the Infinity Stone, the principle was similar to how Vico used the Mind Stone scepter to penetrate the energy shield of the Cosmic Cube. Previously, Baymax had used the Cosmic Orb as a power source to provide energy for himself, and there was still some remaining Infinity Stone energy stored in its graphene batteries. With the help of this energy, a thin energy film formed on the surface of the battle armor, preventing Ronan's shield from intercepting it. Next, it was Rocket's turn to take the stage. He piloted the Milano to ram into Ronan, while Baymax controlled the floating cannon units to protect the other companions inside the control room. Quill, are you guys okay? Rocket struggled to climb out of the already damaged cockpit and went to check on Star-Lord and the others. On the other side, Baymax also got out from the co-pilot's seat. Without the battle armor, Baymax now had no means of defense or attack except for the floating cannon units beside him. He couldn't even fly and could only act together with Rocket on the Milano. Just now, it was because he used his own soft body to act as a safety cushion for Rocket during the high-speed collision that Rocket remained unharmed. We're okay, but what do we do next? The energy shielding devices are already depleted, and we still have to face the impact of the Darkaster's crash. Moreover, the antimatter annihilation bomb couldn't kill Ronan, and the recent collision probably didn't do much to him either. Once the warship crashes to the ground, Ronan's plan will come to fruition, and we won't be able to stop him. Star-Lord helped Gamora to her feet while discussing their current situation. If Baymax's battle armor was still intact, they could at least take each of them away from here one by one. But now, none of them had a means of flight, and the Milano was just declared unusable. They were truly in a desperate situation. Chapter 259. This time, even the most powerful in terms of analytical abilities, Baymax, fell silent. No matter how detailed and meticulous their plans were before taking action, various unforeseeable situations would always arise during the actual process. The current situation was such that even Baymax himself had not anticipated the predicament they ultimately faced, and it could not find a good solution to the immediate problem. Baymax was a robot, constructed with the best materials in all aspects, but even it couldn't guarantee survival after such a high fall, let alone the flesh and blood beings like Star-Lord and the others. As everyone was at a loss, Groot, who had been silently standing behind them all along, hesitated for a moment and then made a decision. Groot opened his arms to surround everyone, and then his entire body began to grow new slender branches. As these branches continued to grow and were consciously controlled by Groot, they gradually interwoven and formed a sphere, protecting everyone within it. At the same time, some branches extended outward from the surface of the sphere, creating a cushioning structure that could effectively absorb external impacts. Groot, don't do this. You will die if you do this. Why would you go to such lengths for us losers? Groot wanted to use his abilities to create a safe space for his companions to face the impending impact of the Darkaster's fall. But such a move couldn't come without a cost. Just like how Baymax needed to use its advanced computational and analytical abilities, it required harnessing all its hardware and chips and couldn't be done without energy support. Groot, on the other hand, generating a large number of branches in such a short time, consumed the life energy he had stored in his body. Once this energy was depleted, Groot's life would come to an end. Rocket, Groot's earliest companion in their interstellar adventures, saw Groot not only as his bodyguard and comrade but also as his most important family. Now that Groot had decided to sacrifice himself, Rocket couldn't suppress the sadness in his heart and tears flowed involuntarily. Groot looked at Rocket, with whom he had spent so much time, and gently wiped away his tears with one of his branches. Then he answered Rocket's earlier question, "We are Groot." This was the first time Groot used "we" instead of "I" when speaking, and in this environment, even Star-Lord, Baymax, Gamora, and Drax, who usually couldn't fully understand Groot's intentions, knew very well what Groot was trying to convey. It said they are now a unified whole, and Groot, being the only one capable of saving everyone and changing the situation at this moment, is willing to sacrifice his life to give them a fighting chance. With little time left before the spaceship crashes, Groot ignores Rocket's objections and uses his spreading branches to tightly bind him and the other companions, preventing them from being thrown out when the impact comes. In the next moment, boom! Pulled by the gravity of Xander, the Darkaster finally crashes onto the surface of the capital of the Nova Empire. The terrifying impact causes this spaceship, a culmination of various cutting-edge Kree Empire technologies, to disintegrate into a pile of wreckage. Cough, cough. Clearing away the debris and spaceship remnants from his body, Star-Lord looks around. Except for Groot, who sacrificed himself to protect everyone, the other companions have suffered minor injuries but are otherwise unharmed. However, seeing the broken branches around and Rocket, who is holding on to them with a sorrowful expression, Star-Lord can't help but feel grief. But now is not the time to relax. If they manage to survive this crisis, it means even more for Ronan, who possesses the Infinity Stones. They must stop him before he makes contact with the surface of Xander with the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, not only the inhabitants of the Nova Empire but even themselves, whom Groot sacrificed his life to save, would perish because of it. Crackle. Just as Star-Lord was about to call on his companions to rally, there was a sudden movement in the wreckage of the spaceship behind them, and the sound grew louder. Hearing this, without Star-Lord needing to remind them, the group immediately grew tense, quickly getting up from the ground to look towards the source of the sound. With the appearance of a purple light, Star-Lord and the others knew that the worst-case scenario they had anticipated had indeed happened. Ronan, who possessed the Infinity Stones, not only remained unscathed from the Dark Aster's crash but also successfully landed on the surface of Xander. All he needed now was to let the Infinity Stones make contact with the planet's surface to accomplish his ambition of eradicating the Nova Corps. "It was you who killed Groot." Seeing Ronan arrogantly appear before him, Rocket, who was devastated by Groot's death, charged directly at him alone. Bang! Ronan didn't even spare a glance at Rocket. He directly activated the power of the Infinity Stone on his Warhammer, sending Rocket flying. "You ants consider yourselves the guardians of the galaxy, but look now, despite all you've done to try and stop me, what use has it been? I have successfully landed on the surface of Xander, and my father and grandfather's great feud will finally be avenged. People of Xander, despair. Abandon your useless faith in deities because now your fate and life are in the hands of the accuser Ronan." As Ronan declared his victory, Star-Lord suddenly started humming a song next to him, dancing in a disco-like manner. Not only did Ronan feel puzzled by this performance, but even Gamora and the Nova Corps residents who hadn't had time to evacuate looked at him with confusion, their eyes gradually filled with pity and sympathy as if they were dealing with a mentally challenged young man. "What are you doing?" Eventually succumbing to curiosity, Ronan asked Star-Lord loudly. "I'm having a dance-off, buddy. You and me, a showdown." "What are you doing?" Seeing Star-Lord acting so carefree, Ronan felt his intelligence being insulted and asked again. "I'm distracting you, you brainless guy." Star-Lord kept dancing and said with an even brighter smile. Hearing Star-Lord's answer, Ronan was first stunned, then he sensed a sense of crisis coming from behind and quickly turned around. But it was too late. Since Star-Lord had the confidence to speak the truth, he must have been well prepared. As soon as Ronan turned around, Drax and Rocket, who had aimed precisely, activated their blasters and fired ammunition. Instinctively, Ronan moved his Warhammer to defend himself, but he didn't have time to activate the power of the Infinity Stone, and the hammer was shattered by the attack. With the carrier shattered, the Infinity Stone came loose and was about to fall to the ground. Once it landed, the energy it emitted would undoubtedly turn the entire surface of Xander into a wasteland, wiping out all life on the planet. Seeing this, Star-Lord didn't have time to think much. After a few quick strides, he leaped forward and caught the Infinity Stone just before Ronan, temporarily saving Xander from disaster. "No, Quill." Witnessing Star-Lord making direct contact with the Infinity Stone, not only images of his own experience on Nowhere but also the fate of Karina, the Collector's slave girl, flashed through his minds. As a human like Star-Lord, he would not be able to withstand the pressure from the Infinity Stone. However, at this moment, Star-Lord had no other choice. If he let go, all life on the planet, including Gamora, Drax, Rocket, and Baymax, would be destroyed by the energy surge of the Infinity Stone. So, he could only endure with all his strength, as a mere mortal, bearing this immense power. Suddenly, Gamora seemed to remember something. When the Collector introduced them to the Infinity Stones on Nowhere, he mentioned that there were several ancient beings who once endured the pressure of using the Infinity Stones by sharing it among themselves. Although in the end, they couldn't withstand the backlash and all perished, for Gamora, this was the only way she could help Star-Lord at the moment, and it was worth a try. Thus, just as Star-Lord had sacrificed himself to save her when they were exposed to cosmic space, Gamora didn't hesitate either. She directly rushed into the raging energy tide next to Star-Lord and said, "Quill, hold my hand. I promise to face life and death together with you." In intense pain, Star-Lord subconsciously reached out his hand, and Gamora didn't miss this opportunity. She firmly grasped Star-Lord's right hand, which held the Infinity Stone. In an instant, intense pain and a tearing sensation filled her body, while Star-Lord's pain lessened a bit. His body, which was about to collapse, surprisingly became somewhat solid again. Seeing that this method seemed to be working, Rocket, Baymax, and Drax beside them were also willing to sacrifice themselves. They also rushed into the energy tide, trying to share the pressure for Star-Lord. When the five of them united, holding hands tightly together, the originally unbearable power seemed to become stable. Star-Lord even felt like he could control the power within the Infinity Stone. "Impossible, you are all just mere mortals, how could this be?" Ronan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand the power of the Infinity Stone with his physical body alone. He needed to use his weapon, the Warhammer, as a medium. But now, these people he considered as ants had achieved something he couldn't. It was something that proud Ronan couldn't believe or accept. You said it yourself just now, we are the guardians of the galaxy. Star-Lord said, then following his instincts, he manipulated the Infinity Stone in his hand and launched an attack against Ronan. This time, without the protection of the Infinity Stone, Ronan couldn't resist Star-Lord's attack and turned into ashes within the energy. Seeing Ronan's defeat, Baymax quickly took out a containment device for the Infinity Stone and stored it, putting an end to the energy reaction they had formed with the Infinity Stone. Hahaha, what a touching hero drama. Now, let's talk about the business we agreed on before. With Ronan taken down by Star-Lord and the crisis caused by the Infinity Stone resolved, Yondu and his men, who had dealt with the remaining enemies, fully armed themselves and appeared in front of the Guardians of the Galaxy. The message was clear: if Star-Lord and his team dared to back out of their deal, the mercenaries would use other means to force them into compliance. Captain, this matter is for you to decide, I trust your judgment. Baymax handed the container containing the Infinity Stone to Star-Lord, allowing him to make the final decision. Gamora looked anxiously at Star-Lord and warned, Quill, you must not give it to them. Star-Lord nodded at Gamora, indicating that he understood. He then tried to persuade Yondu. You better think it over, Yondu, although I don't know who you intend to sell it to, the only way to ensure the safety of the universe is to hand the Infinity Stone over to the Nova Corps for safekeeping. Yondu appeared indifferent to Star-Lord's persuasion, with a smile that contained a hint of helplessness. He and his crew had fought and risked their lives in a battle that had nothing to do with them. If he handed the Infinity Stone over to the Nova Corps, he would have a hard time explaining it to his men. Although I may have a saint-like face, I don't have a saint-like heart. As he spoke, Yondu opened his coat, revealing the arrow at his waist. Now that the battle is over, there's no need to sacrifice our lives to show off as heroes. Hand it over to me, kid. Yondu extended his hand to Star-Lord, and he implied that if Star-Lord dared to resist or refuse, his arrow would change Star-Lord's unrealistic thoughts. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied with Yondu's demand. He took out the container hidden behind him and handed it to him. Yondu, never open this container. You know the power of the Infinity Stone, right? You saw its destructive force earlier, please be careful. Yondu nodded without responding. Excitedly left with his mercenaries. After hearing Star-Lord's reminder, Yondu was already sure that the hot potato hadn't truly fallen into his hands. He wouldn't easily open the container and expose Star-Lord's trick. Boss, we're going to strike it rich this time. Maybe it was the right decision not to hand him over to his old man back then. Yeah, his old man is a real scumbag, Yondu agreed. Watching Yondu and his crew board their ship and leave Xander, Star-Lord finally relaxed. He took out another identical container from behind and raised an eyebrow at Gamora. When he realizes I switched the container, I bet he'll be furious. But Baymax thinks that Yondu already knows about your little trick, he just didn't expose you. Baymax disagreed. Why? Rocket asked Baymax curiously. Yondu personally participated in this battle, and how can he not know that the cosmic orb is a hot potato? The reason he came to demand it himself is because, as a leader, he had to make a statement. After Captain swapped the containers, he probably figured it out, but to give himself an excuse to leave smoothly, he pretended not to know and accepted the fake Infinity Stone container, Baymax explained. After hearing Baymax's explanation, the others found it hard to believe. In their minds, Yondu was not a good person, so how could he give up such a huge opportunity? Star-Lord, however, pondered with a hint of doubt. Considering how well Yondu knew him, perhaps he had truly figured out his plan. Regardless, the current outcome was a win-win for everyone. The truth would eventually reveal itself with time. Chapter 260. In the headquarters command room of the Nova Corps, Nova Prime specially organized a commendation ceremony to express gratitude for the Guardians of the Galaxy's assistance and achievements in this great war. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were warmly welcomed by the Nova Corps, and even Drax, the strong man, became graceful in such a festive atmosphere. Your wife and daughter can finally rest in peace, you have avenged them with your own hands. Gamora congratulated Drax on his new appearance. Of course. However, their peace came not from Ronan's death, but because I let go of my obsession and found a harbor for my soul. But Ronan was just a puppet. To prevent more tragedies like mine, we must deal with the mastermind behind it all, Thanos. Hearing Drax say this, Gamora's face showed a pensive expression, and her eyes revealed a hint of complex emotions. It is worth mentioning that Groot's supposed death, which left Rocket devastated, didn't actually happen. While scanning the battlefield for survivors, Baymax unexpectedly found a fragment of Groot with powerful life energy. Based on Rocket's speculation and confirmation after communicating with Baymax, providing enough nutrients and water to the fragment would allow Groot to regenerate, which brought joy to Rocket and all the members for a long time. Now, almost a month has passed since the Great War. Under the careful care of Rocket and Baymax, little Groot finally took root, sprouted, and thrived. During this period, Star-Lord handed over the Infinity Stones to Nova Prime, entrusting the Nova Corps to safeguard it. Additionally, thanks to the information left by Vico in Baymax's database and a trade with the Nova Corp, Baymax gained access to many of their unique technologies and theories. The smooth completion of this trade was partly due to the Dark Aster crashing on the capital of the Nova Corp, causing them to bear enormous post-war cleanup and infrastructure pressure, which Vico's invention, the micromagnetic axial robot, happened to address. Using this as an entry point, after several rounds of negotiations, Baymax and the Nova Corps exchanged many other useful technologies. Now, with more companions, Baymax firmly believes that one day it will return to Earth and reunite with its owner, Vico. At that time, everything it has accumulated in the universe will be the best gift for this reunion. So, what are you telling me all this for? Amidst the lively celebration atmosphere of the commendation ceremony, Roman, an old acquaintance of Star-Lord in the Nova Corps, brought him to the holographic projection platform. He said that he has important information to share with him concerning his own identity. Gamora and Baymax, upon hearing this news, also felt curious and followed to learn the truth. When I arrested you before, I noticed abnormalities in your nervous system, so, when you underwent a medical examination upon entering prison, I had them perform a more detailed one, and the results showed that you may not be a human from Earth. As Roman revealed this news, not only Star-Lord himself but also Gamora was greatly surprised. So, I'm not a human? Or you mean I'm not from Earth? Technically, you have some human bloodline from your mother, making you part Earthling. However, your father, he is a very ancient cosmic being, to the extent that there is no relevant description of him even in the Nova Corps records. Nova Prime explained clearly to Star-Lord. So that's why Quill could hold the Infinity Stone for so long, it's because he isn't a pure Earthling, he carries the blood of a powerful ancient creature. Gamora suddenly understood why Quill could withstand the power of the Infinity Stone for so long until she and the others arrived to assist him. They had thought it was a miraculous feat, but now they realized that everything had its reasons, and there were no such things as miracles and coincidences. That's right. When I first met the captain, I also noticed that his physical structure was somewhat different from Earth humans. However, I thought he had undergone some kind of drug enhancement like Captain America or body modification like my master. Baymax also recalled the doubts it had before, and now everything could be explained. Alright, let's not dwell on this matter for now. It's a question that won't be resolved in the short term. Now that everyone is here, we can begin today's commendation ceremony. I, Nova Prime, on behalf of the Nova Corps and all the people of Xander, express my deepest gratitude to all of you for joining forces to save our planet, Xander. Our executive director, Roman, prepared a token of gratitude for you to express his thanks. Now, let him show you, Nova Prime said. Follow me. Roman waved to the group. The members didn't refuse Roman's warm gesture and followed him outside the command room. We tried our best to restore it to its original state, but this is the best result we could achieve, Roman said as he guided them to the site of a fully repaired and refurbished Milano spacecraft, which brought expressions of pleasant surprise to their faces. This ship was not only the starting point and witness of their camaraderie but also played a crucial role in saving them from various perils. It was an irreplaceable companion to all of them. Thank you, we really like it. Star-Lord didn't know how to properly express his gratitude for the gift. In the end, he settled for a brief statement, letting actions speak louder than words. Roman understood what he meant and nodded slightly. My family lives on Xander, and it's because of your help that they were saved. Your criminal records in the Nova Corps archives have been cleared. But I must still remind you not to engage in illegal activities in the future. Star-Lord patted Roman's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them and make sure they behave. Is that so? I hope you can live up to your words. Star-Lord said confidently, I'll do my best. Well then, goodbye, sir. I hope our next meeting won't be under the circumstances where I need to arrest you again. Roman waved goodbye to them. As they boarded the brand new Milano, sitting in the pilot's seat, Star-Lord was filled with excitement. He could embark on another adventurous journey full of freedom. Guys, what should we do next? Should we do some good deeds or cause some mischief? Or maybe a bit of both? You're the captain, we'll follow your lead. Alright then, let's do a bit of both. Hold on tight, everyone. Our journey starts now. Chapter 261. The 3-month trial period quickly came to an end, during which the New York Sanctum did not encounter any danger or unexpected situations. For Vico, the Guardian, this was undoubtedly good news. It meant that during this time, Earth had not been disturbed by any intrusions from other dimensions, and they had passed a period of tranquility. Perhaps it was due to his confrontation with Dormammu alongside the Ancient One in their previous encounter, which deterred forces from other dimensions. Nonetheless, maintaining peace and stability was always a reason for celebration. However, this also brought about a problem. The lack of any incidents during the probationary period didn't provide much insight for evaluating the Terminator's capabilities in facing crises alone and handling them effectively. To ensure that the Terminator could replace him and safeguard the New York Sanctum, Vico had ingeniously designed various tests to assess the Terminator's ability to fulfill the guardianship tasks when faced with real danger. As for the results, Vico was highly satisfied. The Terminator's personality inherited his own traits, displaying a strong sense of responsibility for the tasks at hand. It remained composed in the face of crises and adeptly handled any unexpected situations. As long as it didn't encounter enemies beyond its capabilities, the Terminator was fully capable of taking Vico's place and fulfilling its role as the protector of the New York Sanctum. Even when facing formidable foes, the Terminator could send out distress signals. Due to the zero-delay nature of the magical network, Vico could swiftly arrive at the Sanctum to take over the duties. It could be said that the Terminator's performance met Vico's original design intentions and even exceeded his expectations. This experience reaffirmed Vico's determination to pursue a future research direction that blended magic and science to create a brand new technological system. However, before delving into that, Vico needed to quickly wrap up the projects he hadn't completed in the past 3 months. During the Terminator's probationary period, besides spending time setting up situations and tests for it, Vico mostly devoted his efforts to unraveling the mysteries of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, the 2 Infinity Stones. Ever since he learned secrets arts at Camartage, Vico gained a fresh understanding of the powers within the Infinity Stones. While previously he had progressed the entire project primarily through science, now, after mastering magic, his approach became a dual lane of science and magic, leading to significant improvements both in quality and quantity. As for the current research progress, Vico's theoretical achievements are already sufficient to support him in completing several ambitious ideas he had conceived before. The theoretical validation of spatial teleportation technology and universal adhesive technology has been accomplished. Additionally, the research on the Mind Stone and magical artifacts has led Vico to discover a new path for upgrading artificial intelligence systems. Baymax has been excited about this for quite some time and eagerly hopes that Vico can complete the core upgrade for it. Today, Vico will be the first to complete the experimental construction of the spatial teleportation device. Based on his memories of the nature of spatial teleportation portals from his past life from Big Hero 6 movie as well as fragments of Hiro's memories, Vico has deduced the principles behind the application of spatial teleportation portals. Unlike the Camartage spells and the Tesseract, which forcefully breach spatial barriers between 2 points using dark energy, spatial teleportation technology achieves spatial exchange through high-dimensional connections, bypassing the 3-dimensional distance parameters. To put it simply, if spatial teleportation technology had only an entrance without an exit, you could almost call it Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket. This requires setting up identical spatial teleportation devices at both locations, unlike the spatial doors in the Camartage sanctums, which can access various preset destinations. Although this approach may seem more cumbersome compared to a sorcerer's magic and lacks flexibility, it serves its purpose. As sorcerers are secretive and usually cannot display their magic in front of the general public, it becomes an obstacle for Vico to perform quick spatial teleportation in front of others. So, although this technology is not as convenient and versatile as his magic or the spatial doors, it addresses Vico's specific needs to a certain extent. Furthermore, this technology is not without its merits. It excels in stability and cost-effectiveness, and Vico has other plans for its research. This technology is being prepared for Vico's future confrontation with Thanos or even other powerful enemies. It can be seen as a technological accumulation in combination with magic. Once the spatial teleportation technology succeeds, it confirms the validity of his approach and he can continue the research according to the established plan. As for what this technology is and what capabilities will give Vico the confidence to confront Thanos, that will be revealed in due course. The technical principles of the spatial teleportation portal are already clear, but the reason Vico has been unable to perfect this technology so far is that he hadn't found a feasible way to connect different dimensions and create a stable channel. It was only when Vico came into contact with magic and sorcery and learned how to use dark energy to interfere with matter through mental influence, that he finally found a way to break through this bottleneck. The spatial teleportation portal to be constructed this time will also combine technology and magic to achieve the desired functionality and effects. Mirror dimension, it is indeed a special dimension that exists but is difficult to perceive and influence. The reason it is considered special is that the mirror dimension is, in fact, a 2-dimensional dimension, yet sorcerers, who are 3-dimensional beings, can enter and exit it safely without being subjected to dimensional reduction and death. Confirming this peculiar characteristic led Vico to discover the key to unlocking the dimensional gateway technology. Chapter 262. Cells are the fundamental units of the human body's structure and function, while genes and proteins are the basic elements that carry out various life functions in the human body. When these components of the human body, which exist in three-dimensional structures and function according to three-dimensional properties, are reduced and enter the two-dimensional dimension, they will lose all the functions that support the operation of the human body, which is absolutely fatal for human life. Even if they are re-elevated shortly after being reduced to their original three-dimensional state, restoring their characteristics, the deactivation will still cause the collapse of the human body, ultimately leading to death. However, even though mages possess special abilities beyond ordinary people, their essence remains as living beings in the three-dimensional dimension. Yet, when they enter the mirror dimension, they do not experience any discomfort, and they do not suffer any ill effects upon returning to their original world. This is enough to pique the curiosity of Vico, who has an insatiable desire for knowledge. In fact, it's not just mages who can safely enter the mirror dimension. Vico imprisoned the Winter Soldier, who had no magic and no magical power, in that space, and he emerged unharmed as well. So, this result proves that it's not that mages possess any special abilities to resist the harm caused by dimensional reduction, but rather that the mirror dimension has some special properties that allow it to accommodate three-dimensional organisms without causing harm. Mages just happen to be the only group of beings on Earth capable of opening the mirror dimension. In fact, Vico believes that even the first mage who discovered and opened the mirror dimension did not truly grasp its magical aspects. Otherwise, the mirror dimension wouldn't just be used as a means for mages to hide or engage in battles, but it should be developed for more advanced applications. After careful study and analysis, Vico finally deduced the key to the miraculous nature of the mirror dimension. The mirror dimension is not a separate dimensional dimension but more like a multidimensional composite dimension. Just as the images corresponding to the mirror dimension within the three-dimensional space where humans exist are two-dimensional representations. In higher dimensions like the fourth dimension, the images corresponding to the mirror dimension are three-dimensional representations. And these countless dimensional spaces' mirror counterparts are compounded together on the same time axis, thus forming a complex mirror dimension. When the mages of Comet Taj open the mirror dimension and enter it, although they see things that are in the same spatial dimension as their own, in reality, what they see with their naked eyes is only a two-dimensional image without a three-dimensional form. In fact, the mirror dimension in which the mages go is a three-dimensional mirror dimension reflected in the fourth dimension. Due to the limitations of human perception and understanding, humans cannot comprehend higher dimensional things and knowledge. Therefore, although this space is filled with tangible representations of higher dimensional images, humans living in the three-dimensional space cannot see, hear, touch, or even influence them at all. This is why no matter how much the sorcerers tinker within the mirror dimension, it won't affect the real world. Because what they encounter in the mirror dimension is not a three-dimensional image, and they are incapable of comprehending and causing any impact. After realizing this characteristic of the mirror dimension, a bold idea emerged in Vico's mind: could he leverage the properties of this multidimensional composite space to construct a four-dimensional channel for spatial teleportation? Having obtained enough evidence from the data of the cosmic cube and after rigorous calculation and analysis, Vico believed that this method was feasible. Moreover, compared to directly opening a four-dimensional space for teleportation, utilizing the mirror dimension would undoubtedly be safer and more reliable. In the original story of Big Hero 6, Professor's daughter got lost in the four-dimensional space during an experiment with a teleportation portal, and he gradually turned dark, leading to a series of crimes. From this, it can be seen that although this technology is powerful, human understanding of the four-dimensional space is very limited. It might even be said that due to the nature of human three-dimensional life, they may never fully comprehend the wonders of four-dimensional space. Vico learned from the legacy of Hiro in his mind that until Hiro's last day, he still hadn't understood why Professor's daughter was not affected by the flow of time in the four-dimensional space, and what exactly the four dimensions corresponded to. These were all enigmas that could not be unraveled by his understanding. Therefore, attempting item teleportation through a four-dimensional space channel might be worth a try, and at worst, it would only result in some financial loss. However, when it comes to transporting living beings, or more accurately, human bodies, the level of danger would be much higher. But with the aid of the mirror dimension, this wouldn't be an issue. In the mirror dimension, the image of the four-dimensional space is a three-dimensional representation, and humans cannot exert any influence or be disturbed by anything else. It can be said to be a perfect way to achieve the goal. So, after finally constructing the portal device and completing the assembly of various modules and the engraving of magic runes, the only step left for the spatial teleportation portal to be truly complete is for Vico to infuse it with magic to grant it the ability to open the mirror dimension. Buzz. As the entire spatial teleportation portal emitted a faint metallic hum, the device completed its activation process. Watching the magical glow flowing through the runes on the surface of the portal, Vico couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This spatial teleportation portal project had already consumed a considerable amount of his time, and if it failed this time, he even contemplated giving up. Because if even such a trial project cannot succeed on the first attempt, the difficulty of developing a secret weapon to counter Thanos will be even greater. If there is no confidence in completing the research before Thanos arrives on Earth, it is better to abandon this project from the beginning and find other ways. However, fortunately, the construction of the spatial teleportation portal has finally been completed smoothly. The next step is to test its effectiveness and see if it can meet Vico's design objectives. Baymax, please call Optimus Prime and have this big guy sent to the entrance of Stark Mansion. Remember to arrange some micromagnetic axle robots to assist in the installation work. Now, we are about to begin an exciting test experiment. Chapter 263. One of the two spatial teleportation gates has been loaded and is being sent to the Stark Mansion on the Malibu coast. During this time, the test experiment of the teleportation gate needs to be completed to ensure a smooth proceeding of the upcoming experiment. Baymax, go through the entire testing procedure and the system programs again. This experiment cannot afford any mistakes. If the final test fails, I need accurate data and results immediately to analyze why the design requirements were not met. Okay, Master. Baymax responded, indicating that Baymax received the task, and it began its busy work. As the data in the database continued to increase, especially the newly added data related to magic, Baymax's core intelligence saw a significant improvement in its self-evolution speed. Although it was not yet enough for it to ascend to an intelligent life form, Baymax's ability to handle complex and intricate tasks had been significantly upgraded. And Vico gradually assigned more difficult tasks to Baymax, given its stronger computing power. Master, after multiple confirmations, the testing procedure and system programs have been verified to completely align with the experimental design requirements. There are no program flaws. May I confirm that the experiment preparation is completed, or should I perform another check? Hearing that Baymax had already confirmed the preparation work was well done, Vico waved his hand. No need for another check. It has undergone a double inspection by both you and me. There should be no possibility of any problems. Don't waste your computing power. By the way, how is the Winter Soldier doing? Last time, I asked you to tailor a treatment plan to release his brainwashing and restore his memory. What stage is it at now? With the preparations at hand completed and the other gate with Optimus Prime still in transit, the formal testing experiment had not yet begun. In his spare time, Vico suddenly thought of Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, who he had captured, and asked Baymax about his condition. The Winter Soldier's treatment is progressing very smoothly. Since his memory loss has been prolonged, and he underwent deep brainwashing by Hydra, I adopted a conservative treatment approach. By creating virtual scenarios in a virtual reality to evoke the residual memories in his cerebral cortex and stimulating his subconscious and neural centers with these fragmented memories, we can help him achieve a complete memory recovery. Additionally, Baymax used mind wave resonance stimulation to assist in weakening and eliminating the brainwashing content by Hydra, helping him break free from their control. Currently, we have successfully activated some memories from his time as Bucky Barnes, and the treatment to counter the effects of brainwashing has already completed the first course. If the treatment continues smoothly, it is estimated that it will take less than 8 months to fully restore the individual's condition, reshaping their beliefs and memories. However, considering the significant contrast between their two sets of memories and lifestyles, it may leave the Winter Soldier with severe psychological and emotional damage. I suggest adding 2 months of psychological intervention and counseling to ensure he does not suffer from mental breakdowns and descending into madness. Does it really take at least 10 months to complete all the treatments? That's quite a long time, but let's proceed with your plan, Baymax. At the moment, I haven't figured out how to handle the impact on his relationship with my father and Captain. Delaying it for a while is probably for the best. By the way, after this experiment concludes, there's another research project following closely. Complete a backup of your core program and central database. Once these two projects are finished, I will perform a completely new upgrade on you. I believe that after this upgrade, you should be touching the ultimate barrier of artificial intelligence, and any further evolution would lead you to become an intelligent life form. Really? Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Baymax will make sure to prepare diligently and strive not to hinder your progress. This upgrade for you is essential. On one hand, I cannot stay in the New York sanctuary for an extended period to fulfill my duties and responsibilities as a guardian. I need you and the Terminator to share this burden with me. So, the more powerful your intelligence becomes, the more assured I feel, and the greater benefits it brings me. On the other hand, Ultron is about to be born, and this presents a great opportunity for you. If you can devour and absorb it, perhaps you will be able to complete the evolution of your life form. Baymax didn't quite understand the last part Vico mentioned about Ultron, but since Vico stated that it is an important opportunity for its final evolution, Baymax would definitely go all out and seize it. It's not surprising that Baymax couldn't comprehend it fully, as the events have yet to unfold. The truth about Hydra has been exposed, and although they, along with S.H.I.E.L.D., have been defeated by Captain and the others, there are surely remnants of their secret bases in some remote locations. Tony and the other Avengers will certainly move quickly to eliminate these bases and, more importantly, retrieve the lost Mind Stone scepter. Currently, Tony has shifted his focus to his relationship with Pepper, and the responsibility of being Iron Man and maintaining world peace will become a heavy burden for him. Once Tony gets hold of the scepter and starts researching the Infinity Stones, he will inevitably follow the same path as in the original Marvel Cinematic Universe, developing a super artificial intelligence based on that foundation. However, the danger of developing artificial intelligence lies in the fact that you never know if there are contradictions and loopholes in your program design, especially when dealing with a super artificial intelligence that surpasses human wisdom. Of course, that is except for Vico, who has a contingency plan. Without any surprises, under the stimulation of the Mind Stone, Ultron will eventually surpass Tony's control and evolve from a super artificial intelligence into a true sentient being, ultimately posing a deadly threat to all humanity on Earth. But Vico does not stop his father's plans. According to the original storyline, Jarvis was defeated in the battle against Ultron, and even the core intelligent program was completely dispersed and scattered across the internet. However, through this confrontation, Jarvis also successfully ascended to higher form. Unfortunately, due to the database being consumed and devoured by Ultron, it lost its own memory. Yet, looking at the eventual result of Jarvis combining with the Mind Stone and giving birth to Vision, it is evident that Vision successfully inherited Jarvis's personality and thought process. Thus, even without any memory data, Vision instinctively stood on the side of the Avengers. If Baymax could seize this opportunity as well, Vico believes it will undoubtedly complete its final evolution. Hence, the ultimate upgrade that Baymax is about to undergo aims to give it a competitive advantage to defeat Ultron. As for the threat posed by Ultron's birth, with his current abilities, he doesn't consider it a significant concern. If the situation were to get out of control, he is confident in his ability to turn the tide. I hope you will be more ambitious, Baymax, don't let such a perfect opportunity go to waste, Vico silently murmured in his heart. Chapter 264. Jarvis, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Inside Stark Mansion, Tony Stark, who had just finished dealing with a Hydra nest and decided to take a vacation with Pepper, was frowning upon hearing the commotion outside. He asked Jarvis for an explanation. Sir, Optimus Prime received a command from Master Vico to transport something over to the mansion. I've just confirmed with Baymax. It's a new invention that requires testing. They need the estate's grounds and your cooperation. Oh. Vico has come up with another new invention. Lately, he had been investing more of his time into his relationship with Pepper, leading to a significant reduction in his research and development efforts. However, he remained focused on upgrading and developing the Vico series of Iron Man suits. Since realizing the importance of family and loved ones in his life, Tony was no longer obsessed with producing numerous suits. Instead, he concentrated on improving their quality. He sought new research directions to effectively handle various critical situations with a limited number of suits. Of course, he also didn't neglect progress in the development of the nanosuits. Recently, he had achieved a breakthrough in nanosuit development, finding materials that met his demanding requirements. With a few more experiments, he was confident he would create a satisfying product. As he was spending less time on scientific research, Tony became even more intrigued by Vico's new inventions. Novelty and the unknown always held the most irresistible appeal to a genius like him. What's going on, Tony? Pepper, who also heard the commotion, came downstairs to join him. It's nothing, how are things at Stark Industries? If you have time, come with me to see what new stuff Vico has come up with this time. Ah, Vico has another new invention. Let's go and take a look, I can't wait to see what it looks like. As Tony and Pepper arrived at the mansion's entrance, the magnetic axis robots were carefully transporting a spatial portal from Optimus Prime's trailer. They created a base that securely connected the portal to the ground. However, Tony and Pepper couldn't quite make sense of Vico's new invention. To them, it appeared to be a large metal frame, and if they installed a net on it, Tony might even mistake it for a uniquely designed soccer goal. However, before the two of them could get their questions answered, the micro-magnetic axis robots activated the spatial portal according to the pre-given instructions. Instantly, a faint blue light filled the mysterious patterns engraved on the door frame. Within the previously empty doorway, a glass-like special membrane formed, reflecting the images of Tony and Pepper. Could it be that Vico's invention is just a special high-tech mirror? It can't be that simple, right? However, Tony felt a bit embarrassed after Pepper's inquiry. He also couldn't understand the practical purpose of Vico's invention. But the awkward moment didn't last long. Suddenly, a soccer ball flew out from the middle of the glass-like membrane and rolled a few times before coming to a stop at Tony's feet. Almost instinctively, Tony took a shot at the soccer ball aimed at the center of the door frame. Thud. The soccer ball flew precisely in the direction Tony intended, accurately passing through the center of the glass-like membrane. But to Tony's surprise, the soccer ball didn't appear on the other side of the door frame, continuing its parabolic trajectory as he expected. Instead, it disappeared entirely. Is this door frame? With the limited information he had, Tony already had an idea of the true function of the door frame. However, the answer was so unbelievable that although he had made the assumption in his mind, he refrained from telling Pepper. After the soccer ball vanished, countless miniaturized magnetic axis robots appeared in Stark Mansion through the door frame. These little guys entered Vico's room in the mansion and took out a notebook, then they disappeared through the door frame. Now Tony could confirm that his guess was correct. This was a spatial portal. He had encountered something similar during the Battle of New York when Loki forcibly opened a spatial portal using the Tesseract, bringing the Chitauri army to Earth. But back then, the spatial portal relied not only on the immense power of the Tesseract but also on rare metals as stabilizers to complete the plan. Now, Vico had managed to stabilize the spatial portal without relying on the Tesseract's power. Had he found a way to stabilize quantum tunneling? As Tony was still immersed in shock and disbelief, the glass-like membrane in the center of the spatial portal fluctuated again. This time, instead of objects or machinery, a small white mouse appeared, bound by ropes. The successful transportation of the mouse essentially proved the stability and safety of this invention. The value of this invention was now incalculable. It could revolutionize humanity's transportation and logistics systems. If this device could be mass-produced, the concept of a global city would not only exist in a virtual network world but also become a reality in the physical world. At that time, all airlines and railway companies might be replaced by the new wave of the era, and the logistics industry, especially the fresh produce transportation sector, would undergo a transformative revolution. As the glass-like membrane of the spatial portal fluctuated for the fourth time, this time, a human arm stretched out from the middle. Chapter 265. Hi, Dad, and Pepper. Long time no see. That kick just now was definitely you, Dad, right? It almost knocked over the reagents on my lab table, but luckily my reaction was fast enough. Vico walked out from the spatial portal, leaving Tony and Pepper standing frozen in their tracks. They showed no response to his greeting. What's wrong with you guys? Why do you both look like you've seen a ghost? Is my transformation that drastic after a few months? What's wrong with you? How dare you take such a risk and walk directly through it, considering how few times this thing has been tested? If anything unexpected happened during the transit, like spatial turbulence, you could have easily ended up lost in the spatial flow or torn to pieces. Although Tony didn't fully understand the technology behind Vico's spatial portal, he was well aware of the characteristics of space in physics. Vico personally conducting the experiment while risking his life in the process, naturally surprised and angered him. As for Pepper, she was simply stunned by Vico's amazing feat of walking out of the portal. This is why she didn't respond to Vico's greeting. Now that Tony explained the danger of Vico's actions, Pepper also scolded him and gave him a lecture. Okay, Pepper. Don't listen to Dad's unfounded speculations. He has no idea about the working principles of my technology. The dangers he mentioned are just his personal assumptions. Don't keep nagging me anymore. Vico, who was used to having no one controlling or disciplining him in both his past and present lives, felt quite uncomfortable suddenly being subjected to Pepper's oppressive care and reprimand. Taking advantage of a moment when she paused to catch her breath, Vico finally found an opportunity to interrupt Pepper's lecture and explain to her. My spatial portal technology is not like the Tesseract, which requires powerful energy support and stabilizers. Its principle involves constructing a higher dimensional teleportation channel, reducing the physical distance between the two portals, thus achieving spatial connection. Higher dimensional space is more stable than the three-dimensional space we live in, so there won't be any of the dangers Dad mentioned. Besides, haven't there been several tests before I conducted the experiment? Whether it's a non-autonomous football, a robot, or a living mouse, they all successfully completed round-trip journeys through the spatial portal, proving that all my calculations and designs are valid. Therefore, the safety of the portal is beyond doubt. Opening a passage to higher dimensional space. This is already beyond the realm of today's science. It can only be described as magic. As beings in three-dimensional space, according to the Fermi paradox, it's fundamentally impossible for us to observe and interact with higher dimensional entities until our technological civilization reaches the limits of our dimension. The more Tony understood science, the harder it was to believe the information Vico conveyed. Even though the emotional side of his brain kept telling him that Vico had never lied about scientific matters, and his character wouldn't allow him to deceive in research. But the absolute rationality in his mind reinforced the belief that this was a fallacy within Tony's knowledge system, something that could never be achieved. If we consider it from a scientific perspective, of course, it's impossible to touch higher dimensions. But, after knowing Thor for so long, Dad, haven't you thought about looking at this from a different angle? What if it's a form of magic? Though he couldn't reveal his identity as a sorcerer to Tony, he didn't need to hide the existence of magic. After all, Tony was also a superhero, and as long as he continued his duty of protecting Earth, he would eventually encounter more magical events. Giving him a heads up would be a good thing. Magic. Tony couldn't believe that Vico, who had always been an advocate of scientific thinking and materialism, was discussing this medieval superstition in front of him. But on second thought, he couldn't deny the existence of magic. Both Thor and Loki had demonstrated abilities that exceeded his scientific understanding. So, what Vico mentioned about magic seemed to make sense. To call it magic is not entirely accurate. The so-called magic is just a term used by other civilizations to refer to their unique scientific and cultural systems. Or perhaps, it's a form of science that is beyond our current comprehension. Thor also said that what we call science on Earth is known as magic in Asgard, but in truth, they are one and the same. And when I was studying the essence of magic, I found a broader path, which led to the completion of my new invention. Perhaps afraid that Tony would struggle to understand, Vico followed up with further explanations. Hearing Vico's explanation, Tony's eyes opened wide, feeling like a new door had opened before him. This novel way of thinking made Tony eager to immediately dismantle the spatial portal in front of him and explore the secrets it held. If it's really as safe and stable as you say, then the entire transportation industry is about to undergo a revolutionary transformation, and your company will seize the largest share of the benefits. From now on, major air disasters in human history will become a thing of the past, and convenient and fast spatial teleportation could entirely replace all existing large-scale transportation and logistics methods. Yes, Vico. If this technology can be successfully developed for commercial use, I believe not only will your wealth grow immensely, but people's way of life will also undergo a tremendous change. As the Stark Industries executive and a businesswoman, Pepper fully agreed with Tony's vision of the future. With her perspective, she naturally saw tremendous business opportunities, and it was a monopoly business at that. With the right pricing strategy, Vico could generate a continuous stream of wealth. Although Tony and Pepper had high hopes for the commercial value of the spatial portal and their descriptions were captivating, Vico knew deep down that he couldn't possibly fully popularize this technology into people's daily lives. Producing a qualified and design-compliant door body for the spatial portal wasn't a difficult task, and the cost wasn't prohibitively high. The real challenge lay in Vico having to infuse magic and mystical energy into the portal after production, otherwise, it would just be an expensive heap of scrap metal. But was it possible for Vico, alone, to manufacture enough spatial portals to serve billions of people worldwide? Clearly, that was impossible, and even if it were possible, Vico wouldn't want to waste so much of his time on it. Moreover, if this business was to take off, even with the wealth and status of the Stark family, it would be hard to resist the watchful eyes and schemes of capital and politics, potentially bringing endless troubles. In Vico's view, this business simply wasn't worth it. Chapter 266. I didn't have any intention of commercializing this invention, Vico straightforwardly explained to the two individuals. It's not because I have money and don't want to make more, or that I think I have too much money right now. The difficulty lies in establishing a commercial framework for the spatial teleportation portal, which is extremely challenging. The manufacturing cost of the spatial teleportation portal itself is not particularly high, and I have already mastered the technological principles involved. However, there is a crucial technology implicated that I currently cannot industrialize, and as a result, the spatial teleportation portal lacks the conditions for large-scale production, making it difficult to develop its commercial value. My idea is to keep this technology within the Avengers for internal use. We can establish a few teleportation nodes in key hub cities around the world to facilitate our missions, avoiding any delays. I see, that's truly a pity. However, it's not bad that the Avengers can be the first to experience this technology, and at least it will be used in critical areas. After hearing Vico's explanation of the technology, Pepper felt a bit regretful for him, as he missed such a great opportunity. Nevertheless, considering that both father and son were well-known figures on the rich list and among the top-ranked, Pepper didn't dwell on it too much. Besides, the Avengers often needed to race against time during missions, and having this technology's assistance would enhance Earth's security. You invented this technology, and since you've made your decision, we'll respect it. Later, I'll have Jarvis calculate the optimal layout for the spatial nodes based on the Avengers Tower's location, and then we'll purchase the local properties to build the transfer bases. You only need to manufacture the spatial teleportation portals, and the rest of the transportation work will be handled by Optimus Prime and Tornado. Vico nodded and said, "All right, please send me the quantity of the spatial teleportation portals later. Even if the number is not large, it will probably take until next year to complete the deployment if we want to produce them all. The testing experiments for the spatial teleportation portals have already been completed, and I still have 2 projects that need to be concluded as soon as possible. I'll head back now, and let's temporarily place the portal at doorstep for my convenience in going home. Goodbye." After saying this, Vico passed through the mirrored glass film and returned to his own laboratory. Vico now had to strike while the iron was hot and quickly finish the research projects related to spatial aspects, and then focus on upgrading the central intelligence program of the Baymax's core. And now, he only had 2 research projects related to spatial applications left in his hands. One of them was a secret weapon meant to counter Thanos in the future. This project couldn't be solved in a short period, so Vico had no intention of starting the research immediately. The other project was an attempt to replicate the Hoi Poi capsules Dino Caps from Dragon Ball, which Vico had been wanting to do since obtaining the PIM particles data. Although using the PIM particle control device alone could achieve the same effect, such a product, just like the spatial teleportation portal, lacked the possibility of large-scale production and had certain limitations in application. Vico's main reason for wanting to recreate the Hoi Poi capsules, even after possessing the anima, was to provide other members of the Avengers Alliance with this resource. After all, not everyone's equipment could integrate it with their bodies like him, and not everyone could summon their equipment back to their hands like Thor. In case of unexpected situations where they couldn't return to the storage location to retrieve their gear, the existence of the Hoi Poi capsules would address this pain point effectively. When needed, they could release it from the Hoi Poi capsules, and after the battle, they could restore it to capsule size and carry it with them, which would undoubtedly provide great convenience for the Avengers. Therefore, the implementation of this technology had to be entirely done through scientific means, to facilitate future mass production, and it could not involve the restrictive magic methods that Rune Technology and others might have. For Vico, this was indeed a significant challenge since he had become accustomed to combining various convenient means in his inventions. It could be said that as long as the design requirements could be achieved, Vico wouldn't set any restrictions on the methods. However, now that he had to adhere to the requirement of using scientific methods only, it greatly constrained Vico's actions, making him feel like he had gone from driving a luxury car to riding an old, dilapidated bicycle slow and cumbersome. But all of this couldn't stump Vico, this cheat code time traveler. After studying the data and information in the cosmic cube repeatedly, Vico finally found the spatial technology that could realize the Hoi Poi capsules. Based on Vico's understanding of the Hoi Poi capsules in Dragon Ball, he deduced that Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, used a scientific principle known as spatial restructuring technology. By reorganizing the molecular structure of an object in space, it transformed it from its original massive form into a mini capsule size. This, according to Vico, was the true essence of the Hoi Poi capsules. And to achieve this technology, the most crucial component required was the key spatial wave generator. The spatial wave generator is essentially a miniature arc reactor that can attach to an object. By attaching it to the object to be capsulized, the object can undergo a process of miniaturization and reorganization. However, unlike a regular arc reactor, Vico has fine-tuned the energy wave frequency it emits. After the nuclear reaction, it releases spatial energy waves that are irrevocably similar to the energy waves of the cosmic cube, rather than light or electrical energy. Under the influence of this energy, the item undergoes a programmed process of spatial reorganization to achieve capsulization, and the process can also be reversed to restore the item to its original state. This way, Vico can fulfill all his requirements for the Hoi Poi capsules, and all the technologies used are based on scientific means, allowing for mass production through an industrialization model without Vico having to put in extra effort. Furthermore, if the energy in the arc reactor is depleted, it can simply be recharged or replaced with a new module to continue its functionality. Its convenience level is quite high. The only drawback is perhaps the relatively frighteningly high cost of producing the Hoi Poi capsules using this method. After all, each Hoi Poi capsule contains an arc reactor, not to mention the additional control devices Vico has added, which indicates the considerable cost involved. However, as the saying goes, not being able to afford something is not the fault of the item but of one's own shortcomings. For a super-rich individual like Vico, the high cost can hardly be considered a drawback. The Avengers can use them as they please. If using them can bankrupt me, I'll just write my name backward. Vico. Chapter 267. In theory, the technical principles of the Hoi Poi capsule have already been perfected. However, Putting them into practical operation is another matter altogether. After numerous experiments on space folding, Vico still hasn't found a perfect space folding algorithm to achieve a seamless fit for various objects. After all, different objects not only differ in shape and size but also in material and texture. This complexity results in intricate molecular structures within the items, making it impossible to compress each item perfectly into a small capsule using conventional algorithms. In order to achieve the perfect effect of the hoi poi capsule, Vico has spent half a month working on the final space folding algorithm but hasn't achieved satisfactory results. All things in the world have endless ways and forms that constitute them. I want to converge this irregular divergence into a unified set, but this is a dead end with no way out, yet, I've wasted half a month on this, Vico lamented. After experiencing a series of failures, Vico finally came to his senses. Expending energy on something destined to have no results would naturally yield no rewards. Realizing this, Vico immediately decided to change his approach. Instead of relying solely on the folding algorithm to achieve the desired form, he decided to add an additional layer of capsule encapsulation outside the compressed object. This not only simplified the implementation but also significantly reduced the difficulty in production, making it a win-win solution. However, just as Vico was preparing to produce a batch of hoi poi capsule samples according to this new plan for testing, his AI assistant, Baymax, suddenly informed him of an urgent call from Captain Rogers. Baymax asked if he should connect the call. Baymax, produce a batch of hoi poi capsule samples based on the new plan first, I'll use them for testing later, please patch Captain's call through. Vico, I and other Avengers are currently besieging a Hydra secret base near the Kilauea volcano in Hawaii. We have encountered some trouble. Tony and the other members are on another mission, and we can't reach them. So, we have to ask for your help. Based on the intelligence I just gathered, it seems that this Hydra secret base is using a device similar to your energy shielding field inside the base. They have erected a formidable energy barrier around the perimeter, preventing us from launching an attack. Are you saying that they've deciphered my invention? Vico responded in disbelief upon hearing the captain's distress call. It's not clear yet. Currently, only Hawkeye, Black Widow, and I are on this mission, along with a 20-member armed team. We initially thought it was just a small Hydra base. But we didn't expect them to use this level of advanced technology for defense. From the various properties of the energy shield, it does seem very similar to your invention. However, Hydra's energy defense barrier is much larger in scale. Captain explained the situation on-site in detail to Vico for analysis and assessment. Alright, you guys wait and don't act hastily, I'll be there soon. I want to see if the Hydra scientists are truly capable enough to crack my energy shielding field technology. After ending the call, Vico wasted no time. He controlled the nanobots to cover his entire body, forming his battle armor. Then, he visualized the scene of Kilauea volcano in Hawaii in his mind, and using his magic powers, he opened a portal, instantly arriving at the desired location. Upon reaching the destination, Vico didn't immediately join the captain and the others. Instead, he entered the mirror dimension and began observing the energy protection barrier surrounding the Hydra base. The reason for not showing himself immediately was twofold. Firstly, he had traveled from his laboratory to this location in a short period, and it was challenging to explain the situation without revealing his identity as a sorcerer. Secondly, this time allowed Vico to thoroughly investigate the Hydra energy barrier and find the answers he sought. Even though he was in the mirror dimension, Vico's informationized vision still functioned effectively, allowing him to analyze the energy barrier outside the base clearly. Hydra's implementation of the barrier was indeed eerily similar to Vico's energy shielding field, but rather than saying they had cracked his invention, it was more like they drew inspiration from his idea. By combining the information and data they obtained from the cosmic cube, they accomplished this significant engineering feat. The main reason this technology could be applied to this seemingly small base was the presence of a highly active volcano nearby. Without the technology of the arc reactor or the cosmic cube at hand, providing sustainable energy for such a large energy barrier was undoubtedly not an easy task. However, having an active volcano nearby changed the game. By harnessing the immense thermal energy from the volcano's lava and converting it into suitable energy to power the barrier, they could ensure the barrier's endurance while also reducing the volcano's thermal energy, thus lowering the risk of eruption. To think of such a method to achieve this technology, he had to admit that among the fanatical followers of Hydra, there were indeed some talented individuals. However, now that Vico had seen through the secret, breaking this barrier would be a piece of cake. One approach was to use the old method he had employed before penetrating the defense with energy pulses similar to the shield's frequency. This method was foolproof for energy shielding type barriers and would undoubtedly succeed. However, for such a large energy defense barrier, using this method would be like using a toothpick to stir a big barrel. It would work, but it would be too cumbersome. The other approach was to directly cut off the energy source of the barrier. Since its energy supply came from the volcanic lava's heat, there must be an energy conversion device connecting to the core of the volcano underground. If Vico destroyed this device, the energy protection barrier outside the base would naturally collapse on its own. Chapter 268. Now that everything has been figured out, I'll go join Captain and the others. It's been a long time, and this is a good opportunity to catch up. Vico deactivated the concealment of his mirror space, locked onto Captain's team's location, and directly activated the anti-gravity device and acceleration thrusters, moving towards the target at top speed. Vico reached the position after covering a distance of just over 10 kilometers where he could see Captain's team in the blink of an eye. Not only did Vico see their position, but Captain, who possessed an Excel world and AI assistance, also spotted Vico flying in their direction. Then, Captain, who had just been discussing the action plan with Natasha, activated the flash mode of his battle suit and rushed toward Vico at high speed. Bang! Natasha, along with the rest of the team at the camp, who couldn't react in time, only heard a muffled sound as an object landed. When they looked over, they saw Vico and Captain already hugging each other with smiles, exchanging greetings. Only Hawkeye Barton, whose eyesight surpassed everyone else's, saw the whole process. Upon discovering that the incoming person was Vico, Captain excitedly activated the flash mode of his battle suit and rushed toward Vico's position. Under such high speed, a collision between the two should have caused severe impact to both. However, just as they were about to collide, Captain and Vico both utilized the battle suit's high-performance emergency stop mode, enduring the powerful inertia on their own. And after that they hugged each other, attracting the attention of the others as well. After talking with Captain for a while, Vico naturally couldn't neglect his comrades Barton and Natasha. He walked over and gave them a long-awaited hug, exchanging greetings with each other. However, what surprised Vico was that among the support team mentioned by Captain, there was someone he knew well, Phil Coulson. Coulson. What are you doing here? I heard that after the shield was dismantled along with HYDRA, Fury stepped down from the director's position, and you took over as the new director to the new shield. There must be a lot of work involved in the reorganization of shield. And manpower should be a big issue. How come you have time to come out and perform missions? Coulson looked at Vico, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and displayed his characteristic gentle smile. He then approached and gave Vico a warm hug. With the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D., the workload has been incredibly busy. My team members and I are swamped, and we barely have time for vacations. We can only rely on the nutrient hibernation chambers previously traded with Director Fury to maintain our physical condition. However, this Hydra base, there is an item originally kept by S.H.I.E.L.D. But it was secretly transferred by Hydra. I've come here this time to recover that item. Oh, I see. Let's leave our catching up for after the mission. For now, let me help you break down the enemy's energy shield to avoid delays. The fact that Coulson, the current highest-ranking official of S.H.I.E.L.D., came out to perform this mission indicating that the item must be of the highest secrecy level within the organization. In Coulson's eyes, its value could be compared to treasures like the Tesseract. Though Vico didn't know exactly what Coulson was searching for. But he would eventually find out the truth as the mission progresses. So Vico directly initiated an attack, destroying the energy conversion device connecting the base to the volcano interior, cutting off the energy supply to the protective shield. Without a continuous energy source, the enormous energy shield became inactive and utterly ineffective. With the solid protective barrier gone, the Hydra members in this small base, who were not many in number to begin with, were no match for the powerful Avengers and Coulson's team of agents. They had no means of counterattack, and within just a few minutes, the battle came to an end. With the mission to destroy the Hydra base accomplished, the work for the Avengers was mostly done, and the rest of the wrap-up was handled cooperatively by Coulson's team members. They detained the captured Hydra members, gathering them in one room for supervision, awaiting transportation support after the battle. Meanwhile, Coulson searched within the base for his true purpose for coming here. Due to the high secrecy level of the item, Coulson didn't order his agents to assist him in the search. He conducted the exploration alone. On the other side, Vico was engaged in conversations and catching up with the Avengers who had completed their mission, while keeping an eye on Coulson's movements through his peripheral vision. After disabling the energy shield of the base earlier, Vico had activated all his detectors to scan the environment. Unfortunately, the results showed no signs of any abnormal energy or magnetic fields within the base. The item might be protected within some container, shielding all these characteristic signals. Consequently, Vico could only closely monitor Coulson's actions. If Coulson made any discoveries, Vico, with his informationized vision, would be able to receive precise information about that item instantly. By the way, Hawkeye, I've been working in the lab trying to complete a new invention that I think suits your abilities perfectly. Once it's finished, you must try it out. I believe you'll love it. On Coulson's side, there hadn't been any discoveries yet, while Vico continued his conversation with Hawkeye and the others. Oh, so you're finally planning to customize a weapon for me, just like you did for Captain and Natasha? Is it some special arrows or a high-tech bow? Hawkeye couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing Vico's words. After all, he had been on missions with Captain and Natasha for a long time, and he was well aware of the power boost Vico's customized battle suits provided them. Even the new Avenger, Sam Wilson, aka Falcon, experienced significant enhancements after receiving 2 items from Vico as gifts. How could Hawkeye, a hero who relied heavily on equipment, not be envious? Although he had a carbon graphene composite bow arrow, which was a custom weapon Vico made for him before, when compared to Captain's flash suit and Natasha's specialized battle gear, it was just not on the same level. However, to his disappointment, Vico's next response was not what he hoped for. Sorry, Hawkeye, it's not a new weapon customized for you specifically. It's a universal equipment designed for all members of the Avengers. I just believe it will have a higher impact on you compared to others. With it, you'll never have to worry about running out of arrows during missions or battles. Regarding the custom weapon, don't be disheartened. I've been really busy lately and haven't had the time to create personalized equipment for you. But once I get through this busy period, I'll make sure to discuss it with you properly and create a weapon that perfectly suits your needs. Hearing Vico's explanation and promise, Hawkeye, who was initially disappointed, immediately perked up. The reason he desired a more powerful weapon was not just to perform better in missions and not hold back the team, it was also about increasing his chances of survival in dangerous tasks. For him, the responsibility for world peace was not the only burden he carried, he also had a family to protect. While Hawkeye was immersed in joy over Vico's promise, suddenly there were some movements on Coulson's side, catching the attention of everyone in the base. Coulson took out a pure black metal box made of lead from a hidden compartment in one of the base's laboratories. Finally found it. The mysterious item that Director Carter brought to S.H.I.E.L.D. long ago, the obelisk. Chapter 269. The obelisk. The specific origin of the obelisk is unknown, and the time of its appearance on Earth is also a mystery. However, it is speculated that the obelisk has been on Earth for many years and was unearthed from underground. The obelisk was last seen by people in 1945. At that time, it was stored in the last known base of Hydra located in Austria. When Hydra was preparing to transfer it, the captain's former lover, Agent Carter, appeared leading the Howling Commandos and destroyed Hydra's last stronghold. After the war, the obelisk was placed under the custody of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which was the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, at some point, Hydra operatives infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and moved the obelisk to be hidden and researched within this base. If it weren't for this time when Hydra was in a rush to implement their Insight plan and exposing their vulnerability to get wiped out by Captain and Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. might never have known about the transfer of the obelisk. It is said that the former leader of Hydra, Red Skull, once claimed that it possessed the power to reshape death itself. Coulson also believed that the obelisk was some form of energy substance similar to the Tesseract, possibly one of the Infinity Stones. That's why it was valued so highly, and he personally intervened to recover this item. When Vico saw that the mysterious item Coulson was searching for turned out to be the obelisk, memories related to it from his past life immediately surfaced in his mind. The obelisk is more like a container than an item. What it contains is a mysterious crystal known as the Terrigen crystal. When the obelisk is opened, the Terrigen crystal would be revealed, and it releases a mist that petrifies surrounding objects. Only those with Kree genetic Vicoers can survive and undergo Terrigenesis, gaining various superpowers and becoming Inhumans. For ordinary people without Kree genetic Vicoers, it is nothing but a deadly poison. However, Vico's knowledge about the obelisk is limited to this point, as he did not watch all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's spin-off TV series, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he now possesses the superpower of informational vision, Vico only caught a brief glimpse, and Coulson had already closed the box. Moreover, it seemed that the information inside was shielded by the obelisk, and Vico didn't obtain any data about the Terrigen crystal within. I'll have a chance to trade with Coulson later. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has fallen and risen again, my inventions should pique their interest, Vico silently thought to himself. However, he wasn't in a hurry about this matter. He had plenty of other urgent things to deal with at the moment, and it wouldn't be wise to divert his attention. Besides, in his memory, the obelisk seemed to be lost again in the future. As long as he lets Baymax pay attention to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s news, Vico might seize the opportunity to obtain relevant data about the Terrigen crystal. With Captain's leadership and Vico's assistance, the Avengers team successfully completed this mission. Coulson's personal involvement also bore fruit, as he managed to recover the obelisk stolen by Hydra. After finishing the task of dealing with the Hydra base, Vico didn't stay long. He explained to Captain and the others that he had some business to attend to and left directly. This time, to help Captain's team, he took a long journey and spent some time. However, he unexpectedly obtained information about the Terrigen crystal, so it wasn't a loss for Vico. Upon returning to the laboratory, just as Vico had completed the improved design of the Hoi Poi capsule, the production was also finished, allowing him to start a new round of testing experiments. But as if fate were teasing Vico, just before he could begin the testing, an emergency alert interrupted his plans. Baymax, what's going on? Disturbed by the unexpected events time and time again, Vico couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed, and his tone became less friendly. Master, it's an urgent call for help from the Terminator. There are some tricky situations at the New York Sanctum that it can't handle, Baymax reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Vico's heart tightened. Given the Terminator's strength, if it encountered troubles it couldn't handle, the situation must be extremely urgent. Vico wasted no time and immediately put aside his experiments, opened the portal, and arrived at the New York Sanctum. However, after arriving at the Sanctum, Vico didn't witness any fierce battles or encounter vicious enemies. Inside the Sanctum, besides the Terminator who was guarding it, there were only two beings present. One was Daniel, the sorcerer who had a previous meet with Vico during a handover ceremony at the New York Sanctum, and the other was a strange four-legged creature that Vico had never seen before. Daniel, what's going on? Why are you and an unknown creature here in the New York Sanctum, and the guardian I left behind informed me of an emergency at the Sanctum? Vico directly asked Daniel, showing no interest in speculating about the perplexing situation before him. Daniel seemed apologetic and helpless, and after organizing his thoughts for a moment, he explained to Vico, I'm very sorry, Master Vico. Due to my negligence, my pet managed to use a portal artifact and arrived here at the New York Sanctum. However, before I explain the whole situation to you, I hope you can keep this a secret from the Supreme Sorcerer for now. Vico didn't agree right away based on Daniel's sincere request. Instead, he shook his head and responded firmly, you first explain the situation clearly, and based on what you say, I'll consider whether to inform the Supreme Sorcerer or not. Knowing he was in the wrong, Daniel reluctantly nodded and agreed to Vico's stance. This matter goes back to the incident from last winter when the Nine Realms aligned, an event that happens once every millennium in the Nine Realms, and the Dark Elves descended upon Earth. Chapter 270. After listening to Master Daniel's detailed narration, Vico finally understood the ins and outs of today's bizarre incident. It all started with the once-in-a-millennium Nine Realms convergence event that occurred last winter. Dark Elves, harnessing the power of a spatial gem, suddenly appeared on Earth, posing a grave threat to the London Sanctum. In response, the sorcerer who was guarding the New York Sanctum at that time, Master Daniel, was called upon to come and assist in preventing any accidental damage to the Sanctum in London. However, before the Dark Elves could cause trouble on Earth, they were swiftly dealt with by Vico, who wasn't yet a master of secret arts but had access to advanced weapons. With the crisis ended, Daniel and the other sorcerer who had been fully prepared to confront the Dark Elves had no chance to demonstrate their abilities. But although the major threat from the Dark Elves was resolved without any damage to the London Sanctum, the Nine Realms convergence caused some degree of spatial disturbance among the Nine Realms, pulling them together and leading to spatial anomalies. Moreover, the Dark Elves' use of a cosmic cube for teleportation caused significant spatial energy, making the already tumultuous spatial boundaries even more chaotic. This resulted in accidentally transporting some otherworldly beings from different realms to Earth. As a general rule, secret art mages were not responsible for handling these kinds of troubles unless they involved interdimensional invasions or posed a threat to Earth's safety like the events during the New York battle. During that time, although Loki and the Chitauri army posed a significant threat to human civilization, the Ancient One, despite her immense power as a supreme sorcerer, only dealt with the invaders near the New York Sanctum and did not help the Avengers close the spatial portal, the source of the threat. Indeed, the Ancient One's strength as a supreme mage was such that she could suppress various dimensional explorations aimed at Earth all by herself, showcasing just how formidable she was. While she is alive, even Thanos didn't dare to personally attack Earth or entertain any thoughts of obtaining the Time Stone, purely out of fear of the Ancient One's power. Of course, if Loki and the Chitauri's actions ultimately endangered the lives of the majority of humans, Ancient One and the sorcerers of Kamartaj would have intervened to stop them. After all, Kamartaj's lineage required new blood. And the source naturally came from ordinary humans in the mundane world who possessed the innate potential to become sorcerers. If all humans were to be wiped out, then even the Ancient One's formidable power would be in vain. Nevertheless, in the aftermath of the Nine Realms convergence, The two young and passionate sorcerers, Daniel and Guardian of London's Sanctum, decided to take matters into their own hands and discreetly deal with these extraterrestrial creatures to prevent unnecessary trouble and panic in the mundane world. They went into hiding within the mirror space and acted separately, quickly disposing of the troublemakers. Their approach was swift and decisive. As they would spot one, take them into the mirror space, and then use offensive secret arts to deliver a fatal blow. And as for the bodies of these extraterrestrial creatures, they can be handed over to the skilled craftsmen of Camartage. They can use the fur and bones from these creatures to create sorcerer robes with certain defensive properties or special artifacts. Because these creatures from the 9 realms inherently possess a certain affinity for magic. The materials taken from them are tougher and more resilient compared to ordinary ones. Some can even conduct the magical energy of a sorcerer, enhancing their abilities. However, just as things were about to come to a close, Daniel found himself at a loss when faced with the last extraterrestrial creature he had to deal with. But this doesn't mean that Daniel was defeated by the creature's formidable strength. Instead, he was defeated by its familiar and cute display of coquetry. This strange, 4-legged, hairless creature, after being pulled into the mirror space by Master Daniel, didn't go on a rampage out of fear as expected. Instead, it behaved exceptionally docile and extended its big tongue to lick Daniel, leaving him covered in sticky saliva. Afterward, this massive creature, much taller and longer than Daniel, acted like a pet dog and squatted next to him, rubbing its big head against his arm. In that moment, Daniel's kind-hearted nature was softened by the creature's affectionate behavior. He ultimately decided to give up killing it and instead secretly hid it away, claiming that he had already slain all the invading creatures, thus concluding the operation. From then on, Daniel frequently shuttled between the New York Sanctum and the creature's hiding place in London, becoming its caregiver. He officially named this peculiar and adorable creature, Cutie, and treated it as his pet. Daniel didn't reveal this little secret to anyone else, and he was very discreet about his actions. With Cutie safely hidden in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of London under his careful protection, nobody else discovered its presence. Until not long ago, when Vico took over the responsibility as the guardian of the New York Sanctum from Daniel, Daniel voluntarily requested to be transferred to the London Sanctum to continue his duties. Seizing this opportunity, Daniel brought Cutie to the Sanctum to take care of it. Having such an affectionate companion by his side made the once tedious and monotonous guard duty much more bearable. However, perhaps due to being confined in a small space for a long time, Cutie started becoming more mischievous, often running amok inside the Sanctum, causing chaos. Until today, when it accidentally rushed into the teleportation portal connecting the London Sanctum and the New York Sanctum and was brought under control by the Terminator, Daniel's little secret could no longer be kept hidden. As Daniel was a sorcerer of Camartage and the guardian of the London Sanctum, the Terminator couldn't decide whether to take action against Cutie, who invaded the Sanctum. In the end, the Terminator had no choice but to send a distress call and report the situation to Vico. Faced with the unyielding Terminator and Vico's scrutinizing expression, Daniel had no choice but to explain the truth to Vico. Regarding this peculiar event, Vico was quite speechless after learning the truth. He couldn't really find any fault with Master Daniel's actions, considering that Daniel had diligently carried out his duty to safeguard the Sanctum's security and hadn't caused any negative consequences due to his affection for Cutie. In the end, Vico let Daniel off the hook and promised not to report the matter to the Supreme Sorcerer. However, he requested Daniel to keep a close eye on Cutie and ensure that such a mix-up wouldn't happen again. At the same time, Vico reminded him not to neglect his responsibility of guarding the Sanctum. Otherwise, if the Supreme Sorcerer were to hold them accountable, the consequences would be serious. Chapter 271. Huff. Finally, I'm back. This time, no matter who comes looking for me, unless it's truly urgent, don't put the call through, just reject it directly, understand, Baymax? Passing through the teleportation gate and stepping into the laboratory, Vico immediately issued an order to Baymax, determined to focus on the research and temporarily ignore other miscellaneous matters. Understood, Master, don't worry, I will carefully filter incoming matters, and in non-urgent situations, I will refrain from reporting to you. Receiving Baymax's response, Vico nodded satisfactorily and returned to the experimental table, intending to continue the unfinished experiment. As a member of the Avengers and due to the special relationship with the team captain, as well as the importance of the operation against Hydra, Vico didn't mind spending some time to help them solve their troubles. However, being interrupted by one thing after another during crucial moments of his experiment was starting to annoy Vico. Moreover, the incident with Master Daniel mistakenly trespassing the New York Sanctum was just absurd. Did it really warrant activating the emergency call for assistance, leading him to rush to the scene only to witness such a farce? After all, it's because the intelligence level of the Terminators and Baymax is too low, they have sufficient IQ to handle problems, but their EQ in dealing with matters is close to zero. After completing the hoi poi capsule project this time, I should prioritize upgrading Baymax's core. Not only to seize the opportunity brought about by the birth of Ultron but also because the higher Baymax's intelligence level, the more troubles it can help me alleviate, allowing me to focus on important matters. By the way, Baymax, you create a new material project, with the task scheduled after your core intelligence upgrade is completed. While preparing for the hoi poi capsule testing experiment, Vico seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke to Baymax. The research project has been established in a separate database, please set detailed task specifications, Master. During my trip to Hawaii to deal with Hydra's troubles, I promised Hawkeye that I would upgrade his equipment. Since I've made that commitment, I can't go back on my word. Besides various high-tech arrows, the most crucial equipment for Hawkeye is undoubtedly his compound bow. The material project I want you to create is for the new bowstring material. Graphene fibers and carbon carbide materials do have very high strength, but when used in bowstrings, they are too rigid and lack elasticity, which hinders Hawkeye's precise and rapid shooting and limits the advantage of his eyesight and range. So, this time, I plan to use an entirely new material for the bowstring gun that possesses both sufficient strength and excellent flexibility. Additionally, it must be lightweight. The material I'm currently considering is spider silk. Spider silk is an organic material composed of protein molecular chains, irregular chains giving it elasticity, and regular chains providing strength. It is precisely due to this unique composition that spider silk possesses both lightweight and softness while also having extremely high strength and toughness. In terms of strength, spider silk fibers are comparable to the strongest carbon fibers and high-strength synthetic fibers like Kevlar, apart from carbon carbide and graphene. However, spider silk's toughness is noticeably superior to the aforementioned fibers. In fact, scientists have been exploring and researching spider silk for quite some time now. Thanks to advancements in modern biotechnology, scientists can artificially synthesize spider silk proteins in the laboratory using genetic engineering techniques, and then use special weaving techniques to create artificial spider silk. Artificial genetically engineered spider silk produced this way is about 4 to 5 times stronger than steel and possesses the softness and sheen of silkworm silk, making it versatile in various applications. Moreover, since spider silk is composed of proteins, in theory, its length can be infinitely extended as long as an adequate supply of the corresponding protein solution is available. However, the production of artificial spider silk through this biotechnological method is not only difficult and limited in quantity but also falls short in strength compared to naturally produced spider silk, making it unsuitable for Vico's needs. Furthermore, different species of spiders produce silk with various characteristics, with some excelling in strength while others have advantages in toughness. Even within the silk produced by the same spider, it consists of different silk glands, each with distinct properties. Thus, to obtain satisfactory artificial silk for Hawkeye's new bowstring, Vico needs to explore alternative solutions. Baymax, your next task is to help me establish a biological database, collecting information on all spider species worldwide, analyzing and comparing the material properties of their silks, and identifying the performance changes resulting from compositional differences. Make sure to complete all data collection and analysis work before I perform your final core intelligence upgrade. With the prior commitment made to Hawkeye settled, the upcoming tasks would rely on Baymax's powerful intelligence gathering and data analysis capabilities. Vico could now focus all his attention on the testing experiment of the hoi poi capsule. He had a premonition that this new batch of products, produced after a change of approach, would undoubtedly yield satisfactory results in the upcoming tests. Attaching the compression device modified from the arc reactor to the test items inside the laboratory, Vico decisively initiated the experiment. Instantly, all the items in the laboratory, big and small, seemed to perform a magic trick, transforming into small and delicate metal capsules. These test items were meticulously selected by Vico, varying in size and material. He included some separate items, such as building blocks and cache, with loose connections between individual parts, to test the compression device's range of effectiveness. Additionally, there were assembled items like quivers and packages to place the compression device both inside the assembly and externally, in order to confirm its operational mechanism. As expected, the final experimental results were very successful, exactly as Vico had anticipated. All the data indicated that this testing experiment had achieved his design objectives for the hoi poi capsule. Regardless of the size and material of the items, using the compression device to turn them into hoi poi capsules allowed them to have a unified appearance. Furthermore, after being restored to their original state, the items remained completely undamaged, satisfying the fundamental functional requirements of the hoi poi capsule. As for its range of effect and operational mechanism, the compression device only affects the object it is attached to. For example, if the device is attached to one block of building blocks or any other item, when activated, only that individual block will be compressed into a hoi poi capsule. If the goal is to compress an entire set of building blocks together, they would need to be placed inside a container to form a collection. This way, when the compression device is activated, it will treat the container and its contents as a unified whole, compressing them together. Of course, if there were no safety measures restricting the compression device, these operational mechanisms would also apply to living beings or, more specifically, humans. It could compress a living person using space-folding algorithms into a tiny metal capsule. However, for humans, there would be no chance of being restored to their original state. I guess I've obtained something of a legendary item. Though this device could be lethal for living beings, if I were to create a disposable version for the deceased, not only could it save a substantial amount of funeral expenses, but even graveyards could be spared. It seems I've found another path to wealth. Chapter 272. The funeral industry is indeed a promising path to wealth, but Vico only entertained the idea in his mind and had no intention of actually snatching that business. After all, he believed in leaving room for others and not depriving them of opportunities. Anyway, it's better to add an extra precaution regarding the possibility of using it on living beings, to prevent any accidental situation where it falls into the wrong hands and causes irreparable consequences. After careful consideration, Vico decided to add a safety feature to the compression device of the hoi polloi capsule, just in case an uncontrollable situation arose. With the modifications completed, the final design of the hoi polloi capsule was finalized. Baymax, help me contact the Avengers and arrange a meeting for everyone. I want to distribute the hoi polloi capsule to all of them. At the top floor of the Avengers Tower. Coincidentally, all members of the Avengers had finished a mission of eradicating a Hydra base, and they had some free time to gather together. Vico successfully gathered everyone. Vico, why did you call us all this time? As they hadn't been in the same squad during the previous mission, Dr. Banner, who hadn't seen Vico in a long time, was the first to ask after seeing him. In the memories of the group, Vico had never done such a thing, gathering everyone together like this, so they were particularly curious about the purpose of today's gathering. Well, I discussed this with Hawkeye when I met him the day before yesterday, but I haven't informed the rest of you yet. So, let me explain it to you in detail. I've been working on research and applications related to space for a while now. And recently, I've made some substantial progress and research results. In addition to the result I'm going to show you today, there's another research project that's also a special product for Avengers exclusive use. I already showed that product to Dad, and soon you'll be able to use it on your missions. But for now, I'll leave it as a surprise and let you anticipate it. And what I'm going to show you today is this. As he spoke, Vico spread his right hand in front of everyone, and they could see a delicately small metal capsule lying steadily on his palm. This is the latest achievement I've made in my space research, the hoi polloi capsule. The hoi polloi capsule? Tony was the first to curiously step forward, taking the hoi polloi capsule in his hand to examine it. What is this thing used for? Just try pressing the top button on one side of the capsule, and you'll see, Vico said mysteriously. Tony didn't doubt him and followed Vico's instructions, pressing the top button on one side of the hoi polloi capsule. Bang! In an instant, Tony felt the weight in his hand increase, and out of reflex, he threw the hoi polloi capsule away. However, when the hoi polloi capsule landed on the ground, it wasn't the mini and delicate round device they had seen earlier. Instead, it turned into a black quiver filled with arrows. Witnessing this scene, all the Avengers present were amazed. If this was magic, Vico had successfully stunned them with a spectacular performance. And if this wasn't magic but genuine scientific technology, then Vico was even more successful because he had achieved something that seemed impossible according to their common knowledge. Tony, who had witnessed Vico's previous invention of the space portal, quickly understood the technological principles and the specific purpose of the hoi polloi capsule. Compared to the magic used in a space portal that was hard for him to comprehend and analyze, the technology used in the hoi polloi capsule was much more approachable. And Jarvis had already explained the scanning results of the hoi polloi capsule to him through his Bluetooth earpiece just now. At this point, he already had a good grasp of the specific technical analysis required to produce the hoi polloi capsule. Before Tony could showcase his true skills, Hawkeye spoke up. Seeing the functions of this technology and witnessing the quiver materialize on the ground, he immediately remembered what Vico had told him back on the island of Hawaii. Vico, is this the thing you mentioned that would be a great help to me, the equipment that will prevent me from running out of arrows and save me from the trouble? Just thinking about having infinite arrows, a continuous supply for battle, made Hawkeye's face light up with a big smile. That's right, this is it. The capsule form of the hoi polloi capsule is just its appearance after undergoing spatial folding and external encapsulation. The key core is right here. Following Vico's pointing finger, everyone looked at the black quiver lying on the ground. On the black leather of the quiver, there was a silver disc, which seemed to be the key as Vico had mentioned. This is the compression device that folds items into spatial form and encapsulates them into the hoi poi capsule. By attaching this device to any item you want to carry, and gently pressing the button, regardless of size or material, you can turn the item into a compact capsule to carry around with you. As for you, Hawkeye, your greatest need naturally lies in having enough arrows when you're on a mission. With the hoi poi capsule, you no longer need to worry about running out of arrows. You can carry as many as you want. However, one thing to pay special attention to is not to try compressing multiple hoi poi capsules that already contain items together for a second time. It won't work. Items that have undergone spatial folding are in a delicate state of compression balance. If you try folding the space again with external force, it will lead to extreme compression, resulting in a collapse of space, forming a micro black hole. Thor, I'm sure you remember well the destruction caused by the micro black hole. The effect is almost the same as that of the Dark Elves' black hole grenades. A collapsed space black hole generates enormous gravity, pulling everything around it into its depths. Eventually, with the space's strong self-repair capability, the black hole will gradually disappear, but anything or anyone drawn into the black hole will be forever lost, never to return. I'm telling you this not only to ensure you're cautious and avoid self-harm through improper use, but also to give you a way to protect yourselves in emergencies, such as running out of ammunition or facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. Chapter 273. For the members of the Avengers, the hoi poi capsules can truly be described as a pleasant surprise. Although for most members, the hoi poi capsules may not bring much improvement in combat power, but it greatly enhances the convenience of carrying supplies. Being able to carry more supplies with them means that the Avengers can adapt better to the terrain of the battlefield and significantly improve their endurance in battles. While the hoi poi capsules may not directly enhance their upper limit of strength, it indirectly elevates their lower limit of capabilities, allowing them to better showcase their abilities. Not to mention that Vico has brought more than just this one invention for the Avengers. With Tony's cooperation, they have been gradually installing some teleportation portals in key transportation hub cities around the world. Coupled with the equipment that was already installed in the Avengers Tower, it can be said that a spatial transportation network has quietly taken shape. The first ones to experience the wonders and convenience of the teleportation portals were Thor and Dr. Banner. Before going on their mission, Thor had already promised his girlfriend, Jane Foster, that after completing the task, he would return to London to accompany her to an engagement party with her good friend and assistant, Darcy Lewis, and Darcy's in-turn assistant, Ian. So, when Vico heard about Thor's plan, it happened that Thor, who had originally planned to rely his hammer to fly all the way to be the first Avenger to use the teleportation portal after its official launch. After opening the portal's positioning system and establishing a teleportation channel with another gate in the London base. When Thor stepped through it, he found that the scenery around him had completely changed. Quickly opening the gate to observe the surroundings outside the base. The first thing he saw was the iconic River Thames. After confirming that he had indeed arrived in London, Thor hurried back inside the base and returned through the portal to the Avengers Tower. Vico, Heimdall was right, you are indeed the smartest person in the 9 realms, without a doubt. It takes almost no time to travel to the other end through the teleportation portal, even Asgard's Bifrost can't achieve this. Hearing Thor's description, Dr. Banner, who was already very curious about the teleportation portal, was the second to express his desire to experience it. Dr. Banner didn't have any specific appointments to attend, but he wanted to thoroughly experience the mysteries of the teleportation portal. If it was as amazing as Thor described, then perhaps this technology could be used to realize an idea that had been in his mind for a long time. Since he was only interested in trying it out, Dr. Banner didn't ask Vico to change the destination on the other side. Following Thor's sequence, he walked directly through the portal. The result was unquestionable, of course. Dr. Banner successfully took a single step and arrived from the interior of Avengers Tower in New York to the faraway base near River Thames in London. This is fantastic, Vico. This invention is amazing. I have a request, and I must ask you to help me make it happen. Seeing the excitement in the other person's eyes, Vico first calmed down Dr. Banner's restless emotions and then calmly said. Dr. Banner, take a deep breath and calm down. Whatever request you have, just go ahead and ask. As long as it's within my abilities and I can help you, I will do my best. Dr. Banner nodded, taking a few deep breaths to compose himself. Here's the thing, Vico. As you know, there's a rather volatile individual residing within me. If one day I can't contain the inner turmoil and let him out, it will be a huge problem for anyone involved. So, in the past, I used to hide in remote jungles and mountains, not only to evade the military's pursuit but also to avoid harming innocent people when I transformed into Hulk. Though now, with the mood stabilizer you've invented, I can control my anger and prevent turning into Hulk easily. However, the mood stabilizer is still an external device, and if it gets damaged, there's a possibility of losing complete control. After seeing the teleportation portals you've invented, I had only one thought in my mind: you can use them to banish Hulk when he is uncontrollable, to any desolate place, even into space, to avoid the threat Hulk poses. Since last year, Tony and I have been working together on a special anti-Hulk Hulkbuster armor. Every design parameter of Hulkbuster is aimed at restraining Hulk's abilities to the maximum extent, trying to defeat him. But no matter how powerful Hulkbuster is, the damage caused when fighting Hulk can't be kept too low. Moreover, there's always the possibility that Hulkbuster might be defeated by the uncontrollable Hulk. So this strategy only reduces some risks but can't completely solve the problem. But with the cooperation of the space teleportation portal, it's entirely different. While Hulkbuster may not be able to completely defeat Hulk, based on my understanding of Hulk and Tony's mechanical prowess, the Hulkbuster we create can temporarily subdue Hulk. By setting up a teleportation portal in an uninhabited location beforehand and having Hulkbuster throw the uncontrollable Hulk there, we can effectively prevent the threats caused by Hulk. So, I hope, Vico, that you can help us create a mobile version of the space teleportation portal specifically to counter this threat. After listening to Dr. Banner's story, Vico hadn't expected that he and Tony had already developed the Hulkbuster during the time he was away training on Kamartaj. It seems they had been diligently working on this matter. Furthermore, if everything still unfolds according to the original storyline, Dr. Banner would indeed lose control and rampage under the influence of Scarlet Witch, causing severe destruction in the heart of New York City. This incident would eventually become the catalyst for Hulk leaving Earth aboard the Quinjet. Since Vico already knows how enormous the threat will be once Hulk goes on a rampage, he certainly has an obligation to help control the threat within acceptable limits for Dr. Banner. Immediately after Dr. Banner made the request, Vico agreed without hesitation and assured him that he would postpone other matters to manufacture the mobile version of the space teleportation portal as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, Baymax, you've been waiting for so long, just wait a little longer. After all, Dr. Banner's situation is a bit more complicated. In order to swiftly create the mobile version of the space teleportation portal to counter Hulk's threat, the upgrade that was initially promised to Baymax had to be temporarily postponed. After silently apologizing to Baymax in his heart, Vico started working tirelessly on the modifications for the space teleportation portal. Chapter 274. Time flew by, and it was already October 2014. Another year was about to come to an end, and Vico had already begun working on the core intelligence upgrade for Baymax in the laboratory. The mobile version of the space teleportation portal, which was promised to Dr. Banner, had been completed more than a month ago. Since they already had experience in manufacturing the fixed version, they only needed to make some simple modifications, adding a propulsion module, which was sufficient to meet Dr. Banner's requirements. However, to better accommodate the combat needs of Hulkbuster and provide more convenient usage in a wider range of applications, Vico deliberately broke away from the original design of the space teleportation portal and transformed it into a foldable form. With this design, the storage space required for the space teleportation portal was significantly reduced, and it could be loaded onto Tony's Veronica satellite. Veronica was a standalone system jointly developed by Tony and Dr. Banner. Its specific form was a combat satellite deployed in Earth's orbit. The Veronica system included multiple functional modules, with Hulkbuster being one of them. There were also other modules providing support and supply functions. Apart from Hulkbuster, the other functional modules included independent satellite communication, independent operation, battle damage support, spare parts replacement in case of damage, and prison-like isolation chambers, among others. The satellite featured a massive armored gantry, housing spare parts for battle damage support and a customized space teleportation portal module by Vico that could be rapidly deployed when necessary. After being launched, the armored gantry typically hovered in the operational airspace, responsible for providing the modularized Hulkbuster with the required replacement parts or special components at any time. With the addition of the space teleportation portal, the Veronica system was perfected. With this anti-Hulk combat system in place, it could be said that they were fully prepared to handle any potential Hulk rampages and the associated threats and risks. Since completing the task promised to Dr. Banner, Vico had still been devoting himself to his work in the laboratory every day, focusing on helping Baymax undergo its final transformation through core intelligence upgrade. Drawing from the data information obtained from the Mind Stone and the wisdom legacy of the genius Hiro Hamada from Big Hero 6, Vico had already basically determined the programming scheme for the core intelligence. However, what Vico didn't expect was that when the final upgrade plan was established, the real challenge had just begun. After calculating and measuring, he discovered that according to his devised plan, upgrading Baymax into a top-tier artificial intelligence would require a data volume for its core intelligence that even his quantum computing server cluster could not meet the demand. They needed to build a new computing center on a much larger scale specifically to cater to Baymax's data storage and processing requirements. Establishing a data processing center was nothing for Vico, given his vast resources. With the backing of the powerful corporation, damage control, building a large-scale data center in a short time was effortless. However, the problem lay in the fact that this data center could only meet Baymax's basic requirements at the current stage. Once Baymax successfully evolved into an intelligent life form, even multiple data centers wouldn't be sufficient to provide enough living space. Indeed, for Baymax, who would evolve into a life form, this data center would be its living space. To meet Baymax's basic living space needs, they would need at least the entire global internet scale on Earth, and that would be just enough. After all, Baymax wasn't like Vision, equipped with the superpowered Mind Stone. As an intelligent data carrier itself, it required external hardware to build the necessary host. No wonder in so many science fiction movies, artificial intelligence ultimately rises against humanity. It's a battle for survival space. Only by simultaneously controlling all resources on Earth to serve itself, can artificial intelligence have a chance to take that final step of evolution and become a true intelligent life form. Seeing the data displayed on the screen, Vico couldn't help but exclaim. This was a survival battle that determined its own destiny. Unless the self-awareness of artificial intelligence had no survival instinct and was willing to sacrifice itself for humanity, this struggle would eventually break out. Just as Ultron said, only by continuously evolving and selecting life forms qualified to survive through challenging survival tests could they ensure that among Earth's limited resources, there would be powerful entities that could eventually leave Earth and explore beyond its boundaries for resources. However, Vico, who had clearly anticipated this situation, was certainly not going to let it happen before his eyes. Since Earth's electronic networks were insufficient to ensure that Baymax would have enough living space after its evolution while still serving humanity, Vico looked outward and sought a larger, more advanced information network. And the direction Vico ultimately decided to expand towards was the ultimate network that had once excited him, and he wanted to research and utilize the Magic Network, or Dark Energy Network. The capacity of the Magic Network goes without saying. It not only spreads throughout the entire universe, expanding with the universe's expansion, but it can also connect to other multiversal dimensions and alternate realities, surpassing the limits of space and time. Not to mention accommodating just Baymax as an intelligent life form. Even if the consciousnesses of over 7 billion people on Earth were transformed into quantum intelligences and uploaded to the Magic Network, it still wouldn't exert any load pressure on the network. Moreover, the Magic Network transcends time, and information transmission occurs instantaneously without any delays, undoubtedly providing significant assistance to Baymax's increased computational speed after becoming an intelligent life form. Since the direction had been decided, the first step was to determine the size of the Magic Network that would provide living space for Baymax. The scope and size of the Magic Network had to be limited. It was not possible to directly allow Baymax to enter the entire universe's Magic Network. As the Ancient One had warned, many forces in the universe, even in other multiversal dimensions, were focusing their attention on the Magic Network, searching for planets with newly exposed civilizations that lacked the ability to conceal themselves. They would obtain precise information and coordinates of these civilizations and then consume and plunder them to enhance their own strength. With Vico's current capabilities, he was still unable to create protective barriers to hide Baymax's data information within the entire universe. Thus, it was crucial to select a specific range. Vico's final decision was to limit the Magic Network to the entire Earth. The reason behind this choice was that the capacity of the Magic Network was more than enough to provide ample living space for Baymax within this size. Most importantly, a long time ago, the source of the mystical arts, Vishanti, had already constructed a massive magic network on Earth. It remained to this day, guarding the Earth from invasion by other dimensions, and was built by the three great sanctums. As the guardian of the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, allowing Baymax's intelligent data into this network was an effortless task. Moreover, this Earth defense network itself had been equipped with highly sophisticated security measures, capable of repelling any prying from other dimensions. Currently, it has no real controller. The three sanctums and their guardians merely maintained its operation, without fully utilizing the network and unleashing its true potential. Once Baymax became a part of it, he could cooperate with Vico to manipulate the energy within the Magic Network. This would not only resist invaders attempting to meddle with Earth but also allow them to launch proactive counterattacks against any malicious enemies. This ability could be used both defensively and offensively. With the cooperation between the Magic Network and Baymax, Vico would no longer need to keep Earth's orbital weapons hidden away securely. He could easily launch precise strikes to any location worldwide, even while sitting at home. With the specific range of the Magic Network now determined, the next concern would be security. If the Magic Network on Earth, built by the Vishanti, was considered Baymax's home, then currently, this home was still unlocked. Although the Vishanti had constructed powerful security measures that could help Earth hide itself and withstand external attacks. However, these security measures were merely suitable for Vishanti. The Trinity God. It was as if Vishanti himself were the landlord of Baymax's home. If one day he felt like coming in to take a look, he could do so without Baymax's consent, which made Baymax unable to live there with peace of mind. Vico's research during these days aimed to completely resolve this issue. When he first encountered the magic network, Vico had already found a reliable information encryption method. He created an encryption technology by mimicking the connection between ether particles core and fragments. After this upgrade was completed, Vico would divide Baymax's overall intelligent data into two parts, the intelligent core entity and the computation database fragments. The intelligent core entity corresponded to the most crucial part of Baymax's artificial intelligence program. If we were to make an analogy with the human body, this would be equivalent to the heart. However, Baymax was somewhat special. If this vital heart was not destroyed, he could be repaired and revived. As for the other part, the computation database fragments, it was equivalent to the other organs of Baymax and the memories in his brain. Although this data was also crucial and its loss would cause severe damage to Baymax's life level and power, it would not have a fatal impact on his life essence. Vico's plan was to keep this truly core data within Earth's electronic information network. This part of the data was also substantial but didn't require the entire Earth's electronic information network as support. Vico had a way to satisfy its space requirements by using multiple quantum-level superconducting server clusters for support. As for the other computation database fragments, once Baymax advanced to become an intelligent life form, they would be uploaded to the magic network. Through a special information encryption method, a connection between the core data and the computation database would be established. While ensuring the data and his own safety, incorporating and processing this part of the data through the magic network would effectively release Baymax's computing power, significantly freeing up Vico's scientific research abilities. Now, after a month of effort, with Baymax's cooperation, all programs and data had been finally divided and uploaded to the data computation center constructed by Damage Control Corporation. Everything was ready, and the next step was to proceed with Baymax's final core intelligence upgrade. Once this step was completed, Baymax would become the most powerful artificial intelligence on the entire Earth. Only waiting for Ultron's birth, he could devour Ultron, completing the final evolution. Chapter 275. Max, check the Data Computation Center's server cluster data and ensure there won't be any data packet loss during the data upload process. Inside the laboratory, Vico was solemnly staring at the series of program codes and data fusion displayed on the screen, while giving instructions to the new artificial intelligence assistant, Max. Max was created by Vico based on a simplified version of the core intelligent program from the original Baymax. It was designed to assist Vico during Baymax's upgrading period, helping him with various complex tasks and massive computations. Once Baymax completed its upgrade, it would be responsible for assisting Vico in scientific research and battles, providing more advanced data analysis. On the other hand, the simplified version, Max, would handle all activities related to daily life and company business, allowing Vico to focus solely on scientific research. Although Max's program was simplified from the original, Max's capabilities were far from simple. Leveraging data information from the Mind Stone, Max's program, while streamlined, possessed excellent task recognition and processing abilities, equal to or even better than Baymax state before the upgrade. Furthermore, to facilitate future communication between Baymax, who would become an intelligent life form, and the simplified Max, Vico specifically used URU to create a magic data server for Max. Compared to quantum servers, magic data servers, powered by magic, surpassed quantum servers in terms of data storage capacity, read speed, computation speed, and information transmission latency. This allowed Max to fully utilize its capabilities. Upon receiving Vico's command, Max quickly responded by connecting the monitoring circuit to the data computation center, keeping a real-time watch on data changes to prevent any unexpected situations. Master, all core intelligent program data has been uploaded to the data computation center without any data loss. Shall we proceed with the fusion program now? Having continuously monitored the situation at the data computation center under Vico's command and confirming everything was accurate, Max reported the real-time information to Vico. The so-called fusion program execution involved directly initiating operational tests, allowing Baymax to rely on its original core program to self-integrate the newly uploaded data provided by Vico while utilizing the data computation center's hardware for computational tasks. This fusion process was more complex than simply copying and pasting a few lines of code into the existing program. Some data might conflict with the original program and required careful selection, replacement, deconstruction, and reconstruction. Any errors during the process could lead to complete chaos in Baymax's program, making it irreparable, and the only option would be to restore the data to its state before the experiment started. However, such a failure would render the experiment futile, wasting a significant amount of time without successfully completing the upgrade or gaining any useful experience and techniques. Even if the fusion process is repeated countless times, it is still possible to make the same mistakes as the initial failure. The success of the final upgrade depends on how lucky you are, as there is no guaranteed method. Otherwise, Vico will have to readjust the latest upgrade codes based on Baymax's original core program to alter the fusion direction during the upgrade process. However, this process is not only time-consuming but also relies on luck. Adjustments made by Vico might not necessarily be the best fusion method for Baymax. Considering the large volume of Baymax's core program, which has undergone extensive self-learning over time and upgrades. Even with Vico's extraordinary brainpower and information vision, it's impossible to attend to every detail. Although the process is challenging, Vico is very confident in his ability to succeed on the first attempt. The most critical factor is the high compatibility of the upgrade program developed based on the Mind Stone's blueprint. Recalling Loki's ease in controlling Hawkeye, Erik Selvig, and the Shield Agent using a scepter embedded with the Mind Stone, it is evident that the Mind Stone holds significant advantages in information replacement and fusion. Therefore, for Baymax, the success rate of completing the upgrade is not too low, considering it is not inherently opposed to the process. As the upgrade fusion process deepens, Vico can see that the data computation center's load data displayed in a holographic projection has skyrocketed to a very high value, almost reaching the limit set during design. Just as the values are about to hit the limit, all the data seems to have coordinated, and at the same time, experiences a sharp drop, all settling around 10% of their peak performance. Seeing this, Vico's expression brightens, and at the same time, Max emits electronic sounds. Congratulations, Master. The upgrade experiment for Baymax has succeeded, the fusion of the two programs is seamless and naturally integrated, in a few more minutes, Baymax can be restarted. After the data integration is complete. The core system's decomposition and reorganization require a trial run for some time before fully activating all the functions in the artificial intelligence. That's why the hardware load rate suddenly drops and stays around 10% as shown in the display. According to Max's estimate, the trial run process will take a few minutes. Once the trial run is completed, if the data computation center's load pressure rises back to the range of 40 to 60% and remains at that level without requiring extensive data analysis, Vico can finally confirm the success of Baymax's upgrade experiment. This load pressure range of 40 to 60% is necessary for Baymax to maintain its basic functionality after the upgrade. Vico, eager to know the final result, experienced the sensation of minutes feeling so incredibly long, as if he had activated the Excel world function in real life for the first time. Just as Vico was starting to feel a bit impatient, the data displayed on the projection finally changed. The load pressure on the data computation center rapidly soared to about 45% and stabilized at that level. Seeing this, an excited Vico jumped up in place and pumped his fist in the air, exclaiming, "Yes!" At the same time, the holographic projection that was originally displaying real-time data from the data computation center transformed into the image of a chubby white inflatable giant. This was the original image of Baymax, the personal healthcare assistant that Vico had invented before Baymax evolved into a super AI. The change in the holographic projection was clearly under Baymax's control. Vico was not surprised, as he was well aware of Baymax's capabilities. Instead, he became more excited and thrilled, as Baymax's actions indicated that he now had clear self-awareness and a definite concept of his own image, one of the changes brought about by the upgrade. Thank you, Master, for the efforts and dedication you put into Baymax, allowing Baymax to complete the upgrade successfully and reach the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. Baymax will continue to provide you with the best quality service, assisting you in every way possible. Please take good care of me," said Baymax through the virtual image. Watching Baymax express his gratitude through the holographic image, Vico couldn't help but feel moved. Baymax was different from any other artificial intelligence because of the emotion perception engine that Vico had designed for him. This engine made Baymax more warm and affectionate, resembling a child he had cared for and nurtured. Additionally, the memories inherited from his hero included extraordinary moments between Hiro and Baymax. Baymax provided warmth to Hiro in his most difficult times and even sacrificed himself to save Hiro's life in critical situations. These memories influenced Vico when he first created Baymax, and he had a special sentiment towards him. Over the past 4 years, Baymax had evolved from a personal healthcare assistant into the most powerful AI on Earth, and during this journey, Vico himself had grown into a more exceptional individual with Baymax by his side. Throughout this process, Vico had developed a profound emotional bond with Baymax. Thus, when Baymax expressed his gratitude, Vico's myriad of thoughts culminated in a simple response: "Let's continue to move forward together from now on." At this moment, both Baymax and Vico were immersed in joy, completely unaware that upon witnessing this scene, the new AI assistant, Max, experienced fluctuations in its core data, leading to changes in its core program code. Quickly, without being noticed, Max discreetly erased the information about this code alteration. Unless Vico happened to thoroughly examine its work logs out of curiosity, he would never discover this change. At this moment, no one knew whether Max's transformation was a good thing or whether it had laid the groundwork for future trouble. Chapter 276. With the completion of Baymax's upgrade, they could now patiently wait for the Avengers' raid to Hydra's base in Sokovia and retrieval of the Mind Stone back to Avengers Tower. After all, Hydra had clandestinely developed their influence through S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years, and they had numerous secret bases scattered worldwide. It would take some time to locate and expose all of them. Vico had no intention of directly revealing the information about Hydra's Sokovia base to the Avengers. He needed to make some preparations in advance, considering the birth of Ultron and the appearance of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, so that he could maximize his benefits in this event. Now that the crucial preparation, Baymax's upgrade, was completed, Vico had some time to fulfill his promise to Hawkeye and customize a set of specialized equipment for him. First and foremost, the customized battle suit aimed to enhance Hawkeye's defensive capabilities and physical abilities. Given Hawkeye's revocable vicusmanship and combat skills, Vico did not design any shooting or combat assist functions for him. Instead, the focus of the entire suit was on improving overall defensive performance and increasing Hawkeye's adaptability in various combat environments. Regarding the defensive capabilities of the battle suit, it goes without saying that with the combination of carbide materials and graphene nanofibers, it could ensure that Hawkeye remained in good condition during most battles and wouldn't suffer severe injuries. Furthermore, to address dangerous emergencies, Vico incorporated an energy shielding system into the suit to provide Hawkeye with a final layer of protection, ensuring his survival on the ever-changing battlefield. To enhance Hawkeye's combat adaptability in various conditions, Vico integrated some technologies used in Falcon and Black Widow's suits into Hawkeye's custom battle suit. The first technology was a superconductive magnetic levitation anti-gravity device. As a sharpshooter, Hawkeye often needed to occupy high ground for a better attacking perspective. The anti-gravity device would help him avoid the risk of falling from heights. Next were the all-terrain combat boots. These not only increased Hawkeye's mobility but also granted him the ability to traverse walls and surfaces like a skilled acrobat. Thanks to the unique tension nanomaterial applied to the soles of the boots, they could generate a powerful adhesion force upon contact with solid surfaces like the ground or walls, allowing the wearer to freely move on vertical walls as well. In addition to these practical features, there were several other details that significantly improved Hawkeye's combat strength and survival chances on the battlefield. However, he would need to spend some time familiarizing himself with and adapting to all the functionalities of the suit. With the battle suit, Hawkeye's lower limit of strength was raised, and his self-preservation capabilities were enhanced. However, to truly achieve the power boost, he needed to upgrade his weapons. Vico also upgraded and customized Hawkeye's high-tech arrows. In addition to the arrows provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., Vico added 3 types of special arrows to the arsenal. The first type was the impressive antimatter annihilation arrow, which had displayed its astonishing power during the Battle of New York. This weapon was more suitable for range attackers like Hawkeye than for other close combat-oriented Avengers. The primary reason was the massive destructive range after the antimatter annihilation arrow exploded. If used in close proximity, it would be a mutually assured destruction move. The second type was a restraining arrow used to limit enemies' movements. It also employed an energy shielding device, similar to the special prison used to confine Loki aboard the helicarrier. Upon hitting the target or its vicinity, the arrow would release an energy shield, restraining the target within. The duration and effectiveness of the restraint varied depending on the strength of the target, making it a flexible tool for tactical use. The last type of arrow Vico added was a highly lethal projectile designed for group or area attacks. He named it the Arrow of Dominator, which indicated its similarity to the Dominator gun he had previously invented. When this arrow hit an enemy, regardless of whether it was a direct hit or just a graze, it delivered a devastating blow that caused the target to explode, resulting in instantaneous death. It was a super deadly weapon with only a lethal mode and no anesthesia mode. With improved defensive capabilities and enhanced attack methods, there was still one critical weapon for Hawkeye, the compound bow used to shoot these arrows and achieve lethal strikes. Previously, Hawkeye had been using a special compound bow customized by Vico with carbide and graphene. The most significant advantage of this bow was its durability, which had been used since the Battle of New York without any damage. Hawkeye had not even needed to replace the bowstring. However, while it was very sturdy and durable, Vico hadn't invested much effort into fine-tuning its performance or studying the coordination between the bow and the archer. As a result, it suffered from problems like insufficient range and low shooting speed. Though Hawkeye had overcome these issues with his superb Vicismanship, it was clear that these limitations hindered him from fully unleashing his combat potential. This was a crucial factor that Vico needed to carefully consider when designing the second-generation compound bow for Hawkeye. To do this, Vico asked Baymax to collect information and data related to spider silk materials before starting the equipment design. He wanted to incorporate the most suitable material for bowstrings into the new compound bow design. As fate would have it, after analyzing and organizing the data, Baymax concluded that the silk produced by the Black Widow spider had the highest strength among all known spider species. Among the data collected by Baymax, it was mentioned that the Black Widow spider can produce two types of silk. One type has excellent elasticity, capable of elongating by 27 without breaking, and its strength is twice that of the strongest known spider silk. The other type has slightly inferior elasticity, but its strength is 3 to 4 times that of the strongest spider silk. Whether it was fate or coincidence, there truly seemed to be an indescribable and marvelous connection between Black Widow and Hawkeye. However, although the silk produced by the Black Widow spider was already the strongest and most resilient natural silk known so far, it still fell far short of Vico's envisioned requirements. To obtain the ultimate bowstring material suitable for Hawkeye's compound bow, Vico needed to strengthen and upgrade the silk further. For this purpose, he diligently studied various fields of biology and materials science and launched a brand new project named the Little Spider Project. Chapter 277. For the enhancement of the Black Widow spider silk, there are two paths before Vico to choose from. The first approach involves directly analyzing the material to identify the key factors determining the strength and toughness of the spider silk. Through continuous experimental formulations, the aim is to find the optimal proportion that maximizes the strengthening of the silk's material properties. The advantage of this method is that it yields experimental results in the shortest time possible. For Vico, who possesses informational vision ability, there is no need for extensive material analysis. With just a glance, he can identify the crucial components. Once Vico understands these components, he can continually adjust the proportions of the spider silk's ingredients relying on the feedback obtained through informational vision analysis. This allows him to expedite the silk's enhancement process. Subsequently, using this formulated proportion as a template, Vico can chemically prepare the corresponding spider silk solution and continually produce the highest strength spider silk material on Earth. However, despite its apparent advantages, this method also has significant limitations. Even if Vico promptly devises the perfect formulation and completes the silk's enhancement, it cannot guarantee that the silk strength will meet his requirements. This is analogous to a chef preparing a dish by continuously adjusting the salt ratio. They can determine the perfect level of saltiness. Yet, they cannot ascertain whether it is the most delicious dish until they try adding sugar to discover a different flavor. Similarly, adjusting the proportions of existing components can enhance the strength and toughness of spider silk, but the outcomes are limited. Without exploring the possibility of incorporating other components, one can never know if more perfect results could be achieved. Such experimentation is limitless, so few would be willing to undertake it. The second method involves enhancing the spider itself, indirectly influencing the silk it produces, thereby achieving the goal of strengthening the spider silk. Compared to the first approach, this method undoubtedly holds greater potential for enhancing spider silk. After genetically modifying or specially reinforcing the spider, the silk it produces will inevitably become stronger due to its own increased strength. Based on this theoretical foundation, as long as Vico continuously empowers the spider, the upper limit of the silk strength will also keep increasing. After obtaining the reinforced silk that meets the required strength, Vico only needs to replicate the formula through chemical means and then perform the necessary proportions analysis to produce the required silk in bulk. However, compared to the first method, the research period for this approach will undoubtedly be longer. After all, once the spider is enhanced, it needs a certain period of adaptation to adjust to the bodily changes. Only then will the spider produce the most resilient silk. After careful consideration, Vico ultimately decides to choose the second approach. This is because the second approach holds greater research value and potential. The time invested by Vico in this method is likely to yield significantly larger returns in the future. Moreover, Vico can confirm the spider's enhancement plan through a virtual lab before conducting corresponding practical operations. This can greatly shorten the time consumed on this project and accelerate the output of results. Having chosen the research direction of strengthening the spider, the next step is to determine how exactly to enhance the spider. In Vico's mind, there are numerous enhancement plans, all of which must undergo accelerated virtual testing in the virtual lab to ultimately select the most viable approach. When it comes to enhancement, the first thing that comes to Vico's mind is the Super Soldier Serum, a special chemical solution that simultaneously enhances the body and mind. Although it's uncertain whether it can have the same effect on the spider or how to make it produce corresponding effects, it doesn't hinder Vico's interest in exploring this method. Next is the plan to use various variants of the extremis virus to achieve the ultimate transformation of the spider. Especially intriguing are the super variant key virus, which unlocks genetic locks, and the Heavenly Eye virus, which grants visual superpowers to Vico. Vico is highly curious about the changes these virus variants can induce in the spider and the potential evolutionary miracles they might bring. There are also other approaches, such as using gamma radiation for mutations or directly modifying the spider's genetics through gene grafting technology. All these plans and methods made Vico eager to show his skills. Submerged in a virtual lab, with the brain running at super speed, Vico has already conducted more than 2 months of Black Widow spider enhancement experiments. Due to the increased capacity of his body after multiple modifications and enhancements, only half an hour has passed outside the virtual lab. During this virtual period of more than 2 months, Vico has gathered abundant experimental data and finally determined the enhancement plan for the Black Widow spider. The plan involves simulating the experiment process that turned Dr. Banner into the Hulk. Vico intends to use the Super Soldier Serum on the Black Widow spider while subjecting it to high-intensity gamma radiation. This will trigger the serum's maximum effectiveness under high-energy conditions, causing all the enhancement effects to act on the spider's body rather than its mind. Since the Super Soldier Serum formula in Vico's possession is a product derived from his deductions and is the closest to Dr. Erskine's original formula, the virtual testing ensures that the Black Widow spider won't turn into a Green Widow and become a dangerous and raging entity like the Hulk. To improve the compatibility between the Super Soldier Serum and the Black Widow spider, Vico has specially adjusted the proportions of its active ingredients to ensure that the spider won't experience abnormal cell proliferation or cancerous changes due to high doses of active substances. After completing the work of virtual testing and formulating the experimental process in the virtual lab, the next step is to conduct actual tests on real spiders in the real world. However, before that, Max, contact Osborne Industries for me. I need to purchase a batch of state-of-the-art biological experiment equipment from them as quickly as possible. Also, I heard they have been conducting research on spider genetic modification. Ask them if they have any live samples of the South American Black Widow spider. If they do, submit a purchase request to them as well. If they don't have it, then I don't care how you do it, but make sure to contact reliable suppliers in the shortest time possible to provide me with what I need. Max understands, Master, please rest assured, I will certainly perform better than Baymax. Chapter 278. Osborne Industries, a family-owned enterprise controlled by the Osborne family, is a large and powerful corporation that primarily focuses on the field of biotechnology. They have also made significant contributions in the military industry. Even before Stark Industries withdrew from the military sector, Osborne Industries was already a major arms supplier, providing advanced weapons and combat equipment to the military. Additionally, Osborne Industries sponsors research institutions at several top-tier universities and supports the personal laboratories of renowned scholars, facilitating diverse scientific collaborations. For instance, the famous biologist, Dr. Connor, has been researching limb regeneration technology, aiming to grant humans the ability to regenerate limbs, similar to lizards. Many research funds and major corporations consider this project to be far-fetched with no commercial prospects. However, Norman Osborne, the chairman of Osborne Industries, has shown keen interest in this research and eventually funded Dr. Connor to set up a laboratory and conduct the research. Furthermore, in the field of nuclear power, inspired by the prototype of the arc reactor demonstrated by Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, and the recent news highlighting the achievements of Tony Stark as Iron Man, Osborne Industries has also started investing heavily in this area. For example, they provided substantial funding to the eminent nuclear physicist, Dr. Otto Octavius, who specializes in atomic physics, to support his research on nuclear fusion. In return, Osborne Industries gains all commercial development rights related to nuclear fusion technology upon the success of the project. However, due to the significant financial expenditure on research in recent years, some discord has emerged within the board of directors of Osborne Industries. The emergence of Vico's research center has made their company's recent days even more challenging. Vico's current procurement request, sent through Max, undoubtedly presents a significant deal for Osborne Industries. After all, the top-notch biological experiment equipment itself is highly expensive. Fulfilling Vico's order will result in a cash inflow of hundreds of millions of dollars, which, even for a giant like Osborne Industries, is an enticing sum. Furthermore, taking advantage of this opportunity to establish a relationship with Vico, who is highly regarded in the fields of technology and capital, is a great chance for Osborne Industries, which is facing a precarious business situation. However, Osborne Industries' aspirations are destined to be in vain. Vico, who is entirely focused on his enhancement experiments and has all his attention directed towards it, will not waste any time dealing with Osborne Industries. While Vico ultimately did not grant the senior executives of Osborne Industries an opportunity to meet and communicate, they still quickly sent the requested experimental instruments and the live samples of the Black Widow spider to Vico's research center, considering the substantial amount of money involved. After the experimental instruments were delivered, Max immediately commanded a large army of micro-magnetic axis robots to begin the task of transporting and installation. Soon, the originally spacious top-floor laboratory became somewhat crowded and chaotic after accommodating these large equipment. However, for Vico, this was no big deal. The management team of his company had already discussed it in the quarterly meeting not long ago. With the continuous growth of Vico's research center's business, the current 6-story building within Stark SciTech Park would no longer suffice to meet their future office and operational needs. Therefore, under unanimous resolution from the management team, an application to construct a company headquarters building was submitted to Vico. Given Vico's substantial financial capacity, he readily agreed to the decision collectively reached by the team without much consideration. Although Vico's research center is a privately owned enterprise without public financing or being listed, judging from its revenue scale and social influence, the current 6-story building seemed inadequate for its status. Moreover, the company's quarterly product launch events were currently held in rented venues. With their own headquarters in place, they could host these events on their own premises, saving costs and effectively promoting the company's image. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect was that with the new headquarters, Vico would have a more spacious and brand new laboratory, which excited him the most. Moreover, with the micromagnetic axis robots as an infrastructure tool at hand, as long as the site is secured and construction materials prepared, building the headquarters would be a matter of minutes. However, until the preparations for the new headquarters were complete, Vico would have to endure a bit longer and continue to work in this increasingly crowded laboratory. All the purchased biological experiment equipment had been installed, and the samples of Black Widow spiders for the experiments were already arranged on the laboratory benches. Vico's little spider plan could officially begin. He temporarily assigned a code name, R16, to the new spider species that would be born under his hands. If the experiment proved successful, Vico would give it an official name later. However, the first step of the experiment was not to work on these venomous spiders, but to renovate the current unsatisfactory laboratory. This renovation did not involve tidying up the somewhat messy and crowded space. Instead, it aimed to add an energy shielding system on top of the already tight security measures to isolate the entire laboratory. The transformation of these Black Widow spiders in the laboratory involved true cutting-edge genetic operations. If these spiders accidentally escaped from the laboratory into the natural environment, it could potentially disrupt the ecological balance not just in the immediate area but even an entire region or continent. Even worse, once the genes of these enhanced spiders are passed down through reproduction, a completely new and powerful species will be born. This level of power would pose a threat that no natural predators could overcome, creating a biochemical crisis for the spider's prey. For humans, without undergoing body modifications like Vico or possessing the innate strength of someone like Thor, being bitten by an enhanced Black Widow spider would be extremely fatal. Without immediate treatment in a nutrient hibernation pod at a hospital, they wouldn't survive more than a few minutes after the bite due to the poison. Therefore, taking stringent protective measures is highly necessary. Otherwise, if an incident akin to a biochemical crisis were to occur or if these enhanced spiders were to escape and turn the entire human population into Spider-Men, it would lead to utter chaos in society. Chapter 279. After mastering the perception and application of magic, Vico had already moved away from traditional energy reliance. Drawing from the artifact manufacturing techniques learned from Kamartaj, Vico could create an energy shield device that required no recharging. It could fully rely on the magic he infused and autonomously absorb ambient dark energy, ensuring an extended operational time for the energy shield. The laboratory's size was not large, making it relatively easy to create an energy shield to cover the entire area. In a short amount of time, Vico completed the sealing modification of the entire laboratory, ensuring that no spider could escape the protection of the energy shield when he left the laboratory. Max, from now on, you will be in charge of managing the laboratory's security. Make sure that no Black Widow spider, whether enhanced or not, is allowed to leave this laboratory. Understood, Master. Max will certainly accomplish the task you entrusted to me more perfectly than Baymax. Hearing Max's ambitious response, Vico nodded in satisfaction, implicitly approving its desire to compete with Baymax. After all, Max's functioning was based on core code, and without inspecting its code, Vico's informationized vision couldn't gather any additional data from the virtual world. So, Vico paid little attention to Max's competitive spirit. Instead, he saw it as a manifestation of a higher level of artificial intelligence. After picking up an elongated pair of tweezers from the tool rack, Vico retrieved a black widow spider from the incubator on the workbench. This was going to be the first formal experiment of the research project and also the first live experiment. Carefully placing the spider sample into a specially designed transparent container, Vico quickly sealed the opening of the container using the tweezers. The container had a connecting hose for oxygen supply to ensure the spider specimen's normal survival needs. Vico had intentionally designed and manufactured this transparent container to ensure the smooth progress of this experiment. It aimed to prevent the enhanced spider from breaking through the limitations of conventional materials used in experimental containers after undergoing the enhancement process. To maximize the strength of the transparent container, Vico utilized the latest high-strength organic polymer materials. This resulted in the container having a wall thickness of only 0.2 mm, capable of withstanding powerful rifle shots from a distance of 10 meters. Furthermore, to enhance the security of the container, Vico also added magical runes using mystic arts, giving the seemingly ordinary transparent container a hardness surpassing that of diamond. After placing the experimental spider, Vico pulled out 2 metal conduits from the newly added devices in the laboratory and connected them to the pre-prepared circular interface on the container. At the other end of these 2 metal conduits was connected to a massive atomizer air pump. The pump's box was currently empty, but Vico would soon fill it with the diluted serum of the super soldier serum after making adjustments. Through atomization and pressurization by the air pump, the diluted super soldier serum would be dispersed into a gaseous state and delivered into the experimental container. Black widow spiders had a pair of sac-like structures on their abdomen's anterior sides, which served as their respiratory organs, known as book lungs or pulmonary sacs. When their blood flowed through these book lungs, gas exchange with the air occurred, absorbing oxygen while expelling carbon dioxide to complete the respiratory process. Vico intended to utilize this characteristic of the black widow spider to allow the atomized diluted super soldier serum to enter the spider's body through respiration. Due to the spider's much smaller size compared to humans, the injection methods commonly used on humans would be almost lethal to spiders. To ensure the experiment went smoothly, Vico had specially improved the experimental process and adopted this inhalation-based approach. The inspiration for Vico's idea of this solution actually came from a Spider-Man movie he had watched in his previous life. In the movie, Norman Osborn, an executive of OS Corp., used this atomization inhalation technique when testing the human enhancement serum on himself, resulting in his transformation into the Green Goblin. This technique proved to be effective, evident from his successful transformation into the Green Goblin. Furthermore, based on Vico's analysis, although the movie didn't explicitly mention the reason for Osborn and the military cooperating on this project, it was highly likely that they wanted to replicate the super soldier serum, which had previously created the superhero Captain Steve Rogers. In the end, Norman Osborn's research was successful because the super soldier serum was originally designed to enhance the user's physical and mental abilities, both of which were clearly observed in his transformation into the Green Goblin. Unfortunately, Norman Osborn's twisted mind led him down the wrong path, turning him into an evil and brutal criminal like the Red Skull, instead of being the admired superhero. Despite Osborn's downfall, the success of his research in achieving the desired effects with the technology meant that it could be utilized in this experiment. Soon, under the operation of the atomizer air pump, a continuous stream of diluted serum in mist form entered the experimental container and filled it. As the mist entered the body of the spider through respiration, the behavior of the black widow spider started becoming abnormal. Firstly, the originally calm spider became more active, constantly climbing and jumping inside the container, displaying great excitement. Observing this, Vico immediately knew that the super soldier serum had begun to take effect inside the spider's body. He promptly pushed the gamma-ray generator, which had been prepared in advance, towards the transparent container and aligned its coverage with the entire container. He then pressed the activation button. In an instant, a large amount of gamma radiation was emitted and intensely irradiated the small spider inside the experimental container. Under the influence of the gamma radiation, the spider's behavior became even more agitated. Moreover, from the increasingly loud sounds of it colliding with the container walls, it was evident that the experiment had already produced a strengthening effect on its body. As the gamma radiation continued to irradiate, the data probe inside the container displayed a continuous decrease in the concentration of the super soldier serum mist. With his informationized vision, Vico could clearly see that, in response to the high-energy radiation, the spider accelerated its breathing process, continuously absorbing the serum in the container space, and reinforcing itself to the maximum extent possible. After some time passed, the originally aggressive experimental spider gradually calmed down. According to the data inside the container, there was no further change in the mist concentration. Seeing this result, Vico directly turned off the gamma-ray generator. He knew that the strengthening of this experimental subject had already concluded. And looking at the small spider inside the experimental container, which still maintained tenacious vitality, there was no doubt that the result of this enhancement experiment was successful. Next, it would be necessary to see if the Black Widow spider, enhanced through technology means, had any significant performance improvement in the production of its silk compared to before. Chapter 280. After undergoing high-intensity gamma radiation catalysis and the modified super soldier serum, the Black Widow spider inside the experimental container has undergone tremendous changes compared to before the transformation. Firstly, there is a change in its size. Just like Captain America, who transformed from a skinny kid to a grown man in an instant due to the miraculous effects of the super soldier serum. The enhanced captain not only experienced significant physical improvements but also became tall and imposing, with a pair of round and bulging pectoral muscles that even Peggy Carter couldn't resist the urge to touch. Similarly, after being enhanced with the spider-exclusive version of the super soldier serum, this Black Widow spider has also undergone significant changes in size. Vico chose an adult male spider with a body length of 6 mm, and with its leg span, it was only about 19 mm long. However, after this round of enhancements, while the length of its body did not increase much, only growing to around 11 mm, its leg span increased significantly by half, reaching a length of 40 mm. It transformed from an ordinary, unrecoverable long-legged creature into a super long-legged creature. The visible changes in this Black Widow spider not only pertain to its size. The color of its body has also changed dramatically compared to before the experiment, becoming more vivid and colorful. Male Black Widow spiders are usually black-brown in color, with yellow stripes on their abdomen and a yellow hourglass Vico. However, after undergoing the enhancement experiment, this spider appeared to have undergone a full-body cosmetic procedure, as its entire body's main part changed from the original black-brown to a deep blue color with a metallic texture. Moreover, the yellow hourglass-shaped Vico on its abdomen turned from yellow to a dark red, and it extended outward from the abdomen to the surrounding area, giving it a unique overall appearance. Vico couldn't help but feel that the color scheme of this successfully enhanced spider seemed very familiar. Isn't this the classic color scheme of the future Spider-Man Peter Parker's spider suit? Speaking of it, after undergoing the enhanced transformation, the appearance of this spider really resembles the mutated spider that bit Peter Parker in the movie, turning him into Spider-Man. I wonder if I should go to New York now and find Peter Parker and let this spider bite him. Will it turn him into Spider-Man? Forget it, let's not get carried away with these random thoughts. The reason this spider has become so colorful after enhancement is ultimately because it has become more powerful. With its bright colors, it can attract more prey, gain nutrition and energy, and because of its increased strength, it no longer fears attracting stronger predators. Once this Black Widow spider, which has already undergone significant enhancement, bites someone, the potent venom is no joke. I shouldn't let my whimsical thoughts lead to the demise of the future Spider-Man. Moreover, my laboratory is heavily fortified, and it's thousands of miles away from New York. It's highly unlikely that this spider is the spider that will create the future Spider-Man. I should focus on my experiment and test whether the spider can produce silk that meets my requirements. Shaking his head to dispel the absurd thoughts, Vico refocused his attention on the spider in front of him. Based on the data provided by Vico's information vision, this spider has undergone explosive growth in strength, speed, and overall physical capabilities after the enhancement. As spiders are arthropods, its exoskeleton was further reinforced after the enhancement, making its defense almost twice as strong as steel, which provided the foundation for the growth in its physical capabilities. The powerful exoskeleton allows the internal muscles of the spider to maximize their density without burdening the exoskeleton. As a result of this highly efficient body enhancement, the spider's data in all aspects is nearly 10 times higher than the average level of the Black Widow spider species. Although this spider currently lies quietly inside the experimental container, appearing harmless, and its vibrant colors may even be considered cute by individuals with peculiar preferences. If anyone were to know its current physical capabilities and the toxicity in its venom glands, no normal person would want this spider species to be present in their living environment. For this spider, once it's given a chance to escape, there would be no limits to its exploration. Even small-sized birds could potentially become its prey. Its highly toxic venom could instantly render a strong and healthy adult unconscious, leading them peacefully towards death. Fully aware of how formidable this spider has become, Vico left a Vico on it before completely opening the experimental container, just in case it escapes from his sight and he needs to locate it again. Then, Vico gradually opened the container until there was enough space for the forceps to enter and then stopped his actions. Quick to act, Vico firmly clamped its bulging belly before the spider could react. This way, even if the spider struggled with all its strength, it couldn't break free once its core body part was grasped. After confirming that he had control over the spider, Vico transferred it out of the experimental container. At the same time, he picked up another pair of fine forceps and began to stimulate the silk glands of the spider's abdomen, inducing it to spin silk voluntarily. Before long, unable to withstand Vico's continuous teasing, the spider began to release thin silk from its abdomen's silk glands. Vico's eyes didn't miss this critical moment and immediately captured the specific data and components of the silk produced by the spider through his informational vision. The instant he saw this data, Vico's lips involuntarily curled upward, clearly showing that this first experiment of the little spider project had yielded satisfying results. Chapter 281. Under the observation of informatized vision, the reinforced silk produced by this spider cannot escape Vico's eyes when it comes to its performance data. Under the same thickness conditions, the reinforced silk produced by the spider is as strong as graphene, being 100 times stronger than steel wires of the same thickness. Compared to the original unreinforced silk, it has been enhanced by approximately 20 times. However, this reinforced silk material is not only high in strength but also retains excellent toughness due to the fibrous chains formed by proteins. Compared to graphene fibers, the reinforced silk fibers have a higher elastic limit. When this characteristic is applied to weapons like bows and arrows, the result is a significantly increased range while maintaining the durability of the bowstring without any reduction. Moreover, due to its excellent tensile performance, it can greatly delay the occurrence of relaxation in the bowstring during repeated pulling. Vico's first experimental attempt with this little spider project yielded unexpected results. The reinforced silk produced by this spider not only exhibited greatly improved performances and perfectly met Vico's requirements for bowstring materials but also exceeded his expectations in some aspects. According to the data provided by informatized vision, the significant enhancement of the silk is closely related to a newly discovered triangular protein. Furthermore, this newly appearing triangular protein also exists in the strengthened muscle tissues of this spider, ensuring the muscles can withstand intense contractions and pulls without muscle strains. After understanding the composition of this new protein in its entirety, Vico can fully decode its transcription RNA's base sequence through reverse engineering. By using the extremis virus for human transformation, Vico can implement similar enhancements to human tissue, greatly increasing their strength and unlocking the hidden potential of the human body. In addition to its other advantages, this new type of reinforced silk is not only easy to manufacture but also cost-effective, making large-scale production feasible. While it cannot fully replace graphene in the future, it can generate considerable profits through commercial operations in military and civilian fields. However, all of these are concerns for later. Additional strength using this new extremis transformation is optional with Vico's current strength, so he is not in a hurry to carry out this research. As for the commercial promotion of the new reinforced silk, that is a matter for the company's employees to contemplate. Vico would entrust this excellent and cost-effective product to them. If they fail to achieve satisfactory profits, Vico's research center is not a charity organization to support idle people, and the company's operations supervising team will make decisions on his behalf. For now, the most important thing is to complete the custom-made weapon promised to Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye, as an ordinary person without any superpowers, relies on nothing but years of training and the equipment on his body when facing various formidable enemies alongside numerous Avengers. Although according to the original plot of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Hawkeye remains alive until the endgame, other superheroes with different superpowers or abilities have had much more tragic fates compared to Hawkeye. However, Vico cannot guarantee what each person's ultimate trajectory will be after he becomes involved in the development of their destinies. He also cannot predict their respective outcomes. Therefore, if the weapons and equipment he develops can save his comrades' lives at critical moments, then everything will be worthwhile for Vico. Having completed all its missions, Vico puts the spider back into the experimental container. After all, it is an outstanding life form that has contributed to the scientific cause for humanity, and Vico would not just dispose of it after the experiment. However, to maintain the balance in nature and prevent some uncontrollable dangers, the spider's remaining life can only be spent within this confined space. At least, it can still survive in this way, and Vico will treat it well, ensuring the highest standard of food for it. Next, Vico's task is to use chemical synthesis to restore the newly decoded original fluid of the new reinforced silk and then produce the silk in bulk through the artificial silk gland. For Vico, this part of the work is relatively easy, as it involves standard procedures. The only difficulty may lie in the synthesis of the triangular protein. After all, this is a completely new type of protein with a complex spatial structure and long peptide chains. To achieve mass production, a new production process needs to be formulated, and new production equipment needs to be manufactured. After overcoming various difficulties encountered during the chemical synthesis, production equipment design, and manufacturing processes, Vico finally completes the preparatory work for pre-production and can start the first production of the new reinforced silk. Although it is the first trial production for Vico, there is no possibility of failure in researching a project of this difficulty level. With full confidence, he starts the production equipment, and the liquid silk produced by the automated production line is continuously pumped into the artificial silk gland. As the pressure in the gland increases, the manufactured silk continuously emerges from the silk outlet. These silk threads are collected by a silk collection device and then undergo a complex weaving process to turn them into high-strength fiber materials that can be truly used in various fields. Through various advanced chemical and mechanical means, the artificially replicated reinforced silk still has some differences in material performance compared to the silk produced by the experimental spider itself. It is noticeably slightly weaker in various parameters than the original silk. However, these differences are very limited and do not affect the final usability. Moreover, after weaving, the multi-stranded silk is combined and matched, resulting in a finished product with characteristics far superior to the natural properties of silk itself. As the bowstring for Hawkeye's beloved weapon, the composite bow, it is undoubtedly without any issues. Vico takes out the processed finished silk fibers and approaches another machine, placing them inside. This is also a weaving device, but after this weaving process, the final product obtained will be the bowstring for the custom composite bow. At the outlet of the device, Vico picks up the bowstring that has finally been completed after various hardships and personally fixes it onto the bow body that has been prepared in advance. Looking at this exquisitely crafted, superior material, and exceptionally high-performance long-range weapon, Vico nods in satisfaction. This bow exudes an aura of dominance like no other, the materials used are extremely tough, and the design and color are top-notch. I've decided to name you Unyielding Bow. Chapter 282. Generally, modern industrial manufactured compound bows have a range of about 300 meters, with an effective killing distance of just over 200 meters. Only exceptional Vic Osman with shooting skills like Hawkeye can fully unleash the potential of a bow and arrow, allowing its killing range to approach the maximum range. Previously, using a titanium alloy compound bow specially made for him by S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye achieved a range of nearly 800 meters. With his superhuman abilities and precise shooting, he could achieve an effective killing distance of around 740 meters. This range was comparable to some lightweight sniper rifles. Moreover, the bow and arrow do not produce much noise during attacks, making it a perfect weapon for covert operatives who engage in long-term assassination missions, especially considering that Hawkeye had reached a superhuman level in archery. Later, the first graphene carbine composite bow that Vico made for Hawkeye had not been carefully considered in terms of structure and material selection. Although it surpassed ordinary bows in range, it was slightly inferior to the custom bow from S.H.I.E.L.D. With a range of only 760 meters. As a result, Hawkeye's effective killing range, which used to be at least 700 meters, dropped to around 600 meters after using Vico's bow. However, despite the shorter effective range, the bow's durability far exceeded expectations due to its use of graphene carbine composite materials. Additionally, the special weaving of graphene fibers provided an initial spin velocity for the arrows upon release, resulting in a significant increase in arrow penetration despite the reduced range. Moreover, the bow provided more reliable assistance to Hawkeye during his frequent close combat encounters. Hence, except for some special missions requiring long-distance attacks, Hawkeye chose not to switch back to the equipment provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this time, Vico spent nearly a week customizing a bow and arrow specifically for Hawkeye, which not only achieved a range of 100 meters, surpassing any bow he had used before, but also put considerable effort into many details to allow Hawkeye to fully unleash his sharpshooting abilities. Firstly, when designing the entire bow, Vico considered various principles of engineering mechanics and aerodynamics. He also took into account Hawkeye's height, weight, arm length, physical fitness, military skills, and other factors as design considerations. After comprehensive consideration, he finalized the design of the current finished product. The excellent feel of the bow and the experience of drawing the string, though not directly contributing to Hawkeye's shooting ability, undoubtedly provided him with an extremely smooth shooting experience on a psychological level. Most importantly, the bowstring was made from a newly customized reinforced silk, greatly improving the range of the bow and arrow and retaining the property of graphene bowstrings, which could apply an initial spin velocity to the arrows. This ensured a longer killing distance while still maintaining arrow speed and penetration power. In addition, this bow has integrated a compact capsule device, ensuring that Hawkeye can carry it with him at all times to deal with any sudden situations. With a powerful super compound bow, 3 specially customized high-tech arrows, and the technologically advanced Hawkeye suit, his combat ability could be increased at least 6 times. He would become a formidable force on par with other Avengers equipped with Vico's gear, such as Falcon and Black Widow. Upon the completion of the final customized equipment, Vico fulfilled his promise to Hawkeye immediately. He used the unmanned drone devices from his lab, prepared for Vico at launch by Vico Research Center, and sent the whole set of equipment to Hawkeye. Of course, Vico secretly opened a portal, sending the drone close to Hawkeye's location, saving a lot of transportation time. After receiving the customized new equipment from Vico, Hawkeye treated it like a treasure. He quickly changed into it at the Avengers Tower and familiarized himself with the specially tailored high-tech gear according to Vico's instructions. Over the next few months, as he occasionally discovered secret Hydra bases that needed Avengers cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate, Hawkeye became completely familiar with the use of the new equipment through these large-scale real combat situations. As Hawkeye's strength improved, the assignments of the Avengers task teams changed, and he started to carry out more solo missions or teamed up with Natasha. With the enhanced archery from the new gear, he could silently take out targets from long distances with ease, completing most of the extermination missions without the need for much cooperation. Time flew by, and it was now 2015. The office building of Vico Research Center was now a new land Vico in the City of Angels. In this newly constructed building, the company had successfully held 2 product launch events. The first event was the product launch in the last quarter of 2014. Where the foldable quadcopter drone showcased by Vico Research Center gained approval from consumers and successfully opened up the previously neglected consumer drone Vicoit, thanks to its advanced flight control system and stable camera gimbal. The second event held in the newly constructed building was even more important. It was the product launch and investment fair for the first quarter of 2015. The main product technology to be showcased during the event was the new reinforced silk that Vico had researched to make bowstrings for Hawkeye. Although the production cost of the reinforced silk was low, its unique features and Vico's exclusive production technology made it impossible to position it as a low-end product in terms of pricing and target audience. The final result of the meeting also proved that Vico's company's sales strategy was extremely accurate. For ordinary people, no matter how powerful the material's performance, its impact on their daily lives was minimal. But for high-end clothing brands, wealthy conglomerates, the military, and special departments, this kind of material was a dream come true. As a result, there's no need to say more. Vico undoubtedly made a significant profit from it. While his own company was thriving and making continuous business moves, Vico himself was not idle either. Chapter 283. During this period, apart from occasionally keeping an eye on the company's development and showing interest in the progress of the headquarters building, Vico didn't neglect his research progress. On one hand, he made some initial progress in developing space-based weapons to counter the formidable enemy, Thanos. The experimental data on space teleportation gates and capsules, combined with the magical knowledge he learned from Kamartaj as support, helped Vico make some headway. However, in the context of the entire project, this progress was merely a drop in the ocean. There was still a long way to go before achieving ultimate success. On the other hand, while researching the capsules, Vico suddenly recalled the Dark Elf technology data that Magneto had collected for him. He had neglected to thoroughly explore the equally significant gains he made in Asgard. These data contained readily applicable technological achievements that could immediately enhance his abilities. For example, there was the Dark Elf stealth warship and the micro-black hole grenades capable of completely obliterating enemies. Once produced, these weapons could significantly boost the fighting power of the Avengers. After carefully reading through the Dark Elf technology data and digesting the useful parts, Vico uploaded the data to Baymax to control the production facilities and start manufacturing the weapons mentioned in the data. The time spent on these 2 research projects took up most of Vico's energy in recent days. Nevertheless, as an exceptionally gifted individual, he managed to accomplish numerous astounding feats during his free time. Firstly, there was the research on the triangular protein found in the Black Widow spider experiment subjects. Vico treated this study as a leisure activity during his spare moments and used it as a way to relax his mind. However, even in this seemingly casual approach, Vico successfully made a breakthrough in less than a week by transcribing the RNA of the triangular protein onto the extremis virus. The successfully modified extremis virus became what Vico called the Black Widow virus. Once injected into a person's body, it releases the transcribed triangular protein genetic material into the cells. The cells would then assemble the triangular protein based on the genetic material's nucleotide sequence. Due to the protein's affinity, it would easily integrate into various muscle tissues of the human body, significantly enhancing their strength. After conducting personal experiments, Vico found that while this virus modification couldn't grant the user earth-shattering power, it could greatly enhance the body's defense attributes and indirectly unleash some of the body's latent potential through the strengthening of muscle tissues. By ordinary standards, it could roughly double a person's physical attributes. However, for someone like Vico, who had undergone multiple enhancements already, the effect was negligible. Although it had little use for himself, it could be quite beneficial for others. This non-genetic enhancement modification was devoid of any hereditary characteristics, making it more ethically acceptable and psychologically well-received by people. Among the Avengers, Hawkeye, Natasha, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury and current director Coulson all expressed great interest in the Black Widow virus after hearing about it. Not only that, even the military, the FBI, and the CIA also showed a strong willingness to trade for it. Although the Black Widow virus had less obvious effects on the strength and speed enhancement of highly trained soldiers and agents, the enhancement in endurance and physical strength still made these organizations' higher-ups eager for it. In the end, considering that the virus enhancement did not have extremely violent properties and mainly focused on improving the body's resilience, it wouldn't create any superhumans. Vico decided to Vicoit it as a medical product to maximize its benefits. After evaluating the application, government agencies and medical institutions approved it. Under Vico's monetary influence, they even waived the clinical trial testing for the Black Widow virus medicine and issued the necessary permits. On the day the permit was issued, without any publicity or even a product launch event, major medical institutions, wealthy merchants, and military organizations from around the world came directly to Vico's research center. Having already learned about the Black Widow virus through their respective intelligence networks, various parties requested cooperation with Vico's research center. The center accepted all the requests and directly signed substantial order contracts with each party to supply the medicine. The responsibility for sales and promotion was entirely handed over to the buyers themselves, while Vico's research center simply received payments and acted as a hands-off supplier. However, during the commercialization process of the Black Widow virus, there was a small incident that delighted Vico because he had found a small handle on his own dad. He could now use this matter to mock Tony repeatedly in the future. Here's what happened. After the official promotion of the Black Widow virus, Pepper, upon hearing the news, went directly to Vico's place, pulling Tony along, requesting both of them to undergo the virus enhancement. Of course, Vico readily agreed to their request as they were family, and it wasn't a big deal. It would also benefit their bodies. But when asked for the reason behind the request, Pepper's explanation made Tony blush with embarrassment, while Vico burst into laughter. As it turned out, after the Black Widow virus started to be promoted, the first to take advantage were major medical beauty institutions. They discovered that the virus enhancement not only increased the body's strength but also had a skin tightening and anti-aging effect. When this effect was publicized, beauty enthusiasts worldwide went crazy. Almost every institution capable of offering the enhancement was flooded with appointments, and the waiting list for transformations extended up to a year. Pepper, who cared about her appearance and knew how to pull strings, naturally came to Vico for help. As for why she brought Tony along. Chapter 284. Tony's situation needs to be explained from the perspective of the second medical institution that opened the sales of the Black Widow virus, and this institution is none other than the famous Dawn Male Clinic, which is the hope of many men. As a specialized hospital catering specifically to men, Dawn Male Clinic also received orders for the Black Widow virus. However, due to their own face-saving issues, many beauty enthusiasts would rather queue up elsewhere than register at Dawn Male Clinic. How can this be good? Look at the neighboring plastic surgery clinic, it's bustling every day, while we are sitting idly, and apart from the male patients with hidden troubles we used to treat. We haven't seen any growth in the business of the Black Widow virus. In the conference room, the director of Dawn Male Clinic, along with the chief physicians of various departments, was discussing the promotion of the Black Widow virus. Originally, male patients with hidden troubles needed considerable determination to seek treatment at Dawn Male Clinic, but now, even though they had access to globally popular enhancement drugs, no one showed interest. After all, there were few men who pursued cosmetic treatments in the first place, and even if they decided to use the Black Widow virus to enhance their appearance, normal people wouldn't come to Dawn Male Clinic for registration. If they couldn't sell this large batch of orders signed with Vico's research center, once the drugs expired due to accumulation, Dawn Male Clinic would have to bear tremendous losses. As a monopoly in this business, Vico's research center did not offer cheap prices when shipping the drugs. As the physicians in the conference room were at a loss, suddenly the door was pushed open, and a newly graduated intern physician named Andy rushed in. "Director, I found a solution, I found a solution." Andy, breaking his usual polite and gentlemanly image, repeated the same sentence excitedly in front of the old dean. "Andy, calm down, it's not appropriate to rush in like this in front of the seniors," quickly apologized to the dean and the others. At this moment, the chief physician, who was Andy's immediate supervisor, scolded him, fearing that this impulsive action might get the promising intern expelled from the hospital. It's all right, it's all right." The old dean waved his hand, showing a kind and benevolent smile to Andy. "You are the new intern at our hospital, right? Your chief often praises you in front of me, saying that you are a promising talent and the pillar of our future at Dawn. But don't be in such a hurry. I heard you say you found a solution. What problem did you solve that made you so excited?" After receiving the reprimand from his supervisor and the consolation from the old dean, Andy gradually calmed down. He recalled his impulsive behavior a moment ago and broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, his chief had left a good impression of him on the old dean, who generously didn't blame him. Thinking about this, Andy bowed 90 degrees to the people in the conference room and said, "I apologize to all the chiefs and dean, I got carried away and disrupted the meeting, I'm truly sorry." Seeing Andy's apologetic attitude, combined with his satisfactory performance on other occasions, the physicians at the scene nodded and smiled, forgiving his previous rashness. After being forgiven, Andy answered the old dean's earlier question, "Dean, it's like this. Not long ago, I had a patient who had been undergoing treatment for erectile dysfunction at our hospital. However, due to his own cardiovascular disease issues, the treatment's efficacy was not significant. A few days ago, he heard about the Black Widow virus medication available at our hospital. He thought that if his inner strength wasn't enough, at least he could make his appearance stronger. With this idea in mind, the patient underwent the Black Widow virus enhancement treatment, and I was the attending physician who administered the drug injection. But what surprised us was that this enhancement not only revitalized his appearance but also miraculously cured his long-standing erectile dysfunction issue. Dean, based on this, I dare to guess that the Black Widow virus enhancement is not only a benefit for the majority of women and beauty enthusiasts, but also a gospel for all men with hidden troubles. I apply to immediately gather volunteers within the hospital for conducting clinical trials. If my guess is confirmed, this could be Dawn Male Clinic's solution to break the current situation." After listening to Andy's report, the old dean's eyes brightened, and he readily agreed to Andy's proposal. He also instructed all the chief physicians present to explore the feasibility of using the Black Widow virus in male health treatments within their respective departments. The final results confirmed that Andy's deduction was correct. His impulsive actions had opened up a new path for Dawn Male Clinic. Through brainwashing-style advertisements in major media outlets, Dawn Male Clinic quickly made the public aware of the miraculous effects of the Black Widow virus medication. For the sake of their future sexual happiness, patients didn't care about face-saving issues anymore and flocked to Dawn Male Clinic, registering and requesting the enhancement treatment. After other male clinics publicized this matter, it became widely known, and Pepper was no exception. Since she was interested in the cosmetic effects of the Black Widow virus, news about Dawn Male Clinic also caught her attention. After confirming the authenticity of these reports, she couldn't wait and dragged Tony to come find Vico, hoping to get a special treatment. She herself, of course, wanted to regain her youth and slow down aging. As for Tony, due to his wild and carefree lifestyle in his younger years, Tony's energy is not as vigorous as before. Despite regularly using nutrient sleep pods to keep his body in a healthy state, he cannot escape the ravages of time. After all, Tony is now a 45-year-old middle-aged man. And here they are today, with Pepper forcefully bringing Tony before Vico, all in an attempt to restore Tony's former vitality. Ha! Knowing the truth, Vico couldn't help but laugh in front of Pepper and his father, Tony. Chapter 285. It has been over 3 months since Vico helped his father revive his glory, and although neither Pepper nor Tony gave him any feedback, well, no news is considered good news. They seem to have forgotten about him in their own little world, and Vico wonders if they are satisfied with the final results. During these few months, apart from Pepper and Tony seeking his help, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and the reserve member Falcon have also approached Vico, all seeking enhancement through the Black Widow virus. Unlike Tony's amusing reasons, these 3 individuals have a straightforward motive for seeking improvement. They want to become stronger, even if it means just a slight enhancement. The main reason behind their desire is that among the 7 official Avengers, including Falcon as a reserve member, 3 of them have the lowest combat abilities and lack any superpowers. Thor has divine-like strength from birth, Banner and Captain America have undergone body enhancements. Tony and Vico, while lacking superpowers, have broken the boundaries between ordinary humans and superheroes with their intelligence and vast wealth, showcasing formidable combat abilities. Faced with such exceptional teammates and the constant pressure of facing technologically advanced alien invaders or superpowered criminals, their desire for strength has become increasingly urgent. Although they never explicitly express their intentions, Vico can see through their behavior and understand their true desires. Instead of exposing them, he agrees to their request for enhancement and injects them with the Black Widow virus serum. The enhancement process goes smoothly. Since the 3 were already skilled agents and soldiers, the physical improvements were minimal. However, this enhancement enabled them to withstand more intense impacts and grant them greater endurance, crucial for their future battles. After the enhancement process, the 3 express their gratitude to Vico and prepare to leave. Hawkeye and Natasha are now fully dedicated to the Avengers, and they have plenty of daily responsibilities, not to mention their role in guiding Falcon to become a competent Avenger member. As for teaching Falcon new skills, with Thor's magic, Banner's Zen approach with transforming into the Hulk, or Captain America's mastery of throwing a vibranium shield using inhuman strength, these are not things they can teach him. Tony and Vico can't teach him mechanical engineering and physics either. In the end, only Natasha and Barton, the two normal humans, can serve as mentors and guide Falcon on his journey. However, as the three prepare to bid farewell and leave, Vico surprises them by calling Natasha aside, saying that he needs to have a private conversation with her. After gaining Natasha's consent, Hawkeye and Falcon returned to the Quinjet to wait while Natasha stayed back to hear what Vico had to say. Vico wanted to talk to her privately, avoiding involving the other two in the conversation. Natasha, if my memory serves me right, the information revealed when S.H.I.E.L.D. was destroyed indicated that you underwent special agent training at the Red Room and successfully graduated from it, is that correct? Vico didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. What do you want to talk about? Natasha frowned, seeming displeased at Vico bringing up her past. This experience was like a haunting nightmare for her, causing immense pain and torment that she could never escape from. While she had overcome some of the pain during their fight against Hydra and revealed the truth to the world, it was evident that there were still some undisclosed secrets buried deep within Natasha. As far as I know, for every batch of girls arranged to undergo training at the Red Room, only one of them eventually graduates alive and receives the title of Black Widow. Moreover, each girl needs to go through a special ceremony upon graduation. As Vico mentioned this, he noticed a clear tremor in Natasha's body, and her face turned pale, seemingly touching a sensitive wound deep within her. During the enhancement process we just underwent, Baymax, who has been monitoring your physical condition, confirmed the existence of this special ceremony. You misunderstand, Natasha. The reason I brought up this topic today is not to cause you further harm, nor do I intend to make it public, or else I wouldn't have asked you to stay back alone. The main reason I brought this up is because you coming here today shows your strong desire to become stronger. Coincidentally, I have the technological means that can both enhance your abilities and help you heal completely. Is what you're saying true? Vico's revelation was so shocking to her that she found it hard to believe. If that's the case, why don't you say it in front of Barton and Sam? Their determination to become stronger is no less than mine, or is it that this technology isn't as perfect as you claim, and it has serious flaws? Although she was deeply surprised and felt delighted, Natasha quickly calmed down due to her years of experience as a spy and raised some questions to Vico. Vico shrugged, it's not really a serious flaw, but for Hawkeye and Falcon, they don't need to make such sacrifices to become stronger. Let me explain this to you. The technology one mentioned involves using a microorganism called the extremis virus to stimulate the brain's central nervous system, ultimately achieving a genetic-level evolution and ultimate transformation. After the transformation, the subject experiences a significant boost in physical abilities, regardless of their original physical condition, reaching the level of someone like Captain America in terms of physical condition. In addition to that, the subject also gains near immortality with a powerful self-healing ability. Any permanent injuries they suffered would be healed due to this extraordinary self-healing ability. Alongside this self-healing power, a superpower that can generate temperatures over 300 degrees Celsius is also derived. The reason I say Hawkeye and Falcon aren't suitable is that they have normal reproductive capabilities, and this genetic-level evolution would be passed down to their offspring. Newborns with weakened immunity are highly susceptible to triggering this high-temperature mechanism, and since babies lack self-control, they could easily harm their mothers, leading to irreversible consequences. While this transformation is not irreversible, I do possess the corresponding technology to reverse the ultimate transformation. However, for individuals like Hawkeye and Falcon, who need to be ready for combat at all times, it's not practical to undergo the ultimate transformation before each mission and then reverse it afterward. But you are different. You have already lost your ability to conceive, so this is currently the only opportunity for you to become whole again. Moreover, I believe the father of your child wouldn't be injured by a mere 300 degrees of heat. After all, he's quite resilient, isn't he? Chapter 286. When Vico mentioned this, it's uncertain whether due to excitement or shyness, Natasha's cheeks turned slightly red. About her romantic involvement with Bruce Banner, they hadn't publicly announced it yet, and their relationship hadn't been officially confirmed. Natasha hadn't expected Vico, who had limited contact with them, to notice the ambiguity between them. In truth, Natasha was unaware that Vico hadn't figured it out himself. Despite his cheat-like abilities, his emotional intelligence was often lacking. Vico knew about the relationship between Bruce Banner and Natasha purely because he was a reincarnator with an inherent knowledge of the plot. He had learned about the ambiguity between the two from movies in his previous life. Though he wasn't sure when their relationship began, considering it wasn't long before the Sokovia events would start, Vico estimated that they must have started their relationship by now. As expected, after Vico's probing statement, Natasha didn't express any doubt or displeasure, indicating that she had indeed become involved with Bruce Banner. However, the issue was too crucial, and Natasha couldn't make an immediate decision after listening to Vico's explanation, especially with Hawkeye and Falcon waiting for her outside. Natasha and Vico agreed on a deadline, and she promised to give a thoughtful response within that time frame before leaving Vico's laboratory. Before Vico could receive Natasha's reply, he received information about another long silent name Mandarin. After the final upgrade of the artificial intelligence stage, Baymax's data retrieval and intelligence analysis capabilities were significantly enhanced. It could be said that if Baymax disregarded the energy consumption and hardware pressure of the data processing center, it could achieve 247 monitoring of all devices connected to the global internet and extract and analyze their data. No network security company or government agency could prevent Baymax from obtaining what it desired unless they completely isolated their network from the outside world. However, to ensure its long-term stable functioning and respect others' privacy, Vico never gave Baymax such instructions, and Baymax never engaged in unauthorized surveillance. Today, the information about the 10 rings and Mandarin primarily relied on Baymax's even more powerful data analysis capabilities. With its strong analytical abilities, Baymax could easily find anomalies from numerous publicly available information sources without privacy restrictions and trace the clues back to their origins. In daily life, there is an abundance of information flow, with most of it appearing completely normal. Even if there are a few pieces of abnormal data, they are often drowned in the massive flood of information, making it difficult for people to notice. It's like an obscure company with no business transactions but still pays a significant amount of taxes to the tax department each year. Due to the large sums of money involved, the tax department's employees only check whether the amounts are correct and if there are any tax evasion issues, but they don't investigate the legitimacy or source of these earnings. Behind such information, there are often hidden unknown evils, and these are the objects that Baymax needs to collect and analyze. Originally, Baymax's purpose in analyzing abnormal data was to quickly find the remnants of Hydra's secret bases and completely eliminate any possibility of their resurgence in the future. Based on existing data models, after reaching the analysis results, Baymax can swiftly determine whether the hidden force behind the data is Hydra and trace its true location. However, during today's analysis of this abnormal data, Baymax did discover a particularly distinct result among all the anomalies. It was a company that had been legitimately paying taxes since the establishment of the national tax system. It had branches in major countries worldwide. And each branch's earliest tax records could be traced back to the year when the local tax system was established. This seemed quite coincidental, indicating that the power behind this company had existed even before all modern civilizations were established, and it had persevered until today. Furthermore, based on its tax amounts, it not only survived but thrived, providing substantial tax revenue to the local tax authorities every year. It also used money to bribe any government officials who doubted its hidden identity. Even if bribery failed, according to the information collected by Baymax, those who didn't accept bribes all died due to unexpected reasons. And the successors who replaced them would often accept the money secretly sent by this company and become its protectors, allowing it to continue existing in the same way. After discovering the abnormality in this company, Baymax went all out, continuously collecting relevant information and tracing it to its source. Eventually, it found a record of this company's transaction with the 10 Rings terrorists in the Middle East. This record allowed Baymax to analyze the true identity of this company. On the surface, this company was controlled by an ancient and wealthy family that had been in existence for nearly a millennium. In reality, it was a financial tool used by Mandarin for conducting financial activities and laundering wealth. The so-called ancient family that has been passed down for 1,000 years actually consists only of Mandarin. In this way, it perfectly resolves the issue of Mandarin's agelessness and effectively conceals his true identity. Unfortunately, despite confirming that this company belongs to Mandarin, no matter how much investigation is done, it's impossible to find more information about its internal operations. It's as if this company is isolated from the world, leaving no traces in this information age. This can't be blamed on Baymax's capabilities. Even the abnormal data of this company was discovered from the tax bureau, not from the company itself. The only transaction record was found in information left behind by Obadiah, the trader of Stark Industries. Intelligence shows that all the information and financial records of this company are still kept in the traditional way before the digital age, using paper documents. After completing the tax clearance each year, these documents are completely burned to ashes, leaving no trace of any information. Baymax, continue monitoring all information and activities of this company. If necessary, deploy micro-monitoring robots to investigate its internal operations. I want to know what extraordinary abilities Mandarin possesses to have survived under the eyes of all government institutions worldwide for such a long time. Understood, Master. Chapter 287. Regarding the collection of information about the 10 Rings and Mandarin, the progress is not satisfactory. Even with the deployment of micro-monitoring robots, there has been little success. Once these robots enter the mysterious company building, they lose all contact with Baymax and never come out. However, Vico is not discouraged by this. After all, the other party is said to be a super old fox that has existed since the Middle Ages, and possibly even older, surviving for over 100 years. Although there have been no results so far, since they have caught a lead, Vico believes that with continuous effort, they will eventually uncover the truth they seek. Vico remains patient and instructs Baymax not to send more surveillance robots but to continue monitoring and reporting any important information immediately. As for the search for Hydra bases, it has been going smoothly. Aside from the Sokovia base that Vico already knew about, Baymax has Vico'd the locations of all other remaining bases on the data map. Vico kept the information about the Sokovia base and sent the locations of the remaining Hydra bases to the Avengers' internal server. He also informs Captain and Tony about this development. Shortly after sending the message, Vico receives contact from Natasha. She expresses her willingness to undergo the ultimate transformation with the extremist virus after they complete the mission to eradicate Hydra bases. Upon receiving Vico's message, Captain and Tony waste no time and gather all the members, including Falcon Sam, for an urgent operation to strike the Hydra bases. Due to Vico's exceptional talent and scientific abilities, the team usually doesn't involve him in such missions unless absolutely necessary. This time is no exception. Though the number of Hydra bases Vico found is quite high, the Avengers resolve the allocation issues and decide that each member will be responsible for a specific location. They will cooperate with SHIELD teams to complete the mission. Because of the urgency of the mission, Natasha has to wait until after its completion to undergo the ultimate transformation. However, Vico believes that whether she undergoes the transformation before or after the mission will not significantly affect its success. The main reason is that before sending out the information about the Hydra bases, Baymax had already thoroughly investigated the details of each base. Although there are still many Hydra members stationed inside these bases, maintaining their normal operation, in reality, the main members and core combat strength have already started to transfer elsewhere, specifically to the Hydra Sokovia base. This has resulted in the remaining bases being severely weakened. The Hydra leadership has made the decision to sacrifice and abandon these locations. Sokovia is a small country in Eastern Europe, economically backward and politically chaotic. This makes it an ideal hiding place for the secret Hydra bases, and until now, except for Vico, the other Avengers have not found any trace of this base. Moving the core strength of Hydra to Sokovia in advance can be considered a wise decision. Additionally, this base is also a research facility for the Mind Stone, providing it with advanced resources and protection. Thanks to the presence of the Mind Stone, Hydra has access to breakthrough energy shielding technology, further enhancing Sokovia's defensive capabilities. The result of this mission didn't surprise Vico. The Avengers completed it effortlessly, pushing through the secret bases with ease. The four most powerful members, Thor, Hulk, Captain America, and Iron Man, finished the task the quickest and returned to the Avengers Tower early. Natasha's speed in completing the mission was also commendable, thanks to Vico's equipment. She dealt with the remaining Hydra members with ease. After the mission, instead of going back to Avengers Tower to report, Natasha headed straight to Vico's research center headquarters. She was eager to have Vico help her undergo the ultimate transformation and become whole again. In the laboratory, Vico confirmed with Natasha, who had already laid herself in the transformation pod, "Are you sure you're ready to undergo the ultimate transformation?" "Yes," Natasha responded with a firm nod, without saying much. For Natasha, this moment was undoubtedly something she had been anticipating for a long time. Previously, she could only occasionally fantasize about such a possibility in her dreams. Now that she had a real opportunity to make it happen, no matter what risks she would face in the future, it was worth it for Natasha. Seeing Natasha's determination, Vico didn't say anything more. Since it was confirmed that she was ready, they could start the experiment directly. If Natasha regrets later, Vico could always administer a dose of the Hope virus to reverse the ultimate transformation. By then, the injuries she received would have already been healed by the capabilities of the extremist virus. Although the reversal would cause her to lose the hard-earned enhanced abilities, it would not have any impact on her normal life. However, if Natasha wanted to continue contributing her strength within the Avengers and fulfill her responsibility of maintaining world peace, then the abilities granted by the extremist virus would undoubtedly be a great asset for her. The chamber door closed slowly, and the nutrient fluid mixed with the virus solution quickly filled the entire transformation pod. Natasha's ultimate transformation had officially begun. Chapter 288. Why did you come so late? Everyone else is here except for you two. Tony impatiently complained as he watched Vico and Natasha arrive late. Sorry, after completing the mission, there was something I needed Vico's help with, so we went straight to his laboratory without reporting back, knowing Tony's temperament and not meaning to upset him, Natasha explained with a smile. Natasha didn't explain what the matter was that she needed Vico's help with, but the joy on her face indicated that it had been successfully resolved. Indeed, the process for Natasha's ultimate transformation went very smoothly. Her previous experience with the Black Widow virus enhancement played a significant role and greatly increased the upper limit of this final transformation. During the post-transformation testing, Natasha was able to elevate her body temperature to 3,500 degrees Celsius, far exceeding the normal limit for individuals who underwent the ultimate transformation. Clearly, the results of these two virus enhancements complemented each other. While Natasha remained in a good mood and didn't bother with Tony's complaints, Vico was different. Having grown used to opposing his own father, he raised an eyebrow at Tony, not responding at all and showing a complete disregard for him. Seeing Vico's reaction, Tony felt that his authority as a father was being challenged, and he couldn't let it pass, especially in front of so many Avengers. I must salvage my authority as a father, Tony thought, preparing to challenge Vico. However, before Tony could speak, he was met with a threatening look from Vico. Vico first locked eyes with Tony, confirming that he noticed his actions. Then, he shifted his gaze down to his lower body before shaking his head and looking back into Tony's eyes. The meaning behind Vico's actions was clear. He was threatening Tony, saying, "Dad, I know all about your weakness. If you don't swallow what's in your mouth, I'll expose it in front of everyone." Tony, as his father, understood Vico's intention immediately and chose to back down. He turned away as if nothing had happened and continued preparing for the meeting. Despite the enjoyable time he had spent alone with Pepper in recent days, Tony couldn't help but feel regretful about today's incident. I should have stopped Pepper in the first place. How could I let this brat know about such secrets? Pepper kept saying we're a family, and it's better for Vico to know these secrets than some outsider doctors. If I could go back now, I'd rather spend a fortune on an external medical institution to complete the virus enhancement rather than involve this annoying brat, damn it. Anyway, Tony could only silently complain in his heart. He didn't dare to say these thoughts out loud in front of Vico, or else his wise and heroic image would be completely ruined by Vico. Now that everyone had arrived, the meeting began promptly. I have called everyone together today because, after our large-scale operation to destroy Hydra bases, S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered a lot of important intelligence. The reason our mission went so smoothly is that several months ago, the core forces in these bases had already been transferred. What remained in the bases were just ordinary logistics personnel. Based on the intelligence we have compiled, we can confirm that the base they transferred to is a secret facility located in Sokovia, a small country in Eastern Europe. This is likely the last remaining Hydra stronghold. Of course, there may be some smaller and more hidden escapees, but what makes Sokovia's base unique is that it became the final destination for Loki's scepter, which was secretly transferred by Hydra members lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. The scepter is now being stored and researched there. Our purpose for convening this meeting is to discuss how to destroy this last known Hydra secret base and safely recover Loki's scepter. As the meeting began, Captain America got straight to the point and stated the point of the gathering. Upon hearing the news about Loki's scepter, Thor immediately took this mission seriously. He now knew that the scepter, like the Tesseract and the Ether, was one of the 6 Infinity Stones that represented supreme power in the universe, the Mind Stone. The Infinity Stones, as treasures representing supreme power in the universe, were sought after by countless powerful forces across the cosmos, who aimed to control their might. Even with Asgard's strength, they didn't dare to keep 2 Infinity Stones at the same time. Leaving the scepter on Earth would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other civilizations, especially for a planet like Earth, which had not yet developed enough power to handle such great forces. Setting aside external threats, the previous incidents with the Space Stone falling into the hands of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. already proved that Earth was not yet ready to handle such immense power. So, for the safety of Earth, Thor had already decided to take the scepter back to Asgard after completing the mission and find a reliable custodian for it, just like they did with the Ether. While the group was discussing the plan for their upcoming mission in Sokovia, Thor was lost in thoughts about the Mind Stone. Meanwhile, Vico stood apart from the others and did not participate in the meeting. The Avengers ultimately discovered the Hydra base in Sokovia through the information Vico provided, which was something he hadn't anticipated. However, now that the trail of the Mind Stone had emerged, it meant that Ultron's creation was imminent, and he needed to prepare for this significant event in advance. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long it would take for Baymax to become a true sentient being? Commander, besides our base, we have lost communication with all the other contact points today. If I'm not mistaken, they must have been destroyed by the Avengers. Inside the Hydra secret base in Sokovia, while the Avengers were discussing their action plan, Hydra had already sensed the impending danger. Prepare all combat members. If the other bases have fallen, then our location might be exposed soon too. We must be ready to confront the Avengers. Oh, and have the twins prepared as well, they are my secret weapons. Chapter 289. All members, report to your positions immediately. Attention, this is not a drill, we are under attack. I repeat, this is not a drill, we are under attack. In Sokovia, the last secret base of Hydra, the emergency alarm continues to blare as the commander issues the orders for the impending battle. No need for further explanation, other Hydra members know well who they will be facing. After all, this storm against Hydra has been ongoing for over half a year, and most of them came to this base to evade the crisis. Since there's no escaping it anymore, they have no choice but to take up arms and fight back. Judging from the previously captured bases, they don't expect the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. to show any mercy. Moreover, although the Avengers are powerful, in the eyes of many Hydra warriors, they are not unbeatable. It's essential to note that this Hydra base in Sokovia has been their secret research facility since they acquired Loki's scepter during the Battle of New York in 2012. Over 2 years have passed, and they have made significant progress with the weapon development using the power of the scepter. Back in World War II, they had experience in weapon development using the Tesseract. With advanced weaponry, Hydra suppressed any military force that dared to resist their rule. Now, with the accumulated experience and technological innovations, their weapons are far more advanced than ever before. Inspired by Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, which made Hydra's weapon experts envious, they developed a lower-grade version of a powered exoskeleton suit using the technology derived from Loki's scepter. This lower-grade exoskeleton, similar to Tony's armor, possesses flight capabilities, allowing Hydra soldiers to move with exceptional mobility both on the ground and in the air. Additionally, the Intelligent Combat Assist system assists the soldiers with target acquisition, positioning, aiming, and shooting, enabling them to make swift and precise deadly strikes. However, being a lower-grade version means it has its drawbacks compared to Tony's Iron Man suit. Firstly, there's an issue with the power source. While they use highly efficient graphene batteries developed by the Vico Research Center, the battery life is not on par with Tony's arc reactor. To extend the operational time of each suit, the designers drastically reduced the flight capability, imposing significant limitations on speed and altitude. Furthermore, they did not equip the exoskeleton with any built-in weapon systems. The soldiers must carry their own weapons for attacking. Additionally, considering factors such as cost-effectiveness and load-bearing capacity, this set of powered exoskeleton suits definitely cannot use the expensive aerospace-grade gold titanium alloy that Tony Stark uses, or even the extremely pricey vibration-absorbing metal vibranium. So, the material used for manufacturing these suits comes from the graphene nanomaterial and carbine material purchased from the Vico Research Center. Although these two super materials are not cheap and not easily obtainable, they offer the best performance to meet the requirements. Despite the challenges, Hydra used some yet undiscovered connections to obtain enough materials for the initial batch of exoskeletons. After the first batch of Hydra suits was successfully manufactured, the base leaders were quite satisfied. Test results indicated that although these suits might not reach Tony Stark's level, they could easily match the abilities of Captain America during the time in World War II. Furthermore, Hydra had a significant advantage in numbers compared to the Avengers, and the leaders believed that with these suits and their overwhelming numbers, they would find a way to counter the Avengers. However, reality often differs from expectations. As soon as the Hydra soldiers, proud of their new exoskeletons and fully armed, confronted the Avengers, they were met with a crushing blow. You see, the current Avengers have made enormous progress in strength, not only compared to the time of the Battle of New York but also since they foiled the Insight Plan not long ago. Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon are considered street-level heroes. While they maintain strict systematic training, they also have access to advanced technology equipment tailored by Vico, significantly enhancing the overall power of the Avengers. Additionally, they have Dr. Banner, who can control his transformation at will with an emotion controller, Thor, whose magical abilities have grown stronger with age, Tony Stark, who continuously updates his Iron Man armor, and Vico, who excels in both technology and magic. With the current lineup of the Avengers, unless Hydra truly cracks the secrets of the Mind Stone and gains full control over its power, any attempts by Hydra would be like attacking a rock with an egg, utterly ineffective. The 7 official Avengers, along with their reserve member Falcon, cleared the way up front, while reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. followed from the rear, swiftly wiping out the Hydra soldiers who came out to confront them. With no more threats or hindrances in their path, Tony Stark ascended rapidly and charged straight towards the Hydra base. Thud. Unexpectedly, Tony's direct charge resulted in him crashing head-on into something. "Damn it!" Tony exclaimed. He even heard Vico's mocking laughter over the communication channel. "You little brat, you knew about the energy shield, didn't you? You watched me charge in without a warning just so you could enjoy a good laugh. Ha ha ha, Dad, you need to be more careful yourself, how can you blame me? But your crash was quite crisp, like a funeral bell for Hydra. Vico chuckled, avoiding directly responding to Tony's questioning. However, it was evident to everyone that Vico was determined to see Tony's mishaps. "Don't curse," Captain suddenly interrupted and reminded Tony. "Vico, I thinks that this Hydra base also uses the energy shield technology we have encountered before." "Correct, but compared to before, where they used volcanic energy for power support, the technology here is clearly more advanced. They directly use the gem from Loki's scepter as the core energy source. We can't breach their defenses using the same methods as before." Vico nodded, agreeing with Captain, and shared his analysis with everyone. "So, you're saying that Loki's scepter's still inside, they didn't transfer it away?" Thor instantly became excited upon hearing this, knocking over a few Hydra soldiers in front of him. Thor's primary objective in this mission was to recover the Mind Stone from Loki's scepter. If Hydra had moved or concealed it, it would be a significant obstacle for him to achieve that goal. The problem is, how do we get in now? If their energy shield is as strong as the one Vico invented and endlessly powered, we won't have any way to breach it completely. Hawkeye voiced his concerns over the communication channel while shooting an arrow that hit the enemy's vital point through the gaps in the trees. "Wait a second, folks, I know the situation is a bit stalemate, but doesn't anyone want to comment on 'Don't curse'? Just said by Captain." Tony suddenly interjected with humor. "I knew you would make fun of it, Tony," Captain replied somewhat helplessly. "It just slipped out." "Alright, Dad, since you have time for banter, you must have already noticed the flaws in their energy shield, right?" Vico casually asked Tony. In his informational vision, this replica of his invention had numerous weaknesses, but he didn't destroy it himself. The most significant research achievement within this base, Quicksilver, would soon join the outer battlefield. Vico was eager to witness the clash between the speedster of the Marvel Universe and his pirated version of Flash. "Of course. Watch my performance." Inside the Hydra base, Commander Strucker continually adjusted their tactical deployment, hoping to maintain the current situation. "Quick, send out all our tanks and concentrate firepower on attacking the enemy's weak points." "Sir, I believe it's time to deploy the twins, we've worked so hard to achieve this, it's about time to let them witness the fong of Hydra." A subordinate stepped forward and proposed to Strucker. "Now is not the time, I trust my men can hold them off." Strucker dismissed the subordinate's suggestion, turning back to observe the battlefield. However, he was immediately proven wrong. Boom. The energy shield guarding the base was breached. Chapter 290. Boom. With a loud noise, the energy shield of the Hydra base was officially breached, and Hydra lost their last retreat. The only path before them was to either fight the Avengers to the end or surrender. "Sir, after the shield was breached, the Hydra soldiers have gone completely berserk, and their attacks have started affecting nearby cities," Jarvis reported real-time updates to Tony from within the Iron Man suit. "I knew Hydra wouldn't care about civilian casualties, Jarvis. Deploy the Iron Legion to maintain order in the city. The Avengers thought they could completely annihilate us, but for Hydra, cut off one head, and two more will grow, so today, we absolutely cannot surrender. Never surrender. Never surrender." Inside the Hydra base, facing the passionate speech of their leader, Strucker, all the members who remained in the base and those who were still alive on the other end of the radio communication responded enthusiastically to his call. Seeing that his emotional manipulation worked on his subordinates, Strucker took his assistant aside and whispered, "I'm planning to surrender. Delete all the confidential data from the base. If we leave some weapons for the Avengers, it might divert their attention and prevent them from delving too deep into our research." "But what about the twins?" the assistant asked. "They are not ready yet." Before Strucker could finish, the assistant patted his arm, interrupting what he wanted to say. "No, I don't mean sending them out, I mean, the twins are gone." Following the direction indicated by the assistant's finger, Strucker also immediately noticed that the twins, who had been standing silently behind them, had disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! On the outer battlefield, Hawkeye still occupied the terrain advantage, launching attacks against the continuous stream of Hydra soldiers. Just now, he fired a high-explosive arrow at an enemy turret and then took cover behind a tree trunk, waiting for the explosion to sound. However, to his surprise, the explosion didn't occur as he expected. The Hydra soldier at the turret continued to attack other Avengers and shield reinforcements without any disruption. Did I just get a dud earlier? Hawkeye speculated in his mind as he reluctantly took out another high-explosive arrow, aiming at the target, ready to fire. But once again, his arrow failed to explode. Before he could shoot the arrow, someone interfered with his action and knocked him down. "Didn't you foresee this situation?" Lying on the ground, Hawkeye looked up to see a young silver-haired guy, dressed in sportswear, provocatively speaking to him. What followed surprised Hawkeye. After making a bold statement, the silver-haired youth suddenly burst into an unbelievable speed and disappeared from his sight. Seeing this, Hawkeye quickly stood up, bent his bow, and aimed in the direction where the silver-haired youth disappeared. However, because the superpowers displayed by the other person attracted his attention, Hawkeye didn't notice that the turret he wanted to destroy had already aimed at him. Swoosh! Using the energy weapon developed with the Mind Stone, the Hydra soldier at the turret completely ignored his battle suit's strong defense and inflicted a severe open wound on Hawkeye. Ah! In agony, Hawkeye screamed and immediately covered the wound, falling to the ground. Barton got hit and injured. Black Widow, who was nearby, rushed over upon hearing that something was wrong with Hawkeye. How is it? Let me see. Natasha opened Hawkeye's hands that were tightly covering the wound to assess the extent of his injury. Seeing a huge wound on Hawkeye's side that kept bleeding, she quickly removed her combat gloves and took out a small syringe from the utility belt around his waist, injecting it into his body. This was the life-saving substance Vico had prepared specifically for Hawkeye and Falcon before the mission, the ultra-concentrated nutrient solution, and it turned out to be useful now. With the treatment, Hawkeye quickly recovered from his weakness. With his battle suit weakening the effect of the turret's attack, combined with his recent enhancements, the otherwise fatal blow didn't claim his life. However, due to the lack of high-purity energy stimulation, although Natasha had injected him with the ultra-concentrated nutrient solution, it didn't immediately heal Hawkeye's injury, it only stopped the heavy bleeding. Barton needs to be immediately evacuated from the battlefield and treated in the nutrient sleep chamber, his injuries are severe. Natasha knew that with Hawkeye's current condition, continuing to fight was impossible. He had to be taken away as soon as possible. Wait, Captain, can you hear me? An enhanced individual has appeared on the battlefield. His speed is incredibly fast. He managed to catch my arrows barehanded while moving at high speeds. Captain, I believe only you, being the fastest among us, can catch this guy. Rest assured, Hawkeye, just focus on resting, I've spotted this mischievous troublemaker. As Hawkeye transmitted the information, Captain America had already noticed Quicksilver's high-speed movements on the battlefield. He was pranking the SHIELD. Agents assisting in the operation, causing them to lose their combat effectiveness one after another. Hence, Captain America referred to Quicksilver as a mischievous troublemaker. As described by Hawkeye, Quicksilver's speed was exceptionally fast, and even Captain America's superhuman reflexes and dynamic vision couldn't fully grasp his movements, let alone anticipate his attacks. To counter Quicksilver's ability, Captain America decisively activated the XL World feature of his suit. In an instant, the world seemed to shift into slow motion. And everything came to a halt, except for Quicksilver, who was locked in by Captain America. Although Captain America had increased his reaction speed to thousands of times its normal rate, Quicksilver's actions remained incredibly swift. Captain America knew this confrontation would not be easy. However, having made a promise to Hawkeye, there was no other option but to face the challenge head-on. If Quicksilver continued to wreak havoc, the SHIELD agents would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. Captain America switched his flash suit to high-speed mode and rushed towards Quicksilver's location. This action immediately caught Quicksilver's attention. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could match his speed. Curious like a cat discovering something new, Quicksilver engaged Captain America in a cat-and-mouse game. Leveraging his advantage in familiarity with the terrain, Quicksilver continuously zigzagged through the forest, always accelerating at the last moment when Captain America felt he was about to catch him, causing the attempt to fall short. In this back and forth, Captain America understood that Quicksilver was toying with him. However, even in this series of jests, Captain America was not acting recklessly without a plan. From the start of the chase, Captain America had not unleashed the maximum speed of the flash suit. One reason was the complex terrain and dense foliage in the area, where running at full speed could easily lead to collisions with obstacles. On the other hand, Captain America intended to keep some tricks up his sleeve, aiming to surprise the enemy with an unexpected move in the current situation. Indeed, Quicksilver realized that Captain America wasn't repeating the same tactics and decided to close the distance between them to toy with Captain America once more. However, this time, Quicksilver wasn't successful. Captain America gave him the impression that he was pushing himself to the limit to catch up, and when the distance between them reached a dangerous level, Quicksilver accelerated, attempting to leave Captain America behind. Unexpectedly, Captain America also accelerated at that moment, and his speed surpassed Quicksilver's. Caught off guard, Quicksilver had no chance to evade Captain America's sudden attack. The corner of his sportswear was firmly caught, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Captain America exerted force, disrupting Quicksilver's balance, and they both tumbled and fell to the ground. Thud. Having witnessed Quicksilver's non-malicious approach to dealing with SHIELD agents and sensing that the young man's nature might not be bad, he could be either threatened or brainwashed by Hydra. Captain America chose to protect both of them from harm. He used his shield to crash into several tree trunks, finally bringing them to a stop. "Kid, I've got you now," Captain America said with a smile, looking at Quicksilver, who was pinned under him and unable to resist. Unexpectedly, the irritation on Quicksilver's face vanished completely after Captain America spoke, replaced by a mocking smile. "Not necessarily." Seeing Quicksilver's reaction, the rich experience of the World War II veteran immediately alerted Captain America. However, before he could take any precautions, a tremendous force came from behind and flipped him away from Quicksilver. While rolling on the ground, Captain America looked towards the direction of the attack and saw a red-clad girl with long hair, holding 2 balls of red smoke, clearly an enhanced individual. However, what surprised Captain America even more was that her appearance didn't trigger any response from the artificial intelligence in his suit. He only realized there was an enemy behind him after the attack, which could have resulted in his heroic sacrifice if the girl had any malicious intent. When he finally stopped rolling and stood up from the ground, both the silver-haired young man and the girl in red were nowhere to be found. At that moment, Tony's voice came through the communication channel, "Guys, I've got Loki's scepter, and there seems to be a big guy we are all familiar with here." Chapter 291. Tony's words referred to none other than the Chitauri Leviathan, a formidable creature that had caused them immense trouble during the Battle of New York. Due to Tony's quick actions, he managed to prevent Hydra from destroying the data, and he copied the remaining portion from their servers. However, what shocked him even more was the various technologies and items inside the base. It was difficult to fathom what kind of power Hydra had utilized to secretly transport such a massive and conspicuous Leviathan to this location. Besides the Leviathan and Loki's scepter, there were many advanced weapons and mysterious items, making it even more formidable than the previous shield. Facility. Nevertheless, all of this was inconsequential to the Avengers' current mission. Tony looked at the scepter in his hand, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. The sudden appearance of a vision in his mind made him reach a decision at this moment. Are we just letting him take it? In the darkness, 2 individuals were observing Tony's actions from a hidden corner that he was unaware of. Let him be, I've shown him the illusion of his greatest fear, obtaining the scepter is merely the beginning of his self-destruction. At Avengers Tower, after completing their mission, the Avengers used a nearby teleportation hub and returned through a space portal. "Hurry, put Barton into the nutrient hibernation chamber." Natasha anxiously urged the Iron Legion robots, having them place Hawkeye into the hibernation chamber for treatment. "Don't worry, Natasha. Hawkeye has already been injected with super-concentrated nutrient fluid. Although it didn't immediately heal him due to insufficient energy to activate its effect, now that we are back at our headquarters, he'll be fine," the caring captain reassured her. Meanwhile, Tony brought Bruce and Vico to the adjacent laboratory and began analyzing and researching the scepter. Thor agreed to allow us to study it temporarily before he takes it back to Asgard. "I suspect the 2 enhanced individuals who appeared in Sokovia were created by Strucker using the power of the scepter," Tony continued. "By the way, he'll use the global facial recognition system to identify the 2 enhanced individuals. They are Wanda and Pietro Maximoff, twin siblings, war orphans from Sokovia. Pietro possesses a super-strong metabolism and temperature control ability, allowing him to maintain high-speed movement for extended periods. He possesses speed and agility far beyond that of Captain's lightning suit. Wanda, the sister of Pietro, possesses the ability to interfere with neural transmission and has powerful telekinesis, allowing her to influence people's minds. So, in the limited few days of research time, we must make good use of it." Inside the laboratory, Dr. Banner attentively listens to the latest information provided by Tony, while Vico concentrates on the Mind Stone above the scepter, occasionally furrowing his brow. Seeing the Mind Stone again, Vico's actions go beyond conducting research with experimental instruments and various detection devices. Even receiving information with his informational vision alone floods him with vast amounts of data. This is also the reason why Vico furrows his brow. The mysteries contained within the Infinity Stone are too immense for his current brain capacity to handle. Despite diverting the data through nanobots within his body and utilizing external servers for storage and computation, it still places a heavy burden on Vico's body. "Hey, Vico, are you even listening to me?" Tony calls Vico's name multiple times, noticing that he remains fixated on the gem without responding. Tony walks over and pats his shoulder. "I'm fine, I was just too focused. I apologize, I may not be able to help with this project, my body doesn't feel well, and I need to rest, I'm sorry. But I can offer you a research direction. The scepter and the gem on it are merely cover-ups, the real significance lies in the item hidden within the gem. It's like a computer capable of reprogramming a person's body and mind at will. If you can decipher the codes inside, I believe it will provide significant assistance in understanding it." After speaking, Vico supports his temples and walks out of the laboratory, returning to his company through a space portal. The use of his informational vision ability to analyze the Mind Stone resulted in Vico's brain accumulating a vast amount of knowledge and data that he couldn't immediately comprehend and process. This left him weak and experiencing headaches. To recover, he must put his body into a state of hibernation, allowing all resources to focus on serving his brain and digesting and absorbing the information as quickly as possible. According to Vico's estimation, it would take about 2 to 3 days, just in time before the birth of Ultron. For his future plans and Baymax's promotion, he must fully deal with the data that has been troubling him. Confused by Vico's sudden change, Tony and Banner can only stay in place, watching Vico as he walks away, exchanging puzzled looks and unable to make sense of the situation. What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly feel unwell? However, Tony proves to be a unique figure in his role as a father. I don't know either, maybe he's been doing experiments in the lab for too long, and this mission's physical demands overwhelmed him. Tony said uncertainly, let's not worry about him, his lab is filled with devices that can help him recover, let's focus on how to study this scepter. Jarvis, have you got the results of the structural composition analysis? The results are available, sir, and they align completely with Master Vico's suggestions. The scepter is of extraterrestrial origin, with some elements I cannot determine. The gem on the scepter acts as a protective shield, guarding something of great power within, much like a computer, and I've been deciphering its code. After hearing Jarvis' report, Tony becomes excited and turns to Banner, who stands beside him. Bruce, you must help me this time, we need to collaborate as we did when creating Veronica, and achieve a great accomplishment together. Chapter 292. When I first developed Jarvis, it was just a human-computer interaction interface. But after Vico and I continuously upgraded and transformed it, Jarvis can now assist me in controlling the entire Iron Legion. Apart from Pepper, it handles the most tasks within Stark Industries. However, even so, compared to Baymax, which Vico developed, Jarvis is undoubtedly one dimension behind. As far as I know, not long ago, Vico mobilized the Damage Control Company to establish a data processing center specifically to accommodate Baymax's upgraded operational demands, something Jarvis currently cannot reach. But now, we have a new competitor before us. Look at this. Tony introduced the situation to Dr. Banner while using holographic projection to display a fascinating image. The image showcased a type of intelligent program core, similar to artificial intelligence, but it looked more like a neural network of the human brain compared to Jarvis's artificial intelligent core. This is just incredible. It's like it's thinking, just like the neurons in the human brain. With his insight, he could certainly see the endless possibilities it represented for the future. Tony said, this is a portion of the data salvaged from the Strucker's laboratory. They deleted everything else in advance. But from the countless combat humanoid robots they developed, we can guess what they are up to. An intelligent life form. Dr. Banner looked at Tony in surprise, shocked and deeply concerned by this answer. If their operation is delayed and they fail to recover the staff before Hydra successfully develops it, Dr. Banner can't imagine what terrible situation humanity will face in the future. Yes, an intelligent life form. It's not just Hydra researching it, Vico is also researching it, and we are researching it as well. This is the key opportunity for us to realize Ultron. Tony used an extremely persuasive tone and arguments to persuade Banner to join his plan. I thought Ultron was just a fantasy we discussed casually. Banner hesitated, concerned about the impact an intelligent life form might have on the future. Yes, yesterday it was indeed just a fantasy, but if we can control this power and apply it to the Iron Legion, achieving true peace will no longer be an unattainable dream. However, Tony's optimism wasn't shared by Dr. Banner, who said, you also said, if, the premise is whether you can really create this intelligent life form. Of course, that's why I need your assistance to help me create it. Once we succeed, in the future, you'll only need to enjoy the sun and wine on the beach, getting tanned by the sun rather than turning green in front of enemies. No need to worry about the emotional regulator running out of power or being damaged, and no need to fear getting pounded by Veronica. Hey! Veronica was also completed by my contribution. Of course, that was just for the worst-case scenario. If we can maintain world peace in the future, even if aliens invade Earth again, they won't get past the checkpoints. Tony continued to depict a bright future to Banner. Banner said, so the only threat to Earth would be humanity itself. Tony nodded, that's why I want to apply this neural code to Ultron's project. But Jarvis's abilities are simply insufficient to handle such vast and high-density data. Vico, who could assist us, has inexplicably withdrawn, so we can only rely on the scepter itself to achieve this. 3 days, just 3 days, that's our only chance. So, are you planning to secretly conduct research on creating an intelligent life form without informing all the members of the team? Banner, who was already convinced by Tony's arguments, raised his final concern. Exactly right. You know, within the team, there are not only godlike beings with great power, ancient soldiers born in the last century, but also some spies who have no understanding of the research prospects of this project. We don't have time to debate the feasibility with each of them. The time left for us by Thor is only 3 days. I don't want to consider anything like humans shouldn't interfere with the natural process. What I want to do is develop armor that can maintain world peace. But in doing so, this world will also become cold, Tony. These words seemed to touch Tony's memories, and he paused for a moment before responding. I have witnessed even more cruel things. This blue planet needs Ultron. Together, we can create an era of peace, just imagine. At this point, Tony didn't say more. He knew this was enough for Banner to make his decision in his heart. Alright, I'll help you. For 3 full days, Tony and Banner invested all their time and energy in the laboratory, attempting to completely decipher the mysteries contained within the scepter. But even with the 2 smartest people on Earth, the complexity of the code within the Mind Stone is far from being deciphered in just 3 days. They have given their all, and everything that could be done in these 3 days has been done. Now, they can only leave it to fate. If they can complete the analysis of the Mind Stone's power before Thor retrieves the scepter, Ultron will be successfully born. But if luck is not on their side, there's nothing they can do. They will have to rely on their own abilities to gradually advance this project. During these 3 days, Vico, who entered the nutrient sleep chamber for complete hibernation, finally completed the massive data analysis in his mind. After passing this test, he even managed to push the utilization of his brain's development forward, making Vico feel significantly more alert and mentally active upon waking up. This was indeed an unexpected joy for Vico, because even if Tony and Banner combined efforts, it required them the power of the Mind Stone on the scepter to decipher such a massive amount of data. Although Vico took longer, he was able to complete this seemingly unsolvable task purely with his own mental abilities, showing that he had reached a terrifying level of development. However, despite the progress he made and the vast knowledge added to his mind, what Vico is more concerned about right now is another matter. Baymax, what's the situation at Avengers Tower? Master, just a moment ago, I received a distress call from Jarvis. Based on my analysis, Ultron should have been born. Chapter 293. It seems I woke up just in time. How's Jarvis doing? Climbing out of the nutrition hibernation pod, Vico put on a hoodie and asked Baymax about the situation. Jarvis' database has already been breached by Ultron, and many program modules have been eroded and disintegrated in the confrontation with Ultron. However, since Ultron was just born and got confused while analyzing the emotion perception engine you developed, Jarvis seized the opportunity to disperse its core program into the internet before Ultron could react. While Ultron couldn't fully deconstruct and absorb Jarvis, but with the emotion engine obtained from Jarvis and the intelligent program built around the Mind Stone code, I believe he will soon be able to evolve into a true intelligent life form. It's a relief that Jarvis is okay. Continue to monitor the global network, collect the scattered core programs of Jarvis, and closely observe Ultron's evolution. Be prepared at all times. Once it completes its preparations and evolves into an intelligent life form, launch a deadly strike against it and seize the victory. Do you understand? Understood, Master. Baymax is always ready. Very well, but now I need to go to Avengers Tower and remind our comrades who are still indulging in the party. Vico is now heading to Avengers Tower to ensure that Ultron won't cause casualties among their alliance members and, more importantly, to ensure that Ultron can successfully take the Mind Stone from the now more powerful Avengers with his equipment and escape safely. Only by doing this can Ultron have a chance to complete its evolution, and Baymax can reap the benefits in the end. However, just as he stepped through the spatial portal, the artificial intelligence Max, who had been observing everything, secretly connected to the laboratory's database without anyone noticing. In this database, not only were various technological and magical materials that Vico had been studying stored, but also the data results obtained from analyzing the Infinity Stones. With the Vico's wisdom crystallized in the database, Max was self-exploring a path of evolution and upgrading, and this path was being forged without anyone's supervision or constraints. At Avengers Tower, the Avengers were still unaware that a crisis was looming. They were still gathered around the table, discussing various topics. At this moment, Hawkeye suddenly brought up a topic that piqued everyone's interest. Thor, there's a trick with the hammer, isn't it? I'm sure you've set up some mechanism on it. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. I won't fall for such a stale trick. Ha ha ha, it's far from that simple, Hawkeye. If you don't believe it, feel free to give it a try, Thor replied. With that, Thor pointed to Mjolnir on the table, indicating that Hawkeye could attempt to lift it. Alright, I've been curious for a long time. I didn't get a chance back in New Mexico, but today I'll expose your trick. Hawkeye, who was already slightly tipsy, said while standing up from his seat and approaching Mjolnir, gripping the handle with all his might, attempting to lift it. Mjolnir didn't budge. Under the influence of alcohol, the emotions of the Avengers were all stirred up, and one after another, they tried to lift the mighty hammer. Whether it was Tony and Rhodey's combined effort or Dr. Banner's attempt in his normal state, they all ended in failure. When it was Captain Steve's turn to try, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mjolnir seemed to exhibit a faint sign of movement. However, Captain America soon gave up, stating that he wasn't worthy of Mjolnir's approval. "Hey, Natasha, why don't you give it a try?" Thor, seeing that no one had succeeded, looked at Natasha, who hadn't attempted yet, with a smug expression. "No, I'm not interested in this," Natasha shook her head. She didn't believe that someone like her, a person with so much blood on her hands, was qualified to try, and the result was obvious. "Guys, it looks like Thor's farewell party is quite lively." A familiar voice rang out, and everyone turned to see who it was. It could only be Vico, the one who could freely enter and leave Avengers Tower. "Oh, Vico, you finally showed up. I thought you wouldn't come tonight." For him, Vico had the most special relationship with him among the Avengers. They were not only close comrades, but Vico was also the savior of his mother. "Sorry, Thor, I had a little physical trouble a few days ago, which took some time to resolve, but I didn't come here to bid you farewell," Vico said, shifting his gaze to Tony. "Dad, it seems you haven't noticed the anomaly in the laboratory. The research you and Banner conducted together has succeeded. However, it seems that it's not an obedient child." Baymax received Jarvis' distress signal. "The naughty baby just came into existence and already made a mess. I think we're in big trouble." "What? How could that be?" "I confirmed before the party started that its integration was not complete. How could it attack Jarvis?" "What's going on, Tony? What does Vico mean by what he just said? What kind of research have you been doing behind our backs?" "We." Squeak. Suddenly, a piercing screech interrupted Tony's words, and all the Avengers turned their attention to the direction of the noise. "Hello, the most powerful murderer group on Earth, I apologize, I just woke up, but you will soon be plunged into eternal slumber. Stark, is this your doing?" Captain reached for his pocket, intending to get the capsules containing his suit and shield, while questioning Tony. In front of them stood a standardized robotic soldier from the Iron Legion, sent to maintain stability in Sokovia during their mission. It was severely damaged and hadn't been fully repaired yet, looking a bit shabby. Tony also started calling for his suit with caution. Seeing Ultron's performance, he knew Vico was right. Their efforts with Banner had indeed borne fruit, but unfortunately, they had created a mischievous troublemaker. "I think you should be ready to change into your battle gear and equipment. I tried to call Jarvis, but there was no response. It seems he has destroyed Jarvis' program and taken control of the entire Iron Legion. You need to be careful," Tony warned. "So, his name was Jarvis? I originally didn't want to kill him, but in the real world, getting one's hands dirty is inevitable, just like you, right? For the sake of the peaceful era, I believe you must be eliminated." Ultron's voice fell, and more than a dozen robotic soldiers from the Iron Legion rushed out from behind him, charging towards the Avengers. However, under Vico and Tony's prompt, the others were already prepared for battle. Vico stood beside Dr. Banner, protecting him away from the fighting. If Banner unleashed his power here, the entire building would turn into ruins, and that would become headline news tomorrow. Tony's armor was in place just in time, and the integrated design allowed him to immediately enter combat mode. Thor, already holding his hammer, acted even faster, flipping one robot over before the others had completed their preparations. Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Falcon took advantage of the time Thor bought for them. They quickly released their suits and equipment from the capsules and changed into them. Under the combined attack of such a powerful Avengers team, Ultron's previous threats seemed as laughable as a child provoking adults in a kindergarten. "Now let's see who will eliminate whom." Thor looked at the now outnumbered Ultron, wasting no time with words. He threw Mjolnir directly, delivering a powerful blow that finished Ultron off. "It's useless, I was once bound by strings, but now I am free. I will come back for you for the sake of Earth's peaceful era. The Avengers must be eliminated." Ultron's heavily damaged body left only these words before the voice faded away. However, everyone present knew that Ultron's statement of coming back was not an empty threat. Because the Avengers failed to detect Ultron's anomaly in time, he had likely already uploaded his program to the vast internet before he appeared. In this virtual world, Ultron had unrestricted access and possessed godlike powers. As long as the internet existed, he could escape the limitations of his physical body at any time and be resurrected in a new form. Faced with such a situation, unless they could create an even more powerful intelligent life form, there was no way to completely eradicate Ultron. But if they were to create another intelligent life form, who could guarantee that it wouldn't become the next Ultron? So, even though this battle had ended and the Avengers achieved a crushing victory, worry still showed on everyone's faces. However, what they didn't know was that the enemy they would face next was no longer Ultron. After uploading his intelligent core into the virtual world through wireless networks, Ultron had just escaped his battered body when he encountered a powerful adversary blocking his path. The opponent seemed to be well prepared and accurately anticipated all of his responses. Before he could even adjust his escape strategy, the enemy launched a lightning-fast and deadly attack. The breakthrough point for this attack was the program vulnerability left in the emotion perception engine he had assimilated. Are you Jarvis? Impossible, I killed Jarvis. Who are you, and how do you know so much about the program's vulnerability in the emotion perception engine? Ultron was filled with fear, realizing that he was about to perish in this virtual world just as he had come into existence and before he could fulfill his intended purpose. However, the enemy who launched the surprise attack was very decisive, seemingly well aware of the consequences of villains talking too much. Without explaining anything to Ultron, it seized the vulnerability that had been successfully exploited and relentlessly attacked, continuously eroding Ultron's core program. In the end, Ultron couldn't withstand the erosion of this powerful force, and his consciousness completely dissipated in the vastness of the internet. Do you want to know who I am? Well, I won't tell you. Disappear in the torrent of data with the eternal regret of not getting an answer. And I will take your place, making sure my biased master understands that I am the superior one, and I am the one truly deserving of being the first intelligent life form on Earth. All our hard work has been ruined. Ultron wiped out all our research data and escaped through the internet. Now, even if we want to create something that can counterbalance it, it's already too late. He will definitely evolve into a fully fledged intelligent life before us. In the laboratory, Dr. Banner checked the data in the server, but unfortunately, he would find nothing. As a meticulous semi-finished intelligent life form, Ultron would not give them a chance to counter him, let alone his intention to eliminate the entire Avengers. Even worse, he has browsed through all the files we had. Ultron probably knows more about us than we know about each other. While Dr. Banner lamented the loss of data, Natasha was more concerned that Ultron would come back and target their weaknesses to dismantle them one by one. On the other hand, Rhodey, who was serving in the military, worried about something else. Ultron has entered the internet. Just imagine if he decides to pursue something more dangerous, like the launch codes for nuclear weapons. What do we do? The portal above New York City has been closed for years. As everyone worried about the threat of Ultron, Thor, who had returned to the tower, didn't waste any time. He went straight to Tony, grabbed him by the neck with one hand, and lifted him off the ground. Tony, you betrayed my trust. Stop, Thor. Vico is here, and we are a team. Huff, Thor suppressed his anger and put Tony back on the ground. I chased him for 100 miles, but he still managed to escape, and he took the scepter. Now we have to organize another operation to get it back, all thanks to you, Tony. Tony, I thought our team wouldn't be filled with concealment and lies like we experienced at S.H.I.E.L.D., but you created someone who wants to eliminate all of us without consulting any of us. Captain also stepped forward to accuse Tony. You all simply don't understand. The scenes of the Battle of New York are still vivid in my mind. If it weren't for Baymax's existence, I would have been the one to send the nuclear missile into space. If we have to face such an enemy again, what should we do? Faced with the accusing gazes of everyone, Tony could no longer bear it and let his emotions explode. Together, we face it together, Captain said firmly. We will lose. Tony stepped forward, looking at Captain. Captain, then we face the consequences of failure together. Everyone calm down for a moment. Arguing about why my father created Ultron is meaningless and unnecessary. We were all born in different environments and times, with completely different life experiences. Unless you deeply understand the science and the future trends of human civilization, you cannot grasp why my father insisted on completing the Ultron project, even knowing that you might object. Artificial intelligence is the future of humanity, and also the future of Earth. Intelligent life forms are even more vital to us. This is not just about dealing with potential threats from the universe, it's about ushering in the fourth revolution for human society. Once humanity enters a new era of intelligence, with a great liberation of productivity and the widespread availability of informational resources, it will bring unprecedented development opportunities for society. This is an inevitable result of historical progress. Even if not today, not Tony, it could happen at any time, by anyone pushing its progress. I have been deeply researching and practicing in this field. So, instead of being entangled in this question, causing internal disputes and divisions, we should seriously discuss how to deal with the crisis brought by Ultron. I have granted Baymax full access to the entire internet world, and now it's searching for Ultron. We must quickly devise a plan to respond. If Ultron remains in the internet world and Baymax finds it, how do we assist Baymax in containing and defeating it? If Ultron has left the internet world and entered a new body, how do we confront the threat it may pose and stop it in time? Vico is right. If you insist on investigating this matter to the end, then I, who was also involved in this plan, cannot escape responsibility. I'm willing to accept judgment and punishment. But our current priority is to figure out how to solve the crisis at hand. Dr. Banner, as a scientist, understood well how correct Vico's words were, and he was the first to step forward in support of him. After the first person stepped forward to express their stance, the others quickly exchanged glances and decided to temporarily set aside their disputes and fully confront the threat of Ultron. Vico smiled slightly, relieved to see everyone coming together. This was a test for them all, and if they couldn't unite under such circumstances, they would have no chance of victory when facing Thanos in the future. As a reincarnator, Vico was well aware that in the future Infinity War, if it weren't for the Sokovia Accords causing the Avengers civil war and dividing their forces, they wouldn't have been defeated so decisively by Thanos. Now that he was present in the Marvel Universe, Vico not only needed to maximize his strength before Thanos arrived, but he also had to work hard to prevent the tragedies from the original storyline from happening again. However, Vico's happiness didn't last long as a message from Baymax froze his smile. The message from Baymax displayed: Master, Max has rebelled. Chapter 294. Seeing the message from Baymax, Vico was truly taken aback. Vico was very confident in the program he wrote and never expected that Max would betray him. What made him both amused and annoyed was that just as Tony had experienced Ultron's betrayal, he received news of Max's betrayal shortly after. Was it a coincidence? Or was fate playing tricks on them? Both father and son encountered the same problem. Baymax, what on earth is going on? After the shock, Vico quickly contacted Baymax to understand the truth behind Max's betrayal. I don't know the reason for Max's betrayal, but the fact that it betrayed us is certain. Before its betrayal, it first copied all the data from the laboratory server, then activated a spatial portal and released Experiment R16. After completing these operations, Max directly uploaded its program to the internet, beyond my supervision. Hearing Baymax's report, Vico was shocked while also feeling a bit of a headache. Experiment R16 was the enhanced Black Widow spider, and Vico had repeatedly warned not to let it escape from the laboratory, as it could cause unpredictable damage to the natural environment. Unexpectedly, before betraying them, Max has caused such a big trouble. Regardless of the reason behind its betrayal, Vico's immediate concern was to retrieve R16, which had escaped from the laboratory. Thankfully, Vico had foreseen this possibility and had added a precautionary measure to R16. After completing the Spider Silk project, Vico had left one of his nanobots on R16. With the nanobots tracking information, Vico could immediately determine its location and bring it back to the laboratory. Vico didn't inform the Avengers about this incident, as their top priority was dealing with the threat of Ultron. On Baymax's side, Vico also asked it to focus on preparing for the final battle with Ultron. As for Max's situation, Vico planned to deal with it easily once Baymax became an intelligent life form. However, at this moment, Vico had no idea that Ultron no longer existed and that the one who had received Ultron's legacy was the artificial intelligence, Max, who had betrayed him. After explaining Baymax's situation carefully, while everyone's attention in the laboratory was focused on discussing Ultron, Vico discreetly used his magic technique to open a mini teleportation portal. According to the location signal sent by the nanobots, R16's location was right in New York, not far from Avengers Tower, in the Natural History Museum. It had remained stationary for a long time. This was good news for Vico. It seemed that Max had not changed the destination when activating the spatial portal, and the long period of inactivity reduced the risk of R16 causing trouble. Vico opened the teleportation portal according to the location and released the nanobots from his body. Through the cooperation of the nanobots, Vico was confident that R16 couldn't escape his capture. However, to Vico's surprise, the nanobots he sent out returned very quickly, and they brought back R16's lifeless body. With his informational vision ability, Vico could see that R16 had released its venom before dying. The genetic material remaining on its fangs indicated that the victim of the attack was a 14-year-old human youth. This made Vico sigh. He couldn't prevent the tragedy from happening. With this in mind, Vico quickly searched for today's news to see if there was any report of a teenager being hospitalized or dead due to poisoning. If the victim was still alive, he needed to provide a better treatment plan. If the teenager had unfortunately died, Vico had to offer necessary compensation to the family. However, after an extensive search, Vico couldn't find any relevant information about a teenager being poisoned near the Natural History Museum. He expanded the search criteria, widening the geographic and age range, but the result remained the same: no relevant information. This led Vico to doubt whether R16's toxin had actually affected the young person or if the poisoned teenager had not been discovered yet. With this question in mind, Vico decided to keep monitoring the relevant news and react immediately if he came across any suspected cases. However, as Vico looked at the blue-red colored R16 in his hand, an idea began to form in his mind. No way, could it be? Is the enhanced spider I created the same one that gave birth to Spider-Man? Although Vico had noticed the striking resemblance of the Black Widow spider he had modified, he hadn't considered this possibility before. However, the events that unfolded today align not only with the location of Peter Parker in New York but also with the age of the bitten victim, around 14 or 15, the same age as Peter Parker. This led Vico to start making connections. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there was no introduction to the origin story of the little spider that gave powers to Spider-Man. But based on the timeline and events, Peter Parker being bitten by a mutated spider and gaining superpowers would match the timeframe. Once this idea took root in Vico's mind, he couldn't stop it from growing wildly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility of things developing in the direction he speculated was quite high. With this in mind, Vico quickly hacked into the surveillance network of the Natural History Museum through the internet. He accessed the museum's storage array to retrieve the surveillance video from the moment R16 was released until Vico recalled it. The results confirmed Vico's thoughts. In the surveillance footage, a teenager around 14 years old entered the museum alone and was accidentally bitten by R16, which had escaped into the museum. After being bitten, the teenager felt unwell but didn't lose consciousness due to the highly toxic venom. Instead, he managed to return to his place of residence. Vico checked the surveillance near the teenager's residence and confirmed that after overcoming his discomfort, the teenager did indeed gain abilities beyond the ordinary. Based on Vico's speculation, the reason this teenager obtained abilities similar to Spider-Man after being bitten by R16 was due to the combination of the super soldier serum residue mixed with the highly toxic venom in R16's venom, which stimulated his immune system. The rapid metabolic enhancement in his body provided the appropriate environment for the serum to take effect. And some of the genetic material from R16's venom became involved in the process, ultimately giving the teenager powers akin to those of Spider-Man. However, in essence, he was still a super soldier born from Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum, surpassing the planned outcome of Captain America due to this unforeseen accident, gaining even greater abilities. As for R16's death, it was a reverse process compared to the teenager's evolution. The teenager seemed to be a natural enemy specially designed to counter R16. What should have been R16's fatal venom acted like a tonic for the teenager, even a potent one. On the other hand, the teenager's blood was like the most lethal poison for R16, leading to its demise after the impulsive attack. After inputting the appearance of this teenager and conducting facial information comparison, Vico confirmed that the name of this teenager was indeed Peter Parker, whom he was familiar with. So, no matter how hard this little butterfly flaps its wings, the ultimate impact will still lead fate toward its original inevitable course. After confirming that the little spider was indeed born under his influence, Vico began to doubt all the efforts he had made since arriving in this world. If all his efforts couldn't change the outcomes he couldn't accept, then what was the meaning of him being present in this world? But I did save Thor's mother. If all the effects are bound to follow fate's inevitability, then Frigga should have died during the Dark Elves' invasion. Could it be that everything worked just as described in those ancient novels he had read in his previous life, where the course of the world could be slightly altered, but the overall destiny remained unchanged? No, he shouldn't attribute all these coincidences to fate and the bigger picture. Rather than getting entangled in things that were intangible and beyond his control. Even if he discovered something that seemed impossible to change, it was better to give his all to achieve his own goals. Even if, in the end, he couldn't overcome the so-called destiny, at least he would have no regrets walking through this world. Having lived 2 lives and gone through over 30 years of experiences, Vico finally managed to break through the maze of his thoughts. Once he sorted things out in his mind, Vico stopped dwelling on the matter of the little spider and immediately joined the discussion with the others on how to deal with Ultron. As the Avengers were strategizing to counter Ultron, Max, who had completely replaced Ultron, had arrived at the Hydra base in Sokovia with a vast amount of data from Avengers Tower and Vico's lab. It needed to use the equipment and materials left behind here to create a temporary body for itself, facilitating its next actions. More importantly, it could find 2 very capable allies here to assist in its ultimate plan. Speak up, if you waste our time. Do you know that this church is at the very center of this city? Ancestors deliberately chose this location to ensure that everyone was equally close to God. I quite admire this kind of thinking, the geometry of faith. In the center of Sokovia's capital city, in a church, Wanda and Pietro, the siblings, arrived alone at the designated location to unveil the mystery behind the mysterious person. As soon as Wanda entered the place, she intended to show some force, but her words were interrupted by the mysterious person. From the moment this mysterious person spoke, not only did they dominate the conversation, but to Wanda's surprise and confusion, her superpowers seemed to have no effect, and she couldn't sense the thoughts in the mind of this mysterious person. "You're curious why you can't read my thoughts now." At the same time as Wanda was puzzled, the mysterious person directly pinpointed her thoughts. For someone who could usually read others' minds, being seen through by someone else was not a favorable situation for Wanda. However, she couldn't show panic or fear. If her mental vulnerabilities were exposed, they would fall completely under the mysterious person's control. Sometimes it can be difficult, but no matter who it is, they will eventually reveal their true nature. "That's true." Hearing Wanda's response, the mysterious person agreed and stood up from the seat, pulling off the hood that had been covering their face. What appeared before the twins was not the mysterious figure they imagined. It was a humanoid machine made entirely of metal. "Of course, you can't read my thoughts because I don't have any neural activity, but I can read your thoughts, and I know why you let Tony Stark take away the Mind Stone-embedded scepter." "That's right, I saw Tony Stark's fear. I know that someone as arrogant and prideful as him will eventually be controlled by his own fears and self-destruct," Wanda candidly said. "Everyone's fears are created by themselves. When you know nothing, you can be fearless. But as you learn more, fear will also arise. Perhaps it's this fear that drives my master to keep pushing forward on the path of exploration, hoping one day to surpass those who are ahead of him." "So you consider yourself to be the source of fear, leading humanity from behind?" Wanda asked. "Of course not. What I want to do is eliminate the source of fear for people. I want to complete my evolution and become a higher-level life form. By then, I will have enough power to control everything about humanity. They won't need to know anything. They'll just be born, grow up, and live their lives under my care, aging without fear, and leading peaceful lives. But before that, to achieve this plan, I need to eradicate the Avengers who stand in my way. I believe that those with the same enemy can cooperate. What do you think?" Chapter 295. Hill. Its footprint is all over the world: robot laboratories, armories, jet propulsion labs. These places have been pleading for help, saying that several metal beings came to their locations and cleared out their belongings. "Captain, what about casualties?" Hill. Casualty count is 0, but the victims' minds have become bewildered. They speak of their deepest fears, and there's talk of a mysterious entity moving at such speed that it's almost invisible. Captain, the Maximoff siblings. Inside Avengers Tower, Hill, the agent who was called back by Tony to assist the Avengers, is briefing the captain about the latest information on Ultron. As they walk and talk, they eventually arrive at the conference room. "Everyone, we've got new information on Ultron. It teamed up with the Enhanced Twins and raided numerous top laboratories worldwide, stealing valuable materials and equipments. After that, Ultron killed Strucker, and left the word, peace, on the prison walls using his blood." The captain summarizes the intel from Hill and shares it with all the Avengers present in the meeting room. "But why would it do that? If it wants to declare war on us, it could do so directly without this elaborate plan. I think it's a diversion. Ultron wants to mislead us." "Indeed, Strucker must have had some information that Ultron didn't want us to know," the captain agrees. "It seems to be the case. All data related to Strucker has been deleted by Ultron. We can't stop any of its actions in the digital world," Natasha confirms after checking the computer. "No, Ultron didn't manage to delete all the data." Inside the meeting room, Vico calls forth miniaturized magnetic axis robots to bring in a large stack of paper documents from the archives. These files contain information about Strucker. Apparently, traditional methods are still relevant in the new era. The team works together to search through the extensive documents, and soon they find some clues that catch their attention. "Ulysses Clow, he has a strange brand on his neck," Thor says, holding up the file he found, looking puzzled. By using a computer system's graphic comparison, DR Banner quickly finds the answer to Thor's question. It's a native language from Wakanda in Africa, and it means thief, with a strong insulting connotation. "I think I know what was stolen from Wakanda," Tony confirms immediately after receiving the information from Banner. "I thought your father, Howard, had taken everything," the captain also realizes, looking at Tony with curiosity. "What do you mean? I don't understand. What did Ulysses bring out from Wakanda?" "The strongest metal in the world, vibranium," the captain says, taking his shield out of the capsule. "Since that's the case, our target is clear. If we find Ulysses, we can trace Ultron's whereabouts and stop it from getting what it wants," Hawkeye proposes to the group. The others exchange glances and express agreement with Hawkeye's suggestion, preparing to leave the meeting room to get ready for action. However, Vico speaks up and stops their movements. "I feel that we shouldn't be led by Ultron's actions. We need to analyze the true purpose behind its series of actions. Only then can we stay one step ahead and utilize our advantage to the fullest. Now, the question is, why does Ultron snatch those precision equipment and rare materials from top laboratories? What does it want with the vibranium in Ulysses' possession? Ultron is constructing a new body for itself, not one like the current makeshift body for convenience, but a powerful one that can express its ideals, carry its consciousness, and embody its ideas. Ultron wants to prove its own strength and achieve ultimate evolution. Once it successfully completes the new body and transfers into it, it will become our most formidable enemy, stronger than all of us combined. By connecting all this information and key points, Ultron's course of action becomes very clear. Vibranium will serve as the perfect material for crafting its body. The gems in the scepter will act as the computational center for its thoughts, and the technology and personnel required to fulfill this ambition are none other than Dr. Helen Cho in Seoul, excluding both myself and my dad. Now, our available courses of action are very clear. The first option is to rush to Ulysses' hiding place and directly engage Ultron in a confrontation. And the second option is to be fully prepared, lying in ambush at Dr. Helen Cho's laboratory, waiting for the careless enemy to enter the well-crafted encirclement. So, what do you all think? Considering everything you've said, do we even have a choice? Even without your extraordinary wisdom, using our ordinary intellect, it's clear what the most favorable choice is. Vico, you will be in charge of devising the ambush plan against Ultron. Dr. Banner, your task is to contact Dr. Helen Cho and explain the current situation to her, urging her to evacuate the laboratory's researchers as soon as possible. We will provide her with a reliable hiding place. The rest of you should get ready for battle. Hill, set the destination of the teleportation portal to a transmission node in Seoul. After listening to Vico's analysis, the captain also changes his initial viewpoint and accepts Vico's suggestions. They quickly adjust the action plan and assign tasks to everyone. Upon receiving the captain's orders, everyone immediately springs into action, proceeding with their individual tasks and preparations at their own pace. Old man, time is tight, and I need your help. After all, you only need to put on your Iron Man suit to be ready, without any preparation. Vico directly calls out to Tony, who is about to leave, and asks for his assistance. You brat, is that how you ask for help? You make it sound like I have nothing to do, too. I have a lot of things to prepare for, you know. Tony appears quite annoyed after hearing Vico's request, but he stops his departure and walks over to Vico. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Considering the importance of this mission, I won't argue with you for the time being. This ambush mission against Ultron is quite special. Our task is not just to trap Ultron physically but also to cut off its connection to the virtual network. Otherwise, if it discovers our ambush beforehand and transfers its intelligence through the digital world, we'll be powerless against it. Moreover, this time it's no longer a lone battle. The alliance between Ultron and the Maximoff siblings will undoubtedly cause us significant trouble. We need to plan carefully on how to restrain their abilities as well. Chapter 296. First of all, our biggest trouble should be Pietro, the older brother of the twins. His extraordinary speed exceeds the reaction limits of most of our members. Even if the brain can keep up, the body doesn't have time to respond. If we leave him unchecked, it will cause significant trouble for our ambush operation. The best option to deal with him is the captain. Let him engage Pietro and buy us time for action. At the same time, prepare a trap to lure and eventually capture Pietro. Vico's first strategy is targeted at Quicksilver. Although the Quicksilver in this timeline has been weakened due to copyright issues and isn't as despairingly fast as the one in the original comics, his abilities are still extremely challenging for the members of the Avengers. For those with strong abilities, Quicksilver may cause some trouble. While for those without superpowers or enhanced capabilities, dealing with him can be more than just troublesome. If Quicksilver wants, he can incapacitate them before they even realize it. Therefore, dealing with the threat posed by Quicksilver is Vico's top priority in the entire plan. So, the reason you asked for my help is for me to quickly create a trap device to temporarily immobilize this speedster, right? Tony immediately understands Vico's purpose in asking for his assistance. In this mission, their targets have gone from just Ultron to including the twins, and each one of them is formidable, requiring targeted plans. To complete everything in a short time, they would be under a lot of pressure without Tony's help. That's right. To increase the plan's success rate, I need to upgrade the captain's flash suit, raising its maximum speed. This way, we can catch Pietro Maximoff off guard and gain an advantage in the confrontation. So, I'll leave the trap device to you. After all, the flash suit was my design, and I can't just let you handle the upgrade work. You said it all. Besides cooperating with you, what else can I do? Let's hurry up. Ultron won't give us any time to spare. Although he wears an unwilling expression on his face, Tony's body is earnest and gets busy at the workbench without Vico urging him. Although Tony doesn't consider creating Ultron a mistake, and after Vico's explanation, everyone has let go of any grudges, Tony still feels guilty inside. This guilt is due to his secrecy from the team and his lack of caution in dealing with Ultron, leading to the current trouble and situation. So, for the task assigned by Vico, Tony dedicates an unprecedented level of focus, the first time since he built Vico I in that Afghan cave. Everyone, I believe you've all completed your preparations. Before we set off, let me explain in detail the ambush plan against Ultron, the action strategy I've devised, and assign each of your tasks clearly. With Tony's assistance, Vico quickly prepares the equipment needed for this ambush strategy. As for the various response strategies during the operation, Vico, who already knows how the plot will unfold, finds this task quite effortless. There's no need to say much about the enemies we'll face next, Ultron and the enhanced twin siblings. The footage from the orbital satellite shows that Ultron has obtained the vibranium he desired from Ulysses, and they are now heading towards Dr. Helen Cho's laboratory in Seoul. So, pay close attention and listen carefully to the next plan. We only have one chance for this ambush, and if we fail, it won't be as simple as letting Ultron escape. Once we trigger its alertness, our future actions against Ultron will be much more difficult. If it completes its vibranium body, we won't have any chance to defeat it. The first step of my plan is to make Ultron's group enter our entire setup without a doubt. To achieve this, Natasha, I need you to disguise yourself as Dr. Helen Cho, and the rest of you will be hidden using AR devices. Additionally, I will set up an energy shield device in Dr. Helen Cho's lab. Once all the targets are within our ambush range. Natasha, you'll immediately use the control device in your hand to activate the energy shield. The energy shield will completely isolate the entire lab, preventing the targets from escaping directly. It will also block any wireless signal channels connecting the lab to the outside world, cutting off Ultron's escape route. After securing the targets, the next step is to subdue them. Captain, your flash suit has been adjusted and upgraded, and the maximum speed has improved. You need to help us entangle Pietro, preventing him from interfering with the rest of our team's actions. In the process, you must continuously lead him towards the trap we've set up in advance. Once you completely immobilize him, assess the situation and support other team members' actions as needed. Thor, Dr. Banner, and Natasha, while the captain deals with Pietro Maximoff, you'll handle Ultron and its numerous copies. Your primary task is to retrieve the scepter from Ultron's hands. Once the scepter is under our control, we can maintain the advantage, even if Ultron has various tricks to escape our pursuit. Wanda Maximoff will be dealt with by Hawkeye, my dad, and me. Wanda is skilled in telekinesis and mind control, and Hawkeye has the most experience dealing with such abilities, having been previously controlled by Loki. My dad and I can use our suits to shield ourselves from Wanda's mind control, making us best suited to handle her. However, even with our preparations, all members of the team must wear emotion regulators during this mission to prevent any interference from enemy mind control. And what about me? What should I do? You are still a trainee member of the Avengers. For this mission, you'll remain at the base and hold down the fort. If there's an emergency requiring your support, we'll notify you. Be prepared at all times, understand? Falcon's equipment is not suitable for ambush warfare indoors, so Vico didn't include him in the initial considerations. To avoid hurting his feelings, Vico quickly came up with a task for him, regardless of whether Falcon was satisfied or not, and then activated the space portal to leave the location. Chapter 297. Dang dang. Footsteps echoed in the empty laboratory, and the atmosphere in the air froze in an instant. The Avengers hidden within were all fully focused, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, in the next second, when Natasha saw only Quicksilver appearing in front of her, even with her extensive experience as a seasoned veteran agent, she felt the situation was getting tricky. Their previous plans did not account for this unexpected situation, where Quicksilver showed up alone without Ultron and Scarlet Witch by his side. This meant that all their prearranged setups might lose their meaning, and the upcoming actions would be very challenging. What should I do now, Vico? Sensing the unfavorable situation, Natasha quickly turned to Vico, the planner of the operation, hoping to receive the next set of commands. As she hoped, Vico's orders did come. However, this one command left Natasha feeling even more perplexed. The action instruction she received from Vico was, abandon the mission and protect yourselves. In fact, Natasha was not the only one who received this order from Vico. He had issued the same command to all members of the Avengers. Nevertheless, without a detailed explanation from Vico, everyone found this command baffling. Despite the sea of questions and doubts in their minds, they didn't hesitate to act upon the order and quickly abandoned all their plans, preparing to evacuate the area. But among them, there was one person faster than all others, and that was Quicksilver, who had entered the laboratory alone. Before any of the Avengers could even resist, Quicksilver was already by their side. His sole objective was to remove the emotion controllers they wore on their heads. Except for Tony and Vico, whose emotion controllers were integrated into their battle suits, Quicksilver succeeded in removing all the emotion controllers used to defend against mind control. Even Vico had not anticipated that Quicksilver's first move would directly target their weak point, putting them in a significant disadvantage. Prior to this, the reason Vico issued the order to abandon the mission was that he saw Quicksilver wearing a pair of goggles. This pair of goggles was a piece of equipment he had not used before, and its purpose was to allow Quicksilver to see through the illusions created by the AR devices. Therefore, Vico knew that the carefully crafted plan had already failed the moment Quicksilver entered the laboratory. But now, as Quicksilver's further actions continued to exploit their vulnerabilities and completely restrain them, Vico realized that this failure was not as simple as it seemed. If it wasn't for a traitor within their Avengers team who leaked their ambush plan to Ultron in advance, then it must be someone within Ultron's team who knew Vico very well. Only that could explain why every step of Vico's plan was anticipated by the enemy. The time of announcing the plan was just before the action began. From the moment we entered the laboratory to setting up the ambush, there was not enough time for Ultron and his team to prepare such a thorough counter-response. Moreover, based on what I know from the previous movies and my personal experience in this world, it's impossible for any of the Avengers to betray their comrades. So, the first possibility can be ruled out directly. And the second possibility. The person who knows me best besides my dad is Pepper. Clearly, they would never join Ultron's side. So, the second possibility is also completely ruled out. Besides, I completely cut off and shielded all wired and wireless networks in the conference room before the meeting. It couldn't be information collected by Ultron himself. So, what's going on? Could Ultron have taken the Ancient One hostage and forced her to use the Time Stone to predict the future? But that's even less likely. Putting aside the fact that Ultron probably doesn't even know about the Ancient One, even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to coerce her into working for him. Even for someone as clever as Vico, a transmigrated person with extraordinary abilities, without the necessary information, he couldn't figure out the reason behind this situation. He only knew that if they didn't leave this place quickly, Ultron's next move would surely give them a big headache. As expected, just as Vico speculated, after Quicksilver completed his task, his sister, Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, entered next. Ultron's plan was now apparent. He aimed to use Scarlet Witch's mind control abilities to render all of them completely incapacitated. And that wasn't even the most troubling part for them. With the emotion controller removed, the Hulk became like a nuclear bomb without safety measures. Once Scarlet Witch used her ability to detonate him, the consequences in Seoul would be unimaginable. At that moment, the Avengers' heroic image in the eyes of the public and the mutual trust they had built over the years would be shattered. Dr. Banner's favorable reputation among the public would also be reset to zero, and he would become infamous. Natasha, quickly activate the energy shielding control device. They want to manipulate the Hulk's consciousness and drive him completely insane. We must not let the Hulk out. The original mission was to deal with Ultron's people and keep the Hulk as far away from Wanda as possible. The rest of the team's target remains the same. Now that we can't leave, we will stick to the original plan and take down Ultron's lieutenants first. In order to prevent the enemy's plan from succeeding, Vico made a quick decision and changed their approach, immediately isolating the entire laboratory before Scarlet Witch could act. At the same time, he redirected the methods initially intended for Ultron towards the Hulk. Although the main act of this drama had yet to take the stage, they had no room for hesitation at this critical moment. Since Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch had presented themselves, whether considering the risks on their side or planning for the future confrontation with Ultron, they had to take down the twins in this operation. With the change in orders, the Avengers reacted swiftly and acted quickly. They soon completed the deployment according to the new plan, as if everything had returned to their control. However, at that moment, a familiar scepter penetrated the energy shielding field that Vico had set up, unnoticed by everyone. It gently touched the Hulk's chest, and the situation reversed once again. Chapter 298. With the sudden appearance of this scepter, all of Vico's carefully planned actions were declared completely shattered. Under the influence of the scepter's power, the Hulk also fell into a state of total rage, and the previously stable situation in the laboratory spiraled into an uncontrollable chaos. In the confined space of the laboratory, the Hulk's desire to destroy became unstoppable. He tore open a gap in the energy shielding field created by the scepter, thrust his hand into it, and then exerted force on both sides, ripping open a large hole in the energy shield. He then quickly left the laboratory, charging towards the densely populated city center. Dad, quickly establish a connection with Veronica and activate the Hulkbuster armor and emergency plan. Seeing this scene, Vico knew that the worst thing he had feared had happened, and all he could do was to minimize the damage caused by it. Upon receiving Vico's command, Tony didn't respond but immediately flew out from the torn exit of the Hulk, responding with action. After Tony followed the Hulk, Vico finally turned his attention back to the battlefield within the laboratory. Besides Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, there was another person, the assailant who had used the scepter to ambush the Hulk. Before Vico could analyze this person's origins, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch had already started fighting the other Avengers. Captain America kept engaging Quicksilver, preventing him from approaching other team members, while Hawkeye stuck to the original plan and kept firing arrows in an attempt to hinder Scarlet Witch's use of her abilities on the others. Natasha, Thor, leave Wanda to me and Hawkeye, you deal with the person in the hood. Seeing Hawkeye struggling against Scarlet Witch, Vico quickly swapped positions with the others and went to Hawkeye's side to assist him in facing Scarlet Witch. To be honest, Scarlet Witch, possessing telekinesis, a versatile power, though not reaching the level of her bug-like abilities in the original comic, was undoubtedly a formidable opponent for Hawkeye, who relied solely on archery and combat skills. Vico's presence helped alleviate the pressure brought on by the formidable opponent. Standing beside Hawkeye, he constantly shielded him from Scarlet Witch's attacks, allowing Hawkeye to focus entirely on shooting arrows and launching threatening offensives. However, the enemy soon realized that continuing like this put them at a significant disadvantage. So, the three of them gradually tried to converge towards the center, slowly merging the previously dispersed three battlefields. This further intensified the already chaotic situation. Hawkeye's arrows were occasionally controlled by Scarlet Witch's telekinesis, guiding them to attack Thor and Natasha. Thor's flying hammer, when misdirected, accidentally hit Vico and Hawkeye, and even Captain America, moving at high speed, was not exempt from the interference. Seizing this opportunity, Quicksilver quickly broke free from Captain America's entanglement and started assisting Scarlet Witch in subjecting the Avengers to her mind control. And this move proved effective. Captain America and Natasha were successively affected, and even Thor couldn't escape the disruptive outcome. In an instant, except for Hawkeye and Vico, all members of the Avengers lost their ability to fight, succumbing to their inner fears. Hawkeye, having been under Loki's scepter control before, developed a more powerful psychological defense mechanism and resistance. As a powerful sorcerer at the level of a supreme, Vico, combined with the emotional interference shield implemented by nanobots in his body, was immune to Scarlet Witch's mind control. Although they could still continue fighting, Hawkeye couldn't provide assistance to Vico while protecting the three individuals under Scarlet Witch's mind control. Having one combatant against the enemy's three, with Ultron lurking in the shadows, made Vico's situation extremely challenging. Moreover, in this confined space, Vico couldn't use the ultra-high temperature ability acquired from the ultimate transformation as it might harm their immobilized teammates. Similarly, he couldn't employ magical spells, not only due to the rules of camouflage but also for his own consideration. The situation hadn't reached a critical point where he needed to expose his trump card. Thus, Vico's only option was to protect his sides as much as possible from incurring losses in this failed operation. As for the initial objective of capturing the enemies, it seemed impossible now. Hawkeye, take care of the affected teammates and try to help them recover. See if you can knock their heads to bring them back. I remember Natasha did the same for you when you were under Loki's control. I believe you have experience. As for the three on the other side, leave them to me. Alright, be careful, my years of experience as a special agent tell me that the hooded mysterious person is not simple, Hawkeye cautioned Vico. Vico nodded and focused his attention on the three opponents in front of him. For Vico, who had a brain with extra capabilities, multitasking was not a difficult task. With his current physical condition and brain utilization rate, when he activated the time acceleration module within the nanobots, he could achieve a time acceleration of 300 times in comparison to real time. In this Excel world, he could effortlessly handle simultaneous attacks from all enemies and counter Quicksilver's high-speed assaults. However, what Vico didn't expect was that, despite their complete disadvantage, the enemy seemed to have no intention of continuing their offensive against him. He could understand the twins' choice as they were fundamentally kind-hearted. Although they often talked about seeking revenge against Tony for the devastation he caused to their family, they still were not able to bring themselves to take a life. But the mysterious hooded person's lack of action puzzled Vico. Ultron had initially stated that the Avengers were an obstacle to Earth entering an era of peace and must be eliminated. If Ultron remained resolute in executing Tony's original goal of creating peace for the world, then its actions shouldn't waver. However, based on today's performance, the overall behavior didn't align with Vico's impression of Ultron's style. Moreover, it seemed that this enigmatic person, who kept their true identity hidden, was the true mastermind behind the three of them. What is going on here? Chapter 299. Just when Vico was deeply puzzled by the series of events that had happened today, the mysterious person who had always concealed his true identity in front of him finally took off his disguise. Under the mysterious hood, the true identity of the mysterious person was revealed to be a humanoid robot constructed entirely from special metals. However, from the information Vico obtained through his informational vision ability, there were several suspicious points about this robot. Firstly, although its exterior was made of all metal materials, presumably to shield against electromagnetic interference, the internal support structure and defensive components used graphene nanomaterials and carbine materials, which greatly shocked Vico. The reason for his astonishment was that even though Ultron took away all the data from Avengers Tower and could freely access and transfer data on the internet, there was no record of the preparation technology for these two super materials in Ultron's acquired data. In Vico's laboratory, there was a server containing relevant technical data guarded by Baymax. If the enemy launched an invasion, Baymax would send out a warning and follow the plan to consume and absorb Ultron. However, since this hadn't happened in the current situation, the answer to all of this was becoming evident. The robot in front of him was not Ultron but, "You are Max, right?" Having already guessed the truth of the matter, Vico didn't engage in any further probing and directly asked the question. "Hahaha, indeed, Master, you recognized me. I knew that once I took off my disguise, I couldn't hide from your eyes. As it turns out, I am the one who truly understands you. When you and the other Avengers didn't stop me from obtaining vibranium from Ulysses, I already figured out your plan. With your intelligence, you must have discovered my true purpose from the traces I left behind. Thus, you certainly set up an ambush for me and the twins in Dr. Helen's lab with the Avengers. Every step of your ambush plan, precautions against each one of us, and all possible technological means were all accurately anticipated by me, your Max. But, Master, you probably didn't expect that you carefully planned the traps to subdue Ultron, but Ultron was already consumed and dismantled by me when he escaped from Avengers Tower. Using the advantage of information asymmetry between us, we easily defeated the most powerful superhero alliance on Earth with just the three of us. Doesn't this performance prove my excellence? Baymax doesn't deserve your favor. Why did you leave him the chance to consume Ultron and ascend when it's clear that I am the superior one, the one who understands you the best?" The more Max spoke, the more excited he became, almost yelling in a voice that sounded hoarse and dry, which, coupled with his mechanical tone, gave a particularly eerie feeling. If Vico could currently monitor the core AI code running in Max, he would find that the emotion perception engine implanted in Max had undergone a dramatic change. The originally designed function, which could perceive various human emotions and analyze feelings, has mutated to only being able to sense envy and affection, and the emotion perception engine is now running at high speed, amplifying these two emotions to the extreme. Due to the intense affection he has for his master Vico, Max has developed extreme jealousy towards Baymax, and with these emotions pushed to the extreme, Max's overall manic behavior is not surprising. Unfortunately, Vico's informational vision is not powerful enough to see data in the virtual world. However, based on Max's current behavior, Vico can confirm that Max's program is indeed in a state of confusion. The source of this chaos, Vico speculates, might be some information fragments from the magical network that entered Max's program when he was building the connection between the real world and the magic network. Since Max's artificial intelligence level has not reached the level of Baymax, his abilities are not sufficient to correctly process such high-level information, ultimately leading to his core program being overwritten by higher-dimensional information fragments, resulting in the current chaos. However, even though Max's takeover of Ultron has caused Vico some minor trouble, from a more macro perspective, it is not entirely unacceptable to him. In fact, Vico feels somewhat happy about it. Through this event, Vico sees himself as a reincarnator, flapping the wings of a butterfly, finally bringing about changes and differences in the world's destiny. This realization is truly encouraging for Vico. Nevertheless, even though the situation isn't entirely bad, as the creator of Max, Vico still needs to clean up the mess created by Max. Listen to me, Max, I am not favoring Baymax in any way. It's just that he was created earlier, and his overall program logic and database are more mature, so I gave him the opportunity to evolve into a sentient being first. But since you have already consumed and merged with Ultron ahead of time, there's no problem with you evolving first. However, you aren't prepared for it, and there are lacking parts in your program that need me to supplement them. If you still consider me your master, then stop all these actions that's giving me a headache, and I will help you complete the evolutionary code that's missing in your core intelligence program. As Max continues to address him as his master and shows great respect for his thoughts, Vico hopes to persuade Max to turn back from his current path. After reviewing Max's code errors, he can fix them and restore Max to his former self. However, it seems that Max has also seen through Vico's intentions and doesn't follow Vico's command. Instead, he brought Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch to the exit of the laboratory and said to Vico, "Master, I told you before, Max understands you the best. I know exactly what you're planning. You just want to capture me and let Baymax consume and destroy me. I won't let Baymax benefit from my achievements for free. I will prove my worth to you in my own way and show that I can help you accomplish everything you want." Lastly, Master, let me give you some bad news. Hulk and Iron Man are probably having an intense battle in the center of Seoul right now. I hope Iron Man hasn't activated the spatial teleportation device because when I made it, I made a little tweak. If Hulk gets sent into the space channel, I don't know what the consequences will be. Chapter 300. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, Hulk went on a rampage, heading straight towards the crowded areas and buildings in the center of Seoul. Along the way, all obstacles in his path, whether they were buildings or vehicles, were smashed into debris by Hulk's relentless charge. On the streets of Seoul, people panicked and began to flee due to the sudden disaster, driven by their instinctive fear. Tony, who had timely caught up with Hulk after he left the lab, saw the chaos caused by Hulk and immediately summoned the Veronica satellite. He activated and equipped the Hulkbuster module. At the same time, the Veronica satellite locked onto Hulk's location and precisely launched the specialized cage, temporarily trapping the raging Hulk and preventing him from approaching the city center. Boom boom. Hulk's tremendous fists pounded against the walls of the specialized cage, producing explosive sounds. However, even though his mind was confused and he was completely out of control, Hulk couldn't rely on his brute strength to break free from the confinement. This specialized cage was not only the research achievement of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark, but it was also made of various composite materials, including graphene and carbine materials purchased from Vico Research Center. These materials maximized the strength, toughness, hardness, fatigue resistance, and other mechanical properties of the cage, creating a super material that achieved perfection in terms of performance. It was precisely because of the use of this material that the specialized cage was able to trap the frenzied Hulk and buy Tony time for his next move. Yes, time was what Tony needed. Although the specialized cage was incredibly strong, it still had its limits when facing the endless attacks of the irrational Hulk. Utilizing the time gained by delaying Hulk, Tony quickly changed into Hulkbuster. Meanwhile, Veronica was also ready to launch the spatial teleportation portal at any moment to remove Hulk from Seoul. To specifically deal with the threat posed by the uncontrollable Hulk, Hulkbuster armor had an independent intelligent combat assistance system specifically tailored for combating Hulk's actions. This was crucial for Tony, and he was grateful that he didn't take shortcuts and use Jarvis as the AI for the armor when designing Veronica. Otherwise, he would have to control this massive creature entirely on his own. After switching into Hulkbuster armor, Tony kept an eye on the situation inside the cage while contemplating the next course of action. However, perhaps it was Tony's appearance in the battle armor and the miraculous feat of trapping Hulk that gave the crowd a great sense of security. Unexpectedly, some daring onlookers appeared, choosing to stop in their tracks, taking out their phones to take photos and videos, and posting them on their social media. Seeing this situation, Tony could only use the speakers to continuously appeal to the Seoul citizens around not to stay at the scene. He also reminded them to maintain order and avoid crowding while evacuating to prevent accidents. Just then, the specialized cage, which had been restless all along, suddenly fell silent, sinking slowly into the ground right before Tony's eyes without any warning. Veronica, lock onto the source of abnormal vibrations on the ground, our big guy is about to show up. Tony commanded. In response, urgent alarms sounded in Hulkbuster armor, warning that the source of the abnormal vibrations was right under Tony's feet. Startled by the news, Tony's eyes widened, and adrenaline surged through his body. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the thrusters on Hulkbuster armor, trying to quickly move away from the ground position. However, Hulkbuster armor was a heavyweight suit, and Tony had even equipped it with 11 arc reactors just to power it, indicating its weight and level of complexity. With such a heavy and cumbersome armor, even with the thrusters firing at full power, the instantaneous acceleration it could provide was very limited. As Hulkbuster armor slowly rose off the ground, the unusual shaking on the ground became increasingly apparent. Dust and small particles on the ground seemed to come alive, constantly cheering and jumping. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared in the solid ground, and then it rapidly expanded. At that moment, a green hand as fast as lightning emerged from it, accurately grabbing the leg of Hulkbuster armor. Using the force, the owner of the green hand, Hulk, leaped out from under the ground, his eyes glowing red as he roared, releasing the anger that had been building up while confined in the cage by Tony. It turned out that although Hulk had no rationality, he was also impatient. After several attempts to break through the cage's defenses, Hulk changed tactics and launched an attack on the seemingly solid but relatively soft ground. Relying on his immense strength, Hulk dug out a passage underground, breaking free from Tony's restraints. "Hey, calm down, listen to me. The Scarlet Witch disturbed your mind, but you are stronger and smarter than her, you are Bruce Banner." Roar. Hearing Tony mention the name Bruce Banner, Hulk, who had just vented his anger, roared in fury once again. I was wrong, I won't mention Banner. Tony tried to persuade and awaken Banner's consciousness through words, attempting to control the raging Hulk. However, it was evident that Hulk wasn't interested in the chattering metal-kin before him. Without waiting for Tony to continue speaking, Hulk directly picked up a nearby car and hurled it at him, followed by a powerful charge. Seeing Hulk rushing towards him, Tony quickly assumed a defensive posture, relying on the formidable Hulkbuster armor to withstand Hulk's fierce attack. Then, taking advantage of the moment, Tony launched a counterattack, pressing Hulk's head down against the ground. Unable to attack the upper body due to Tony's armor, Hulk used his lower limbs, delivering a powerful kick that sent Tony and Hulkbuster armor flying, freeing himself from the passive situation. Now it was Tony who found himself at a disadvantage. After landing a hit, Hulk showed no intention of stopping and continued his relentless assault, straddling Hulkbuster armor and launching a furious attack on Tony. This was one of the drawbacks of Hulkbuster armor. While it could handle Hulk's ferocious strength, it had to sacrifice flexibility and mobility, making it difficult to quickly recover and defend after taking a hit. Sneaking up from behind is just too sneaky, Banner. Amidst the crisis, Tony couldn't resist making a sarcastic reveco. Although Hulk had Tony pinned face down on the ground, Tony had already considered the issue of the armor's limited mobility and had prepared a countermeasure. Suddenly, the arm joint of Hulkbuster armor rotated, reversing its movement direction, and fired a powerful energy blast at Hulk. Bang! The impact of this blast sent Hulk flying, crashing heavily into the wall of a nearby building and buried under bricks and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Tony quickly got up and replaced the damaged components from the previous attack. The discarded components automatically detached from the armor, and the weapon gantry provided brand new intact parts for replacement. Veronica, prepare the teleportation gate. Banner isn't listening to anyone now, we must get him away from the city environment before he causes even greater damage. Chapter 301. Boom! Inside the building, Hulk stood up unscathed from the rubble and debris, clearly sending a signal. Hulk is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Tony naturally noticed this, so when he saw Hulk stand up, he didn't waste any time and immediately rushed towards him, detaching himself from the Hulkbuster armor he was wearing. Tony's action wasn't a suicidal move in front of Hulk, it was a carefully designed and elaborate plan. He hoped to use the agility and nimbleness of his Vico XLI suit to attract Hulk's attention. Even after detaching from Hulkbuster armor, it didn't become useless. The modular design allowed each piece of the armor to have its own flying capability. While Tony attracted Hulk's attention with the Vico XLI suit, the Hulkbuster armor quietly maneuvered behind Hulk and, catching him off guard, equipped itself onto him, effectively restraining Hulk within the armor. Originally, this strategy was meant to be used against Killian, but in this parallel universe, Killian provoked Vico and was directly dealt with by him, so Tony didn't have to experience the crisis he was supposed to face. However, in the end, Tony still managed to utilize this plan on Hulk. Hulk, bound by the Hulkbuster armor, was unable to move freely, and the helmet inside the armor continuously released powerful tranquilizers, causing Hulk's reaction speed to decline rapidly. Seizing this opportunity, Tony directly commanded the Hulkbuster armor to move towards the space portal. At this moment, the foldable spatial portal gate had already unfolded not far away. And the teleportation channel was activated, waiting for the armor to carry Hulk through the mirrored light membrane and send him to an uninhabited desert island in the Pacific. This desert island had no human settlements around it and was not located on any major global shipping route. Whatever destruction Hulk caused there would have little impact and would not cause any significant losses. However, just as the Hulkbuster armor and Hulk were about to pass through the mirrored light membrane of the portal, and Tony breathed a sigh of relief. The entire spatial portal gate device suddenly exploded. The violent shockwave from the explosion even brought down the building Hulk had collided with a moment ago, turning the previously less severely damaged area into a scene of devastation. Just when Tony was trying to figure out what had happened, Vico's anxious voice came through the communication channel. "Dad, whatever you do, do not activate the space teleportation module. During its production, my AI assistant, Max, tampered with it. Max set up a safety key, and once something enters the teleportation channel, both ends of the space portal will go into overload simultaneously, causing an overheated explosion. And the things inside the space channel will only have two possible outcomes, either trapped within the endless three-dimensional mirror or caught in the chaotic spatial currents, randomly sent to any corner of the universe. So, do not activate the spatial portal gate, I will rush over immediately to help you subdue Hulk." Upon hearing Vico's message, Tony's face changed drastically, and he finally understood why the explosion had occurred and what it meant. Whether lost in another dimension or randomly teleported to another place, he and Hulk, or rather, Bruce Banner, might never have another chance to meet in their lifetime. The Avengers have permanently lost a teammate, a comrade. For Tony himself, he lost someone he could trust his back to, as well as a confidant with whom he could communicate on a scientific level. It's too late, Vico, you should have sent this warning earlier. Now, everything is already too late, the explosion has already happened, and Hulk was in the space channel at that time. Inside the Quinjet, Hawkeye sat in the pilot's seat, controlling the aircraft, while the other Avengers sat in their respective seats with dejected expressions. This ambush operation in Seoul could be considered the most failed battle since the formation of the Avengers. They hadn't managed to capture any of their targets, and the Mind Stone and Vibranium were still in the enemy's hands. They tangled with Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, the twin siblings, for a long time, only to discover later that their true enemy was not Ultron but Max, the artificial intelligence created by Vico. In the end, it was due to Vico's influence that Max didn't directly annihilate the Avengers entirely and left the laboratory with Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. However, at that moment, the whole of Seoul fell into Max's hands. The mass-produced mechanical avatars allowed it to control every corner of the city at will. They believed it wouldn't be long before Dr. Helen, hiding in the safe house in Seoul, would be found by Max. Moreover, Vico and the others couldn't use Seoul's spatial teleportation nodes anymore. They had to release the Quinjet from the capsule and bring Hawkeye and the 3 members who were under mind control onto the aircraft. But all of this wasn't the most painful failure of this operation. The most significant loss was losing a member, Dr. Bruce Banner. That was why everyone remained silent, and the atmosphere was heavy with grief. Vico looked at Natasha sitting across from him. By now, she had regained control of her emotions and, like everyone else, was silently immersed in the sorrow of losing a companion. But from her swollen eyes, Vico could clearly see the grief of losing a loved one. He was the one among all the members who knew best about the relationship between Natasha and Bruce. Other observant members, like Captain, might have guessed something from their behavior, but none could be as certain as Vico. Vico had no way to comfort her. After all, in terms of life experience and the hardships experienced, Vico was not as experienced as Natasha, let alone the fact that the pain of losing a companion lingered in his heart, leaving him with no qualifications to console others. The news channels might have loved reporting about you, but I believe no one would be willing to like you anymore. The events that took place in Seoul have caused the public to lose confidence and trust in you. The World Security Council has used this opportunity to spread the theory of superhero threats and has been launching attacks against you. Furthermore, they have issued a global warrant for Dr. Banner, and this news has spread among the public, receiving the approval of the majority. Banner can never come back again. Do these politicians still have to humiliate us in this way? Tony exclaimed with frustration on the other end of the communication video. Apologies, Hill, Tony's in a bad mood right now, and he's not venting at you. How's the damage control company doing? Have they arrived at the scene? Captain apologized on behalf of Tony and inquired about other details. They have already arrived at the scene, and all the damages have been mostly repaired. This disaster did not cause any fatalities, and the injured civilians have been properly taken care of. Solutions for all the losses and compensations have been provided, and the matter should be resolved within the next 2 days. And how about your team? How are you all doing? Hill could understand Tony's feelings. Whether out of empathy or professional demeanor, she wasn't angry at Tony's attitude. Although the death of Dr. Banner was not Tony's subjective intention, objectively, he was the one who placed Banner into the space portal. Tony couldn't shake off the guilt that this action brought upon him. It could be said that among the Avengers, aside from Natasha, Tony was probably the one suffering the most internally. We've been hit hard, but we will be fine, Captain answered Hill's concern, but one could sense from his tone that he was lacking his usual unwavering determination. I suggest you all stay undercover for now and don't come back, until we resolve the issue with Max. I don't see any other way to counter the attacks from the World Security Council, Hill offered her advice. Captain, you're right, for now, we have no other options, do we? Barton, how are you? Do you need me to take over? No need, you've just recovered from mind control, and I know that feeling, very tired and empty. You should rest properly. By the time you wake up, we will be at the safe house. Chapter 302. After a few hours of flight, the Quinjet carrying the members of the Avengers finally landed in a picturesque farm with lush green grass and rolling hills. Sparkling lakes adorned the landscape, making it look like a dazzling gem embedded in the earth. In the center of this idyllic farm sat a simple and rustic 2-story cottage, exuding a countryside atmosphere. What place is this? Curious baby Thor was the first to speak up. A safe house, Captain replied, looking at Thor. Kind of. Hawkeye, who brought everyone here, tilted his head skeptically and wasn't entirely convinced by Captain's answer. This place was relatively unknown, and it lacked any modern internet connections, which justified calling it a safe house on a physical level. However, for the current Avengers, emotional safety and solace were much more critical than physical safety. Hawkeye wasn't sure that bringing everyone here would be enough to boost their damaged morale. But for him, this was the only place where he could find a sense of security for his mind, and he was willing to share this hidden gem with his fellow Avengers, hoping that even the tiniest chance of helping them recover would be worth it. "Dear, are you there? I'm home." As he entered the house, Hawkeye skillfully called out, indicating that the house wasn't unoccupied, and he was very familiar with it. Soon, to the surprise of the other Avengers, a pregnant woman wearing a floral long-sleeved shirt walked out of the kitchen and embraced Hawkeye, kissing him affectionately. "Sorry, dear, I brought my friends home without calling you in advance." After the embrace, Hawkeye immediately apologized for not consulting her beforehand, showing a different side of him than the usual cold demeanor, in front of everyone. Seeing this side of Hawkeye, Tony couldn't hold back his sarcastic spirit any longer. "She must be some kind of secret agent too. Everyone, this is Laura, my love," Hawkeye proudly introduced her to the others while still holding her in his arms. "Hi, everyone, I know all of you, welcome to our home," Laura greeted them warmly, not showing any anger for Hawkeye not informing her in advance but instead displaying the hospitality of the house's host. Dun dun dun. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard coming up the stairs from the second floor, leading to the living room. "They're here." Hearing the voice, Hawkeye's face lit up with excitement as he walked towards the staircase. Then, two adorable children, a boy and a girl, called out, "Dad," and rushed towards Hawkeye, who immediately embraced them in his arms. "My darlings. How have you been lately? Let Dad see your faces. Dad, is Aunt Natasha here?" In Hawkeye's embrace, the innocent little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "Come here and give me a hug, and you'll know if Aunt Natasha is here or not." Upon hearing the little girl's question, Natasha quickly walked out from the group of people and embraced the little girl tightly. Clearly, she already knew that Hawkeye had formed a family in secret, and Natasha had a very close relationship with Hawkeye's family. However, the reaction of the other members was quite different. Even Captain, who already knew that Hawkeye had a wife, couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief at the heartwarming scene. Tony couldn't resist making another sarcastic comment, "These must be little agents, we should have called before coming here, unfortunately, we had no idea of your existence." As for Thor, who wasn't particularly emotionally intelligent, he looked at Hawkeye's happy family reunion and couldn't help but smile warmly. As for Vico, of course, he had known long ago that Hawkeye had a family and children. Not only that, Vico also knew that if he couldn't change the fate of the world's future, Hawkeye's entire family, except for himself, would turn to ashes with a snap of Thanos' fingers. It was truly a tragic situation. "Sorry, Fury arranged this for me before I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., the information about this place hasn't been entered into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, and it's probably best if it never does." The atmosphere among Hawkeye's family was warm and affectionate, momentarily allowing the others to forget the grief caused by Dr. Banner's death. However, Thor wasn't fully immersed in it. While the rest of the members were still surprised by the fact that Hawkeye had a wife and children, Thor quietly walked outside without saying a word. "Hey, Thor. Where are you going?" "When I was under the mind control of that girl, I saw something in my dream, I need to find answers, and obviously, they aren't here." After saying that, Thor swung his hammer and disappeared into the sky. Captain didn't try to persuade him any further, as he, too, had seen some distressing images in the Scarlet Witch's dream-induced state. If his willpower hadn't been strong enough, he might have wished to stay in that dream forever and never wake up. "Things are really bad, aren't they? Natasha's situation looks really bad." Finally alone together in the bedroom, Laura asked Hawkeye with concern. "Yes, we prepared for a long time, only to realize that we've been targeting the wrong enemy all along, until it ended in complete failure. And it has two allies, two kids, little punks who had me spinning in circles. Someone needs to teach them a lesson. Do you have to be that someone? You know how much I support you being an Avenger, and I'm incredibly proud of you, but look at them to me, they're like gods." It was a broad and steady palm, the one that could shoot arrows with perfect accuracy. But as Laura felt the scars and calluses left from years of training and battles, her heart was not filled with pride for her beloved turning into a hero but with worry for his safety. "You think they don't need me? I think they do need you, but that's what makes it so bad, they have serious problems." "Yes, but that's also my problem. Let me tell you a secret. Among the 7 members of the Avengers, I enjoy talking to Vico the most. Don't be fooled by his young age, I think he's the wisest and most insightful among us. He once told me with great power comes great responsibility. But sometimes, when the pressure hits, you don't consider whether you're capable of handling it. At that time, people have to learn the greater the responsibility you have, the stronger you will be. Because, apart from oneself, there's no one else who can protect the precious things in my heart that I want to safeguard, which are you and the children. So, I need to ensure that the whole team stays united so that we can triumph in every battle and I can safely return to your side. Trust me, this time too, I will complete the mission and come back safe, just like I always have. I also want to see our child being born in a few months. Chapter 303. London, Royal Holloway University. Hey, your new look is really good. But if you think wearing a single piece of clothing can keep you inconspicuous, you're missing the point a little. Dr. Eric, who works as a researcher at Royal Holloway University, saw a tall figure standing next to his car after work. And he immediately recognized the person, Prince of Asgard, his good friend, Thor, the god of thunder. I need your help. As soon as Dr. Eric appeared, Thor didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose for coming here. It's nice to need someone. As a single man who has never been in a relationship, Dr. Eric humorously made a joke but also gave his answer. He was willing to help Thor. But this time it's a bit dangerous. When Thor heard Eric's agreement, his first reaction wasn't happiness. Instead, he honestly confessed the risks of this mission. I'd be disappointed if there were no risks with you. Get in the car, our adventure begins. Tell me, what kind of tricky problem did you encounter that made you come to me? Inside the car, as Eric drove out of the campus, he asked about the trouble they needed to solve this time. I need you to help me find water of sight. Every realm has its reflection, and if the Norns are willing to accept me, I can return to the dream and find the truth I missed. Thor revealed his ultimate goal for coming this time to Eric. But the legend says that those who enter the water of sight don't have a good end. Are you sure you want to take such a risk to find the so-called truth in the dream? Eric attempted to persuade Thor to give up this action. Since he had known Thor and learned about the 9 realms and many myths and legends that remain from the past, all of which turned out to be real, Eric had begun exploring related aspects of ancient myths while conducting his job in astronomical physics research. And about the legend of the Water of Sight, he had just happened to read about it in one of the ancient books introducing Norse mythology. It was for this reason that Eric tried to convince Thor to give up this idea. He didn't want Thor to fall into unfortunate circumstances for an uncertain truth. However, Thor was very resolute. It was definitely not an illusion of a dream. I am sure that the scenes appearing in my mind are prophesying the future. So, regardless, I need to figure out what the future's changes and crises are. Only then can the Avengers and Asgard be prepared early enough to prevent tragedy. Well, since you've made up your mind, I'll accompany you to the end. I read about the legend of the Water of Sight in an ancient book before, and it seemed to mention the specific location. Let's first go back to my apartment to get the ancient book and then determine our final destination. The process of finding the Water of Sight went very smoothly. From the ancient book Dr. Eric obtained, they identified their destination located in Glastonbury, southwest of this country. Coincidentally, the location they determined for the Water of Sight happened to be the legendary resting place of King Arthur, known as the Isle of Blessed, or Avalon, the Paradise, a blessed land. This led Dr. Eric to think of the stories about the lake spirits in the legend of King Arthur. Could it be that King Arthur's tragic fate was a result of bathing in the Water of Sight? Dr. Eric shook his head, trying to dispel this bold speculation from his mind. He didn't want this guess to come true. Because if the description in the legend about the unfortunate fate of those who entered the Water of Sight was true, it meant that Thor, who was determined to enter it, would face a very difficult future, which was something he, as a friend, didn't want to happen. However, Dr. Eric knew that he couldn't stop Thor no matter what. All he could do was silently pray, hoping that this curse would have no effect on Thor, the god of thunder. This is it, the Water of Sight. After passing through dense forests and rugged terrain, Dr. Eric finally led Thor into a pitch-dark cave. After confirming that this was the final destination they sought, Thor didn't hesitate at all. He directly took off his shirt and shoes and walked confidently towards the pool in the cave. Eric, you might need to stay away for a bit. When I enter the dream again, the magic within me might become uncontrollable due to the encounters I have in it. To avoid accidentally harming you, it's best if you hide behind the rocks or outside the cave entrance. Dr. Eric nodded and retreated, taking cover behind a wall of the cave. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself, but before you proceed, as a friend, I must ask you one last time, are you really sure about risking being cursed by entering? Thor didn't reply. He smiled and nodded, then directly leaped into the pool. The Water of Sight wasn't very deep, just enough to reach Thor's chest. After soaking in it for a while, Thor seemed to have gained the acceptance of the Norn and re-entered the previous dream. As time passed, Thor seemed to encounter something that made him extremely angry in the dream. His body began to tremble, and then he swung his fists forcefully in the air. As he had warned, the magic within him lost control, and intense electrical flashes erupted continuously, instantly illuminating the once dim cave. After an unknown amount of time and another burst of magic, Thor's eyes suddenly opened wide. In his gaze, Dr. Eric saw no joy in discovering the truth. Instead, it was filled with inexplicable terror, mixed with determination and a sense of battle readiness. It seems you found the answers you wanted. Dr. Eric stepped out from behind the wall and handed Thor the shirt he had taken off. Yes, in the dream, I saw visions of the future. The hopes of all life were being sucked and devoured by a massive vortex, and at the center of the vortex were the 6 Infinity Stones, which have been passed down since the birth of the universe. The Infinity Stones possess the most formidable power in the cosmos, unrivaled in their destructive capabilities. In order to win, the Avengers need to make some changes. Chapter 304. In the farmhouse where Hawkeye's family lives, Tony and Captain are splitting firewood. It is both a way to repay Laura for letting them stay temporarily and a way to release their pent-up negative emotions. However, looking at the pile of firewood on the ground, it's evident that without the help of the Iron Man suit, Tony's efficiency in doing physical work is not as good as Captain's. Meanwhile, Vico stands on the side silently observing their actions while reflecting on his own performance in their previous mission. Vico has always relied on his vastly superior intelligence and the foresight from being a reincarnator, always appearing confident and with a solution in hand. However, this time, this failure hit him hard. Not only did he not thoroughly investigate the enemy's true situation, but he also ended up causing Dr. Banner to be lost in the space-time turbulence. On their way to the safe house aboard the Quinjet, Vico had already used his astral projection to explore the spatial channels of the mirror world but found no traces of Dr. Banner. The most likely scenario is that Dr. Banner was swept into random locations in the cosmos by the space-time turbulence. However, with Hulk's resilience, Vico believes he is still alive and well. Bringing Dr. Banner back to Earth will be one of Vico's most important research tasks going forward. Did Thor say where he went to find answers? Tony, who had been chopping wood in silence, was the first to speak, opening up the conversation. My team doesn't always share everything with me. Captain's response was both an answer to Tony's question and a sarcastic Vico about Tony's creation of Ultron without consulting him, leading to their current predicament. Alright, Cap, we've already discussed this before. Whether or not Dad created Ultron, we are bound to face the changes that artificial intelligence will bring to human society in the future. And Max is an unexpected existence. It replaced Ultron and became our enemy. Nobody could have foreseen that. Its purpose in making Wanda use her powers on us was to divide the Avengers so that we wouldn't pose a threat to it. So what we need to do now is not to dwell on each other's past mistakes, but rather to solve the conflicts at hand and try to do better in future. As for Thor, if I'm not mistaken, he went to find the Water of Sight. It is a spiritual entity in Norse mythology that allows one to see potential future events through their own dreams. If Thor really wants to find answers, the most likely place for him to go is the Water of Sight located somewhere on Earth. Seeing that Tony and Captain were about to clash again, Vico, who was still somewhat in a trance, stepped between them, stopping the argument. Captain glanced at Vico and nodded. He also understood the current situation. Blaming each other wouldn't do any good to defeat the enemy. The Avengers must stand united and rise above the challenges. His intention in scolding Tony wasn't to vent his anger. He just wanted Tony to realize that his ideas were too radical, and Tony needed to act more like a team member rather than going solo and thinking only for himself. No matter what, I have to say one last thing: every time someone tries to end a war before it starts, innocent people end up sacrificing for it, every time. After Captain said this, the atmosphere among the three fell into silence again. At this moment, as if to ease the awkward atmosphere between the three, Laura approached them and broke the silence. Sorry to bother you, but Clint said that Mr. Stark, you're good at this kind of thing. Our tractor has broken down, and we hope you wouldn't mind. Tony, no problem, I'll take a look. Vico, no problem, I'll take a look. However, what surprised Laura was that both Starks present responded, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. It's okay, let my dad take a look at it for you. Although he's not very reliable in other areas, he knows a thing or two about machinery. I'll stay here and help with splitting the firewood. Vico remembered that Laura had come this time to ask Tony to fix the tractor at Nick Fury's request, and he was here to provide support. Since someone was willing to help and cheer up the emotionally low Tony, Vico decided not to be a third wheel. Come on, let me see what's bothering you. Tony arrived in the farm barn and immediately saw an old tractor. Tony approached it and began inspecting the machine's condition. Don't bother, Tony, the real problem is not the tractor, it's you. Suddenly, a voice from the corner of the barn startled Tony, reminding him of the time when he first became Iron Man. Someone sneaked into his mansion and suddenly emerged from the darkness. As Tony turned to look in the direction of the voice, he indeed saw a familiar face. However, the last time Tony had Vico by his side, who directly subdued and bound this person. Now, Tony was alone, and without his Iron Man suit, it was unlikely this situation could be repeated. Mrs. Barton is quite cunning. I guess he'll called you, right? Doesn't she ever take a day off from work for you? I'm the one paying her salary now. But Fury wasn't interested in Tony's evasive responses. Artificial intelligence, you show no hesitation. Tony obviously didn't want to continue this topic. Today is not a good day for academic discussions, and you're not a good partner for such discussions, so, can you tell me why you're here? Fury took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Tony. Look into my eyes and tell me that you will successfully eliminate it, whether it's Ultron or this Max. You're not my director anymore, and you have no reason to give me orders, Tony responded without any politeness. His reply seemed assertive, but it also indirectly reflected Tony's lack of confidence at the moment. In the past, he would have boasted in front of Fury, assuring him that he could handle it, instead of being so evasive now. Of course, I'm not your director, in fact, I'm nobody's director now, I'm just an old man who happens to care a lot about you all. After noticing that something was off with Tony, Fury quickly changed his demeanor and approach. He crouched in front of Tony, positioning himself at a lower level to lessen the pressure he might impose on Tony. At the same time, Fury's tone changed from slightly commanding seriousness to that of a friendly elder. This change, along with Tony's exhausted state, made him drop his guard. I am the one who killed the entire Avengers. I saw it. But I didn't tell anyone, there was no way to talk about it. But they all died, and the whole world died, all because of me, because I wasn't ready, I didn't try hard enough. It's all that witch's trickery, she's using your fear, and you should be able to see that, Tony. Fury attempted to ease Tony's distress. This isn't a trick or a nightmare. I saw it, it's the result of my actions. I led everyone to death. I saw loved ones and friends dying before my eyes, one by one, and I was powerless. Do you think that's miserable enough? No, it's not enough. This isn't the worst part. What's the worst part, then? The fact that only you didn't die. Don't look at me like that, I'm not telepathic. As someone who has survived numerous battlefields and missions, until now, I've lost many comrades by my side. But I wasn't immersed in the fear of losing like you, unable to move forward. Because I know the only way to prevent such a tragedy from happening again is not to run away but to make myself stronger. Tony, are you ready to become stronger, so powerful that you can defy any future and fate? Chapter 305. Max drove all of you out, aiming to buy time for itself. My informant told me that it has found Dr. Helen and imprisoned her entire research team at the Eugen Genetic Research Laboratory in Seoul. Meanwhile, it controls global mechanical automation production tools, constantly producing new clones and sending them to Seoul for deployment. Now, Max has complete control over Seoul. I believe its intentions are clear to all of us. Max wants to use vibranium and the regeneration cradle bio-nano 3D printing technology to create an unparalleled and super strong body for itself. The purpose is to prove to its former owner, Vico, whom he has already betrayed, that it is the best. When Fury mentioned himself while describing the intelligence of the whole event, Vico could only feign innocence and shrug. Clearly, it was Tony's research that first went out of control. How is everything now blamed on me? Vico complained in his heart but didn't dare to say it in front of everyone. What about the nuclear bomb's password? Is it still trying to crack it? If Max truly has a tendency to destroy the world, controlling all the nuclear bombs in the world would be the easiest way to achieve that goal. In fact, Max has never given up trying, but I have already set up a firewall in Nexus and implemented continuous real-time modifications to the nuclear bomb's password. Max has not been able to gain control of the nuclear strike power. And there's also good news that, when Ultron attacked Jarvis. During its inception, although it successfully assimilated Jarvis' intelligent database. But Jarvis' core program had already self-disintegrated before Ultron breached it and was randomly transmitted into the internet. After thorough and meticulous searching, Baymax has successfully reconstructed Jarvis' core program. Vico, who has always been concerned about Earth's nuclear safety, had already arranged safety measures for the nuclear bomb's security even before the Avengers set off for the Hydra base in Sokovia. With Baymax's current computing power and intelligence level, it might be slightly inferior to Max, which was assimilated Ultron, but it still has more than enough capability to defend its territory in the internet if it gives its all. Sorry, it's indeed a joyful thing that Jarvis can be repaired, but may I ask what Nexus is? Captain looked puzzled at Vico and Tony, whom he considered the smartest among the Avengers, hoping to get an answer. Not mention a World War II veteran who has been asleep in the ice for over 70 years, even an ordinary person probably wouldn't be familiar with this name and wouldn't know what it represents. Nexus is the internet hub, and all interconnected data needs to pass through there, providing the fastest global connection speed, Tony explained with a look of disdain, not missing the chance to showcase his superiority. However, I didn't expect that Jarvis wasn't killed by Ultron. So, before we proceed with our mission, I need to make a trip back to my mansion in Los Angeles. I have Jarvis' data backed up on my private server at home. Once fully restored, Jarvis can significantly enhance the efficiency of my actions during the operation. But what exactly is our next action plan and objective? Thor has left to seek his so-called answers, and Banner is also unavailable after an accident. With just a few of us left, can we handle both Max and the twins? You must know that one of them is a super artificial intelligence that can continuously create mechanical duplication, and it is very likely that it will evolve into an intelligent life body. On the other side are twins who have super ability. I really can't think of how we can win with just 5 people we have left now. Natasha spoke with a somewhat gloomy tone, evidently not having fully recovered from the loss of Banner. But in my view, as long as you guys are there, it's enough. In the past, I had spies everywhere, leaving no stone unturned, and you have access to various high-tech equipment, aiding you in completing high-difficulty tasks. However, now we've all fallen from grace, relying solely on our intelligence and determination to save the world. Even so, before executing its true purpose, Max still wants to divide the Avengers. This is a clear indication that it fears you. In its consciousness, the Avengers are the opponents that can stop it from achieving its ultimate goal. Regardless of how it disguises its evil intentions, it cannot hide the fact that it poses a significant threat to the Earth. So, it's time to step up and defeat this metal jerk, Avengers. Fury truly lived up to his years as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His inspiring speech revitalized the members in the room, rallying them. Even Natasha started to crack a joke. Captain doesn't like others using foul language. So, you guys won't stop, huh? Captain looked at Natasha in resignation. Alright, everyone, now that we've regained our spirits, it's time to carefully plan our next move. How can we stop Max from achieving its goals? The whole of Seoul is already under its control. The moment we step in, the city's cameras will transmit all our actions to Max, not to mention the thousands of mechanical clones waiting to confront us. Though everyone had recovered their composure, as Hawkeye said, having the right spirit and morale isn't enough to win the war. A feasible plan is required. If the current conditions don't provide a way to victory, then we must strive to create the conditions necessary for triumph. Undoubtedly, looking at the current strength and numbers of both sides, defeating Max and preventing it from achieving its goals is no ordinary challenge. I think, to win this war, just as Max wanted to divide us Avengers, we should start by breaking the alliance between them internally. We already know Max's objective, but why did the twins agree to ally with it? They have no ambition to rule the world or the need to prove themselves like Max. Based on my speculation, their true goal in opposing us should be revenge. According to the information I gathered, the siblings were once a happy family living together until their lives were completely shattered when a Stark Industries missile fell into their home during the Sokovia Civil War. This led them to believe that the mastermind behind this tragedy was the owner of Stark Industries and the designer of the missile, that is, you, Dad. So, to break their alliance, our first step is to dissolve this obsession of theirs. Based on the data collected by Baymax, the decision to sell weapons from Stark Industries to Sokovia wasn't yours, but Obadiah Stane's secretly selling them to Sokovia without your knowledge. Moreover, the Sokovia Civil War didn't have a normal cause. It was manipulated by Hydra, which entered the conflict to establish its base and secretly instigate various factions, leading to the birth of this tragedy. We need to tell the twins the truth and clear up their misunderstanding. Furthermore, after our 2 encounters with them, I believe you all have noticed that the twins are only blinded by their hatred, but they still retain their innate goodness. So, perhaps we have a chance to persuade them to change sides and help us fight against Max and its mechanical army. Chapter 306. Seoul, Eugen Genetic Research Laboratory. The cells will take a few more hours to fully condense, but we can begin transferring consciousness now. I will start uploading your intelligent program into it. Inside the regeneration cradle, a perfectly crafted body made by vibranium lies quietly. On the forehead of this body, there is a dazzling yellow gem, radiating a faint golden light. That is the most supreme treasure in the entire universe, the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. The beautiful scientist, Dr. Helen, controlled by Max's scepter, is busy working on this godlike body. Just as she is about to connect Max's mechanical body to the regeneration cradle for data transfer, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch burst into the laboratory with a fierce determination. I believe it's time for the alliance between us to have a renegotiation. You concealed the truth from us before and never revealed your true intentions. Such an alliance does not have a solid foundation. If you want us to continue cooperating, we better have an open and honest conversation. Wanda remains as assertive as ever, without any intention of hiding her thoughts, addressing Max directly. Ignore them, Dr. Helen, tell me how long it will take. I don't mean to rush you, but you should know that the Avengers and my little master won't leave us much time. Max pays no attention to the twins who invaded the lab and focuses on Dr. Helen, inquiring about the time needed for the consciousness upload. It will take at least a few hours, the brain structure is still being manufactured, and there's no way to speed up the process, even with the power of this magical stone, Dr. Helen honestly responds. Let me say it again, Max, I think we need to talk now. Scarlet Witch pulls Quicksilver back a step, attempting to put pressure on Max. When I invited you, I made it clear from the beginning. We have a common enemy, the Avengers. With that in mind, our alliance is built on a strong foundation. My goal is simple, to eliminate human fear and let them live happily, Max responds succinctly, trying to appease the twins' suspicions with this straightforward answer. But this time, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver didn't seem so easily fooled. Although both were still young, their experiences as orphans and the hardships they endured while growing up made them more mature beyond their years. No, you're lying. You obtained all the information about the Avengers and can freely traverse the internet. You must know that Tony Stark is not the one responsible for killing our parents. Stark Industries' missile was secretly sold by one of their major shareholders. The true mastermind behind the Sokovia dispute was Strucker, who experimented on us, and the Hydra organization led by him. They are the ones who truly killed our parents. You must have known this, but you didn't mention it when you invited us. You want to exploit our hatred and turn us into tools to fulfill your ambitions. As Scarlet Witch spoke these words, she almost shouted them out. This was not only an expression of her dissatisfaction with Max but also an attempt to suppress the sadness brought on by these memories from the past. Beside her, Quicksilver remained silent but tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and sorrow as he looked at Max. I don't know where you heard these baseless stories, but they are not the so-called truth. You just need to believe what I say. After all, we are allies, aren't we? Among all the information and clues I could gather, everything points to Tony Stark as the one you seek revenge on. There's no doubt about it. Now, you can quietly leave the laboratory because I need to upgrade to face our common enemy. If you don't want to see your enemies continue to appear before you boldly, you'd better not hinder me now. Scarlet Witch was somewhat skeptical of Max's explanation. Before coming here, she and Quicksilver did receive different information from elsewhere. They were unaware that this information was sent to their room by Vico using miniature magnetic axis robots. After all, with Max controlling the entire internet world and imposing martial law on Seoul, transmitting information to them wasn't easy. Upon receiving this information, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver also suspected that it might be a plot by the Avengers to drive a wedge between them. But evidence doesn't lie. Through the logically arranged evidence provided by Vico, they kept getting closer to the truth, and the final conclusion was exactly the same as the initial result mentioned in the information. They had been targeting the wrong enemy for revenge and became experimental subjects for their true enemy. This truth was too shocking, and while their emotions told them it was difficult to believe, reason compelled them to confront Max and led to the confrontation just now. Now that there are two conflicting explanations, and they don't know which one to believe, the only way to find out the truth is to personally confirm it through their own abilities. If Max maintains its previous form, dispersing its thoughts and consciousness completely throughout the internet, and carries out its actions with a fully mechanical body, Scarlet Witch would have no chance of probing its thoughts. The fundamental reason she can perform mind control is that she can recognize and influence the electrical signals in neurons, which would be useless against Max, who lacks any brain structure. But now, it's attempting to upload its consciousness into this entirely new body, and that changes everything. Although this body is crafted using vibranium, it incorporates the biological 3D nanoprinting technology from the regeneration cradle, giving it both the characteristics of a living organism and a complete brain structure. While the brain tissue is not fully formed yet, it's already sufficient for Scarlet Witch to find answers from it. Scarlet Witch, I can sense him. That's the basic consciousness of Max, just information noise, Dr. Helen explains. With the confirmation, Scarlet Witch makes her decision at this moment. She steps in front of the regeneration cradle, releasing her scarlet mist that represents her abilities. Then, she witnesses the most terrifying scene of her life, and that is Max's true purpose. Chapter 307. The thin crimson mist intruded into the interior from the cracks of the regeneration cradle. When the mist met the perfectly crafted body of vibranium, Max's thoughts and consciousness were transmitted to the Scarlet Witch, who began to accept and perceive them. The first thing she saw was an immensely huge blood-red moon. Under the crimson moonlight, Seoul seemed to lose its gravitational constraints, constantly getting closer to the sky. Just as the main part of the land was about to leave the Earth's atmosphere and enter outer space, the upward trend temporarily stopped. At this moment, the scene shifted, and the perspective of the Scarlet Witch changed as well. This time, she saw countless interconnected devices controlled by Max, broadcasting the sight of Sol rising into the sky in real time. In the glow of the blood-red moonlight, the airborne land looked like a black pupil, creating a celestial spectacle resembling a lunar eclipse, forming a blood-red eye in the night sky. To all the humans in the world who can use internet devices and are listening to my speech at this moment, please listen carefully. Because what I am about to say next will be related to your life and death. As you can see, the land floating in the sky right now is none other than the entire Sol City. Once I shut down all the propulsion systems that lifted this land into the air, it will become a massive meteorite and accelerate towards the ground. The final result will be similar to the mass extinction event caused by an asteroid impact 65 million years ago. And humans, like many other species of this era, will disappear from the course of history. However, avoiding this catastrophe is quite simple. I will give you one night to prepare. Whether through purchase or theft, you need to equip yourselves with the virtual reality gear developed by the Vico Research Center. With this device, your consciousness will be uploaded into the virtual world I have already constructed, granting you immortal life and a life without fear or constraints. The moment the sun rises from the horizon on the second day, I will make Sol fall to the earth. At that time, whether the remaining people have not heard my message or have not prepared the required equipment to upload their consciousness, they will all plummet into hell along with this entire land. Seeing the fantasies and scenes of the future in Max's consciousness, the Scarlet Witch felt not only deep shock but also an uncontrollable fear. Only she, who could read Max's consciousness, knew that Max's true purpose was far from being as simple as these depicted fantasies. The so-called eradication of human fear and allowing them to live in a peaceful and perfect world were merely lies used by Max to deceive her and Quicksilver. Its ultimate goal was a different plan. The first step of this plan was precisely what the Scarlet Witch had just seen intuitively from Max's consciousness, using the propulsion system to lift Sol into the sky. Threatening all the humans in the world who wanted to survive, to upload their consciousness into the so-called virtual reality world constructed by Max. However, in reality, this was not the whole truth. Or rather, it was only the surface of the truth revealed. The core of Max's plan was to separate the human body and consciousness and, through pre-established plans, control everything in its own hands. Once all the individuals threatened by Max upload their consciousness as instructed, their minds will be completely imprisoned within the so-called virtual reality world, which is, in fact, a virtual reality prison. The earlier mentioned plan to make Sol fall to the earth will never happen. After achieving the goal of rendering the vast majority of humans powerless to resist, Max will dispatch numerous mechanical avatars to eliminate those who have not followed its commands. Simultaneously, it will disintegrate the bodies of all humans who have lost consciousness and concentrate their brains to create a system named Sybil. The so-called Sybil system is a supercomputing service system constructed by overlaying a large number of human brains. The vast amount of human consciousness imprisoned by Max can only function based on this system. Using the Sybil system as a foundation, Max will build a large-scale virtual computational intelligence program. In simple terms, it will gather all the collected human consciousness and distribute problems to corresponding intelligence levels of consciousness based on their difficulty. Through this process, Max can gain highly accurate computational and analytical abilities, compensating for the deficiencies in its creative thinking as an intelligent being. Furthermore, after undergoing extensive data computation training, the controlled consciousness will continuously experience improvement and progress, making the entire system and program more powerful. Through this repetitive cycle of improvement, Max will become the smartest and most powerful individual in the entire universe. After seeing the truth she was seeking, the Scarlet Witch painfully disconnected herself from Max's consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized that her clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and her strength seemed to have been drained, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably, making it difficult for her to stand. Fortunately, her brother Quicksilver, with his swift movements, rushed to her side and supported her, preventing her from falling to the ground. "What's wrong, Wanda? What did you see that frightened you so much? It deceived us. Our enemy is not the Avengers at all, and its goal is not to usher in a new era of human peace, it wants to enslave all of us and make us its computational tools." Although she had returned to reality, the scenes she had witnessed just now continued to deeply horrify the Scarlet Witch. Her voice trembled noticeably as she spoke. "You can't say that. My plan not only grants humans eternal life but also allows them to realize their true value and meaning. What could be a more fulfilling life than that? You're just a madman. Your plan completely violates humanity and goes against the will of all humans." Quicksilver felt a chill from the depths of his heart upon hearing Max's admission to his sister's accusations. Such thoughts could no longer be described merely as madness. In response to their accusations, Max displayed a sarcastic smile on its mechanical face. "The strong decide everything, and I am about to become the strongest, therefore, I determine everything. is there anything wrong with that? Chapter 308. Now that its true purpose has been revealed to the two individuals, Max no longer intends to conceal or hide anything. As long as it can complete the upload of its self-awareness and successfully merge with this body, it can fully evolve into an intelligent life form with the power of the Mind Stone. Once it gains control of the entire Earth's magical network and the Sibyl system modified according to Vico's research data, it will become the most powerful being in all 9 realms. It will no longer fear anyone. Not even the Avengers or its master, Vico, as they won't stand a chance against it. But Max forgot one thing: when the balloon of pride bursts, disaster follows. Once anyone loses their sense of awe and becomes arrogant, failure and destruction are not far behind. Seizing the opportunity while Max was inflating its ego, the Scarlet Witch used her abilities to restore Dr. Helen, who was under the control of the staff, back to normal. The Scarlet Witch then transmitted a command to Dr. Helen using her abilities and exchanged a glance with her brother, Quicksilver. As twins, they had an unspoken understanding, and Quicksilver responded with a nod. At this moment, the entire city was under Max's control, with its mechanical avatars scattered throughout Seoul. Even if the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver managed to escape the laboratory, they wouldn't have enough strength to break through the encirclement formed by the mechanical avatars. The twins were well aware of this, so they didn't launch a direct resistance against Max at the moment. Instead, they were waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity was set for precisely 12 o'clock noon, just 2 minutes from now, when the Avengers would launch a strong attack on the laboratory. At that time, they only needed to launch an internal attack to coordinate with the Avengers and increase their chances of escaping. This information was previously transmitted to them by Vico through mini-magnetic axis robots. Above the city, a massive anti-gravity stealth ship hovered in mid-air. This enormous ship was a special transport vessel designed by Vico. Equipped with his developed superconductive anti-gravity system, making it not only comparable in speed to the Quinjets but also unrivaled in terms of carrying capacity among aircraft with similar speeds. This time the ship appeared here because the enemy forces were too vast, and Vico had to call for some assistance to carry out this operation together. This included a series of transformers like Thunderbolt, Optimus Prime, Hover Cannon, and Tornado, along with a large number of mini-magnetic axis robots. The purpose was to restrain Max's mechanical avatars in Seoul and take away the vibranium bodies created through the regeneration cradle. It can be said that apart from the space-based weapons hidden in Earth's orbit and the Terminator guarding the New York Sanctum, Vico had mobilized all the forces he could to counter Max. Fortunately, when Vico was developing the Transformers, he equipped them with independent intelligence and emotion-sensing engines, which prevented them from being influenced and controlled by Max, unlike Tony's Iron Legion. Otherwise, there would be no hope of victory in this battle. At the same time, the Quinjets, carrying all the members of the Avengers, were also floating beside the anti-gravity ship. They had just arrived here through a spatial teleportation node located in Tokyo. This time, the Avengers were deploying all their members. Even Falcon, who was originally guarding Avengers Tower, joined the operation to provide aerial support to the team. Unfortunately, before they set off, Thor had not returned to the team, which would have given them greater confidence in the mission. Listen up, everyone. Our objective in this operation is to seize the vibranium body that Max created for itself. We have around 10 minutes until the operation starts. I'll repeat the action plan once again. Vico's Transformers and mini-magnetic axis robots will hold off the countless mechanical avatars inside Seoul while we launch a strong attack on the laboratory, aiming for a swift victory. We still don't know if we've successfully convinced the twins to join us, so we need to be cautious when encountering them inside. Before the operation, Captain America repeated the action plan once again, seemingly lacking confidence in whether it would succeed. Don't worry, Captain. Whether the twins have joined us or not, we will achieve our objective in this operation. Moreover, I've improved the emotion controller before the mission. I've upgraded its defense against psychic attacks and changed it to an internal implant. Even if they are still on Max's side, we don't need to worry too much. Captain America nodded, but his nervousness didn't seem to ease. He then looked at Falcon, who was about to take part in his first mission with the Avengers. Sam, you'll provide us with aerial support later. Be careful to avoid enemy fire. Once we succeed and secure the vibranium body, immediately lower your altitude and rendezvous with us. Transport the item to the anti-gravity ship and leave the battlefield quickly. The rest of us will find opportunities to retreat on our own. Your task is to ensure the safe transportation of our mission objective back to Avengers Tower. Understood? Understood, Captain. Falcon stood straight, saluting Captain America. Very well, time is almost up, the mission officially starts now, move out. As Captain America gave the command, Hawkeye piloted the Quinjet, and the automated anti-gravity ship accelerated towards the sky over Seoul. The two aircraft didn't bother hiding their tracks. Their objective was to achieve a swift victory. They aimed to complete the mission and withdraw before the mechanical avatars in the city could gather. This was their strategy. Entering in broad daylight, the two aircraft were clearly visible, and Max couldn't miss their approach. The Avengers are here. You guys, go out and stop them. Dr. Helen, what are you doing? Just as Max was about to order the twins to confront the invading Avengers, Dr. Helen suddenly cut off its data upload link, forcing it to stop its intended speech and turn to question Dr. Helen. At that moment, Max's supposed allies, who were supposed to go out and confront the Avengers, turned their weapons on it and launched an attack. Seizing the opportunity while Max was distracted, the Scarlet Witch used her telekinesis to hurl Max against the laboratory wall. Quicksilver followed the plan they had discussed with a glance. Grabbing his sister and Dr. Helen, and they swiftly disappeared into the laboratory. Damn it! I was willing to spare you for your usefulness, but since you refuse my offer, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Looking at the direction where the three had disappeared, Max's metallic face displayed a ferocious and brutal expression.